Yunwu has transformed into the 18th princess of the Tyrant of the fallen Great Yan from a parallel historical world, still indulging in the innocent joys of infancy. During her feeding times, she cannot help but express her thoughts, utilizing the search system to glean gossip. What a revelation it is that the tyrant father possesses the traits of a mama's boy. Oh my, how malicious the eldest princess is at such a tender age. TSK, Lin Tai is clearly under the thumb of his wife. What? And Pin, in a bid for favor, dares to deceive the emperor? Jiang Sifu delights in spreading rumors from the shadows. The talented scholars seem to revel in the scent of feet. The court and the harem are rife with a bounty of gossip, enough to satiate even the most voracious appetite. Alas, how playful the ancients were! However, it seems that the historical narrative is veering further and further off course. Not only has the Great Yan not perished, but all the characters appear to have gone mad. Yet, why are the living protagonists and antagonists surrounding her, eager to present gifts? They must surely harbor intentions to harm her. The ministers lament, "Woe is us, little ancestor, please cease your jests, our dignity is at stake." The ministers, their families, and the 18th princess's relatives can hear their thoughts. Continuing from the last chapter, Chapter 105, "A road to ruin." Wang Yu exclaimed in anger, "That is not the case at all. Lu Dong, you have devised such elaborate plans to wrongfully accuse my sister. No wonder you dared to abduct her in broad daylight. It was all premeditated, wasn't it?" Lu Dong wished to retort that Wang Qian was hardly a beauty worth such effort. Given his status, he could easily find a more enchanting maiden. Was it really necessary? However, he recognized that Wang Qian was merely a pretext. The true adversary lurking in the shadows was Yi Chaohua, the imperial merchant. And behind Yi Chaohua stood a multitude of officials. The implications of this matter were far-reaching. It was merely a catalyst. He was uncertain what dire consequences might ensue if he fell into their trap. Therefore, he must not allow the Wang siblings to succeed. Upon hearing Lu Dong's words, Wang Yu's heart sank. It became clear why his sister had acted so impulsively. Lu Dong and concubine Lin were aware of their plot against him. They had no choice but to fight back, otherwise they would face certain doom. "Master Song, the integrity of my sister and I depends entirely upon your sense of justice," Wang Yu implored, grasping Song Xing San's arm. Observing Wang Yu's distress, and even the terrified expression on Wang Qian's face, Song Xing San sighed in resignation. "Young Master Lu, do you possess any evidence to support your claims?" "The evidence is en route from Hezhou," Lu Dong replied confidently. This investigation had been orchestrated by concubine Lin. Lu Dong had no doubt about his niece's words and felt no concern at this moment. Wang Yu's heart sank further, his eyes widening in shock. "So, there is no evidence at present." Song Xing, since suspected Lu Dong was merely stalling for time. "Young Master Lu, without proof, your innocence cannot be established. I have guests arriving. They carry evidence of my innocence," Lu Dong stated with unwavering patience. While his reputation was inconsequential, he could not allow his sister and niece to suffer. "But your guests are merely friends and cannot substantiate your claims," Song Xing San asserted meticulously. Wang Yu's eyes brightened as he nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Therefore, your so-called guests cannot prove your innocence." Wang Yu's voice grew more fervent. His intention was solely to create chaos. As long as no one witnessed the truth, even if rumors spread, Lu Dong would find it challenging to clear his name. Even if the court later investigated and found Lu Dong blameless, the majority of the populace's opinion would remain unchanged. With time, they would stoke the flames of suspicion, and many would believe that the court was shielding Lu Dong due to concubine Lin's influence. Eventually, the court's credibility would wane. This was his primary objective. Minister Chao had said that as long as he played his part well, he could secure his and his sister's safety, and even ensure his father's smooth sailing in the political arena. Wang Yu, elated, overlooked the nagging unease within him. Then what if I were the witness? Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from within the room, startling everyone. This voice struck like a thunderclap, and the smile on Wang Yu's face froze. The triumphant grin on Wang Qian's face also faltered. Particularly for Wang Qian, having encountered the emperor before, her heart plummeted at the sound of his voice. In the next moment, she trembled, gazing in terror at the casually dressed Yunwu emperor, who emerged holding Yunwu. Sister Wang Yu's voice quivered as he swallowed hard. It's not true, right? I must have misheard. Your Majesty, spare me. I know my wrongs. I shall never dare again. Wang Qin pleaded, bowing low in desperation. Her face was stripped of color, leaving only fear. She no longer dared to plot against him. In the presence of the emperor, her earlier performance had turned into a farce. Wang Yu swallowed hard. His legs shaking, he wished to argue, but the emperor's imposing aura rendered him speechless. Unable to hold back, he collapsed to the ground. His teeth chattered as he prostrated himself, unable to utter a single word. This reaction revealed the lies they had previously told. Song Xing San, having never encountered the emperor, recognized the voice of the eunuch, which bore the distinct traits of one who had been castrated. He too knelt. I pay my respects to your majesty. His complexion turned pale. The other commoners, taken aback by the emperor's presence, were slow to react, kneeling with anxious expressions. The Yunwu emperor observed this spectacle. His mood soured. He fixed his gaze on Wang Qian and Wang Yu. Who gave you the audacity to speak so recklessly? Do you believe that my ministry of justice can be easily deceived? The emperor's voice was low and chilling as he regarded them. Other officials, facing the Yunwu emperor, might not withstand his presence, let alone the Wang siblings, who were meeting him for the first time. They lay prostrate, trembling, unable to utter a word. The emperor then turned to the other commoners. Do not be easily deceived by others in the future. The populace was astonished that the emperor addressed them directly, their voices wavering. We acknowledge our mistakes. A few took the lead, and soon a chorus followed. Indeed, the Yunwu emperor had no time to linger. He carried Yunwu away, who waved goodbye to Lu Dong. On the ground, Wang Qian and Wang Yu were taken away. Song Xing San and the others were spared the emperor's ire. Lu Dong escorted the departing crowd, who felt as though they had just awakened from a dream, exchanging glances of disbelief. Do we truly converse with the emperor? Goodness, our ancestral grave is emitting green smoke. I shall honor this garment at the ancestral hall. The other commoners echoed similar sentiments. By the way, I never expected that Wang Yu and Wang Qian would deceive us. They played their roles convincingly. Enough of that they almost ensnared us. Had it not been for the emperor's benevolence, we would surely have faced punishment. I never anticipated the emperor would be so kind to us. Thus, their disparaging remarks about the emperor were likely intentional deceits. The crowd engaged in animated discussions. Someone caught a glimpse of the pale-faced Song Xing San. Master Song, did you not know that the Wang siblings were wrongfully accusing someone? Hearing this, Song Xing San's complexion paled further, and he stammered, I did not know. I have merely come to assist in the judgment. I never claimed that events unfolded as the Wang siblings described. Song Xing San struggled to clarify. Chapter 106. Coercion. His statement, rather than instilling doubt, caused the previously skeptical citizens to nod in agreement. Master Song, your words ring true. We have all been deceived. The Wang siblings are utterly shameless. Indeed, previously they accused concubine Lin of abusing the emperor's favor, while her family acted with impunity. Such allegations are baseless. None of us have heard of any such occurrences. Exactly. I believe what young Master Lu said about being framed is indeed true. We must assist in clarifying this matter. Chao Guoshi was wholly indifferent to the situation concerning Wang Yu. His relationship with Yi Chaohua had deepened significantly. Chao Guoshi had merely instructed the steward to keep an eye on the Wang siblings. Thus, when the steward learned of the troubles befalling them, he hurried to inform Chao Guoshi. Chao Guoshi was in the midst of composing a letter to contact his acquaintances. My lord, a calamity has struck. The Wang siblings are in trouble. Wang Yu? Yes, the one associated with Lu Dong, the steward explained. Upon hearing Lu Dong's name, Chao Guoshi's eyes narrowed as he recalled Lu Dong's visit to concubine Lin and the subsequent consultation with physician Lin. Before long, Li Daolin found himself imprisoned, unable to escape. He was busy arranging for his subordinates to eliminate all traces of Li Daolin's associations. Moreover, he needed to rescue Yi Chaohua. He had not anticipated that the actions of the Yunwu emperor would unfold so swiftly. It wasn't until Yi Chaohua was incarcerated that he received the news. It was as though Zhao Qinshan acted on some foreknowledge, able to apprehend immediately. Even the secret entrance of Yingshun Tower had been exposed. This heightened Chao Guoshi's sense of urgency, accompanied by a strong premonition. If he did not retaliate soon, he might truly lose the opportunity. The emperor had already uncovered their stronghold. What exactly is happening? Qiao Guoshi inquired, his expression darkening. Was this not a curse upon him? Day after day, he was told that matters were dire. If he could be well, it would be a miracle. My lord, the Wang siblings are in trouble. They intended to smear Lu Dong, attempting to tarnish his reputation, to render Lu Dong unable to assist concubine Lin. However, unexpectedly, when Wang Qian sought to wrongfully accuse Lu Dong, she happened to encounter the emperor at Lu's residence. Qiao Guoshi's brow furrowed that he had not anticipated the audacity of the Wang siblings. Did Wang Yu not investigate thoroughly? The emperor's presence at Lu's residence would surely leave traces. How could they not have noticed? The steward rubbed his nose. He too felt that the Wang siblings were acting recklessly. Were they now? Qiao Guoshi massaged his temples. They had been taken away, and it is said they were sent to the Dali Temple. They are unlikely to emerge anytime soon. After internally cursing the pair, Qiao Guoshi pressed on. They have no connection to us, correct? Rest assured, my lord, their troubles do not implicate us in the slightest. That is good. Investigate thoroughly to determine precisely what transpired when the emperor was at Lu's residence, Qiao Guoshi suddenly commanded. Upon hearing the details, a glimmer of insight sparked in Qiao Guoshi's eyes, and he devised a plan. I shall pay a visit to the palace. Understood, my lord. Qiao Guoshi promptly entered the palace. Initially, he intended to visit the Dali Temple, but Zhao Qianshan proved to be an unyielding obstacle. He had no choice but to seek out the Yunwu emperor. Ultimately, Zhao Qianshan was merely a pawn of the emperor. If the emperor relented, Zhao Qianshan would be powerless. Your Majesty, I have heard that you have ventured outside the palace once more. Qiao Guoshi greeted the Yunwu emperor in the Qingjin Hall. He wore an adequately measured smile. The Yunwu emperor continued to address state affairs, not lifting his gaze, merely wiping drool from the corner of Yunwu's mouth beside him. That girl seemed to be lost in some dream. Qiao Aiqing, if you have matters to discuss, please proceed. The Yunwu emperor's demeanor was indifferent. Qiao Guoshi smiled. This humble servant has heard that your Majesty visited Lu's residence today and was besieged by a throng of unruly commoners. Qiao Aiqing, your news is indeed timely. Qiao Guoshi feigned ignorance of the underlying sarcasm. He disapproved, stating, Your Majesty, your affection for the 18th princess is due to her ability to assist the court by procuring grain. Moreover, she can provide stability to the disaster-stricken populace. However, your continual excursions with the 18th princess outside the palace is not a commendable habit. The Yunwu emperor's anger flared. I am the emperor. Do I require your permission to go wherever I please? Qiao Guoshi responded with measured patience. Your Majesty, my concerns are solely for your benefit. Are you aware of what the citizens of the capital are saying regarding your visit to Lu's residence? Qiao Guoshi's expression turned grave. Those citizens express a myriad of opinions, yet they fundamentally doubt that you are intentionally shielding young Master Lu. Even though the Wang siblings were taken to the magistrate's office and confessed on the spot, they believe it is under your coercion, fearing execution, that they falsely admitted to their crimes. To be honest, I too harbor some doubts. Is young Master Lu truly innocent in this matter? The Yunwu emperor raised his gaze, his eyes icy as they bore into him. Qiao Guoshi maintained a faint smile. Your Majesty, my intentions are solely for the sake of your reputation. Your affection for the 18th princess should not allow concubine Lin to engage in wrongdoing. Are you implying that I am lying? I would not dare. Qiao Guoshi lowered his head. This was not a matter of daring, it was an act of audacity. The Yunwu emperor chuckled in exasperation, fixing his gaze upon Qiao Guoshi's head. Qiao Aiqing, do you know how many years it has been since anyone has wronged me? I once held you in esteem. Alas, it seems you are perpetually attempting to coerce me. The Yunwu emperor's voice bore no trace of emotion. Qiao Guoshi recognized his ire, but recalled the recent shift in the Yunwu emperor's demeanor towards him and others. He understood he could no longer indulge in leniency. Your Majesty, I am only looking out for your best interests. Very well, I shall personally visit the Ministry of Justice and interrogate this case before all the civil and military officials, the Yunwu emperor declared with a smile. However, a careful observer would discern that his smile did not reach his eyes. Qiao Guoshi's heart raced at the emperor's words, and after a moment of hesitation, he acquiesced. Your Majesty, I merely hope that you're not deceived by Lu Dong. Chao Guoshi added with a forced tone. Uninformed individuals might perceive him as a benevolent figure. The Yunwu emperor tilted his head back, seated in a commanding position, and gazed coldly at him. Half a day later, the Ministry of Justice was met with a challenging case. Zhou Tsongwang, upon hearing the news, felt his scalp prickle. Whatever the matter, it had escalated to a point where he personally attended the case. Interrogating the emperor, such news had not surfaced in many years. Should it truly be uncovered that the emperor had shielded Lu Dong and wronged another, where would the emperor's dignity reside? Chapter 107 Interrogation after the questioning. Would the emperor become enraged and take action against those officials who failed to uphold his dignity? One might fear that they could be accused of any trivial offense, resulting in their homes being raided and their heads severed. Yet curiously, the emperor was about to preside over the trial without seeking counsel on how to protect Lu Dong. Was it possible that Lu Dong was truly wronged? The thoughts of Zhou Tsongwang and others were quite similar. While some anxiously awaited the emperor's reaction, others remained unfazed, such as Xiao Guiqing and her companions, who chose to focus on their work within the palace, revising examination papers. Outside the courtroom, the news had been deliberately disseminated by the emperor, and soon many citizens gathered at the magistrate's office to witness the trial. After all, it was a rare occasion for the emperor to preside over such a case. As the court convened, Zhou Tsongwang struck the gavel, silencing the crowd. He first summoned the Wang siblings. Upon entering, Wang Yu immediately knelt and declared, "My lord, I acknowledge my mistakes. I shall no longer trouble young Master Lu." Hearing this, Lu Dong shot a piercing glance at Wang Yu, whose words seemed to imply guilt but were delivered with an air of fear as he cautiously avoided looking at the emperor seated nearby. The implication was not lost on Lu Dong, who felt a surge of anger. Fortunately, he managed to regain his composure and calmly requested Wang Yu to recount the events as they unfolded. Zhou Tsongwang spoke sternly, urging Wang Yu to share his account. Wang Yu recounted the incident, echoing his previous statements before Song Xing-san. "Wang Qian, please share your perspective," Zhou Tsongwang instructed. Wang Qian, pale-faced, suddenly interjected, "My lord, my brother is lying. I was not abducted by young Master Lu." Wang Yu's expression shifted, alarmed as he glared at her. Wang Qian disregarded his gaze and continued, "I was coerced. My brother, lacking in talent and unable to succeed in his studies, sought to threaten young Master Lu upon realizing that Lu Dong's sister, Lin Fei, was favored in the palace. He wanted to compel young Master Lu to assist him in securing an official position. To make matters worse, he pressured me to become involved, intending to exploit my reputation to control young Master Lu." Lu Dong and the others exchanged dubious glances, taken aback by Wang Qian's revelations. Lu Dong, particularly surprised, harbored suspicions that she might have ulterior motives, considering her previous ruthlessness in aiding son Wensheng against him. After all, how could she now admit to such things so readily? Lu Dong's wariness was palpable. Wang Yu, incensed and anxious, urged, "Sister, I understand you have been coerced. Fear not. With the emperor and Lord Chao present, we shall surely be vindicated. Moreover, should Lu Dong be culpable, even Lin Fei cannot shield him." His words were laden with admonition. "My lord, I approached young Master Lu voluntarily to apologize, but suddenly my brother caused a commotion," Wang Qian exclaimed indignantly. "He must be plotting against young Master Lu. So I implore you to see through his deceit. My maidservant can corroborate my account." Zhou Tsongwang cast a glance at the emperor, noting the darkening expression on Lord Chao's face. He shared no collaborative ties with Lord Chao and thus remained indifferent to his feelings. "Bring forth the maidservant." Soon, the maidservant was presented. She trembled as she glanced at Wang Qian and then earnestly recounted, "My lord, I indeed followed the young lady out of the palace and went directly to visit young Master Lu. He initially did not wish for me to accompany her, but she insisted on entering to apologize." Zhou Tsongwang exhaled in relief. It was clear Wang Qian was intent on confessing, likely to secure leniency. He had previously harbored doubts about Lu Dong's actions, but now the truth appeared evident. He was indeed innocent. The intentions of Lord Chao became increasingly apparent. Lord Chao's demeanor darkened as he fixed a piercing gaze on Wang Qian, as if wishing to obliterate her with his stare. Unfortunately for him, Wang Qian was resolute in her course of action, unfazed by his hostility. Wang Yu panicked, even harboring resentment towards his sister. "My lord, they are lying. This maidservant is my sister's confidant. Her testimony cannot be considered valid." Wang Yu exclaimed frantically. He dared not contemplate the dire consequences should he be found guilty of deceit, fearing repercussions for his family as well. What evidence do you possess to substantiate your claims? Zhou Tsungwang queried. Aside from your servant, who is your subordinate? Her testimony holds no weight. Zhou Tsungwang clearly favored the emperor. Lord Chao scrutinized Wang Yu, who seemed to have received a sudden spark of inspiration. My lord, the neighbor of Lu Dong also witnessed the events. He declared. Zhou Tsungwang frowned, sensing unease at Wang Yu's exuberance, suspecting he must have some hidden support. Though reluctant to summon the neighbor, he found no grounds to refuse, especially with the emperor sitting calmly beside him, seemingly unconcerned. Did the emperor have further preparations? Zhou Tsungwang could not fathom. However, his musings were soon interrupted as the neighbor was summoned, a merchant named Fang Jie. Upon entering, Fang Jie knelt and greeted the officials. His eyes lowered in a display of subservience. Zhou Tsungwang cleared his throat and began the interrogation. Are you Fang Jie? Indeed, he replied, maintaining his composure. You reside in the neighboring estate to young Master Lu's, correct? Yes, Fang Jie confirmed methodically. Zhou Tsungwang warned him. Did you witness any women being brought down from a carriage? After a pause, Fang Jie responded, I cannot be certain. I merely heard a woman speaking nearby, seemingly in distress. The specifics elude me. His statement contained some information but lacked definitive evidence, akin to a slippery fish. Chapter 108 Betrayal, Zhou Tsungwang observed. So you did not see it with your own eyes, correct? Since the incident occurred when the side door was open. He studied Fang Jie closely, noting his composed demeanor, clearly indicating prior preparation. The emperor and Lord Chao remained inscrutable. Soon, the doorkeeper arrived and knelt, trembling as he addressed the officials. I have seen the movements at Lu's estate yesterday morning. The doorkeeper recounted. As I was about to see my master off, I noticed the door of Lu's residence wide open, and a carriage had stopped. Shortly thereafter, young Master Lu emerged, followed by his servant, who was escorting two young women who were crying out for their release. I dared not intervene, as I needed to attend to my master, so I quickly shut the door and thereafter knew nothing more. Zhou Tsungwang frowned, contemplating the doorkeeper's words for a moment. Miss Wang, do you have evidence to support your previous statements? Zhou Tsungwang shifted his focus, recognizing Wang Yu's preparations and thus seeking to break through from Wang Qian's side to avoid detection. Yet now, as she sought witnesses, she could not substantiate her claims. Wang Qian's face paled slightly. Zhou Tsungwang observed her demeanor and discerned that no useful information would be forthcoming, prompting him to exhale a sigh of disappointment. Gao Gusi, with a jovial expression, interjected, My lord, thus far, the sequence of events has become quite evident. Has Minister Chao forgotten that I was also present at the Lu residence? The Yunwu emperor suddenly asserted. Chao Guoshi's eyes darkened. Your Majesty, is it truly necessary to fabricate evidence to aid Lu Dong? As the sovereign, I have no need to resort to deception, the Yunwu emperor declared emphatically. Rising from his seat with a cold smile, he continued. I arrived at the Lu residence just before noon, having been escorted there by officials from the Dali Sea. They can attest to my presence. Upon my arrival, I spent a quarter of an hour with Lu Dong before Miss Wang Qian arrived, demanding to see him. Shortly thereafter, she emerged into the courtyard and signaled for help. Following that, Wang Yu and his entourage barged in. If inquiries are made regarding who witnessed the signal flare at that moment, the truth will be revealed. The Yunwu emperor spoke with an air of calmness. Chao Guoshi, upon hearing this, remained unperturbed. Both the Yunwu emperor and Yunwu exchanged glances laden with curiosity. Soon enough, a voice emerged. My lord, during the time His Majesty mentioned, no one saw the signal flare. Gasps of apprehension resonated among the others, fearful of offending the Yunwu emperor. The emperor chuckled. In truth, I did not fully disclose the facts. The signal flare was indeed invisible, as it lacked color and could only be heard. Chao Guoshi's expression tightened. Officials including Song Xing-san were summoned to testify. We did not hear anything, they all claimed in unison. However, some of the common folk who had accompanied them hesitated, recalling a distant sound akin to fireworks. As all eyes turned toward him, Li Dashin felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. It was rather noisy at the time, with many shouts on the main street. The commoners cannot be certain if it was merely an illusion. Zhou Tsungwang, upon hearing this, felt a sense of relief. The presence of witnesses sufficed. I too can attest to Lu Dong's innocence. At that moment, a youthful voice resonated from within the hall. All eyes instinctively turned. Xie stood outside, his face ablaze with indignation. Young Master Xie Zhou Tsungwang's eyes brightened as he inquired, Young Master Xie, do you understand that perjury carries a sentence? I speak the truth, hence I fear nothing, Xie replied with conviction. The common folk outside regarded him favorably, a reputation earned by the Xie family's military prowess throughout Daian. It was precisely this that had led to attempts to impeach the Xie clan, as the Yunwu emperor himself revered martial strength, recognizing it as the foundation of the court. However, history bore witness to the emperor's sudden demise, leading to the Xie clan's downfall and the subsequent chaos that ensued, ultimately culminating in the nation's obliteration. The rapidity of these events rendered any possibility of salvation futile. Zhou Tsungwang smiled. Young Master Xie, what can you offer? I can prove Lu Dong's innocence, Xie asserted resolutely. Yesterday morning, as I exited the armory pavilion, I happened upon the emperor's carriage. Concerned for potential trouble, I audaciously followed, witnessing the emperor enter the Lu residence. Shortly thereafter, Wang Qian arrived, vociferously protesting her exclusion, creating quite a commotion outside. Wang Qian's eyes lit up, affirming, indeed, I threatened young Master Lu in such a manner. Before long, young Master Lu emerged with her inside. I intended to leave, yet serendipitously encountered Wang Yu and his entourage seeking trouble. Zhou Tsungwang, relieved, inquired, do you possess evidence? Certainly, my friend Qi Yuan is aware, as are the tavern keepers along the way, and even some ladies who exchanged pleasantries with me. Soon, these witnesses emerged, corroborating Xie statements. Chao Guosher's expression soured upon witnessing this, though he maintained his composure. However, his gaze towards Wang Yu was akin to that of a specter. The situation had become increasingly lucid. Wang Yu, for your deceit, what punishment shall you face? Zhou Tsungwang thundered. Wang Yu's face drained of color as he glanced at Wang Qian, who appeared visibly relieved, igniting a simmering resentment within him. Suddenly, he lunged at her. I will kill you for your betrayal. Wang Qian's breath caught in her throat as he grasped her neck. Zhou Tsungwang reacted swiftly, calling for the guards to separate them. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Qian gasped for air, stealing a glance at Lu Dong. Brother Lu, I was coerced. Do not hold it against me. I have finally cleared your name. It is a relief you have not been harmed. As for the silver taken by Sun Wensheng, rest assured, I am willing to testify to ensure he returns it to you. Lu Dong's expression reflected a myriad of unspoken thoughts. No wonder Wang Qian could deceive her uncle. Her quick wit and acting skills likely fooled even herself. Yet she is intriguing, aware of the gravity of offending the emperor. She knows her lies will be scrutinized. Even with Chao Guosher's protection, she is evidently far more astute than her brother, devoid of any gambling mentality. Meanwhile, Zhou Tsungwang declared, the case has become abundantly clear. Wang Yu is the liar, and Lu Dong is innocent. Thus, the matter is resolved. Upon hearing this, Chao Guosher rose. If this case is resolved, I shall take my leave. Minister Chao, why the haste? The Yunwu emperor remained composed, observing him. My lord, it is time to interrogate those who have provided false testimony, Zhou Tsungwang interjected. At this, Chao Guosher's eyes narrowed. He finally comprehended the Yunwu emperor's intention for attending the court. It was not merely to seek justice or vindication, but to confront him. In that moment, Chao Guosher grasped the reality. He was not intimidated by the emperor. He had summoned these individuals, confident of their loyalty. Did not even Wang Qian dare to implicate him? Yes, I understand, he conceded. Zhou Tsungwang felt the pressure lift. He was astute enough to recognize that the Yunwu emperor was engaging in a battle of wits with Chao Guosher. Should he fail to seize this opportunity to address Chao Guosher, it would be a mischance, especially as he was the maternal uncle of the third prince. Even in inaction, his affiliation with the third prince would be undeniable. Should Chao Guosher support the second prince's ascension, he would surely face dire consequences. Zhou Tsungwang's expression turned serious as he gazed at the kneeling Fang Jie. Fang Jie, will you not confess the truth? With a thunderous declaration, Zhou Tsungwang's voice resonated. Fang Jie trembled, responding, My lord, I am wronged. Perhaps the commoner misheard, misled by their own confusion, hence my testimony. He immediately bowed in submission. No wonder Fang Jie had been so ambiguous from the beginning. He would undoubtedly shift the blame onto the doorkeeper. As anticipated, Fang Jie's reaction confirmed Yunwu's suspicions. It is your fault. You misled me with your words. What were you plotting? Fang Jie shouted at the doorkeeper, who quaked in fear and prostrated himself. My lord, It was I who accepted silver from young Master Wang Yu to provide false testimony. I deserve to die. The doorkeeper lamented, attempting to dash himself against a pillar, though he was swiftly restrained. Indeed, it was evident that these individuals had conspired to deceive the emperor and his uncle. Clouds of mist swirled as Yunwu Emperor listened with delight to the inquiries made by the spirited Yun. Let me see your secrets. I refuse to believe you lack gossip, she declared. With a confident tone, she revealed, this Fong Jie appears to be entirely innocent. Beneath the tiles by the well in his backyard lies a hidden stash of gold bricks. These bricks were funds provided by Yi Chaohua's family, orchestrated by Chao Guoshi, serving as a reward for his deceitful testimony. Yunwu Emperor felt a slip of paper materialize in his palm. Casually, he glanced at it before turning his gaze towards Fong Jie, who was desperately attempting to defend himself. Zhou Daren arranged for someone to search Fong's residence. There is evidence by the well in the backyard. Fong Jie's previously confident demeanor drained from his face, his fear becoming palpable. Zhou Tsongwang promptly ordered the search. Seizing the opportune moment, Chao Guoshi's expression shifted to one of shock as he realized how much Yunwu Emperor was aware of. Witnessing Fong Jie's panic confirmed for him the gravity of the situation. Internally, he cursed Fong Jie for his folly, feeling a disquieting sense of chaos and unease. When the search yielded a trove of silver, Zhou Tsongwang interrogated Fong Jie, urging him to confess. Fong Jie, still trying to argue, retorted, "My lord, I have no connection to this. I do not know how this silver came to be here." Such a defense was laughable. Not only has he received silver from Yi Chaohua, but he has also engaged in fraudulent activities, selling counterfeit tea. Zhou detailed that the good tea was hidden beneath the study in his home, alongside the inferior tea used for deception. Even the imperial palace was not spared from these counterfeit products, which they exploited for exorbitant profits. Their correspondence and ledgers were concealed beneath a tree in the courtyard of his concubine. Yunwu Emperor seized the opportunity, declaring, Fong Jie is guilty not only of forgery and accepting bribes, but also of trafficking counterfeit tea. As he is a criminal, we shall interrogate him collectively. Chao Guoshi's countenance paled, instinctively wanting to halt the proceedings but caught off guard, unable to formulate a counterargument. Yunwu Emperor regarded him with a knowing smile, taunting. Could it be that you, Chao Daren, would defend a criminal? Chao Guoshi opened his mouth, attempting to clarify, Your Majesty, I simply wish to avoid wasting your time. I am pleased, the Emperor replied, as Zhou Tsongwang had already dispatched individuals to investigate. With a specific location provided, evidence was soon retrieved. Upon reviewing the correspondence and financial records, Zhou Tsongwang gasped in astonishment. Fong Jie had illicitly profited over 1 million taels of silver from the sale of counterfeit tea within just this year. The sheer magnitude of their greed was evident. Your Majesty, observe this, Zhou urged, but the Emperor waved his hand dismissively, instructing him merely to recite the findings. Yunwu Emperor's gaze bore into Chao Guoshi's face, deliberately provoking him. With a composed demeanor, Chao Guoshi remained silent. Zhou Tsongwang continued, the records indicate that over the past year, Fong Jie and Yi Chaohua profited from selling Qingyan tea throughout Dian, amassing a fortune of 1 million taels. However, the tax recorded is a mere 10,000 taels. This evidence is irrefutable. Furious, Zhou Tsongwang admonished, Fong Jie, will you not confess? You have evaded taxes and sold counterfeit tea. Your crime warrants the death penalty. If you confess sincerely, perhaps we can spare your family from involvement. Witnessing the evidence emerge, Fong Jie understood he could not escape death, especially with the Emperor personally overseeing the matter. In a moment of desperation, he confessed, it is all the fault of a commoner. I acknowledge my wrongdoing. Meanwhile, Yi Chaohua, another implicated individual, was summoned to the court by Zhou Tsongwang, armed with the Emperor's decree. Upon his arrival, he was forced to kneel and immediately recognized Chao Guoshi's presence, which startled him. His attention was drawn to the figure clad in imperial yellow. A sense of foreboding overtook him. Zhou Tsongwang queried, is this the royal merchant Yi Chaohua? To which Yi Chaohua cautiously affirmed, it is I. Do you recognize the man beside you? Zhou pressed. Yi Chaohua glanced at Fong Jie, who dared not meet his gaze. His face ashen. A sense of dread filled Yi Chaohua as he acknowledged, I do. Zhou then inquired if he had engaged in selling tea with Fong Jie. The implication of the question was clear. Yi Chaohua hesitated, yes, that is correct, but before he could continue his defense, Chao Guoshi suddenly coughed, silencing him. Zhou Tsongwang, displeased, cast a glance at Chao Guoshi, Are you unwell, Darren? This court is serious. Even if you are ill, you must endure. The tension was palpable as Yi Chaohua was commanded to confess. Zhou's voice cut through the air. Yi Chaohua, will you not admit your wrongdoing? Yi Chaohua clenched his teeth. I do not know what crime I have committed. Zhou pressed on, accusing him of colluding with Fang Jie to sell counterfeit tea while evading taxes and falsifying ledgers. Do you confess? Yi Chaohua's eyes widened in disbelief. I refuse to admit it, he retorted vehemently. I knew he would not confess, Zhou thought to himself, relieved that the emperor had preserved evidence of his crimes from the outset. Yi Chaohua, realizing the futility of further denial, ultimately capitulated. I confess. I am willing to donate the silver earned from tea sales. I beg for my life. However, Yunwu Emperor sought not Yi Chaohua's life, but rather to ensure justice was served. Yi Chaohua, your eldest son, guilty of heinous acts, shall also face judgment. Zhou's eyes sparkled with surprise. The emperor had unearthed solid evidence. Fortunately for him, his household had maintained strict discipline, preventing any young ones from engaging in such nefarious activities. Soon, Yi Chaohua's eldest son was brought forth. Following a thorough inquiry, he was found guilty of abducting another man's wife and plotting the murder of her husband. Sentenced to execution. Terrified, Yi Chaohua's son pleaded for his father's help, but Yi Chaohua's face turned pallid, devoid of any reaction. The son was led away. Believing the ordeal had concluded, Chao Guishi and others shared the same sentiment, signaling to Yi Chaohua that he could leave, assured that his family would be safe. Yet, it soon became evident that they were gravely mistaken. The Yi family is not merely ensnared by the actions of Yi Chaohua's eldest son. It was revealed that the second son harbored a grotesque proclivity, having harmed several innocent children. He served as a protector for those involved in abduction, and the corpses of beautiful children lay hidden in the pond of his courtyard, the number of remains buried there beyond reckoning. The second young master of the Yi family is truly despicable. Yunwu frowned, clearly displeased, and promptly reported this to the emperor. Yi-san is no paragon of virtue either. He was fully aware of the crimes committed by his elder brother, yet chose to remain silent. Not only did he assist in concealing the truth, but he also hoarded grain, profiting during the calamity that struck the provinces. He stockpiled grain and deliberately inflated prices, causing the cost of food to soar in several provinces closely related to Bounding Fu. The critical issue was that there was indeed a scarcity of grain in the market, enabling their nefarious dealings to go unnoticed. In a bid to disguise their actions, the grain they sold was even priced lower than that of other merchants, unaware that these merchants were merely scapegoats for the Yi family. The inflated prices were a result of their manipulation, having sold the grain to these merchants under the guise of foreign traders. Now, the remaining grain merchants found themselves unable to lower prices. The Yi family, leveraging their control over grain, amassed over 500,000 taels of silver, all of which were funneled to Chao Guishi. Upon hearing this, Yunwu's expression shifted. While he was already aware that Chao Guishi possessed private soldiers, he had not anticipated such a staggering amount of silver. It was shocking that Chao Guishi had not utilized this wealth for military purposes, but instead hoarded it, preparing to win over hearts during the struggle for succession. Moreover, he used these funds to procure harmful substances for Xianfei. Perhaps the emperor himself was unaware that the poison afflicting him had been acquired by Chao Guishi from the west, costing 100 taels for a single dose. Yunwu's face darkened as he inwardly scoffed. His life must be worth a great deal for Chao Guishi to spend such a fortune on poison rather than military supplies. Should he commend Chao Guishi for his cunning or his overconfidence? He did not maintain private soldiers, nor did he leave behind any incriminating evidence. Even if Yunwu suspected his disloyalty, he could find no proof and was thus powerless. Consequently, he resorted to using silver to bribe officials and military leaders in the court, thereby seizing military authority. Yet, he failed to consider that, apart from the Xie family forces, the current soldiers of the court would collapse swiftly under the infiltration of the Chu. Chao Guishi's focus was solely on internal strife, neglecting the external threat, a situation both tragic and infuriating. As the confrontation progressed, Yunwu regarded him with a frigid demeanor, aware that other members of the Yi family had yet to be interrogated. Zhou Tsongwang and Chao Guishi exchanged urgent glances. The latter felt a growing anxiety, uncertain how much the emperor truly knew. This sensation of being seen through was profoundly unsettling, especially when it came from an adversary. Go to the second young master's courtyard pond and dig a little. Also, bring evidence from Yi Chaohua's study in the suburban villa. With each command from Yunwu Di, Chao Guoshi, and Yi Chaohua's expressions darkened further. Zhou Tsongwang, however, was filled with excitement and promptly dispatched personnel to investigate. Yi Chaohua attempted to resist, but was swiftly silenced and bound in place. Yunwu Di and Chao Guoshi stood in opposition, both understanding each other's intentions. Chao Guoshi calculated how much information the emperor possessed, realizing he was in a precarious position. Despite his myriad thoughts, he could not leave the court, particularly not in front of so many commoners and political rivals. It was at this moment that Chao Guoshi realized he had fallen into a disadvantageous position, and the so-called interrogation was merely a trap set by Yunwu Di. Regrets surged within him, coupled with a sense of fear. Soon, Zhou Tsongwang's men returned. Your Majesty, during our attempt to apprehend him, the second young master of the Yi family resisted fiercely, almost resulting in a fatality, but he has been subdued. Yunwu Di was displeased. With so many personnel arranged, how could there still be an incident? This is utterly ineffective. The officers, witnessing Yunwu Di's frown, all knelt, their faces filled with trepidation. Zhou Tsongwang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, realizing the emperor deemed his subordinates incompetent. What has transpired? He inquired with a slight cough. What was even more infuriating was that, upon realizing they could not resist, they attempted to set fire to the courtyard housing the study. The steward who instigated this had already been subdued and even attempted to take his own life. As the officer recounted this, a disheveled middle-aged man was brought in, bound and covered in dust. Zhou Tsongwang was taken aback by their audacity. He understood that Yi Chaohua must have done something egregious. Have you obtained any evidence? He asked, frowning. The officer replied, honestly, we have secured quite a bit. Though some was burned, the crucial evidence remains intact. Without hesitation, Zhou Tsongwang descended from his position and quickly reviewed the documents. Upon discovering that Yi Chaohua had hoarded grain in Baoningfu, selling it at exorbitant prices, thus exacerbating the plight of the common people, he bellowed, Yi Chaohua, you have profited 500,000 taels from the suffering of the disaster-stricken. Do you realize how many lives your actions have cost? You truly deserve death. At this point, there was no need for further evidence. Yi Chaohua's fate was sealed. Yunwu Di rose and fixed his gaze upon Chao Guoshi, declaring, since he has caused the deaths of so many innocents, the entire Yi family shall be exterminated. With this proclamation, the fate of the Yi family was sealed. Chao Guoshi's pupils constricted. He understood that Yunwu Di was threatening him. Yi Chaohua collapsed to the ground, dazed and deeply affected. As he was led away, the commoners outside spat at him, showering him with curses and condemning him to eternal infamy. Yunwu Di, carrying Yunwu, stood up and said coolly, Zhou Tsongwang, continue the trial for the forthcoming cases and ensure justice for the victims. Yes. Yunwu Di smiled at Chao Guoshi. Once you have rested, you may return to the palace to serve. Chao Guoshi discerned that Yunwu Di was prompting him to make a choice. Silently, he rose. Yes, Your Majesty. Chao Guoshi resolutely turned to leave, seemingly saying nothing, yet an unspoken battle raged between him and Yunwu Di. The astute officials observed intently. Yet half of the court officials were loyal to Chao Guoshi. This alone was sufficient to keep everyone on edge. The commoners hurriedly dispersed, making way. As he reached the entrance, someone in the crowd questioned, Your Majesty, why would you willingly subject yourself to interrogation? You are the emperor. Should you not be inherently innocent? Zhou Tsongwang and the others, having just released a sigh of relief, felt their hearts leap at the boldness of the inquiry, fearing that Yunwu Di might erupt in anger. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yunwu Di smiled and replied, First, a sovereign is subject to the law just as commoners are. Secondly, I hope the people can face injustice bravely and seek vindication from a court. I do not desire officials who abuse their power, nor do I wish for commoners to do so. Justice must exist in this world, and I shall strive for a better life for the people. The populace was astonished, never having anticipated such words from the emperor. The meaning was clear. He was indeed speaking on behalf of the common folk. As soon as Yunwu Di departed, the commoners erupted in excitement, proclaiming that the emperor was a good man. Zhou Tsongwang was the first to realize the emperor's intent. Chao Guoshi sought to diminish the emperor's authority by subjecting him to interrogation, yet Yunwu Di adeptly turned this situation to garner public favor. It was evident that Yunwu Di had outmaneuvered him. Within half a day, the words spoken by Yunwu Di regarding the sovereign being as accountable as the commoners spread throughout the capital. A considerable number of commoners harbored a favorable impression of the emperor. In fact, many officials, upon hearing the words of YNWD, grasped that he was issuing a warning to them. The following morning, his statements were documented. The ordinary populace regarded YNWD as a sagacious ruler, while the officials felt a tightening of their nerves. Those who had committed transgressions hurried to seek out Ogu-sh, pleading, "My lord, what does the emperor intend? Is he planning to rectify all of us errant officials?" A group of officials could hardly remain composed. Among those accompanying Ogu-sh, there were a few who had not committed offenses, albeit they were a mere minority. This anxiety was not confined to this group. Numerous other officials, unassociated with Ogu-sh, were equally distressed. All of them had, without exception, transgressed the law. However, in contrast to the turbulent atmosphere within the capital, the officials from the provinces remained relatively unconcerned. They did not believe YNWD possessed the capability to uncover every wrongdoing. Chapter 112. What needs cooperation furthermore? Being so distant, they had long since destroyed any incriminating evidence upon hearing the news. Had they been aware of YNWD's prowess, their complacency would have vanished. This scenario was evidently orchestrated by YNWD. Ogu-sh regarded the anxious officials before him with a composed demeanor and remarked, "Will you not hurry to clean up your mess? My lord, during my investigation, I found that the speaking officials had weak voices," one said cautiously, casting a wary glance at him. Ogu-sh furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What did you discover?" The official, sensing the gravity of the situation, lowered his voice, too intimidated to meet Ogu-sh's gaze. Ogu-sh remained silent. After an indeterminate period, he coldly questioned the officials who had approached him, discovering that they were all implicated by the evidence, over a dozen in number, which was not excessive, considering he dealt with hundreds of officials. Ogu-sh waved his hand, instructing, "You shall await news from me." "Yes, yes," replied the officials, though they left CO's residence filled with dread at the thought of YNWD targeting them. Lacking any means of salvation from Ogu-sh, they began to visit one another. Naturally, news of these visits reached Ogu-q-ing and others. That very night, YNWD was approached by two elder ministers. "Your Majesty, what are your intentions? What do you require of us?" Ogu-q-ing and the others were considerably alarmed by YNWD, fearing that the officials might be provoked into reckless actions, leading to chaos in DYN. Who could predict how those from DCH would respond? YNWD raised an eyebrow, affirming, "Indeed, there are matters requiring your assistance." These individuals were all errant officials, now undoubtedly in a state of panic. You need not concern yourselves with them. They are guilty of severe crimes, which cannot be overlooked. I have already controlled their numbers. As for the remaining officials, many have erred, yet their transgressions do not involve loss of life. I require the two of you to assist in maintaining communication with them, ensuring they do not panic and act foolishly. Upon recalling the existence of the 18th princess, Ogu-q-ing felt reassured, understanding that the evidence against these officials was indisputable. It was not surprising to have such a multitude involved, given the rarity of genuinely clean officials within court. The adage, "Water so clear has no fish," is well understood by them. However, this does not imply that officials guilty of murder should be tolerated. There is a fundamental distinction between the two. "Your Majesty, are you not concerned that those from DCH might take advantage of the situation to contact these officials?" Ogu-q-ing and his companion recalled previous incidents involving CH-ing, feeling somewhat uneasy. They began to strategize on how to stabilize the situation and prevent DCH from seizing the opportunity to exploit it. "I suspect CH-ing has not departed from DYN. He is likely using this opportunity to deal with Ogu-sh to lure him out." YNWD calmly articulated his thoughts. Ogu-q-ing's eyes brightened, invigorated by the notion. Ultimately, his foremost concern remained the stability of DYN. "Your Majesty, do you have confidence in capturing them?" he inquired, expressing concern over the numerous spies that DCH had embedded within DYN. "As long as the military remains intact, DCH cannot easily breach the capital," YNWD proclaimed with a defiant tone. Jiang stroked his chin, stating, "Your Majesty, it is rumored that in this case, YZH-Ohu has embezzled a considerable sum of silver and hoarded a significant quantity of grain. Who do you wish to arrange to collect this grain? What recommendations do you have?" Jiang. YNWD pondered potential candidates. Although he had dispatched the Dragon Guards to monitor the situation, it was impractical to rely solely on them. He needed to find a civil official to collaborate with a military official. Jiang suggested, Your Majesty, are you aware of the young master of the ZHO family? ZHOYSHN? ZHO family? YNWD murmured thoughtfully. Jiang elaborated. He is the eldest son of Duke ZHO, and the ZHO family has ties to the CO family through marriage. ZHOYSHN's elder brother wed the daughter of COGUSH's second brother. However, the two families have had little interaction due to the strained relationship between COGUSH and his brother. Outsiders believe the ZHO family aims to avoid suspicion and the emperor's scrutiny. Yet, as far as I know, ZHOYSHN shares a strong bond with the crown prince, and they have trained together in the camp, showcasing considerable skill. He is a born military talent. However, the ZHO family has already been granted nobility, and their ancestors were stripped of their titles by the former emperor due to excessive arrogance when wielding military power. Thus, the ZHO family currently holds only a title without real authority, regarded as an old aristocracy in the capital, wielding limited influence. If ZHOYSHN wishes to join the military, it is likely to draw the emperor's ire. Therefore, he has never displayed his martial prowess. YNWD did not exhibit the same skepticism as before upon hearing a name. Why does Jiang believe ZHOYSHN is suitable for use? Jiang smiled like a cunning fox, responding, Your Majesty. Consider this. If you were to appoint ZHOYSHN as one of your envoys to collect the grain for the imperial granary, it would leave outsiders uncertain of your intentions. However, one thing is certain. You would not implicate others due to COGUSH. Of course, how you choose to proceed is secondary. The primary objective is to create a smokescreen for these court officials to prevent them from panicking and acting foolishly. As long as they remain composed, we can gradually gain control over the court. A dual approach yields superior results. Naturally, this second aspect was a reflection of the old minister's personal interests. His son-in-law served as a general in the northern camp and had personally trained HOYSHN. The old minister had previously been curious about the situation, and given the presence of the 18th princess, he felt emboldened to speak candidly, unafraid of any potential misunderstanding from the emperor. Jiang's confident assertions rendered YNWD momentarily speechless with amusement. Haha, you are merely gossiping, he remarked. Jiang's face flushed crimson, feeling awkward. He was well aware that his secrets had been exposed by the 18th princess, and he would have to accept the consequences of being mocked. After sharing a laugh, YNWD turned serious, stating, I shall consider this. Now, regarding the civil official, who should we appoint? Xiaogu contemplated, suggesting, we could arrange for someone from COGUSH's circle, preferably one whose resolve is not particularly strong. This way, it would allow COGUSH's group to become more assertive without driving them into desperation to collaborate with DCH. COGUSH would inevitably suffer in silence, as he alone understands that ZHOYSHN is not aligned with him. Additionally, we can gauge ZHOYSHN's loyalty. If he proves to be genuinely loyal, he may yet be of use, as DYN currently requires capable military leaders. Chapter 113. Is this not a death wish? Jiang chuckled nearby, remarking on the depth of Lord Zhao's thoughts. This method is quite ingenious. Xiao Guiqing rolled his eyes at him. Do not presume I cannot discern your mockery. The Yunwu emperor paid no heed to their exchange, rapping his fingers on the table as a name swiftly emerged in his mind. Let the right minister of war, Zhou Wenshun, take charge. The name escaped his lips. Zhou Wenshun? Yunwu stirred from his slumber, yawning. The previously engrossed trio fell silent in unison. How peculiar it is for a pedantic civil official to serve as a minister of war. Surely, one should select a civil servant well-versed in military affairs. No wonder I have always found the Dayan army somewhat peculiar. It is now evident why. The leaders managing the military have no military training whatsoever. To meddle in matters they know little about is akin to an amateur directing a professional. This is untenable. It leads to chaos and waste of resources. These officials in such positions must surely address relevant governmental affairs. One cannot expect a farmer to delve into research, nor should a warrior be reduced to squabbling in the court. Zhou Wenshun's household is indeed in disarray. His favoritism toward his wife and dismissal of his concubines is troubling, especially considering his primary wife is a merchant. From a humble background, he managed to rise to prominence thanks to his merchant wife. He promptly ingratiated himself, becoming a student of the Chow family. With his wife's financial support to his colleagues, he secured his current position. Yet, once elevated, he turned his back on those who helped him. He favors his concubine while neglecting his legitimate children, a true scoundrel. The Yunwu emperor frowned slightly. Though an emperor, he was unique in that he had never established an empress. All his offspring were born of concubines, and he had meticulously controlled the court to prevent infighting from causing casualties among his princes and princesses. He had managed to keep so many alive, yet he never anticipated that the bloodline he safeguarded with such care would nearly be eradicated by the Xinfei. Taking a deep breath, he regarded Zhou Wenshun with disdain. However, he quickly conceived a plan. This situation might be of use to him. Your Majesty, although Zhou Wenshun serves as the Minister of War, he lacks military training and is akin to a wealthy layman. There is no need to grant him any privileges. He should simply follow Zhao Yushan's orders. Xiao Guiqing instinctively detested Zhou Wenshun and spoke without restraint. The Yunwu emperor had no intention of entrusting the authority of the imperial envoy to Zhou Wenshun. He was merely an afterthought. Zhao Yushan, isn't he a close friend to the crown prince? Indeed, both he and the crown prince are remarkably talented. Had history not intervened, the crown prince would have undoubtedly become an exceptional general. Records indicate that prior to the Daju's invasion of the capital, there were indeed those who resisted. Zhao Yushan, being of ordinary status, escaped the notice of both the new emperor's faction and the Zhu. Before the Daju forces breached the city, he bravely faced the remnants of the capital's army. Regrettably, the Daju were already aware of the troop count within the capital. They had dispatched an overwhelming force of 200,000, and Zhao Yushan held them at bay for 3 days before sacrificing himself. Such a tragic fate. It is astonishing that a seemingly inconspicuous youth of 17 or 18 possessed such formidable capabilities. Even if he only delayed the inevitable for 3 days, it was evident that his skills were remarkable. Had he fought in a different locale or had support, the outcome might have been entirely different. The Yunwu emperor, a seasoned warrior himself, understood the rarity of Zhao Yushan's 3-day resistance. Xiao Guiqing and Jiang shared an admiring sentiment. Yes, Zhao Yushan is indeed a valuable asset. What surprises he may bring remains to be seen. That day, the Yunwu emperor summoned both Zhao Yushan and Zhou Wenshun to the Qingzhen Hall. Commoners pay their respects to your majesty. This official pays respects to your majesty. Both knelt in greeting. The Yunwu emperor observed Zhao Yushan, whose demeanor resembled that of a resilient pine, exuding pride and vitality even in the emperor's presence. You are Zhao Yushan? Indeed. The Yunwu emperor approached him, stating, I have heard of your impressive skills. Show me your prowess. Zhao Yushan's pupils constricted, a flicker of surprise evident in his eyes. Understood. Though apprehensive, he respectfully acquiesced. Linen, step forward and spar with Zhao Yushan. Yes. The esteemed eunuch approached, smiling as he clasped his hands. Master Zhao, feel free to use your full strength. Understood. Zhao Yushan dared not hold back, especially upon realizing Lin An's considerable skills, and immediately engaged in combat. The two fought fiercely within the Grand Hall, and even Zhou Wenshun could see their impressive abilities. Moreover, given that Lin An had been trained by the Yunwu emperor himself, Zhao Yushan's ability to hold his own against him signaled an extraordinary talent at such a young age. Zhou Wenshun's eyes flickered with jealousy. Well done. The Yunwu emperor clapped his hands, expressing admiration for Zhao Yushan. With such talent, the emperor felt increasingly satisfied, provided the individual remained loyal to him and the court. Your performance today was commendable. What do you desire? I shall fulfill it. Zhao Yushan, shocked, exchanged glances with Zhou Wenshun, who could hardly believe the emperor's words. What did I shall fulfill it imply? One must remember that words from the emperor carried weight. Should Zhao Yushan request a noble title or an exemption from death, a refusal would indeed be awkward and tarnish the emperor's reputation. Thus, what was the Yunwu emperor's intent? Zhao Yushan, still young, struggled to comprehend the emperor's meaning. He hesitated, glancing at Linen. Perhaps it was the encouragement in Lin An's gaze, or perhaps he had long harbored dreams he could no longer suppress. Closing his eyes, he boldly declared, Your Majesty, I wish to enter the military. Oh, enter the military? Upon uttering those words, Zhao Yushan no longer stuttered. He even dared not raise his gaze to meet the Yunwu emperors. Nearby, Zhou Wenshun scoffed internally. Believing Zhao Yushan had grown too accustomed to a life of comfort to audaciously covet military power. The Zhao family might very well face repercussions for this. However, considering the Zhao family's ties to the Chao family, Zhou Wenshun felt a twinge of concern, fearing that any misfortune befalling Zhao Yushan might also ensnare them in the turmoil. Chapter 114. Are you being given face? While it appeared that the Chao family brothers were at odds, everyone believed that should the Chao family encounter a life-or-death crisis, Chao heir would undoubtedly intervene. No matter how great the conflict, could one truly stand idly by while their brother faced peril? Thus, the Zhao family was quietly aligned with the Chao family's faction. Just as Zhou Wenshun was lost in thought, the Yunwu emperor made a startling proclamation. Your skills are commendable. Coincidentally, the northern camp is in need of a third-rank general, and you shall take on the role. However, this batch of soldiers comprises new recruits. I hope to see a transformation in them within 3 months. Zhao Yushan could scarcely believe his ears. Zhou Wenshun mirrored his astonishment, initially concluding that the Yunwu emperor had lost his mind by entrusting military authority to a member of the Zhao family. His second thought was regarding the northern camp. Though he did not have full oversight, he was well aware of its situation and the origins of these new troops. Could it be that the Emperor Yunwu was merely jesting? Your Majesty, I, Zhao Yushan, hesitated but briefly before acquiescing. I am willing. Your Majesty. Zhou Wenshun, upon hearing this, was taken aback and instinctively opened his mouth to dissuade. However, as he began to speak, he realized that if he intervened, he would be obstructing his own comrade. Yet, if he did not intervene, he sensed something amiss. What troubles you, Minister Zhou? He managed to stammer, still in shock, for it was rather irregular for young Master Zhao to be appointed so swiftly. He wondered if the emperor might wish to confer with the cabinet regarding this matter. Zhou Wenshun's words were cautious, implying that he desired the emperor to secure approval from the officials to finalize this appointment. The emperor raised an eyebrow. Do I require the cabinet's consent to appoint an envoy? Envoy? Zhou Wenshun was perplexed. The emperor spoke with a calm demeanor. It is quite simple. I task you both with traveling to the northwestern provinces to transport the grain hoarded by Yi Chaohua into the state granaries, and to regulate the grain prices in several provinces. Zhou Wenshun finally grasped the situation. Am I also to be one of the envoys, Your Majesty? However, I am merely the Deputy Minister of War. I fear I might not execute this task adequately. Inadequately? The emperor fixed him with a cold gaze, a sneer escaping his lips. If you cannot manage such a trivial matter, what use do I have for you? If you cannot resolve this, then return to your hometown. Zhou Wenshun was instantly paralyzed with fear, kneeling before the emperor, drenched in cold sweat. Realizing he was not a minister of the Chao state and had no grounds to oppose Emperor Yunwu, he should have sought to delay the situation. Yet, it was too late for regrets. The emperor's decision to employ Zhao Yushan had astonished him to the point of speaking his mind. I understand my error. I shall ensure the task is executed well. The emperor regarded him with disdain, thinking that had this man not yet taken a life, he would have found a reason to dismiss him. Indeed, there are always ineffectual officials who occupy their positions without contributing. However, he cannot be bothered to hold a grudge against someone he would not encounter again. Enough, you two, heed my orders. The emperor gave his command, and even in the presence of Zhou Wenshun, bestowed a token of authority upon Zhao Yushan, indicating that he would lead the expedition. Zhou Wenshun was not surprised. After all, it was unusual for Emperor Yunwu to have faith in him. As he exited the Hall of Governance, he smiled at Zhao Yushan. Yushan, this task will not be easy. You are still young. If you have any uncertainties, do not hesitate to consult your uncle. With a day remaining before departure, when shall you visit Lord Chao? If convenient, let's go together. Zhou Wenshun appeared to smile at Zhao Yushan, yet his true intent was to exert influence over him. Zhao Yushan, his handsome visage clouded with displeasure, retorted, Lord Zhou, who said I was going to see Lord Chao? We set off early tomorrow. You ought to prepare your belongings and manage your current affairs. If you delay our journey, I shall be unable to assist you. With that, Zhao Yushan turned on his heel and departed. You impudent lad, newly appointed and already dictating to me? Zhou Wenshun fumed, but Zhao Yushan had already left. He was tall and had no time to linger, especially with the new recruits awaiting him. Zhou Wenshun, dissatisfied and eager to inform Lord Chao, hastily exited the palace to seek him out. Lord Chao was originally preparing to meet Yunshun at Chongshan Temple when he encountered Zhou Wenshun. Noticing that he had something to convey, "Speak, what is it?" Lord Chao rubbed his temples, troubled by his recent losses, the only solace being that his connections with Yi Chaohua and others had not left any incriminating evidence. In fact, the silver he had received was never in his name, having avoided direct correspondence with Yi Chaohua. His caution had spared him from Emperor Yunwu's grasp. Otherwise, he would be imprisoned, not Yi Chaohua. However, without Yi Chaohua's substantial support and the students beneath him, he knew they would all suffer to varying degrees. He was acutely aware that he could not withstand this for long, should Emperor Yunwu decide to target him. With the assistance of the seasoned ministers Xiao Guiqing and Jiang, as well as the Xie family army, his chances of regaining former power were slim. Two paths lay before him. Either submit to Emperor Yunwu and relinquish his current power to protect his family, or strive for a comeback, seizing the opportunity for glory. Lord Chao's gaze darkened. "My lord, the emperor summoned both myself and Zhao Yushan today. We are to become envoys to collect Yi Chaohua's grain. Zhao Yushan, that young upstart, has become arrogant so soon, disregarding my authority. He is disrespecting not just you, but my lord as well." Lord Chao's expression shifted. "You refer to Zhao Yushan, the second son of the Zhao Duke?" "Indeed," Zhou Wenshun nodded, his tone accusatory. "The emperor even granted him a token of authority. That lad will lead the expedition. I fear he wishes to overshadow me. What can a mere youth, yet to fully mature, accomplish? My lord, you must teach him a lesson to ensure I can manage this expedition. I will cooperate with you later. The grain is substantial, along with Ye's assets in those provinces, shops and such, all amounting to a considerable fortune. If it falls into the emperor's hands..." Lord Chao's voice nearly emerged through clenched teeth. "Zhao Yushan is not under my command." Chapter 115. Poisoning what? Zhou Wenshun's plans evaporated with this single utterance. His countenance shifted dramatically. "Yet the emperor has already appointed us. Am I to let Zhao Yushan dictate my actions?" Zhou Wenshun, having thrived in the Ministry of War for many years, could hardly tolerate Zhao Yushan's demeanor, especially since he was an adversary. Did this not suggest a bleak future for him? Lord Chao's face turned serious. "Take this poison." "Poison? If Zhao Yushan proves disobedient on the journey, administer it. As long as he falls ill, you will find an opportunity to control the expedition. Just ensure it is not fatal." Lord Chao, pushed to ruthlessness by Emperor Yunwu, was not naturally of a gentle disposition. His ability to maintain composure until now stemmed from his apprehension of the emperor. Yet, what wisdom or caution could a mere youth, who had only passed the imperial examination, possess? Zhou Wenshun gasped, but hesitated not to accept the poison. "My lord, I understand. As long as there are no fatalities, even the emperor cannot do anything about him." Unbeknownst to Zhao Yushan, the two were plotting against him. After Zhou Wenshun departed, Lord Chao made his way to the temple to meet Yunshun. "Your Highness, we can no longer afford to endure. We have been cornered by the emperor. What are your thoughts?" Lord Chao inquired, scrutinizing Yun Chen's countenance. "Uncle, do you mean we should take action?" Yun Chen paused, his fingers ceasing their movement over the prayer beads. "How much confidence do you have?" Yun Chen questioned, his expression solemn. Lord Chao, however, smiled. "As long as the second prince is willing to cooperate, we will have no issues." His tone exuded confidence, even a hint of arrogance, as though he had prepared thoroughly, merely awaiting Yun Chen's agreement. "What do you plan to do?" "Your Highness, the emperor has recently dispatched the third prince and others away, leaving only the western prince and fifth prince in the capital as potential adversaries. These two lack powerful maternal families and pose little threat. However, to prevent them from causing trouble, I must trouble you to assist in dealing with them." "Deal with them?" Yin Shan frowned. "Uncle, do you mean to say I should take their lives now?" "Uncle, you cannot naively believe that by eliminating them, the other courtiers will refrain from supporting other princes and opposing us." Chao Guoshi chuckled lightly. "Your Highness, this is precisely your naivety. As long as the emperor bestows the throne upon you and you ascend to that position, what mischief can those underage princes conjure? I can assist you in resolving these troubles. In due time, they will all live under your command, and you will be free to act as you wish." Chao Guoshi's implication was quite clear. He evidently held the underage princes in contempt. For the first time, Yunshin recognized the audacity of Chao Guoshi, which surpassed his expectations. What was the source of his confidence? "Your Highness, you are not feeling soft-hearted, are you?" Chao Guoshi narrowed his eyes, advising, "If anything were to happen to me, it would only complicate your ascent to that position. When the other princes take power, your circumstances will be dire. Unless you intend to remain in this temple for life, your life would be at stake. The old minister trusted that the prince could discern the necessity of choices. Yunshin's expression turned to one of indignation, his voice resolute. I shall not allow myself to descend to such depths. Your Highness, if you understand, I shall rest easy, Chao Guisha replied with a pleased demeanor. Then take this medicine, and heed my instructions. Once you have dealt with those two princes, I shall also take the life of the Yunwu emperor. At that point, you need only follow my directives. This he refrained from disclosing to Yunshin. Pondering, Yunshin cast a worried glance at Chao Guisha, her uncle. Can your plan truly guarantee success? Rest assured, our fates are intertwined. I would not gamble with my family's lives. Yunshin frowned, yet I feel this is too hasty. Administering the poison to my father is no small feat furthermore. It is quite difficult for me to meet the two princes. You need only find an excuse tomorrow to bring them to the temple, Chao Guisha suggested nonchalantly. In the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, surely you are not afraid of such a simple task? There is no need for concern. Merely ensure that the two princes fall ill. At that point, even if those officials wish to act, they will have to consider the prince's health, will they not? Yunshin raised an eyebrow. So, you mean this medicine will not be fatal? Correct. It is the same as the poison administered to the Yunwu emperor. Understood. Tomorrow, I shall invite the two princes. Yunshin dismissed the confident Chao Guisha and promptly summoned the long way left by the Yunwu emperor to his side, dividing the poison in half. He deliberately left the other half in a conspicuous location. When Master Yunrun visited Yunshin, he happened to notice it and picked it up, sniffing it. His expression suddenly changing. Realizing he was in Yunshin's quarters, he inquired, Your Highness, what is this medicine? Yunshin frowned. How did you acquire it? I picked it up next to the cushion, he replied. You ought to be more vigilant. This medicine is no good. Do not ingest it by mistake. Yunshin gazed at him with a mix of exasperation and confusion, unsure whether to appreciate his concern for himself or to criticize his lack of empathy for others. I am well aware, he responded. What do you intend to do with this medicine? You have never left the temple. How could you procure such poison? Yunshin detected an underlying implication in his ornate speech, raising an eyebrow. Master, do you know where this poison originates? It must have cost a fortune. Master Yunrun hesitated, casting a doubtful glance at Yunshin. Your Highness, you did not arrange for someone to procure this poison, did you? You mentioned previously that you lacked the funds to repair the Buddha statue. You would not deceive me. It was just today that Lord Chao visited. Surely he must have brought this poison. Yunshin nodded. Indeed, it was given to me by my uncle. Master Yunrun's heart raced. Your Highness, he would not compel you to commit any nefarious acts, would he? What nonsense are you speaking? Will I be coerced by him? Yunshin shot him a disapproving glance. Master Yunrun quickly sought to placate him. Your Highness, of course, it is merely that Lord Chao is rather audacious. You must remain vigilant around him. Should you require assistance, you may always seek my help. Chapter 116. Alliance. Yunshin casually handed the poison to him, stating, There's indeed a matter I need you to assist me with. This poison, I intend to invite the Western Prince and the Fifth Prince tomorrow. You will administer this poison to them. What? Master Yunrun's hand trembled, his voice faltering. He swallowed hard, looking at Yunshin, who appeared serious, feeling a surge of anxiety. Your Highness, are you truly planning to harm the two princes? This is moving too quickly. Do you object? Yunshin regarded him coolly. Master Yunrun, still eager to curry favor, dared not refuse and ultimately gritted his teeth in agreement. Although he felt some dissatisfaction upon learning that this scheme originated from Chao Guisha, he also recognized that Yunshin becoming emperor would benefit him. Your Highness, I shall ensure it is done flawlessly and no suspicion will fall upon you. After saying this, Master Yunrun took the poison and departed. Yunshin watched his retreating figure and after a moment summoned a hidden guard, instructing, find a way to steal the poison from him tonight. Understood. After organizing the details, Yunshin felt a surge of anxiety. He would certainly comply with Chao Guisha, but if Master Yunrun were careless and lost the poison, leading to the failure of tomorrow's plan, it would not reflect poorly on him. Even Chao Guisha would harbor no suspicion. In the imperial palace, when the Yunwu emperor received the secret letter, he had just finished dinner with Yunwu, and the two were leisurely enjoying strawberries. However, Yunwu was drinking strawberry juice. At 5 months old, she was barely able to consume a bit, and even that was limited by concubine Lin. Your Majesty, Gonggong Linen approached quietly, handing him the paper. The Yunwu emperor did not shy away from Yunwu and opened it immediately. Upon reading its contents, he let out a cold laugh, Huh, this Chao Guoshi has indeed chosen treason. Treason? An alliance with second brother? Surely second brother has not lost his mind and truly collaborated with Chao Guoshi? Just as the Yunwu emperor was about to express that Yun Shun lacked such boldness, he let out a sigh of relief. Phew. Fortunately, second brother was not deceived by Chao Guoshi. The Yunwu emperor nodded in satisfaction. Receiving accurate news from the 18th, he felt even more elated. Chao Guoshi is actually prompting second brother to conspire with the western and fifth princes to administer the poison that befell the emperor. How ruthless! I was already aware of the poison's value. Chao Guoshi's willingness to produce, it indicates his true intentions of treason. I must alert the emperor to prepare promptly. This opportunity may allow me to eliminate Chao Guoshi. Without such a troublemaker, the future of Dian would progress much more smoothly. Moreover, second brother displayed considerable cleverness. To deceive Chao Guoshi, he entrusted the poison to Master Yunran, then arranged for someone to steal the poison from Master Yunran. When tomorrow's incident occurs, the blame will fall on Master Yunran, not second brother. The Yunwu emperor raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. He had not yet seen this aspect of Yun Shun. Observing him further, he discovered that Yun Shun had indeed mentioned the matter, though he did not specify how to resolve it, only stating that Chao Guoshi had instructed him to poison the princes and reassuring him of their safety. The Yunwu emperor had grown accustomed to his son's habit of withholding information in their communications with him. 18th, however, was straightforward, sharing thoughts without reservation. The Yunwu emperor leaned down and planted a kiss on Yunwu's cheek, feeling increasing disdain for his sons. Linen, you are to arrange surveillance on Chao Guoshi. Observe his movements. Yes, your majesty. The esteemed Gong of Linen busied himself with his affairs. Lin Fei, who stood nearby, listened attentively to snippets of conversation, yet refrained from interjecting, pretending not to have heard. The following morning, Prince Yun Shun of the West, accompanied by Prince Yunao, strolled out of the palace while engrossed in a physics book, almost colliding with Yunao. Although Yunao was not preoccupied with reading, he muttered something under his breath, evidently indifferent to the purpose for which his elder brother, Yun Shun, had summoned him. As their father had instructed them to merely comply, they proceeded without concern. The two soon arrived at Chongshan Temple, where Master Yunran, upon receiving the news, became increasingly agitated, pacing back and forth. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and disguised poison with flour, placing it into a teacup. His rationale was straightforward. He was unwilling to eliminate the two princes outright, as the poison required a cold, windy environment to take effect. If he were to cause their demise now, it was obvious that the second prince would be implicated, and the emperor would undoubtedly seek revenge. Thus, he discreetly employed the poison on the two, hoping merely to survive this crisis. It must be said that Master Yunran was far from a conventional player in palace intrigues. His thoughts were entirely ensnared within Yun Shun's schemes. Yun Shun had invited the two brothers for tea, while Yun Shun remained engrossed in his book, which had been given to him by the 18th princess, expanding his horizons. He marveled at the mysteries of thunder and lightning, the principles behind floods, and the mechanics of earthquakes. Concepts such as gravity and magnetism were equally captivating. The more he read, the more he realized that everything in existence could be elucidated through principles. The knowledge presented by the 18th princess was a treasure trove of information he had never encountered before. Yunao, however, found Yun Shen's demeanor somewhat peculiar. Elder brother, what precisely is the purpose of your invitation today? Yun Shen had long prepared his response. He looked up at Yunao and said, You may inform others that I have sent you these items. Knowing your fondness for various geographical texts, I arranged for these to be prepared for you. Upon hearing the complexity of the situation, Yunao sensed something amiss. Just as he was about to inquire further, Yun Shun interjected, Fifth brother, do not ask so many questions. The less you know, the better it will be for you. After all, you wouldn't want to find yourself in a predicament where your lies are exposed, leaving you without a justification, would you? The mere thought of such a scenario made Yunao shake his head vigorously. He had no desire to confront the scheming officials, nor did he wish to risk revealing any secrets. Thus, he conceded, All right, I will follow what second brother has instructed. When the next day arrived, Yunao emerged carrying a box filled with treasures, and each prince knocked on the doors of their brothers. Fifth brother, what are you doing? Are you preparing a gift for the 18th princess? The 18th princess would soon celebrate her half-year birthday. In chapter 117, behind the scenes, the 7th prince scratched his head. Fifth brother, have you really prepared all this? I do not know what to give, he admitted. You should gift whatever you desire. It is the thought that counts. Other princes echoed similar sentiments, and upon learning the gifts were intended for Yunwu, none hesitated to part with their treasures. They were no longer idle, as the emperor had arranged for them to attend lessons. The instructors, whose origins were unknown, taught content vastly different from their previous knowledge. However, they had all heard the heartfelt sentiments of Yunwu, and thus knew that the books were provided by the 18th princess. The novelty of the material captivated them, and the princes grew increasingly fond of her, recognizing that she was no ordinary individual. Clearly, everyone understood that the 18th princess possessed knowledge from the future. The abundance of information was astounding, broadening their understanding of the world. The princes yearned to hear more from Yunwu. They had long wished to present gifts, and when Yunwu received the box of rare treasures from Yunwu, she clapped her hands joyfully. Wow, these are all antiques. If taken to the modern world, they would fetch a handsome price. Even if not, selling them in the marketplace would still yield considerable silver. Hearing her exuberance, Yunwu could not help but puff out his chest with pride. 18th princess, I shall ensure that any valuable items I come across are sent your way. Oh, that is too gracious of you. The books you provided are truly fascinating. The West Prince is eager to read them daily, and I have explored numerous geographical texts. I had no idea there were so many wonders in this world. Moreover, floods are not merely a result of excess water. They are also related to river channels. The principle of blocking is not as effective as clearing indeed holds true. Yunwu spoke with great enthusiasm about geography, desiring to engage Yunwu in casual conversation. If fifth brother enjoys geography, why not learn from your father-in-law? Father-in-law? Lin Fei, listening nearby, was perplexed. When did the fifth prince acquire a consort? He had only just turned 16 and was not yet permitted to leave the palace to establish a residence. The construction of the royal residence had initially been assigned to the sixth prince, but he had yet to undertake any tasks before departing to fortify the borders, leaving the fifth prince still residing in the palace without a spouse. You all sheks flushet. Hey, fifth brother, you are quite fortunate. The young lady you previously met is the only daughter of Lord Yuan from the Ministry of Works. Not only is Miss Yuan virtuous, but she is also gentle. You are truly blessed to have found such a match. Even Lord Yuan possesses commendable skills. At the very least, discussing geography with her will undoubtedly enrich your knowledge. However, fifth brother, are you unaware of what a green tea is? Yunwu was bewildered. Green tea? Is it a type of tea? I do not particularly enjoy drinking tea. TSK. Those maidens surrounding you harbor quite the intentions. They not only desire to marry you, but also feign innocence to create discord between you and Miss Yuan. TSK. Did you not intend to present a gift to Miss Yuan yesterday? Was your maid, Xiao Cha-Cha, not with you? Did she not burn her hand while at Miss Yuan's home, claiming it was not her fault? TSK. It was clearly her own doing. What a pity. She possesses such beauty, and yet you appear to be somewhat soft-hearted. TSK. I can understand. After all, who does not appreciate a delicate and lovely figure? Lin Fei was taken aback, her heart racing. She genuinely feared that the 18th princess would lead her brother astray. Such thoughts were misguided. Yunwu was filled with trepidation. The 18th princess was still so young. Could she possibly turn into an older sister like Changjia? He was all too aware of the disgraceful deeds committed by his elder sister. However, it is wrong of you to pity Xiao Cha-Cha while dangling Miss Yuan before her. If you dare to mistreat her, I shall report to father and have him marry you off to another woman, forcing you to compete for affection with another man, who would also be a Xiao Cha-Cha. Yunwu froze, rendered speechless, his throat dry. He felt as though his life was in jeopardy. Yet, he was entirely innocent. He harbored no other intentions towards that maid. How had it come to this, that he must face such dire consequences due to the words of the 18th princess? The fifth prince, who had once been elated at having a maid to attend to him, now trembled in fear, envisioning a bleak future. Lin Fei cast a glance at Yunwu, her eyes glimmering with a hint of schadenfreude. She was well aware that if the 18th princess truly spoke out, the emperor would not spare the fifth prince. Well, your highness Lin Fei, 18th sister, it's nothing much. I shall take my leave now. Yunwu had no intention of lingering. He turned and fled, not out of fear of being reported, but rather to avoid being ensnared in someone else's schemes that could disrupt his life. It was true, he lacked intellect, yet he did not wish to act knowingly against the law. 18th sister had made her intentions clear. He merely wished to exit the palace to admire the splendid landscapes and enjoy a good life. Why should he become entangled with a palace maid? Moreover, that maid, Xiao Cha, was evidently exploiting him. Her audacity was astonishing, daring to scheme against the prince. Xiao Cha approached him nonchalantly. Your Highness, you have bestowed so many fine gifts upon the 18th princess. Has she expressed her gratitude? What do you mean? The 5th prince laughed in irritation, observing the maid who had come forth. I am merely concerned for your Highness, for you have parted with numerous precious items this time. Surely, you must be in dire straits now, and when you leave the palace to establish a residence, you might lack the funds for even basic adornments. Wouldn't he that invite ridicule? Yin Ao narrowed his eyes at her. What do you suggest I do? You must certainly marry Miss Yuan, she continued. I have heard that the Yuan family has only one daughter and is of humble means. Even if she were to marry you, she would be unable to assist you. What are you implying? Although Yin Ao was not particularly astute, the warning from 18th sister lingered in his mind, making him suspicious of Xiao Cha's intentions. I merely believe, Your Highness, that you are so clever. Once you leave the palace, you will surely lead a prosperous life. However, you may face some difficulties at first. Since Miss Yuan cannot be of help, perhaps you should consider another lady. In chapter 118, he observed her babbling nonsensically. With your status, cannot you marry whomever you choose? Yin Ao raised an eyebrow. So, who do you suggest I marry? The eunuch beside them cast a disapproving glance at Xiao Cha, but she was too engrossed in persuading Yin Ao to heed him. Seeing Yin Ao's lack of rejection, Xiao Cha smiled sweetly. Your Highness, I believe a young lady from the Tang family would be quite suitable. The Tang family? The daughter of the salt transport inspector from Harem? Yin Ao found this troubling. Why did Xiao Cha not seek to ingratiate herself with him while suggesting he marry someone of such advantageous lineage? If he could wed a daughter from the Tang family, it would be far more beneficial than marrying Miss Yuan. Yet, he could not comprehend why Xiao Cha would not desire a higher status through him. How do you know so much? He asked, glaring at her. With an expression of admiration, Xiao Cha replied, Your Highness, I have spent these years gathering information about the young ladies for you. That is how I know. As long as you live well, I am content, she added, and Yin Ao wanted to believe her. However, he couldn't shake off the words of 18th sister, his expression revealing some inner turmoil. Seeing his conflicted demeanor, Xiao Cha sweetly asked, Your Highness, do you have time to leave the palace today? I can take you to the restaurant where Miss Tang loves to dine. Perhaps you will find her appealing. Yin Ao sternly admonished her. How could I be the sort to be swayed by appearances? Silence. You speak as though you were slandering me. Your Highness, I understand my mistake. Xiao Cha quickly knelt, her voice trembling. I only wish the best for you. In fact, there is something I have not told you. What is it? Yin Ao was growing impatient, suspecting that this maid was plotting against him. Xiao Cha's voice quivered, feigning concern for Yin Ao. Your Highness, Miss Yuan has privately expressed a sentiment. She believes that 18th princess is favored and wishes to curry favor with her through you. I overheard this, so please do not let her deceive you. Yin Ao was puzzled. Is Miss Yuan trying to win 18th sister's favor? Is that not beneficial? Xiao Cha looked momentarily stunned, her gaze towards Yin Ao akin to that of one observing a fool, though she quickly masked her expression. Your Highness, do you not fear that her closeness to 18th princess is not for goodwill, but for sinister motives? Yin Ao countered in confusion. What you say makes no sense. How could Miss Yuan harm 18th sister? What benefit would that bring her? Xiao Cha nearly ground her teeth in frustration, realizing for the first time just how obstinate he was. Your Highness, it is widely believed that 18th princess is a beacon of fortune. What if Miss Yuan is a villain? If she were to harm 18th princess, it would strike a severe blow to our Yen. How do you know all this? Yin Ao regarded her with suspicion. Xiao Cha lowered her gaze submissively. I only wish for your Highness's well-being, and I often listen to others in the palace talk. She continued, if your Highness does not believe me, perhaps you should leave the palace tomorrow and visit the restaurant to test Miss Yuan. How shall I test her? Yuan inquired. Seeing his interest, Xiao Cha breathed a sigh of relief and elaborated. Your Highness only needs to mention taking her to see 18th princess. Her reaction will reveal her true intentions. If she harbors no ill will, she will surely decline, for 18th princess is still so young. Even if she were to meet her, it would only be at the annual palace banquet. There would be no need for a special visit. Yin Ao found her reasoning compelling. He also believed that others should not get too close to 18th sister. No wonder their father always accompanied her. It was to protect her, with their father as protection. He felt at ease. However, Yin Ao remained skeptical of Xiao Cha, convinced that she had her own agenda. You speak true. I shall leave the palace tomorrow, he declared, furrowing his brow. 18th's sister is my sister. How can I allow anyone with ulterior motives to approach her? Xiao Cha, seeing that he had been persuaded, revealed a smile as she lowered her head. Meanwhile, Lin Fei, after Yun Ao's departure, did not dwell on the matter. The marriage affairs of princes were of no concern to her. She was busy expanding her business with her brother. As 18th's sister put it, she aimed to establish an empire of commerce, ensuring her influence would be substantial in both the court and among the common folk. As for the positions related to economics and finance that 18th's sister mentioned, she did not fully grasp them. However, one thing she understood was that she was a significant taxpayer. The taxes she paid contributed to the national treasury. As long as the court did not wish to act recklessly, they would not easily dismantle their prized asset. Thus, she secured her standing. Moreover, Lin Fei was aware that once the emperor overcame his current challenges, he would undoubtedly seek to expand significantly, requiring substantial funds, and she had those funds at her disposal. While Lin Fei had instructed Yin Mama to take 18th's sister to play in a room, she was busy organizing the accounts nearby when she overheard Yunwu's thoughts. Ah, so the maid next to the fifth prince, Xiao Cha, is not merely a green tea girl. She is actually a spy arranged by Chao Guoshi. No wonder Chao Guoshi is so confident in dealing with the emperor. This little maid has just coaxed the fifth prince into leaving the palace for a restaurant and has slandered Miss Yuan's reputation. Chao Guoshi is plotting against the fifth prince from behind the scenes. If he goes, he will entangle himself in a chaotic relationship with the Tang girl. Thus, he would be threatened into marrying her. In this way, the fifth prince will be preoccupied and unable to focus on the changes within the court. According to Chao Guoshi's calculations, he merely needs to pass away before forcing a coup. What? A coup? Utilizing underhanded tactics to ensnare a prince? Should the other party succeed in their calculations, the fifth prince, even in death, would likely bear a tarnished reputation, a sentiment laced with malice. Lin Fei, feeling a sense of urgency, resolved to convey this news to both the Emperor Yunwu and the fifth prince, determined that neither should fall victim to such treachery. She glanced at Granny Yun, who nodded in affirmation, assuring her that she would relay the message to the emperor. Given that the officials of the Chao kingdom had swiftly targeted the fifth prince, it was evident that the Western prince would not escape scrutiny either. This realization heightened Lin Fei's anxiety. Indeed, the words of 18 rang true. She could not fathom what schemes might be afoot regarding the Western prince. Her heart raced. For ultimately, the true target of the Chao officials was none other than Emperor Yunwu. It was precisely as I had anticipated. The rumors surrounding the Western prince had indeed escalated. It seemed that his mother was dissatisfied with her son, who had achieved such excellence under the emperor's guidance. She argued that since her daughter could no longer marry him, the Western prince ought to find a more suitable match for her. Such audacity was indeed rare. A mother who is demanding towards her own child, yet indulgent towards her nieces and nephews, exemplifies a most egregious favoritism. The Western prince undoubtedly suffered under such a mother. To my surprise, it appears this was not the first instance of the beauty Tang mistreating her son. In his youth, she had intentionally allowed him to fall ill, all to vie for the emperor's affection. What a captivating notion it was to draw the emperor's attention. At that moment, Emperor Yunwu entered. Catching the tail end of this conversation, Lin Fei's emotions were a tumultuous blend. While the beauty Tang held a respectable reputation in the palace, having never bullied anyone, she had once even aided Lin Fei upon her arrival. Everyone knew of Tang's benevolent disposition. Yet, this seemingly kind-hearted figure could ruthlessly abuse her own flesh and blood without hesitation. This revelation caused the emperor's brow to furrow deeply. The Western prince was his son. Such discipline should not fall to the beauty Tang. This was no ordinary household. Upon noticing the emperor's arrival, Lin Fei promptly paid her respects. "Father, you have come. Please, save the Western prince." The beauty Tang's intentions in soliciting his assistance are far from innocent. She has been deceived by her own family. The daughter of the Tang family is truly not a virtuous individual. With an aunt as a consort, she holds considerable arrogance in the capital. While she may refrain from provoking the more powerful, she is unrelenting towards those of lesser standing. From a young age, she had taken a liking to a promising young man, yet he was already betrothed to another. After being rebuffed multiple times, this Tang lady resorted to cunning, luring the engaged woman to the outskirts and orchestrating her humiliation with a group of beggars. Following the incident, the betrothed, distraught, attempted to take her own life, and the engagement with the Du family was subsequently annulled. Nevertheless, the young master of the Du family remained resolute in marrying her. The Tang girl, perhaps deriving satisfaction from this chaos, continued to taunt the betrothed, calling her a fallen woman in her absence. Such shamelessness! This was a moment when death would have been a fitting consequence. The emotional turmoil inflicted upon the betrothed nearly resulted in her demise. Reports surfaced that she had been rescued by her family, who intended to send her away to avoid any further engagement with the Du family. Yet, it seemed the Tang girl found pleasure in the misfortune she had caused. Hearing that the young master of the Du family still harbored feelings for his betrothed, she exacerbated the situation with further provocations. Had it not been for the vigilance of the betrothed family, she might have perished long ago. Even if she had survived, her mental state was undoubtedly compromised. This news had already reached the Chao officials, who dispatched other officials to liaise with the Gu family. Although Lord Gu was not a high-ranking official, he was well-educated and had authored numerous works that provided guidance to many scholars. The Gu family had committed no heinous acts, and thus their misfortune was a stroke of bad luck. In my opinion, the Tang family harbors fundamental issues. How else could they produce such a daughter? Alas, if the Western prince remains ignorant of these deceptions, a grave disaster is inevitable. I must inform the emperor of this matter. It is best he resolves it himself. While the Western prince is rational, he is still influenced by his maternal lineage. Should he show excessive ruthlessness, he will be labeled as cold-hearted. Conversely, if he does not act decisively, the Tang family will see him as an easy target. Being a prince is no simple task, I'll admit. Yunwu sighed, hastily documenting these matters. With the room now devoid of outsiders, he presented the information to Emperor Yunwu. Stifling a yawn, he cared not for how his father would respond. He simply succumbed to slumber, a full stomach and peaceful rest. This is the essence of a comfortable life, a state to which I shall resolutely aspire. As Yunwu drifted into a deep sleep, Emperor Yunwu found himself bemused. However, upon reading the contents of the document, his expression darkened. He had no intention of dismissing the matter as if it had never occurred. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Lin Fei refrained from intervening further. Recognizing that both the Western Prince and the Fifth Prince were implicated in state affairs beyond her influence, Lin Fei had always upheld her position with utmost propriety, which in turn garnered the Emperor's favorable disposition towards her. Otherwise, even with Yunwu's presence, the Emperor would hardly have shown leniency towards her. The current political landscape necessitated a thorough cleansing. Otherwise, there would be no future to speak of. In contemplation, Emperor Yunwu decided to summon the heads of the Tang, Du, and Gu families to the palace, including the involved Tang girl, the young master of the Du family, and the injured Gu girl. The female members of their households remained outside, yet the mere presence of their husbands in the palace was enough to instill trepidation. Meanwhile, those patriarchs, called away from their official duties, caught the attention of their colleagues. The officials aligned with Chao were thoroughly alarmed, completely unaware of the emperor's intentions in summoning these three families. After all, these officials were of low rank, hardly prominent figures in the capital, and were not even aligned with Chao's faction. Did the emperor intend to eradicate them entirely? If Emperor Yunwu were aware of their thoughts, he would likely find it amusing. Look at these ministers, such ineptitude, incapable of anything beyond internal strife. Although Emperor Yunwu was unaware of the full extent of the situation at this moment, he would eventually come to know. The Dragon Guards, trained by him following 18th methods, were becoming elite soldiers and scouts, with their ranks steadily increasing. In the disaster-stricken areas, Emperor Yunwu privately instructed the Dragon Guards to enlist robust and gifted soldiers. These recruits would undergo rigorous training, ensuring the Dragon Guards would grow ever stronger. Previously, Emperor Yunwu may not have contemplated the expansion of private forces, but the current influx of funds had changed his perspective. With the remaining spies yet to be identified in the military camps of the Great Yan, he sought to train private soldiers while simultaneously providing aid to disaster-stricken citizens, ensuring their survival and safeguarding his own interests. Thus, he would receive reports from numerous court officials, for the Dragon Guards proved far more effective than the censorate. Following Yunwu's advice, Emperor Yunwu was not merely training soldiers. Long Wei has a daily reading task, filled with intelligent individuals. Outside the Qingzheng Hall, the three families soon arrived. In Chapter 120, watching the drama unfold, the young lady of the Tang family, upon seeing young Master Du, brightened with excitement. She confidently approached him and declared, "Young Master Du, it must be my cousin who persuaded the emperor to grant us marriage. Marrying me is far superior to marrying that loose woman. My status is noble, and I am pure. If you do not choose me, you shall regret it." Du Sixu, with bloodshot eyes, gazed at Tang Rui with disdain. Hearing her self-assured words, his heart sank. He then noticed Gu Hui entering the palace and waiting outside the Qingzheng Hall. Du Sixu cast a worried glance in her direction. Tang Rui, spotting Gu Hui, was filled with malice. She was about to speak when her father pulled her aside. Bowing to Eunuch Linen. "Eunuch Linen, I truly appreciate your assistance. This is my daughter, Tang Rui. May I inquire why the emperor summoned me today? I kindly ask for your leniency." Without hesitation, Eunuch Linen accepted the silver. The presence of silver from these officials indicated that their families were not lacking in wealth. He welcomed all offerings, as the court currently required substantial funds, and the emperor needed silver as well. Why refuse what was presented? It could be utilized for the betterment of Dian. "Lord Tang, do not doubt what the emperor may say shortly. After all, he does not speak without reason. He is quite dedicated, you know. If Tang Quan were to object later, it would only provoke Emperor Yunwu. I cannot predict what fate Tang Quan might face then." Although his intention was to prevent these scoundrels from inciting the emperor's anger, the 18th princess had stated that excessive anger could lead to illness. According to Lin Tai, ailments caused by emotional turmoil stem from the body's organs malfunctioning. To ensure longevity, one must maintain a positive disposition. Though he found the notion that a poor mood could affect one's health astonishing, he had no doubt regarding the 18th princess's words. Tang Quan, upon hearing these words, felt a twinge of anxiety. If it were indeed a good matter, why would Eunuch Linen say such things? Was it potentially bad news? Tang Quan's heart began to race. Tang Rui attempted to inquire further, but Tang Quan interrupted her, instructing her to remain silent once they entered, for this was the emperor, not their home where she ruled. Upon entering the Qingzheng Hall, she could not even dare to raise her head, let alone gaze at the figure of Emperor Yunwu. This humble servant, or common girl, greets the emperor. A throng of people knelt in reverence. The emperor's gaze fell upon Tang Rui as he scrutinized the arrogant young lady before him. Upon closer inspection, he found her visage strikingly familiar. It resembled that of the former Yunsheng. Indeed, only those who were arrogant and overbearing could share such similar features. Emperor Yunwu's displeasure was evident. He spoke coolly. "Tang Quan, do you know your transgressions?" Tang Quan, filled with confusion and fear, was at a loss for the emperor's meaning. Could it be that he had indeed committed a wrong? Yet, he was certain he had not erred recently, not even in his dealings regarding silver. The emperor's words were unclear to him. "Your Majesty, I do not comprehend the matter at hand," Tang Quan stammered. With a light chuckle, Emperor Yunwu continued. "You may be unaware of your daughter's actions, but I am well informed." Tang Quan trembled, realizing the implication of the emperor's words. If the emperor was aware of his daughter's misdeeds, it reflected poorly on his abilities as a father. "Your Majesty, Tang Quan's voice faltered. He was both fearful and furious, uncertain of what Tang Rui had done to warrant the emperor's inquiry. The mere fact that the emperor had taken an interest was alarming enough. Furthermore, he recalled Eunuch Linen's earlier suggestion that the emperor possessed evidence. "I acknowledge my faults," Tang Quan said hoarsely. "You wretched girl, do not delay in confessing." Tang Quan nearly struck Tang Rui in anger. Tang Rui, in utter shock, cried, "Your Majesty, I am wronged." Just as she uttered these words, Tang Quan's hand met her cheek, leaving it swollen. Tang Rui was a tempest of fury and fear, unwilling to accept her father's assault. Moreover, she could not fathom how the emperor would uncover her misdeeds. Yet, in the next moment, her anger morphed into terror. Lord Tang is now inclined to educate his child? When Tang Rui had previously relied on her family name to bully others, where was this so-called guidance? Tang Quan dared not respond to this accusation, accepting it would only invite further ire. "Your Majesty, I acknowledge my negligence. I failed in my duty to guide my offspring. It is all my fault," he pleaded, kneeling in supplication. Observing his demeanor, Emperor Yunwu felt somewhat soothed. However, he soon noticed Tang Rui's defiant expression, which elicited a smile from him. "Lord Tang, are you aware of your daughter's transgressions?" Emperor Yunwu continued, "Minister Gu, your daughter's plight is not merely a stroke of misfortune. It is orchestrated by this young lady, Tang Rui." Upon hearing this news, I was filled with indignation. What difference is there between tarnishing someone's reputation and taking a life? Following the incident, she further insulted the victim. This is the first time I have encountered such a shameless young lady. As Emperor Yunwu spoke, Tang Rui fainted from sheer fright. With the emperor's words, her reputation was irrevocably tarnished. The mere fact that the emperor was aware of her mischief was too much for her to bear. How bold one is when intending to harm others, Emperor Yunwu remarked disdainfully as he descended, delivering a kick to Tang Rui. The force of the kick left her forehead bruised, akin to kicking a dog. Tang Quan was drenched in sweat, his eyes wide with terror. He was overwhelmed with disgust and anger towards his daughter. He could not believe that she had dared to commit such an act, especially now that Emperor Yunwu had discovered it. Considering the fates of those recently punished by the emperor, Tang Quan felt his strength drain, nearly collapsing to the ground. At that moment, Minister Gu finally reacted, staring in disbelief at the unconscious Tang Rui with reddened eyes. He asked, "Your Majesty, did my daughter fall victim to the schemes of the Tang family?" Gu quickly turned her gaze towards the motionless Tang Rui, who now exhibited a flicker of life in her lifeless eyes. "Indeed," Emperor Yunwu replied, looking at Gu Yuan. "Rest assured, Minister Gu, I shall ensure justice is served." "Your Majesty, my daughter has truly suffered," Gu Yuan exclaimed, breaking into tears. In Chapter 121, Must Gamble, it was revealed that the situation did not significantly involve your daughter. It was simply unfortunate circumstances. Linen, go awaken Miss Tang, so she may comprehend her misdeeds. Does she think she can feint to evade responsibility? Linen chuckled as he approached Tang Rui, proceeding to prick her with needles in front of Tang Quan. Tang Rui was jolted awake from the pain, for Linen had targeted her acupoints. Instinctively, she attempted to struggle, but her gaze fell upon the bright yellow robes, causing her to tremble in fear. "Linen, please explain why this young lady sought to harm others." "Yes, Your Majesty." Linen stood tall, his voice resonating throughout the hall. He recounted Tang Rui's previous misdeeds, culminating in the revelation that she had set her sights on young Master Du, only to find him betrothed to Miss Gu. Tang Rui was unwilling to accept this and believed herself to be the cousin of the Western Prince. It is believed that the young master of the Du family should marry her. Reluctant? Then let us first tarnish the reputation of Gu Gunyang, and this marriage can be discussed with her. Gu Yuan trembled as he pointed at Tang Rui, his entire body shaking with fury. Gu glared fiercely at Tang Rui. The young master of the Du family covered his face in despair, blaming the common folk for this predicament. Upon hearing his son's words, Du Darren's expression darkened instantly. Why utter such words now, as if inviting the emperor's attention towards the Du family? This is all the fault of that madwoman, Tang Rui. "Your Majesty, please take charge of this matter," Gu Yuan cried out in anguish. Tang Quan, terrified, stumbled over his words. "Your Majesty, I acknowledge my mistake and will properly discipline my rebellious daughter." "How will you discipline her?" Gu Yuan glared at him with eyes full of hatred. Tang Quan gritted his teeth, saying, "I will heed the emperor's command." "Oh, you will obey me?" Yunwu looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. "I too must adhere to the law. Since you listen to me, then let it be according to the law. Deal with it as it should be." Tang Quan dared not retort, aware that the emperor had seen through his intentions. He did not wish to offend the Gu family, nor did he want to bow too low, lest the Tang family be perceived as easy to bully. It was better to shift the conflict onto Yunwu. If the Gu family were dissatisfied later, it would be aimed at Yunwu, and the Tang family would have already paid the price, wouldn't they? Gu Yuan clearly understood Yunwu's implication. He glared at Tang Quan with hatred. His daughter had been ruined by Tang Quan's daughter, and now, instead of acknowledging his mistake, he was scheming against him, even involving the emperor. Gu Yuan could not discern whether Tang Quan was overly audacious or simply foolish. "Your Majesty, I am willing to abide by the law," Gu Yuan declared resolutely. He felt only gratitude towards Yunwu. If the emperor had not intervened, he would never have known who had bullied his daughter. Furthermore, the Tang family was the maternal family of the Western Prince. Logically, the emperor should have shown some favoritism. Yet, that was not the case, indicating that the emperor favored justice over kinship. Gu Yuan's disappointment in the Dian court diminished, as at least the emperor's judgment remained clear. "Rest assured, Gu Aiqing, in Dian, anyone who commits a wrong should receive the appropriate punishment," Yunwu stated. "Linen, according to the laws of Dian. How should this case be judged?" "Your Majesty, according to the laws of Dian, those who harm another's reputation shall receive 20 lashes, have their heads shaved, and must apologize in person." As Lin An's words fell, Tang Rui, already terrified, gasped for breath and fainted. Tang Quan, initially angry at his daughter for causing trouble, now felt pity as he saw her faint. Your Majesty, it is my failure in guidance that led to my daughter's grave mistake. Therefore, what does Tang Aiching wish to do? Yunwu appeared quite accommodating. Tang Quan An Siti Letsen Svai. Your Majesty, my daughter has already fainted. Could we wait until she recovers before carrying out the punishment? Gu Yuan clenched his fists tightly, his anger directed at him. Tang Quan, oblivious, chose to ignore it, knowing that with Yunwu's favor, Gu Yuan was no match for him. It was hardly surprising that a daughter like Tang Rui had such a permissive parent. Indeed, Tang Aiching has a point. I too find this law somewhat lacking. Coincidentally, Aiching Xiao and Aiching Jiang had previously expressed doubts about this law and were preparing to amend it. This case of yours, Tang Aiching, can serve as a typical example for handling. Yunwu's words made Tang Quan uneasy. Being a typical case was generally not a good thing. Your Majesty, I could not trouble you with such a request. My daughter is unworthy of being a typical case, Tang Quan hurriedly stated. The emperor's expression darkened immediately, and with a cold laugh, he retorted, I have agreed to amend the law, and yet Tang Aiching still wishes to make more demands. Truly believing I can grant you endless favors? Yunwu's voice rose sharply. Tang Quan was drenched in cold sweat, realizing in that instant that he had overstepped. Your Majesty, spare me. Your Majesty, Aiching Xiao and Aiching Jiang have arrived. Lin spoke at that moment. Tang Quan felt grateful for Lin An's assistance. Aiching Xiao and Jiang Ju entered, ignoring the kneeling Tang Quan and others. Your Majesty, everyone may rise, Yunwu instructed. Yes, Aiching Xiao and Jiang Ju were accustomed to interacting with Yunwu. Upon learning the reason for their summons, they exchanged glances, instantly understanding the emperor's intentions. The Tang family had struck at a critical moment. If not for dealing with the officials of the Chao Kingdom, the Tang family's case would never have been questioned in the palace. They looked at Tang Quan with a mix of sympathy and disdain. Jiang Ju, following their prior discussions, spoke, Your Majesty. The old minister believes that considering Tang Daren's deep affection for his daughter, coupled with the young lady's age, it is indeed excusable. Gu Yuan was furious beside them, yet he sensed something amiss without voicing it, continuing to observe. Tang Aiching, what is your opinion? Yunwu inquired. Tang Quan has di da. Shaken by the emperor's demeanor. Moreover, matters concerning legislative amendments were too significant. He feared offending others. However, upon reflection, such a significant issue being presented to him by the emperor was an opportunity. If he could please the emperor, the Tang family would ascend further. He pondered whether to take the gamble. Quickly, he made his decision. Your Majesty, I believe your suggestion is very wise, Tang Quan began, flattering the emperor and refusing to oppose him. Indeed, he chose to take a gamble. Jiang Ju watched him with a smile that was not quite a smile. However, the emperor was not someone easily deceived. Jiang Ju mused that ever since the arrival of the 18th princess, the court had become much more interesting. He no longer had to rack his brains to guard against others. He could simply focus on his work and enjoy the ensuing drama. Life had indeed become much more pleasant. Jiang Ju almost felt like picking up the 18th princess and giving her a kiss. Since you say so, then I shall not hold back, Yunwu chuckled. Tang Aiching, consider this. Your daughter has erred. Is it not due to your failure in upbringing? Yes, that is correct. Tang Quan swallowed hard, faintly realizing the emperor's implication. Yunwu smiled, then added, since there has been a failure in upbringing, should not both the elder and the errant younger be punished together? Tang Quan found himself in a predicament, unable to back down. If he agreed, he would certainly face punishment. If he did not, he would completely offend Yunwu. Most importantly, his earlier gamble would be rendered moot. With two prime ministers present, he cannot possibly prevent it. I believe Your Majesty is correct. Tang Quan closed his eyes and ultimately chose to continue gambling. If he desired a brighter future, he had to make sacrifices. Yunwu observed him and silently scoffed, though he maintained a satisfied facade, as at least Tang Quan had not chosen to oppose him. After all, it was the Tang family who had erred, not him, the emperor. In good spirits, Yunwu allowed Aiching Xiao to speak, since this is the case. Let the punishments for related offenses in Dian be amended to. The wrongdoer shall receive 15 lashes, have their hair shaved, and apologize to the victim. The parents of the wrongdoer shall also receive 15 lashes as punishment for failing in their duty to educate. This punishment is indeed intriguing, haha. Father truly possesses the potential of a tyrant. However, in chaotic times, heavy penalties are necessary to subdue these wicked individuals. However, it seems that the execution could potentially be evaded, such as by administering a lighter punishment. In the past, I have witnessed individuals familiar with officials receiving bribes of silver. And even when they made mistakes and faced punishment, they sustained no real harm. Ironically, the official in question often gain a reputation for being just and stern. It suffices for the offender to remain hidden at home for a few months before re-emerging, and the matter would be resolved. Upon hearing this, Yunwu furrowed his brow. He understood that what Sheba had expressed was indeed a reality. The root cause of this situation, however, fundamentally stemmed from the corruption within the court and the officials' embezzlement. If there was integrity and righteousness, and everyone adhered to the rules, there would naturally be no concern that the established regulations had become mere formalities. Yunwu's expression darkened. He aspired to achieve what Sheba suggested, a clear and just court. Yet, the current circumstances rendered this aspiration unattainable. Even he, the emperor, found himself constrained, often feeling exasperated by his ministers. One can only imagine the extent of injustice that exists in the more remote regions, where corrupt officials abound. Yunwu was oblivious to the influence that had shaped his thoughts. Having ascended to his current position, where he wielded supreme power, his vision was solely to create the finest nation. Therefore, the pursuit of justice became a prominent thought in Yunwu's mind. This notion was undoubtedly influenced by the myths of Yunwu. After a moment of contemplation, he added, furthermore, the parents of those who harm others should also be punished. Since he could not guarantee that the court was entirely just, he would implement harsher laws. Upon hearing their exchange, Tang Quan felt utterly defeated, collapsing to the ground with a look of sheer astonishment. His instincts prompted him to plead for mercy. In front of everyone, Yunwu raised his hand and declared, "Bring forth Tang Aiqing and the criminal Tang Rue. It is time for execution." "Yes." Liang Ming immediately entered with guards to take the two away. "Your Majesty, spare me." Tang Quan was stunned by the suddenness of Yunwu's command to proceed with the execution. There had been no formal legislation yet. Yet the punishment was being enacted according to the law. His desperate cries for help quickly devolved into mere wails, as the punishment administered in the palace was indeed very real. Soon, Tang Quan could no longer utter a sound, and outside the great hall, the anguished groans of the father and son echoed. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for delivering justice on behalf of this humble official," Gu Yuan said, bowing deeply to Yunwu. Yunwu's face bore no excess emotion. He simply regarded Gu Yuan and stated, "This case should have been dealt with in this manner. It is certain individuals in the capital who have failed to act accordingly. Rest assured, as long as I am here, no one shall act recklessly in Dian." Gu Yuan discerned the implied meaning behind Yunwu's words and the reason for his assistance. Although it was to establish authority and amend the law, without the emperor's intervention, he might have been unable to advocate for his daughter. Regardless, he expressed his gratitude to the emperor, vowing to fulfill his duties and not disappoint him. Yunwu had multiple objectives. Beyond those previously mentioned, he sought to win over Gu Yuan, especially since Chao Guoshi was also attempting to court him, indicating Gu Yuan's value. Moreover, Gu Yuan's alignment with the emperor's ideals suggested a divergence from Chao Guoshi's approach, making him a fitting candidate for Yunwu's requirements. "Gu Aiqing, my ability to advocate for you arises from our relationship as ruler and subject, allowing me access to information regarding your family. However, I am but one person and cannot always be omnipresent. I hope you can also assist the common folk in seeking justice and maintaining fairness when I am unaware." Gu Yuan felt a surge of fervor at these words, astonished that Yunwu would express such sentiments. This was indeed the king he wished to serve. "Your Majesty, I will abide by your wishes," Gu Yuan replied with conviction. Beside him, Xiao Guiqing and Jiang were not surprised by Gu Yuan's emotional response. After all, they had been captured in a similar manner. Yet, Yunwu was indeed worthy of their loyalty. The suffering endured by Gu In is irreparable. And while punishing the offenders cannot amend the wrongs, I grant you a jade robe. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan gratefully grasped his daughter Gu Hui's hand, expressing thanks. This was no ordinary garment. It was a symbol of honor for his daughter. With the emperor's bestowed jade robe, outsiders would be deterred from gossiping about her. After all, following the incident, Tang Rue's actions had made their way through the neighboring communities. Even though Gu Hui was the victim, she had faced mockery. "Father, your heart is quite kind. If it were those arrogant individuals, they would likely think that a woman's loss of purity warrants death. Chapter 123. Truly unaccomplished, I believe those who utter such words are the ones who should perish, for pitting men against women serves only to create societal conveniences. If women could also hold official positions, would that not mean fewer men in power? In truth, talent knows no gender. All are human. Shall we disregard a woman's capabilities simply because of her gender and appoint less competent men? At this stage in my father's reign, it matters not whether he employs men or women. The crux lies in whether they can execute the tasks assigned to them. As long as they can manage the nation effectively, they are good officials and subordinates. Moreover, there remains much to be accomplished, such as innovating superior weaponry, improving agricultural yields, enhancing road materials, constructing taller buildings, and developing better modes of transportation. There is still much to be done. Yet Dian aspires to surpass other nations and establish itself as a formidable power. Currently, what Dian most requires is talent. Limiting the potential to either gender would imply that Dian's development would be indefinitely prolonged. In modern times, remarkable reforms have been achieved by both male and female scientists who have dedicated their lives to breakthroughs. This clearly illustrates the challenges inherent in research, not to mention the ongoing conquest against the Chu, foreign nations, and even extraterrestrial realms. Focusing solely on immediate power and profit is truly unambitious. Xiao Guiqing rubbed his nose, while Jiang appeared excited, nearly brought to tears by the realization of his advancing age. Yunwu was captivated by Yunwu's words. Regarding the issue of women in official capacities, he found himself devoid of prejudice. However, he recognized that change was not a simple endeavor. His curiosity about the world that Yunwu described grew. Yet, he felt a tinge of envy for the future, which promised an abundance of remarkable advancements and capable individuals. There is truth in the saying, to strengthen Dian, we must cultivate more talent. In contrast to Yunwu's swift acceptance, Xiao Guiqing remained more conservative, fearing that the words of the 18th princess might be misconstrued by the older, more traditional officials. Such misunderstandings could be detrimental to both the emperor and the princess. He resolved to find an opportunity to advise the emperor to caution the 18th princess against harboring such thoughts too frequently. While the two contemplated, the anguished cries from outside the hall became nearly inaudible. Liang Ming entered, reporting to Yunwu that the execution had been completed. Bring them in. Sun Dangguan, barely conscious, was dragged inside, followed by the unconscious Tang Rui. Given her injuries, it was likely she would require over a year to recover. After all, a woman's anatomy, with its additional complexities, rendered her body significantly more vulnerable. Serve him right. I detest those who use words to drive others to despair. Scum, may you never rise again. Let us see what you have to say then. After voicing her discontent, Yunwu continued. To such a malicious individual, he could hardly be bothered to waste a glance. Tang Ai-Ching, have you submitted today? The Yunwu inquired with a tone of indifference. Given the immense sacrifice made by Tang Quan, it was only natural for him to feel discontent at not receiving even a modicum of benefit. Despite the bitterness in his heart, he gritted his teeth and replied, Your Majesty, I have submitted. I shall diligently educate my younger generation. He had been subjected to punishment, unaware of how long he would need to recuperate. Not only that, but his hair had also been shaved. Even when he eventually returned to the court, he would be constantly reminded of the turmoil at home by his peers. He had endured much suffering, and it would persist for at least a year or two before the impact faded. He felt an unwillingness to accept this fate. Very well. Tang Ai-Ching, your awareness is commendable, Yunwu remarked with satisfaction. While you recuperate at home, do not neglect your official duties. Tang Quan, who had been wavering, suddenly felt a surge of gratitude. He bowed deeply, perspiration beading on his forehead, expressing his thanks. Your Majesty, I will not forget my responsibilities. Arrange for a royal physician to attend to Tang Duren's injuries. Yes, Tang Quan gratefully withdrew, fully aware that he was being utilized by the Yunwu as a pretext for altering the relevant laws. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to continue his support. The emperor had not allowed him to remain at home for recuperation, indicating that he still needed to serve purpose. As Tang Quan departed, Gu Yuan observed his bald head with satisfaction. Only Du Duren remained, somewhat apprehensive, as this matter ultimately stemmed from the misdeeds of his own son. With the emperor having achieved his aim, he dismissed them. Initially anxious, Du Duren found himself bewildered. It was evident that the emperor had no further words to share. and the two families took their leave. Du Run, feeling apologetic, said, Gu Xiong, this incident was caused by my unfilial son. Gu Yuan maintained a calm demeanor, stating, although it concerns your son, I have no reason to implicate you. Did you not see that the emperor did not punish you? Upon hearing this, Du Ruchun sighed. Indeed, while the emperor has spared the Du family, can we truly act as if nothing has transpired? If that were the case, I fear I would lose the emperor's trust. Strangely enough, he envied Tang Quan. Despite the considerable sacrifice and the arduous days ahead, was that not the punishment he deserved? Yet, he could be leveraged by the Yunwu to achieve his objectives. He had offended numerous officials, but at least he appeared to be aligned with the emperor. For now, the emperor would certainly not harm his own. A thought struck Du Ruchun, and his eyes lit up. Gu Xiong, if anything arises in the future, do not hesitate to come to me. This time, it was indeed a mistake on my part. I did not know how to make amends, but if cooperation is needed, just say the word. Very well, Gu Yuan replied, casting a knowing glance but not exposing his true intentions. He turned and strode out of the palace with Gu Hui. After they left, Xiao Guwei Qing stroked his beard and looked towards Yunwu. Your Majesty, it seems Tang Quan has set his sights on you. Yunwu nodded. I am aware. At least he has chosen to cooperate, which is advantageous for us. Xiao Guwei Qing understood that the emperor was cognizant of the situation, but his words felt redundant. With the 18th princess present, what schemes could Tang Quan possibly devise that would escape the emperor's notice? Trouble Xiao Ai Qing to inform the officials and publish the revised laws. In the future, any changes to policies should be announced via the official gazette and distributed to each provincial office. Chapter 124, Protecting One's Own. Understood. Xiao Guwei Qing and Jiang departed. Completing their task for the day, Yunwu summoned the Western Prince to the Qinzheng Hall. Old Shi, in the future, refrain from visiting Tang Mei Run without reason. The emperor's words preemptively curtailed any further mischief from Tang Mei Ren towards his son. Yunshin looked up in astonishment. Father, what has Tang Mei Ren done? I am well aware of her actions, Yunwu replied, narrowing his eyes in displeasure. First and foremost, you are my son. Only after that are you hers. Being born into royalty sets you apart from the common folk. If you fail to grasp this principle, there is no reason for me to waste further breath on you. Yunshan wore a conflicted expression. Father, although he was raised by Tang Mei Run and held some affection for her. Enough, Yunwu interrupted. What? You respect your birth mother, but not your father? If that is the case, relinquish your position as a prince. The emperor's eyes narrowed. I shall act as if you do not exist. Yunshan suddenly knelt in shock. Father, do not be angry. Do you truly believe that Tang Mei Ren loves you? She merely seeks to live a life of luxury through you. I shall refrain from recounting the empty words she has spoken to you in the past. And now, she has indulged her family, resulting in a niece who is arrogant and unrestrained. Do you know what wrongdoing Tang Rui has committed? Yunshan shook his head in confusion, sensing his father's fury. Observing his son's naive demeanor, Yunwu found it amusing. Then listened closely. He recounted Tang Rui's transgressions. Upon hearing of Tang Rui's bullying and her current endangerment of a young woman's purity, Yunshan's eyes widened in disbelief, for the first time displaying discontent. Brother Shi, do not be misled by father's stern demeanor. He genuinely cares for you. The way Tang Mei Ren bullies you is because she perceives you as neglected and believes that father pays you no mind. However, father does care for you. When you are wronged, he hears of it and seeks to rectify the injustice on your behalf. Father sees you as a son. No one else has the right to bully you. A flicker of guilt crossed Yunshan's gaze. Father, your son shall obey. He had previously felt that his father was indifferent. However, it was common in the harem for a mother to be less favored. Yet now, hearing that his father stood up for him against Tang Mei Ren's bullying, he felt warm for the first time in the royal family. Had his father never cared for him before? No, that was not the case. He had merely been influenced by the atmosphere in the palace, unaware of the reasons behind his father's favors. Now, with the presence of the 18th princess, he no longer needed to harbor suspicions. Very well, since you comprehend my intentions, go to the royal estate for research. Join the group of talented individuals I have gathered from the common folk to learn about constructing new forms of transportation. Although Yunwu wished to prioritize road construction, it was too costly at present, and the current state of the yen could not afford such expenses. Fortunately, the yen had previously invested labor in building official roads, which, while not as smooth and durable as the 18th princess described, would suffice to last a millennium without overgrowth. Presently, transportation was of utmost importance, ensuring the supply of provisions to the borders. Yunwu remained vigilant regarding the Chu, not only due to the royal prince's secret guards, but also the enigmatic Jiang Rua. Most importantly, the military of the Chu posed a significant threat. The downfall of a dynasty could not rely solely on secret guards. An army remained essential. Upon hearing this, Yun Shun's eyes brightened. Yes, your son will work diligently. Now, go pack your belongings. I will arrange for someone to escort you. Yes. On the surface, Yun Shun was under house arrest, entangled in the affairs of the Tang family. Furthermore, Tang Meirun was also confined for 2 years. Upon hearing this news, Tang Quan nearly tore open his recently bandaged wound. My lord, is it not so? That is good. That is good. There is still hope. Just as Tang Quan finished speaking, he heard a wailing scream from the adjacent room belonging to his wife. Frowning in displeasure, he ordered, "Tell my wife to lower her voice. The physician is still in the residence." Is she expressing discontent with the emperor? It is indeed her poor parenting that has brought such a calamity upon Tang Rue. Tang Quan now harbors a profound disdain for his daughter, Tang Rue. Had she not stirred this trouble, he would not have found himself at odds with most officials of the court, manipulated by the emperor. He is compelled to assist the emperor while constantly having to gauge his mood, having completely lost his previous initiative. Yet he must press on, otherwise opposing the emperor would yield no advantage. Master, the doctor by Mrs. side has reported that her injuries are grave and she may never stand again. Upon hearing this, Tang Quan scoffed, deeming it fitting for the rebellious daughter to suffer such a fate. He ordered her to be sent to the rural estate, fearing that any delay might lead the emperor to suspect his lingering support for Tang Rue. The steward hesitated, yet once Tang Rue was dispatched, the matriarch and the other ladies of the household confronted Tang Quan, demanding explanations. Tang Quan unleashed a tirade upon them, exclaiming, "I am on the brink of losing my official position, and you all choose now to create a ruckus. If this continues, we shall all meet our demise together. Madam, you are so preoccupied with that rebellious daughter while your own situation is dire." It was no surprise that the previously arrogant women of the Tang family fell silent, each opting for self-preservation. As for Tang Rue, her fate was to live a life of disability, ultimately cast aside by her family. Had she possessed a more amiable disposition, her circumstances might have differed. Even after being sent to the estate, she maintained her haughty demeanor, which ultimately led to her wounds not healing properly, rendering her unable to stand. The servants, noticing the lack of concern from the Tang family, gradually began to show her disrespect. Mutual torment ensued, and before long, Tang Rue resembled a volatile madwoman, a transformation that would unfold over time. After a lengthy period, the Emperor Yunwu resolved the matters concerning the western territories and summoned the eunuch Linen to ensure that the fifth prince remained in the palace for his studies. His companion, Xiao Cha-Cha, was apprehended for interrogation, showing no sign of mercy. Xiao Cha-Cha quickly divulged the truth. She was indeed a spy, a covert agent of the Chu. What? The fifth prince, Yunwu, nearly fainted upon hearing this news. He was filled with rage, lamenting his own misfortune, and knelt before the emperor. "Father, save me. These spies are exceedingly audacious. Xiao Cha-Cha has been by my side for at least a decade. I was completely unaware of her sinister intentions. What if she sought to take my life?" The Emperor Yunwu, observing his son's foolishly tearful demeanor, felt a pang of discomfort in his eyes. "Enough. Look at your current state. Even an infant would mock you. This is the imperial palace. If these spies could easily eliminate you, I will be the first to perish." Fif bruda samzuvarlitimit. Yet, Father's words ring true. If poison could successfully be administered within the palace, then your life would be in peril as well. The likelihood of betrayal from within our ranks is far greater, akin to the previous concubine Xian and the Grand Princess. Nevertheless, Father, fret not. As long as you do not stray too far from my side, I can assure you that none shall harm you. Yunwu placed his hand upon the emperor's chest, presenting himself as the guardian of his father's safety. The emperor's eyes flickered with curiosity and astonishment, uncertain of what the 18th meant. Previously, he had considered the 18th's safety to be fragile, but she now appeared to possess capabilities beyond his expectations. He merely needed to ensure her well-being. "Father, it is I who have panicked unnecessarily." Yunwu awkwardly rubbed his nose. Yet, contemplating his objective, he shamelessly continued, "Father, if the sixth prince can leave the palace, may I do the same?" So this was a scheme he had devised. The emperor glared at him, You have not even completed your studies and you wish to venture outside? Father, I wish to draw topographical maps to ascertain the geography of the land. This requires traveling far to gather accurate data. Yunwu retorted defiantly. The emperor, exasperated by his son's naivety, replied, "Do you think it easy to confirm topographical maps? Furthermore, given your current health, leaving the palace poses risks. I would need to arrange for your protection. What time is it now? Where would I find personnel to assign to you? If you are not afraid of death, then go ahead." Yunwu fell silent. He wished to explore the vast lands, but dying in the process would be an injustice. Moreover, according to the 18th, his historical counterpart had met an early demise, and he had no desire to follow suit. Without life, what hope was there for fulfilling his aspirations? Thus, despite his discontent, Yunwu reluctantly acquiesced, leaving with a heavy sigh. The emperor dismissed him with indifference. "I shall ensure fifth brother's studies more diligently," giving him ample time to focus on geography. Until he masters it, he would certainly lack the desire to cause trouble by leaving the palace. If fifth brother truly possesses talent in this regard, he may grow into a valuable asset for me. The emperor found joy in this thought. Indeed, he needed capable individuals, and if his own son could achieve greatness, it would please him immensely, for he was both an emperor and a father. The following morning, before departing for the magistrate's office, Chao Guisher perused that day's newspaper. Upon reading the first item in the official report, his expression darkened instantly. How outrageous! The emperor has become so brazen. If laws can be altered at will, then my carefully laid plans could easily be thwarted by changes in legislation. Chao Guisher promptly notified a group of officials, who began to protest. When Gu Yuan finally arrived at the magistrate's office, he found only a scant few officials present. Upon hearing the news of the protests, he frowned deeply. "Gu Darren, have you seen today's official report?" Gu Yuan sensed that his colleague was eager for entertainment. With an indifferent gaze, he replied, "I have seen it. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not linger." The content was straightforward, simply announcing the changes to the laws, with no mention of the Gu family case. However, those in the court were well informed. These colleagues would certainly uncover some information. What moved him further was the notion that perpetuation of the lineage was paramount, as the population of the Yin was scant. The victims and widows alike were treated similarly. This also provided a lifeline for his daughter. Without the contents of the official report, despite the emperor's backing, his daughter would still face significant grievances. However, now, none of these issues pose a problem. Inspired, Gu Yuan began to pen an article titled "The Objectives of the Perpetrators and the Consequences of the Victim's Submission." Renowned as a literary figure, he was highly esteemed among scholars in the Yin, most of whom were patriots rather than hypocritical sycophants. Even the latter would endorse his views, for otherwise they would gain nothing. Consequently, the response exceeded Chao Guisher's expectations. At this moment, Chao Guisher remained kneeling outside the Hall of Diligent Governance. "Your Majesty, you have never mentioned this matter in court. Altering the law in this manner is not in accordance with protocol. Chao Aiching, your statement is erroneous. Both the victims and the perpetrators have consented. Why should you object?" Upon hearing Tang Quan's agreement, Chao Guisher's expression darkened. He truly did not anticipate that Tang Quan would be so foolish. Did he truly believe the emperor valued him? It was merely exploitation. Why else would the emperor deal with the Western prince and the Tang beauty within the palace, yet reward him with little benefit? "Your Majesty, this is merely a singular case. There is no precedent for altering the law based on such isolated incidents. When it comes to precedents, is this not a prime example? In the future, when faced with such issues, do you not think this case will be referenced in judgments? What distinguishes it from preliminary legislation?" The Emperor Yunwu gazed at him with an enigmatic smile. Chao Guisher felt a surge of anger boiling within, yet his demeanor betrayed none of it. "Your Majesty, while your words hold merit, altering the law is no trivial matter. I am concerned that if the legislative process is perceived as lacking rigor, officials may become reluctant to adhere to the law, which would ultimately lead to chaos among the populace." Emperor Yunwu was acutely aware that Chao Guisher was not easily swayed. With a smile, he responded, "I have already consulted with the cabinet, the inspectorate, and the Ministry of Justice. How can this not be considered a formal procedure?" Upon hearing this, Chao Guisher's countenance darkened further. He realized through this incident that the emperor was increasingly surrounded by officials he could not control, leaving him with a sense of impending crisis. "Your Majesty, however, the law has not undergone a trial period before its implementation. which is indeed hasty. What if it leads to numerous wrongful convictions? Wrongful convictions? Emperor Yunwu scoffed. Doesn't that merely indicate the incompetence of the officials? Chao Guoshi opened his mouth to speak, but the emperor's authority loomed too large. Your Majesty, I genuinely care for your well-being. If you persist in this manner, when heaven's wrath descends, I shall be utterly powerless. Are you threatening me? Emperor Yunwu was not one to tolerate insubordination. With a cold laugh, he hurled the teacup in his hand, which struck Chao Guoshi squarely. Drenched and disheveled, Chao Guoshi left the palace. His expression darkened, deliberately wearing his humiliation as he exited. He aimed to tarnish Emperor Yunwu's reputation. Indeed, once outside the palace, numerous officials observed his dismal state and worried they too might be implicated, particularly those whose families had sought out Chao Guoshi, using the moment to excuse themselves from court duties and convene with him. After Chao Guoshi's departure, Emperor Yunwu, with a serious expression, inquired, "Is there any news regarding Chao Guoshi? Your Majesty, he has not left the capital recently, nor have any of his associates." Despite the lack of useful information from the Dragon Guards, Emperor Yunwu remained vigilant. He did not regard Chao Guoshi's mention of divine punishment as mere jest. The very fact that he had uttered such words suggested he had ulterior motives. "Perhaps we should consult the 18th princess?" suggested Gonggong Linen quietly. Emperor Yunwu sighed. "I have indeed fallen to relying on the 18th for everything. Your Majesty, you misinterpret the situation. Matters of the court can only be handled by you. As for what Chao Guoshi conceals, such gossip is inherently obscure. In other dynasties, emperors could hardly grasp the thoughts of all their ministers. The presence of the 18th princess is a fortuitous opportunity for you, indicating you are the true son of heaven. Other emperors lack your fortune, for they cannot produce an 18th princess." The prideful words of Gonggong Linen pleased Emperor Yunwu, who reflected on how many envied him. However, he merely sighed once more. He was not naive. Others lacked such a capable aide, yet he did. This was indeed a source of pride. "Very well, let us proceed to Yichun Palace. By the way, have the milk and goat's milk from the royal estate been sent there?" "Yes, Your Majesty," replied Linen. In good spirits, Emperor Yunwu strode toward Yichun Palace, with Linen following closely, carrying the prepared milk. "I pay my respects to Your Majesty." "Ah, father has arrived," Yunwu yawned. "Your Highness, I have brought some milk and goat's milk," Linen announced. Upon hearing this, concubine Lin rose. "I shall take a look." "Go ahead," Emperor Yunwu waved, allowing Linen to accompany her. He approached Yunwu, lifting her from the bed. "Are you happy today, 18th? He spoke gently. "It's all right. Eating and sleeping, sleeping and eating. Life is truly delightful." Yunwu chuckled, pleased by her cheerful demeanor. Yet, he felt somewhat troubled. "What? Who is wrong, father?" Upon hearing this, Emperor Yunwu's irritation diminished, as he was reminded he had someone who cared for him, especially the 18th, who possessed extraordinary abilities. "Today, Chao Guoshi came to threaten me and even called for a court dismissal." Chao Guoshi? Once again, his audacity knows no bounds. I cannot fathom, historically, he met a grim fate, being slain by a barrage of arrows. Why does he exhibit no sense of urgency? So fixated on you, yet oblivious to the greater threats posed by the Chu. Emperor Yunwu nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was Chao Guoshi's lack of foresight that led to his downfall. However, the most pressing concern was the divine retribution he mentioned. Chao Guoshi threatens me with court dismissal and further implies I shall incur heaven's wrath and punishment. He must be scheming something. If any unforeseen calamity were to occur and be attributed to him, it could destabilize the foundation of Dian. In this era, superstition ran rampant. Every disaster and misfortune is laid at the feet of the emperor. Father is indeed unfortunate. Such calamities are clearly of a natural order. They are unrelated to human folly. Even if 100 emperors were to take the throne, these disasters would still transpire. Historically speaking, Dian faced the Little Ice Age, resulting in global cooling. The incessant disasters made life exceedingly difficult for the populace. Considering this, even if father were spared any personal harm, Dian would still face significant challenges. Initially, Emperor Yunwu wished to discern Chao Guoshi's schemes. However, upon hearing the 18th's words, a chill ran through him. This was not good news, indicating that numerous calamities loomed on the horizon for Dian. He was already troubled by the drought, afflicting Bounding Prefecture. If additional disasters were to emerge, it would spell disaster. Instantly, Emperor Yunwu realized his treasury was insufficient for disaster relief. It seemed he would need to continue amassing wealth. He pondered what schemes Chao Guoshi was concocting. With a sigh, Emperor Yunwu remarked, "Chao Guoshi, let me investigate further." The 18th princess commenced her search. "I have discovered that Chao Guoshi has secretly begun mining Shirshan." "Shirshan? How does this relate to natural disasters?" Emperor Yunwu queried, perplexed. "This mountain is quite substantial, spanning over 10 miles. Most importantly, it is situated directly beneath Qizhou's Yuan County. Yuan County is positioned within a valley, primarily relying on boats for trade with other prefectures. Given the numerous rivers in the west, it boasts a favorable geographical location. Moreover, the surrounding hills mean nearly all inhabitants reside within the county. Those from the northern regions may find it difficult to comprehend such living arrangements. Chao Guoshi has sold the extracted stones to other prefectures via boat, thereby earning considerable profit. After all, the Jiangnan region favors stone for construction and paving. However, the greed of those mining the mountain has led to several accidents, causing collapses in the tunnels. Those individuals are merely subservient souls bound by contracts, whose demise will not implicate Chao Guoshi. Currently, the Shirshan in Yun County is perilous. If excavation continues, a collapse is imminent. Should a landslide occur, followed by rain, a mudslide may ensue, putting the entire populace of Yun County at risk. It is evident that Chao Guoshi is aware of this development and has already penned a letter to the steward responsible for Shirshan, preparing to orchestrate a man-made disaster. Were it not for Chao Guoshi's prior directives, I would have been unable to uncover this information. Yunwu Di held a piece of paper handed to him by Yunwu, and upon reading it, his expression darkened significantly. He exclaimed in fury, "How audacious! He dares to gamble with the lives of my subjects." His anger was palpable. When Gonggong Linen and Consort Lin entered, they were met with this scene. The emperor, preoccupied, did not engage in idle chatter, though Gonggong Linen astutely discerned something amiss. He refrained from further inquiries. Regardless of the gravity of the situation, at least the emperor was forewarned, thus mitigating the risk of being outmaneuvered by Chao Guoshi. In truth, after his initial rage, Yunwu Di harbored a similar thought. He still had time to arrange a resolution for this matter. "Is this milk meant for the 18?" Yunwu Di coughed lightly, not wanting to discuss serious matters in front of Consort Lin. Despite his favorable impression of her, he refrained from addressing state affairs in the inner palace. "Your Majesty, might you wish to indulge?" the royal chef suggested, claiming that this milk is beneficial to one's health. Initially indifferent, Yunwu Di's interest piqued at Consort Lin's words. "Then I shall partake." "What? This milk is quite well prepared. It is remarkably fresh and lacks any unpleasant odor. I wonder how the royal chef managed this." He mused. "If only there were a drying machine, we could produce milk powder, alleviating the concerns of the populace regarding insufficient nourishment for their children." However, he lamented, "While I possess the machinery for making milk powder, it is useless without electricity. The most pressing issue is that the children of Dian cannot afford milk powder. The cost of milk powder is not low. Even if sold at a loss, it remains expensive. It would be far better for every household to raise a few dairy cows, thus increasing milk production and supporting many children." Yunwu Di, upon hearing the term electricity, recognized it as a form of energy, though he was uncertain of its exact nature. Previously, the 18 had utilized a new kind of energy for his cargo vehicle, allowing him to grasp why he spoke of a future filled with conveniences. After all, what he currently relied upon was merely human and animal labor. As for milk powder, it is presumably derived from milk. It would indeed be a boon for impoverished families. However, the 18th's observations were astute, clearly indicating that such advancements were beyond the reach of present-day Dian. While he felt regret, a sense of ambition ignited within him. Could I not transform the entirety of Dian into the future envisioned by the 18? Had he not encountered the 18, he might not have conceived such aspirations. Yet, the 18's words had opened his eyes, and Yunwu Di could no longer suppress this notion. Dairy cows seemed promising. He cast a glance at Gonggong Linen, his intent clear. Although he was unfamiliar with dairy cows, since the 18 claimed they were specifically for milk production, he decided to investigate further. "Your Majesty, will you stay for lunch?" Consort Lin inquired. "I have instructed the kitchen to prepare squirrel mandarin fish, which the 18 praised as delectable, and you have yet to sample it. I intended to offer this new dish at the tavern." Upon hearing that it was presented by Yunwu Di immediately agreed to stay. The family gathered comfortably for their midday meal. Meanwhile, Outside the palace, Chao Guishi and his associates were in a state of trepidation, deliberating on their next course of action. After the meal, Yunwu hurriedly departed. As soon as the Dragon Guard acquired evidence, he would be poised to act. Your Majesty, the 18th princess mentioned that this matter could be salvaged. However, how shall we address the situation with Minister Chao and his cohort's resignation? Gong Linen cautioned. Yunwu responded with a cold chuckle. Resignation? Shall I not press them further? A surge of indignation welled within him. Those who understood him knew that Yunwu held a deep affection for his subjects and the realm. He had always maintained strict expectations of his ministers, balancing the court's dynamics and focusing primarily on the welfare of the populace. Previously, he lacked the courage and resolve to deal with Chao Guishi, who had opposed him. Naturally, he feared the repercussions on court stability. However, now, Yunwu felt unrestrained. He suddenly realized that if he continued to endure, he would merely become a passive bystander. Let us document the extent of their obstruction of vital affairs and retain this evidence. While the matters left unresolved, he pondered, were there not numerous scholars who arrived in the capital for the civil service examinations? Let these individuals substitute for those who have resigned. What? Gong Linen gasped in astonishment. Your Majesty, this is utterly unbelievable. If this transpires, the capital may descend into chaos. They are not officials, but merely aides. Delegating them to manage state affairs is preposterous. If they perform well, they may earn the right to serve, but if they cannot handle their responsibilities, they shall have no claim to office. With so many scholars available, there will surely be talents among them to assist with governance. Gong Linen's heart raced with excitement. Did he not wish for a chance to seize control? Did the emperor not desire to assert authority? No. Previously, it was impossible, but now it was worth attempting, especially since they had long laid a trap to ensnare Chao Guishi and his associates. Even if they failed, the consequences were bearable for Yunwu. It would naturally be determined through examinations who possessed the qualifications to remain. Yunwu spoke with a calm demeanor, while Gong Linen could not suppress his laughter, envisioning that the officials would soon regret their actions. The following morning, Yunwu issued this decree. Hence, while Chao Guishi and over 100 officials clamored for Yunwu's attention, a group of scholars arrived at various government offices. These individuals, recognized for their scholarly achievements, wore temporary work identification cards. They were escorted into their roles by officials loyal to Yunwu. Master Jiang, what is the purpose of these individuals? An official inquired anxiously. Isn't the emperor concerned that you gentlemen might neglect your duties due to your resignations? Considering the abundance of idle scholars in the capital, he has summoned them to assist with governance until the other officials resolve their disputes with the emperor. Many officials were taken aback upon hearing this. This cannot be. One exclaimed, growing agitated. Master Jiang, the emperor's actions are nothing short of folly. What did you say? The emperor's folly? Master Jiang retorted angrily. I believe you're the one who speaks nonsense. Are we to hinder the court's operations? Should we allow matters to accumulate without resolution? Or are those officials aware that their resignations would affect Dian, yet proceed with such actions to coerce the emperor? Master Lu interjected, is there not a precedent for this? Regardless of past examples, the stability of the court must take precedence. Master Jiang admonished. As for your claim that the emperor acts foolishly, you are welcome to resign and contest this with him. If you allow this to impede the welfare of the people, you shall be the true malefactor. Master Jiang's fierce words drained the color from the faces of those who had initially bristled with indignation. This was sheer audacity, yet their helplessness left them with no alternative solutions. At that moment, Chao Guishi received news. Lord Chao, what shall we do? The emperor has acted in such an outrageous manner. A group of officials rushed to Chao Fu, surrounding Chao Guishi, and angrily voiced their grievances regarding this matter. Chao Guishi's countenance darkened. He too had not anticipated that the emperor would resort to such unscrupulous tactics. The affairs of state that you are handling require a transition. Yet the individuals appointed by the emperor are utterly ineffectual. Moreover, are you not aware of the necessity to win over these jinshi? They would not dare to oppose so many officials, for the court is not solely the domain of Yunwu. As long as Yunwu is unable to bestow them with positions, these jinshi will undoubtedly hesitate. If they refuse to cooperate, the emperor's strategy will be rendered futile. Chao Guishi swiftly devised a countermeasure. Upon hearing this, the officials began to formulate their own plans. They promptly proceeded to the yamen, intending to persuade those jinshi. Furthermore, they arranged for their wives to host banquets, inviting the female relatives of these jinshi, seeking to employ the art of diplomacy through their spouses. Astute officials deliberately overlooked certain documents during the transition, while less astute officials employed various excuses to delay proceedings, hindering those once ambitious Jinshi from taking action. Chaos reigned in the yamen. Xiao Guiqing and Jiang went to meet Yunwu Di to report this incident. I am aware that this was orchestrated by Chao Guoshi, stated Yunwu Di with an air of calm. Your Majesty, do you have any further plans? If this continues unchecked, it may lead to unrest among the people. Xiao Guiqing was not overly concerned about the administrative issues, believing a delay of half a month would pose no problem. How long do you think these officials can maintain their resolve? Yunwu Di countered with a smile. Xiao Guiqing was momentarily perplexed. Yet Jiang appeared to grasp the underlying meaning. Your Majesty, do you imply that Chao Guoshi and his officials, though seemingly dismissed, are merely attempting to force you to yield in order to reclaim their influence in the court? However, you have brought in a cohort Jinshi. While they temporarily occupy positions, Chao Guoshi's officials can influence them, yet they have lost their voice in the officialdom. With just a word from Your Majesty, they must come to the palace, leaving them no time to trouble those Jinshi. In time, the Jinshi will enjoy the benefits of their positions and be reluctant to relinquish them. In short, most will not cooperate with them. As time passes, even if those Jinshi claim to heed their commands, they are likely to question the motives of these officials. After all, there is a distinct difference between directives from others and those that come from oneself. Yunwu Di did not deny this. That is essentially the case. However, what remains unspoken is that Chao Guoshi will not be able to endure for long. To be precise, he will compel Chao Guoshi to take action. That afternoon, in a fit of rage, Yunwu Di expressed his ire over the officials' delay in government affairs due to their dismissal and summoned them all to the palace. The emperor's summons left these officials with no right to refuse, not even Chao Guoshi. Once they entered the palace, they discovered that Yunwu Di did not meet with them at all. Instead, they were confined to a grand hall, unable to communicate with one another, waiting passively for the emperor's intentions. Linen, what news from General Sierre? When will he arrive in the capital? Yunwu Di inquired, in a surprisingly good mood. Your Majesty, there has been no word from General Sierre yet, replied Linen Gongong. No news? Yunwu Di frowned. Could something have happened? Linen Gongong hesitated, sensing he was concealing something. Linen, do not hide anything from me. Upon observing Yunwu Di's displeasure, Linen Gongong hurriedly knelt and proclaimed, Your Majesty, I would not dare. He quickly presented a letter, which contained a message from General Wu Quan, informing that he had successfully met with General Sierre. There was no further information. After reading the letter, Yunwu Di noted that it merely conveyed a message of safety, lacking additional details. He frowned, reasoning that given the time elapsed, there should have been more news. Resolutely, he chose to summon Long Wei. Yunwu Di yawned, feeling quite comfortable. What are father and Linen Gongong discussing? Upon hearing the princess's voice, both mentioned individuals reacted. Linen Gongong, somewhat pleased, exchanged knowing glances with Yunwu Di, silently suggesting that the emperor should inquire of the 18th princess. He was also concerned that the emperor might inadvertently reveal too much. Overall, Linen Gongong felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. I see that father is deliberately tormenting the group of dismissed officials. Those individuals must be quite frightened. If this continues, some may even soil themselves. However, there are a few bold ones among them. Look at Lord Hua. His hands are trembling as he circles around a pillar. And Lord Yu, kneeling, must be feeling quite uncomfortable. While Linen Gongong was both amused and exasperated, he also sensed the mischievous enjoyment emanating from Yunwu Di. This was a blatant display of gossip. Nevertheless, those officials were hardly innocent and deserved to be laughed at for their predicament. Ahem, Your Majesty, General Sierre. Linen Gongong ventured to speak. Yunwu Di shot him a glare. Yunwu Di's curiosity got the better of him, and he began to eavesdrop. Let me see. I previously saw him enchanted by a slender horse from Yangzhou. Goodness. Chapter 129. The collapse of the mountain. Linen Gongong felt an ominous premonition upon hearing this. Yunwu Di's expression darkened. I cannot believe that even after General Wu Quan revealed the truth, General Sierre remains unconvinced. He insists that even if the Yangzhou horse is a spy, he must take responsibility for having defiled her. My goodness. I never anticipated that General Sierre could be such a person. This matter is secondary. The Yangzhou horse is indeed a spy. Yet General Sierre does not believe it, leading General Wu Quan to strike her unconscious. I did not foresee that this incident would create discord between the two parties. Adding to this, Vice General Wang and Vice General Jiang meddled in the situation. This group encountered a landslide at the foot of the Black Cloud Mountain, trapping them in a canyon and unable to proceed. At the current pace, it would take approximately a month to clear the route to the capital. Upon receiving this news, Yunwu was both enraged and amused. He was uncertain whether to deem General CF fool or to suspect that the landslide was not merely a coincidence. When Yunwu glanced at the note presented by Yunwu, he inquired, 18th, was this landslide an accident? Indeed, it was not an accident. It was orchestrated by Chao Guoshi. Now I finally understand why Chao Guoshi dares to confront father. It seems he possesses explosives, albeit rudimentary ones meant for blasting rocks. Currently, Dian employs gunpowder for fireworks and has yet to develop it for explosive purposes. I never anticipated that Chao Guoshi would seize the initiative. What? Explosives? Yunwu learned from Yunwu what bombs and explosives could do. Such weaponry was certainly beyond the capabilities of the soldiers of Dian. The realization that Chao Guoshi could produce explosives was alarming. If he could use minimal personnel to confront Dian's forces, then Chu would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike. This could not be tolerated. Yunwu had previously been concerned about Chao Guoshi having a backup plan, employing a method akin to boiling a frog in warm water to compel the other party to reveal their true intentions. However, the mere mention of explosives compelled him to abandon any further delays. Rest assured, father, I have observed that Chao Guoshi's explosives have limited power. The cost of extracting explosives is exorbitantly high. It requires 10 taels of silver to produce a single explosive capable of demolishing a boulder of this magnitude. However, even with the silver, he cannot extract explosives indefinitely due to the lack of tools and the difficulty in sourcing raw materials. Upon hearing this, the YNWD let out a sigh of relief, initially believing that COGUSH's formidable weapon could pose a significant threat to the capital, specifically the safety of the Imperial Palace. I possess a formula for creating explosives, as well as machinery for extracting raw materials. I even have a solar power generator. Albeit its output pales in comparison to modern standards, it could be likened to a small military factory. Although the production capacity is indeed quite low, it surpasses that of COGUSH's operation. YNWD felt a surge of excitement and curiosity regarding the machines mentioned by SHB. He pondered their functions, but did not inquire further. Instead, he commanded that COGUSH be summoned to the palace and kept in isolation. He also instructed Shioi Qing to reassure the court officials, who were feeling uneasy at that moment. With Gu Qing's assistance, the court regained its composure. He dispatched individuals to investigate the various estates where COGUSH was hiding. After some thought, YNWD ordered FRU to investigate COGUSH's assets in the capital, as well as to ascertain who was purchasing large quantities of saltpeter and sulfur. Those apprehended should be taken into custody immediately. LNNG bowing respectfully, responded affirmatively. FRU, upon receiving the news, was somewhat taken aback. Saltpeter? Sulfur? LNNG. What purpose do these substances serve? The old servant admitted ignorance, suggesting that if FD Run was curious, he might as well inquire directly with the Emperor. FRU, aware of his position as the Emperor's confidant, was concerned about whether the commanders in other cities were loyal to the Emperor. In the capital, numerous merchants were apprehended for questioning. At this time, COGUSH had already been summoned to the palace, where he was met with cold indifference from YNWD, oblivious to the happenings in the capital. Your Majesty, news has arrived from the second prince, indicating that someone has made contact with Lord CO, advising that the second prince handle the matter himself. COGUSH remain confined. You shall remain in the palace, YNWD ordered. LNNG upon hearing this, refrained from inquiring about the Emperor's intentions with YNW. He merely cautioned, Your Majesty, please take care. YNWD, accompanied by a contingent of royal guards, departed the palace and proceeded to the military training grounds, which were situated not far from the palace, merely half a day's journey. Here, a valley had been established, and from the heights, one could gaze upon the distant palace and capital. Upon arriving, YNW discovered that lookout posts had already been erected amidst the mountains, and numerous soldiers were present. The Emperor remarked with a smile, Truly, my father is an emperor, the progress is remarkably swift. The terrain here is advantageous, easily defensible, and expansive with a river nearby. However, it is still essential to dig a well for water. YNWD, examining the contents on the paper before him, affirmed, "Indeed, I shall soon arrange for craftsmen to come and dig a well. Liang, take the tricycle and show me and the 18th princess around the camp." Liang, upon hearing he could ride the tricycle, hurried to fetch it. "I thought the tricycle had been taken by my father for research purposes," he mused. "Not at all. Such a precious tricycle should not be mishandled by those youngsters. After all, there are design blueprints and books available. If they cannot construct it themselves from the literature, that would be rather foolish." Cloud W soon found himself seated in his father's embrace on the tricycle. Liang, on his second attempt at driving, managed it with steadiness, though the uneven terrain made for a bumpy ride. "Father, I see a mountain over there. Please take me to see it." YNWD, without hesitation, instructed Liang to lead the way. They quickly arrived at the foot of the mountain, where YNW clapped his hands. "Father, carry me over. I want to see the stones on the ground." "Very well. I shall carry you to see them." Liang couldn't help but feel a pang of discomfort. The emperor's affection for the 18th princess was indeed excessive. He had anticipated her intentions, only to discover it was simply a desire to play with stones. "Your Majesty, I shall fetch some stones," Liang said, hastening to pick up stones for YNW. She requested more after examining a few, prompting him to continue gathering. Ultimately, he collected around 10 stones. But YNW dismissed them after a glance. "Liang, these stones are quite nice." Liang, unable to discern the 18th princess's true appreciation for the stones, inquired, "Which ones do you prefer, Your Highness? I could assist you in finding more." "Oh dear, how embarrassing. Perhaps we should bring a hoe to dig. I wish to see how many such stones lie beneath." Liang stiffened, narrowly avoiding revealing his emotions. He could not allow the 18th princess to know he could hear her thoughts. "Liang, go fetch 2 hoes for digging." When he saw YNWD allowing YNW to be held by YNM, he took up a hoe and began digging himself. "Your Majesty, please allow me to do it," others exclaimed, including the servants and patrolling soldiers nearby, all eager to assist. "I am not incapable of laboring. Do not hinder my efforts to dig stones. If you are bored, feel free to join me," YNWD commanded, casting a stern glance at Liang. Liang, scratching his nose, realized he could not impede the emperor's work, so he continued digging alongside. Though he remained unaware of the significance of the stones, they all toiled until they were drenched in sweat. YNWD appeared to be in fine spirits. But as Liang wiped the sweat from his brow, he noticed something amiss. "Your Majesty, your health," he exclaimed, astonished. Other soldiers turned to observe, realizing that YNWD appeared as robust as most young men. Considering YNWD was in his 30s, approaching 40, this was quite remarkable. In modern times, this is not considered old, but in ancient times, approaching 40 was akin to being elderly. Indeed, emperors who lived to 60 were already deemed to have enjoyed longevity, with only a rare few reaching 70 or 80. YNWD beamed with joy, questioning what was so astonishing. "My health is not in decline. If it were, how could I lead DYN to greater strength?" "Congratulations, Your Majesty," they all cheered, delighted by the news. This was indeed a positive development, for presently, YNWD was a ruler who cared for his subjects, neither tyrannical nor despotic. Most importantly, they were loyal to him. Under a different emperor, their treatment would be vastly different. Thus, they naturally wished for YNWD's continued prosperity. Beside them, YNMM cast a glance at YNWD, pondering. It appears that His Majesty's health has indeed improved. Otherwise, how could he possess such vigor? It seems that Father has secretly consumed Lin Ti's medicinal concoction and has already mitigated the toxins within him. Dr. Q's medical skills are indeed commendable. Were it not for his assistance, Lin Ti, I would not have been able to expunge the poison from Father so swiftly. One might suggest that Father seek to cultivate a rapport with Dr. Q. The notion of fostering a connection with Dr. Q had never crossed YNWD's mind. The palace already boasts a considerable number of imperial physicians. If they were to recruit excellent doctors from the common populace, what would become of the ordinary citizens and the dignitaries? Physicians hold significant importance in this era. Dr. Q possesses remarkable talent, often devising unconventional remedies. These medicines could be fashioned into pills for sale. In time, throughout DYN, one could procure these pills with sufficient funds. Upon my arrival in DYN, I perceived the medical conditions of antiquity to be woefully inadequate. There exists a category of prescription medications that necessitate a physician's guidance for usage. For instance, wind cold is essentially a common cold. In modernity, many cold remedies address minor ailments that can be cured with a simple purchase. Yet at this moment, it is a serious illness. This circumstance reveals a substantial market. The pharmaceutical sector holds the potential for considerable profit. Moreover, due to its medical nature, it is imperative that the state retains control over it, preventing merchants from monopolizing the supply. After all, merchants, in pursuit of profit, can elevate prices to levels that ordinary people cannot afford. Thus, state control is essential. However, the absence of merchants is not feasible. Ultimately, it is a matter of balance. Listening to these reflections, YNWD felt his horizons broadened. Numerous thoughts surged within him, particularly regarding why there had always been apprehensions in the court about the control of medicinal materials by wealthy merchants. Although he had previously noted these issues, he had not regarded them with much seriousness. After all, the pressing matters in court were not solely about medicinal resources. Despite the presence of merchants who monopolized medicinal materials, there were also benevolent traders among them. Ultimately, he concluded that the future described by SHB, in contrast to present-day DYN, lies in the fact that the clans of DYN prioritize reputation, whereas individuals of the future place greater value on profit. While YNWD contemplated these matters, it did not hinder him from continuing to excavate the stones from the ground, even though he remained unaware of their purpose. Liang M. and the others, observing YNWD's industriousness, despite their confusion, persevered in wielding their hoes to dig. Each of them felt utterly exhausted and drenched in sweat, questioning the sensibility of their actions, but they were compelled to obey the emperor's command. It appears Father is indeed fortunate. He has discovered a nitrate mine here. YNWD paused in his digging. An nitrate mine. Upon hearing the word mine, he understood it to be something valuable. Liang M. wiped the sweat from his brow, momentarily stunned. Could these stones truly be a mine? YNWD soon received a document from YNW detailing the nitrate mine's contents. Upon reading it, he first erupted into a hearty laugh, then, with curiosity, squatted down to pick up a piece of ore. So, this is a nitrate mine? Your Majesty, the nitrate used for medicinal purposes in the capital is extracted from this very stone. Nitrate has applications beyond mere medicinal use. It can also be utilized to produce fertilizers. Furthermore, it can be employed in ice production. Its myriad uses are precisely why I instructed you to dig. I suspected this place harbored something of value. Chapter 131. A test of fortune indeed. Fortune has smiled upon us. We have truly found a nitrate mine. I recall that in modern times, there exist numerous nitrate mines. Many indeed. YNWD initially rejoiced, then furrowed his brow. Liang M. arranged for individuals to excavate this mine and investigate the methods of extracting nitrate. This information must remain confidential. Understood. Liang M. recognized the numerous benefits of nitrate and understood its significance. He was well aware of the importance of discretion and promptly organized a team for mining. However, these miners were merely soldiers from the camp. Not everyone could be tasked with the excavation. Only a portion of personnel was necessary for this endeavor. YNWD, cradling YNW, ascended to the mountaintop. Your Majesty, allow me to carry the 18th princess, YNMM suggested. YNWD declined. No need. 18th, I have a matter to inquire of you. Do you suppose that Chao Gu SH has also discovered a nitrate mine, thus enabling him to produce large quantities of explosives? Do you know where these nitrate mines might be located? I need to arrange for people to locate these mines, ensuring they are not exploited privately. Alternatively, in which regions are nitrate mines most likely to be found? I shall send individuals to seek them out, document their locations, and subsequently enact laws prohibiting extraction. I must remain vigilant to prevent Chao Gu SH from embarking on a treacherous path that could lead to the disclosure of explosive secrets. YNWD's eyes narrowed slightly, evidently having reached a decision. Father, while your concerns are not unfounded, they may lack complexity, 18th interjected. In this world, there cannot be only one Chao Gu SH. Once the existence of explosives is known, many will seek to obtain them. A moment of carelessness could incite chaos. Therefore, Strict penalties must be enforced. Anyone who violates the law by possessing explosives shall face execution. In Dyn, it is expressly forbidden for commoners to possess explosives. Even within the military, soldiers cannot use them freely. Otherwise, they too shall face execution. Once the nation stabilizes, we must also consider the implications of nitrate for fertilizer production. With fertilizers, the current yield of 2 to 300 gene of grain per mu could increase by at least 100 gene, potentially saving millions of people. The efficacy of fertilizers is remarkable. For the first time, YNWD regarded the significance of fertilizers with earnestness. Previously, YNW had mentioned numerous beneficial items, but he had only heard their names without understanding their substance, and he refrained from inquiring further, believing that DYN could not yet produce them. To elaborate would only bring tears. YNWD felt a sense of pride in maintaining a positive demeanor before the 18th. Indeed, it is truly remarkable. However, this is not even the most extraordinary aspect. Even more remarkable are the high-yield grain varieties. Alas, but high-yield grains require cultivation. The seeds in my space are insufficient, barely enough for my own consumption. The key lies in the technology. Father, we must not fixate solely on the end product. We must have foresight and learn the technology to ensure a continuous supply. After all, high-yield grains cannot be saved for future planting. They must be cultivated anew each year. After perusing the information, YNWD nodded in understanding. Thus, it is evident that such a remarkable resource would inevitably possess limitations. This realization is entirely reasonable. It appears that the future will be shaped by the innovations of talented individuals, and it is not an insurmountable challenge. YNWD no longer perceived merely a bright future. He was convinced that DYN would surely flourish. However, once this resource is exhausted, it cannot be replenished. Its regeneration cannot keep pace with its consumption. In other words, if we utilize it excessively now, we will find ourselves lacking in the future. We cannot simply produce fertilizers from nitrate to satiate our hunger, nor can we create explosives to vanquish our enemies, only to face famine later and revert to cold weapons. 18th, your words bear wisdom. Father will judiciously manage the utilization of nitrate. Since nitrate mines are non-renewable, we must capitalize on them to enhance DYN. Yet we cannot become overly reliant on them. The explosive may be permissible, but in moderation. The strength of the army is of paramount importance. Yet we do not utilize saltpeter to manufacture bombs, and other nations privy to this information will not miss such a golden opportunity. After all, there are always those short-sighted individuals who believe that conquering enemy territories and expanding one's realm is the utmost priority. As for the future, what relevance does it hold for the current emperor? If the historical records are not preserved, future generations will remain oblivious to the truth. The expression on Yunwu's face was grave as he recognized the validity of Sheba's words. He had considered this matter. However, he was merely contemplating that his adversaries would be one step behind in their knowledge. He could always strengthen his soldiers. Of course, the hardships he currently faced would also be encountered by the emperors of other nations. Nevertheless, the discovery of saltpeter and the ensuing troubles were undeniably vexing. This Chao Guoshi had indeed presented a significant dilemma for me. It is no wonder he possesses such weaponry, yet refrains from taking action. Historically, Chao Guoshi has not shown any signs of explosive devices. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy for the Chu to breach their defenses, and the Chao family would not have met such a grim fate. To be precise, the Chao family was nearly annihilated, living worse than those treacherous spies. There must be numerous reasons why Chao Guoshi has not employed explosives. Is it possible that the explosives in his possession are, in fact, quite limited in their efficacy? Yunwu posed this existential question to himself. If he were in possession of formidable explosives, even if they could not halt the mighty army of the Chu, he could have concealed them in advance to eliminate key figures, such as princes or generals. After all, the Chao family's demise was tragic, setting aside feelings of resentment. If Chao Guoshi had explosives, would he not seek vengeance against the soldiers of the Chu, knowing he was destined for death? To suggest that Chao Guoshi is cowardly is utterly implausible. My father makes a compelling point, one of the characters remarked. Why not have my father test Chao Guoshi? Test? How would one test? Soon enough, Yunwu discerned the method of testing. Upon reaching the elevated ground and observing the palace's location, Yunwu presented Yunwu with a package of explosives. She had previously withheld it, believing that such things did not exist in this world. However, recent revelations suggested that Xiao Guoshi had acquired new inventions. Based on her experience, she surmised that this was likely due to Xiao Guoshi's recent research. Otherwise, such news would not have emerged in the system. Thus, she can now provide Yunwu Di with modern weaponry. What is this? Yunwu Di pondered, intrigued by the explosives before him. My father may wish to give it a try. Simply ignite the fuse, and it shall detonate. However, it would be prudent for you to enlist the aid of other guards for the trial, lest you inadvertently harm yourself. Chapter 132. A package. Yunwu was equally curious. She wondered whether the explosives presented by the 18th princess could potentially harm her. After all, her own skills were quite commendable. Bring someone, Yunwu Di commanded. Liang Ming, along with another deputy leader of the Imperial Guards, Jiang, promptly arrived at the emperor's behest. Jiang, go fetch a large stone, Yunwu Di instructed. Understood. Jiang turned and searched for a boulder that towered above him, weighing approximately 300 pounds. He crouched down and, with a great effort, lifted it and placed it before Yunwu Di. Who is this individual? His strength is remarkable. He can lift such a stone. A true strongman, without a doubt. That rock weighs over 300 pounds. The average adult can barely lift a little over 100. Yunwu glanced at Yunwu Di, both realizing that in the future, the strength of ordinary people might diminish. Otherwise, the 18th princess would not have been so astonished. In the yin, even an ordinary child could typically muster 50 to 60 pounds of strength. How could it be that the 18th princess implied that people in the future were somewhat weaker? Of course, this weakness was relative to a decline in physical prowess. Liang Ming, come here and place this package on a large stone, then ignite the fuse. Once ignited, step back to avoid injury. Liang Ming thought to himself, how much harm could such a small package, roughly the size of a fist, truly inflict? Though he dismissed it in his mind, he nevertheless heeded the emperor's warning and distanced himself after igniting the fuse. Everyone watched with curiosity as the fuse ignited. Be cautious. Do not let the flying debris hit you. Fear not. 18th, I shall protect you, the emperor reassured with a smile. With that, a resounding explosion echoed through the valley. The soldiers training below looked up in astonishment at the mountaintop. Accompanying the blast was the cry of, "Protect the emperor." A group of guards had not anticipated the explosive's formidable power, and scattered rocks flew westward. Many were struck and cried out in pain, with Liang Ming suffering the worst due to his proximity. Yunwu Di, cradling Yunwu, was shielded by the Imperial Guards, who gazed at the dissipating smoke and debris with a mix of alarm and astonishment. Liang Ming rushed over, clutching his head. Your Majesty, I have failed. I did not protect you adequately. Observing the bump on Liang Ming's head, Yunwu Di couldn't help but twitch his lips. I am unscathed. Internally, he thought, you are the one who is in trouble. Liang Ming grimaced and said, Your Majesty, this device is astonishingly effective. Will it explode again? He asked cautiously. Certainly not. Once the explosives have detonated, they cannot explode again. Upon hearing the 18th princess's words, Liang Ming felt relieved rather than incensed. As for being mocked by a princess still in her infancy, he thought nothing of it. Liang Ming promptly approached the blasted stone. Upon arrival, he gasped, Your Majesty, this massive boulder has been shattered. It is in pieces. Upon hearing this, many rushed over. Even Yunwu Di could not resist his curiosity and followed. Upon witnessing the once mighty stone reduced to palm-sized fragments and a cloud of dust, the potency of the explosives was undeniable. If this were to fall into the hands of the army, Liang Ming's sentence remained unfinished as Jiang interjected. Even the elite special forces trained today would not withstand it. After all, we are mere mortals. This package is inconsequential, if encased in iron or other metals. The resulting shrapnel would be lethal. This was Jiang's first encounter with Yunwu's thoughts. Although he was trained to maintain composure, he could not suppress his astonishment and confusion. Moreover, this explosive is merely the most basic version. Advanced weaponry could potentially obliterate an entire provincial capital. Both Jiang and Liang Ming could not contain their astonishment and coughed in disbelief. They turned their backs to Yunwu, their eyes wide. To obliterate an entire provincial capital? That is utterly terrifying. If the enemy possesses such weaponry, could they not easily annihilate all of the yin with just a few? As long as there is sufficient wealth, I could procure one. Now coughing was no longer limited to just two individuals. Even Yunwu Di joined in. What is wrong with my father? What about Leader Liang? And General Jiang? Why are they coughing? Have they caught a chill? Yunwu pondered. extending her small hand to pat Yunwu's chest, her expression filled with concern. Yunwu endeavored to muster a smile upon his face. His father, the emperor, was unharmed. It was merely the dust from the explosives that was somewhat suffocating. It dawned on him that this was indeed a normal occurrence, as the detonation of gunpowder invariably produced a distinctive scent. Thus, he perceived the stark contrast between hot and cold weapons. The former could obliterate a life from a distance, rendering one unable to approach, while the latter paled in comparison. Yunwu's expression grew serious. He had not anticipated that the weaponry of the future would possess such formidable prowess, exceeding his wildest imaginings. Should these devices manifest into Chu and confront him, he feared he might lack the courage to safeguard the lives of the Yan citizens. Yet, the knowledge of this advanced weaponry now belonged to him, signifying a rare opportunity for the Yan. His heart surged with fervor. Liang Ming and others remained oblivious to the multitude of thoughts swirling within Yunwu's mind. He refrained from revealing too much in front of the 18th princess. Clearing his throat, he inquired, "Your Majesty, is this indeed gunpowder? If so, shall we consider producing some as a trump card?" "Indeed, we shall produce some," Yunwu replied, not intending to amass a large quantity immediately, as he had yet to deliberate whether the saltpeter from the mines should be utilized for fertilizer or explosives. "This is splendid news," Liang Ming thought, as he anticipated that when the emperor had stockpiled supplies, a portion would undoubtedly be allocated to the Imperial Guard, thereby granting him some control. After experimenting with the gunpowder, a new thought ignited in Yunwu's mind, which he did not linger on. After his departure, a secret edict arrived at the military camp. Jiang became one of the appointed leaders, accompanied by a contingent of alchemists skilled in extracting saltpeter. Upon hearing the name of saltpeter, Yunwu immediately thought of these alchemists and arranged for them to reside nearby the saltpeter mine to assist in its extraction. Yunwu had already been contemplating this matter and chuckled upon hearing the news. "Very well, Linen, summon Chao Guoshi to the training grounds to meet me." After speaking, Yunwu cast a glance at the sky outside the palace, curious if there were any spies from the Chu within the imperial grounds. If there were, it would indeed be intriguing. A cold smirk flashed across his eyes as he embraced the clouds and made his way to the training grounds, opting for a rickshaw instead of a palanquin. The rickshaw had undergone a remarkable transformation. It was no longer an ordinary vehicle, but was adorned with luxurious fur and fitted with a canopy and comfortable seating. Truly, the emperor is impressive. Even a simple rickshaw has been rendered so opulent. One might mistake it for a luxury vehicle, he thought, marveling at the extravagant furs, which were undoubtedly expensive. Such a lavish lifestyle is truly delightful. Yunwu chuckled to himself, curious about what a luxury vehicle entailed. However, he deemed this trivial and did not wish to inquire further. 18. We are headed to the training grounds. Soon, you shall discover my intentions. The furs you adore will be sent to Ichuan Palace by Linen. Oh dear, how can I accept such a bounty for merely a few pieces of gunpowder? Even though gunpowder is prohibited, it can still be procured from abroad, whereas these furs are from protected animals and are indeed a luxury. The furs beneath us could fetch a fortune, and if tailored by a renowned designer, they could be worth millions, Yunwu thought, his face alight with joy. He had feared that what he offered would be deemed worthless and that he would not acquire the bombs, thus causing 18 to suffer losses. However, he was astonished to learn the high value of even a single fur. Linen, too, was taken aback, realizing that even furs could surpass gunpowder in value in the future, revealing the peculiarities of future customs. Before long, the rickshaw arrived at the training grounds with remarkable speed, with Liang Ming and others sprinting behind. An extraordinary scene unfolded within the palace, as the emperor sat atop the peculiar vehicle, swiftly disappearing from view, trailed by the orderly footfalls of the Imperial Guard. The discipline of the guards astonished everyone present, leaving the palace attendants in awe. The two attendants, Xiao Songzi and Xiao Yun, responsible for managing the rickshaw, were not permitted to follow and could only observe from outside the palace as the rickshaw was whisked away. Xiao Songzi could not help but exclaim, "Truly a marvel. It moves without the need for horses." Xiao Yun, curious, asked, "Do you know how this rickshaw can move on its own?" "I know not. I am merely a servant. How could I inquire about such matters?" Xiao Songzi replied casually. Xiao Yun smiled faintly, "I am simply curious. If we had many such vehicles in the future, we would no longer need to be carried in palanquins. The common folk would surely be grateful to the emperor." Xiao Songzi felt a sense of pride. Indeed, but alas, I remain in the dark. Enough, Let's clean the quarters, Xiao Yun urged, her eyes gleaming with urgency. Having lingered for so long, she had yet to uncover the rickshaw's secret. However, with the emperor's frequent usage, she recognized its value. With determination, she seized an opportunity to slip away from the main hall and quietly entered the inner palace to meet Chun Fei. Upon hearing the news, Chun Fei instructed, "Find a way to have Xiao Songzi damage the rickshaw." What? Xiao Yun stammered. "Do you refuse?" Chun Fei glared. Xiao Yun, pale-faced, shook her head. Chun Fei appeared satisfied. Waving her hand, "Go. Once this matter is resolved, I shall have you leave the palace." "Thank you, Your Highness," Xiao Yun replied, elated. Meanwhile, Yunwu and Yunwu had arrived at the training grounds. Chao Guoshi was brought forth, accompanied by several palace attendants. His gaze immediately fell upon the rickshaw beside Yunwu. Narrowing his eyes, he recognized its significance and felt a surge of curiosity, particularly regarding the 18th princess, who had produced such a contraption. The old minister approached the emperor, who smiled warmly. "Chao Aiching, rise. Today I have acquired something quite intriguing, and I have come to share it with you. Your Majesty, I implore you to refrain from indulging in trifles. The welfare of the court and the common people must be your priority. The chaos within the offices is perilous. Rest assured, old minister, I am committed to the yin and its people. I urge you to reconsider your concerns." Yunwu replied with a grin. "Bring forth the item and place it over there." "Yes, Your Majesty." Liang Ming carried a bundle without a flicker of emotion as he approached the boulder. He was once again the one to ignite the explosives. Chao Guoshi knelt, incensed by Yunwu's dismissive demeanor. He furrowed his brow, preparing to voice his discontent when suddenly, a thunderous bang erupted, startling Chao Guoshi into looking up. "Explosives?" he murmured. Yunwu knelt. "Ah, Chao Aiching, you are familiar with explosives as well. What do you think of this gunpowder?" he asked, his face beaming with delight. Chao Guoshi was struck with astonishment and trepidation, unable to meet Yunwu's gaze. "Why the silence, Chao Aiching?" he mused, his mind in disarray. "The old minister believes it to be quite remarkable and national treasure," Chao Guoshi stammered, his lips quivering, wearing a perfectly measured smile. "This is indeed a momentous occasion. Your Majesty, this old minister believes it prudent to initially conceal this news to prevent the people of Dechu from discovering it. At that time, we could arrange for spies to seize the advantage. Instead, it would be far more effective to deliver a decisive blow on the battlefield while seizing this opportunity. The Yin and Dechu have been embroiled in conflict at the border for many years, neither side willing to yield. Particularly this year, with natural disasters afflicting various regions of the Yin, the morale at the border is increasingly precarious." Emperor Yunwu scrutinized his face, observing how effortlessly he could maintain his composure while concealing the advantage. A cold smile crept into Emperor Yunwu's heart. No wonder Chao Guoshi had previously managed to deceive him. This man's tongue was indeed formidable. Chao Guoshi, under the emperor's penetrating gaze, felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. "Chao Aiching speaks the truth." Emperor Yunwu elongated his tone. Chao Guoshi's heart skipped a beat, instinctively raising his eyes to meet the emperor's fiery gaze. "What piques my curiosity now, Chao Aiching, is whose explosives are more potent, yours or mine?" Chao Guoshi's pupils constricted. "Impossible." Chapter 134, Sowing Discord. How could Emperor Yunwu know he possessed explosives, especially when the emperors were clearly superior? Anxiety gnawed at Chao Guoshi's heart as he desperately attempted to muster a smile. "Your Majesty, I do not comprehend your words." "You do not comprehend?" Emperor Yunwu chuckled lightly. "Must I unearth the explosives you have concealed for you?" Emperor Yunwu's voice rose in anger. "Chao Aiching, you have truly disappointed me. I once thought you shared my sentiments, that you were loyal to the Yin, yet here you are, hoarding explosives. What are your intentions? Do you seek to upend this realm?" Seeing the emperor's face contorted with rage, Chao Guoshi's heart sank. He recalled how the emperor had previously dealt with other officials, always presenting evidence promptly. Could it be that the emperor already knew where he had hidden his contraband? "Your Majesty, I dare not." Chao Guoshi realized he could not confess. If he did, his entire family would meet a grim fate. "The explosives you speak of, I merely heard about from a wandering scholar, hence my ability to recognize them. However, the explosives that scholar possessed are nothing compared to yours. Perhaps someone has reported to you, leading to a misunderstanding of my actions. I truly possess no explosives. Rather, that scholar has quite a stockpile." Chao Guoshi hastily dismissed all suspicion of himself. Emperor Yunwu found amusement in his clear attempts at evasion. Chao Guoshi, I have never wronged you. Your current stature is a result of my trust. Your Majesty, I am truly wronged. Chao Guoshi continued to deny any wrongdoing, his face unwavering. Emperor Yunwu's gaze had grown frigid. He regarded Chao Guoshi as though he were a ghost. Were Chao Guoshi able to concoct another excuse? Perhaps he could surmise there was some hardship behind it, but the reality was devoid of such complications. Father, I have investigated. Chao Guoshi betrayed you out of a sense of protectiveness. His descendants are rather inept. Not only did young Master Chao to cause young Master Xiao great suffering, but the eldest son of the Chao family also took a life many years prior. At that time, Chao Guoshi assisted in covering it up. Initially, he intended to seek help from concubine Xian. However, he happened upon you dealing with the palace servants. You stated that even concubine Xian's people must face the law if they erred. You demonstrated an attitude of justice over kinship. Later, upon learning you had indeed dealt with concubine Xian's people according to the law, even her pleas for mercy were of no avail. Thus, they both grew to resent you. Resent me? Emperor Yunwu was incensed. On what grounds could they harbor such animosity? Was it merely because he dealt with matters sternly? Yet, should this not be expected? If he were to govern as emperor based solely on emotions, the entirety of the Yin would descend into chaos. He was the emperor of the realm, the sovereign of all subjects, not merely one individual. Why should Chao Guoshi resent him? If there had been a modicum of expectation from Emperor Yunwu towards Chao Guoshi, believing he had strayed for some reason, that sentiment had now evaporated. The emperor no longer harbored the slightest affection for Chao Guoshi. Once, he had personally appointed Chao Guoshi, elevated him, enabling him to shine in the court and gain influence. Because of that initial favor, Chao Guoshi had even drawn envy from numerous officials. The emperor had believed he had treated Chao Guoshi fairly. Otherwise, he would not have amassed such power in the court. He had never doubted Chao Guoshi's loyalty. His only grievance lay in the fact that Chao Guoshi chose his side so early on. Choosing sides was not inherently wrong. After all, as the princes matured, many officials would align themselves with various factions. It was not solely a transgression of Chao Guoshi's. The relatives of other princes naturally formed alliances. Had it not been for the 18, he would have remained oblivious to Chao Guoshi's and concubine Xian's desire for his demise. Now, the reason was clear. It was his unwavering sense of justice and adherence to law that spurred Chao Guoshi to secretly cultivate his own power, aiming to unseat him. Emperor Yunwu's heart turned cold, and the last vestige of trust he had for Chao Guoshi eroded completely. He no longer wished to engage in this charade. This signified that Emperor Yunwu was not inclined to grant Chao Guoshi any further opportunities. Chao Guoshi, you have profoundly disappointed me. He raised his hand to command. Escort Lord Chao to Changchun Palace. Your Majesty, Chao Guoshi had not anticipated the emperor's abrupt shift in demeanor. The emperor granted him no chance for explanation. With a mere wave of his hand, he instructed Liang Ming to escort him away. Chao Guoshi found himself imprisoned within the palace, utterly isolated in the grand hall. The doors were barred, guarded by a host of sentinels, leaving him no opportunity to communicate with the outside world. He sought every conceivable means to contact his allies within the hall, but to no avail. At that moment, a pang of regret washed over Chao Guoshi. His regret was not directed at opposing Emperor Yunwu, but rather at his failure to act decisively sooner, culminating in his current predicament of confinement without even a moment to react. Half an hour later, a commotion erupted outside the grand hall. Chao Guoshi instinctively turned to look, witnessing the doors swing open. Father, the entire Chao family was ushered into Changchun Palace. What do you intend to do? I demand to see the emperor. Chao Guoshi's face turned ashen with fury as he rose to bellow. Liang Ming directed his subordinates to shove the Chao family members inside, disregarding Chao Guoshi's protests. Instead, he turned to the imperial guards. You must have received favors from Lord Chao in the past. However, Lord Chao's crimes are now beyond dispute. If any of you are unclear about what he has done, I will not hesitate to punish those who assist him. The emperor has decreed that anyone found aiding Lord Chao will face the annihilation of their 9 clans. If any of you believe you can escape my notice, feel free to test your luck. Liang Ming chuckled lightly. Upon hearing this, the imperial guard stiffened, no one daring to take the risk. Chao Guoshi's eyes brimmed with hatred as he glared at Liang Ming, his expression contorted with rage. Liang Ming, he inhaled deeply, understanding that now was not the time to confront Liang Ming for cutting off his escape. Are you not curious why the emperor apprehended me without cause? What do you wish to imply, Lord Chao? Liang Ming replied with a smirk. Chapter 135. What is silver tongue? Chao Guosher narrowed his eyes. Surely, Liang Darren is aware of what I have done. I confess my guilt, but hope the emperor will adjudicate me according to the law, rather than resorting to this abuse of power. This official sees no possibility of a turnaround. However, today, a precedent has been set for me. In the future, when you err, do you still believe there will be fairness? Naturally, whatever His Majesty decides must be accepted by you. Even at this juncture, Chao Guosher is reluctant to abandon his scheming ways. Liang Ming, I implore you to counsel His Majesty. Do not act recklessly. What merit or capability do I possess to become the catalyst for His Majesty's tyranny? Liang Ming immediately conveyed this information to the Emperor Yunwu. Furious, the Emperor exclaimed, "What a sharp tongue! What a claim that I am a tyrant! What a preposterous assertion that he is innocent! Bring forth the people," commanded the Emperor in a voice laced with wrath. There was no need for subtlety. The Emperor had already intended to utilize explosives to draw the attention of the Chu. Did the Chu not desire to engulf the Yin? Then he would see if they possessed the capability. Yes. Liang Ming promptly turned and departed the palace, accompanied by one of the dragon guards. Liang Ming held no doubt regarding the Emperor's assertion. It was evident that this time, Chao Guosher was truly doomed. Also entering the palace was the second prince, Yunshun. This time, the Emperor had summoned the Chao family to the Changchun Palace, where the late Consort An had once resided. Even Yunshun was called forth. Upon seeing Yunshun, Chao Guosher opened his mouth but uttered not a word. His eyes, however, conveyed a message. Unbeknownst to him, Yunshun was taken aback by the news of Chao Guosher possessing explosives. Your Highness, how is it that you have also been summoned? Chao Guosher maintained his composure, saying, Your Highness, there is no need for concern. Should I encounter misfortune, it shall not implicate you. If Yunshun were unaware of Chao Guosher's true intentions, he might genuinely believe that the latter had his best interests at heart. My uncle, I devised a way to enter. I told father that I would persuade you to clarify the whereabouts of the explosives, Yunshun explained. Chao Guosher was astonished. He had not anticipated Yunshun would enter the palace to save him. Instead, he was filled with suspicion. Had the emperor truly concluded that I possess explosives? With a face full of indignation, Chao Guosher declared, I truly do not have them. Is His Majesty preparing to use you to compel me to confess to a crime that does not exist? Chao Guosher was not foolish. He knew that the gravest accusation against him was the possession of explosives. As long as no explosives were found, even if the emperor sought to punish him, there would be no opportunity. Thus, he still held hope. Even should he meet his demise, with his children alive, they could avenge him. Of course, if he were to perish, he would ensure that the Emperor Yunwu would not have it easy. He still possessed the ability to create chaos in the court. Seeing him refuse to admit guilt, even at this point, his lips remained tightly sealed, revealing no cracks. Yunshun thought to himself how it was no wonder he had deceived himself for so many years. Uncle, you may not know, but father is already gathering evidence against my cousins. Yunshun furrowed his brow, realizing that with father's dragon guard's capabilities, the truth could not be concealed for long. I can assist you in delaying your sentencing with father. However, concerning my cousins, I fear I am powerless. Ultimately, you may have to sacrifice them. Yunshun pondered aloud. However, according to the crimes of my cousins, for the sake of his reputation, father will only act according to the law. Their lives may be spared, but they will undoubtedly face exile. Rest assured, uncle, although it is exile, I will manage it discreetly. Once they leave the capital, they will no longer suffer. Upon hearing this, Chao Gongzi impatiently exclaimed, Cousin, no, you know I cannot endure hardship. The weather in that desolate land is so harsh. How could I possibly survive there? Moreover, I believe the emperor would not find any evidence. I was able to eradicate all evidence and witnesses back then. Gao Gusi Bakge. Silence. Are you truly asking me to accept exile? My crime would not only lead to my own banishment, but would also implicate your newly born grandson. Can you bear to see our entire family suffer? Rage consumed Chao Guosher, realizing that he had inadvertently confessed. What did you commit a crime? He ground his teeth. Chao Gongzi suddenly realized, quickly covering his mouth, and ingratiatingly said to Yunshun, Cousin, you must have misheard. I meant to say I was wrongfully exiled. The suffering would be too great. He chuckled awkwardly. Yunshun frowned. Elder cousin, you must be more cautious in the future. Do not cause trouble for uncle and me. This conversation should only be among family. Chao Gongzi felt wronged. He did not believe that Yunshan would betray the Chao family. After all, following the incident with Consort An, the Chao family was the only support he had left. Unless Yunshan had no desire for the throne and was unconcerned about the potential actions of his younger brothers. Unbeknownst to him, Yunshan had entirely forsaken the throne. Thus, the Chao family held no weight in his eyes. I will, Chao Guoshe replied. Your Highness, how do you plan to explain this to the emperor? Chao Guoshe spoke with precision. I truly do not possess explosives. Moreover, if the emperor does have explosives, could it be that a rogue has sought him out? Gao Gusi inquit cd. Yunshan was also curious about the source of the explosives. After all, he had not heard any news for quite some time, indicating how well Chao Guoshe had concealed it. Should he ascend to the throne, Chao Guoshe might very well treat him as a puppet. I do not know. Yunshan's eyes flickered with worry. Father did not mention it. I dare not probe further, fearing father might discover it. Yunshan turned to Chao Guoshe. Uncle, who is this rogue you speak of? I will find him and present him to father. Perhaps it will break the impasse. However, Chao Guoshe detected from Yunshan's words that he was unaware of the explosives' whereabouts. Before he could feel pleased, he had to consider a pressing issue. He had previously mentioned the existence of a rogue, and the emperor would undoubtedly be curious. If he revealed the identity of that person, it would surely divert attention and clear his name. Yet, he needed to find someone trustworthy. Otherwise, he would be delivering evidence to the emperor himself. After all, the explosives he concealed were indeed within his domain. A glimmer of calculation flashed in Chao Guoshe's eyes. Soon, he made a decision. Chapter 136. A direct reversal, Your Highness. Previously, this old minister indeed saw explosives in the possession of that rogue. You should seek out a man named Guo Qiyu in the wandering alleys. It was from him that I learned of the explosives. Chao Guoshe refrained from disclosing where he had hidden the explosives. Yunshan was uncertain about Guo Qiyu's involvement, yet he had managed to achieve half of his goal. Uncle, I understand. With this person, I can provide an explanation to father. What else needs to be done? Yunshan asked softly. Chao Guoshe observed his emotionless expression, a flicker of struggle passing through his eyes. After contemplating something, he beckoned to Yunshan. Your Highness, would you be willing to sit upon that position? Yunshan's gaze sharpened. Uncle, do you mean? Chao Guoshe narrowed his eyes actinite. You will distract the emperor. I will provide you with this medicine. You only need to be close enough to Yunwu Emperor for it to take effect. Yunshan held the pill and glanced at him. Uncle, you must be certain, otherwise, I can no longer protect you. Chao Guoshe smiled. Rest assured, Your Highness. If I lacked confidence, would I take this step? Very well. Yunshan stood, swiftly concealing the pill, and turned to leave Changchun Palace in haste. Father, you silence. Gao Gusi's glet. Narrowing his eyes, he murmured, whether it succeeds depends on this occasion. Chao Guoshe was reluctant to take risks. Yet he was acutely aware that his opportunities were dwindling. Yunwu had also acquired explosives, and if he did not seize this moment, he would irrevocably lose his chance. He understood that once this matter came to light, the emperor would likely no longer trust him. Yunshan turned and made his way to meet Yunwu. This pill is no ordinary substance, he warned. It is a lethal poison that can cause immediate death. When combined with a substance known as Yuxiang, it will release toxic fumes. He urged, quickly open the windows for ventilation. Second Imperial Brother, hasten to dissolve the poison in the water. Once it is in the water, it will pose no threat. Yunwu swiftly commanded, Second Brother, dispose of the poison. Understood, Yunshan replied, watching as the poison was cast into the basin of water. His heart racing. Chao Guoshe intends to take my life as well. He murmured. Now you realize he is not a good person, he reflected bitterly. Selfish and self-serving. Willing to harm even me for his own gain. What would he not dare do to you, a mere prince? Yet, it seems Chao Guoshe does not seek the life of Second Imperial Brother, he contemplated. Given the amount inhaled, it would only lead to a weakened state, rendering one frail and ill, but not necessarily fatal, albeit life would not be prolonged. Yunwu's gaze turned icy. Second Brother, you know what to do without needing my guidance. Since Chao Guoshe has chosen to act today, you shall cooperate. Yunshan closed his eyes, filled with sorrow, contemplating the pain of being utterly forsaken by those he held dear. Yes, he acknowledged, fully aware of his course of action. He turned to leave, but not far into his departure, a palace servant approached with a message for him to meet someone. Following the servant, he arrived outside the cold palace. Spotting another leader from the Imperial Guard, Gu Zhulin, Yunshan was taken aback to discover that Gu Zhulin was affiliated with Chao Guoshe. especially since he was connected to the family of the seventh prince. Summoned the imperial physician. Not long after Yun Chen's departure, chaos erupted within the Qingjin Hall. The complexion of eunuch Lin and changed dramatically as he urgently instructed servants to find the physician. Soon, Yunwu was carried into the Zikan Hall. Yunwu, too, had discreetly made her way to Zikan Hall with the assistance of Granny Yun. The palace descended into visible turmoil. Even Chun Fei received the alarming news. Your Highness, it is dire. I have heard that the emperor has been poisoned during an assassination attempt. Startled, Chun Fei sprang to her feet. Is that true? Indeed, came the reply. Your Highness, what shall we do? Chun Fei paced anxiously. Do not panic. The emperor cannot be in immediate danger. This news could very well be false. Moreover, do we not hear that Chao Guoshi is also within the palace? And there are those officials clamoring for the end of court sessions. Let us do nothing for now. We must allow Xiao Yin the opportunity to sabotage that rickshaw and find a way to transport it out. We need to discover its secrets. Understood, Chun Fei replied. Narrowing her eyes, unfazed, she paced thoughtfully, suddenly struck by an idea. Since I'm going to keep watch on Chao Guoshi, we need to ascertain his intentions. That night, news of Yunwu ceased to circulate. Yet, everyone knew that the physician was in Zikan Hall, indicating something must have gone awry. An atmosphere of tension enveloped the palace. However, amidst the caution, some were still attempting to exploit the chaos. Yunwu glanced at eunuch Lin and beside him. Linen, has there been any movement from Chao Guoshi's side? Not yet, Linen replied, helplessly observing Yunwu, who sat cross-legged on the bed, engrossed in a game of flying chess. He could hardly fathom that during such a serious coup, the emperor was playing chess. It was almost surreal. I have provided him with ample opportunity, yet he moves so slowly. Is he not afraid I might find an antidote? Tomorrow, let the news spread that Physician Lin is searching for a cure and that I may have a chance of recovery. Furthermore, state that Physician Lin's discovery of the antidote was guided by the 18th princess. Eunuch Lin promptly relayed the orders. Alas, I almost forgot about the 18th princess. She is somewhat enigmatic. Regrettably, I lack the opportunity to fully comprehend her capabilities. Yet, regardless of her prowess, she is merely a child. Nevertheless, there can be no further delay. Chao Guoshi is already on edge. Upon hearing this news, he will have no time to hesitate. That night, the palace echoed with the sounds of battle. Each palace gate was stormed. Lin Fei had already reached Zikan Hall. Even so, the Yichuan Palace suffered considerable damage from the invading rebels. The sounds of conflict echoed throughout the prince's residence. However, when the rebels breached the prince's quarters, they found no prince present. Gu Zhulin, leading the charge, felt a chill of foreboding at this revelation. Proceed to Changchun Palace and rendezvous with Lord Chao. Gu Zhulin's heart raced, unease settling within him. Yet he had no choice but to press on. Meanwhile, Yin Shun had successfully allied with Chao Guoshi. He entered, freeing Chao Guoshi and the members of the Chao family. Uncle, let us go. Father is in Zikan Hall. Chapter 137. The arrogance of the malicious Chao Guoshi freed himself from his bindings. Was everything successful? He inquired. Indeed, Yin Shun replied, a slight smile gracing his lips, a hint of blood still visible on his face. He looked at Chao Guoshi, his gaze ablaze with fervor, a stark contrast to his usual composure. That is reassuring. Your Highness, let us proceed to Zikan Hall and see the Emperor. Surely he remains unaware that I have allies within the imperial physician's ranks. Chao Guoshi turned to Yun Shun, saying, Your Highness, you possess connections within the imperial hospital. This greatly pleases and reassures this old minister. The future of Dian shall rest in your capable hands. Unfazed, Chao Guoshi pressed forward. Soon, a group converged outside Zikan Hall. Gu Zhulin hastily approached. Lord Chao, there are no princes in the prince's residence. None at all. Chao Guoshi's heart sank momentarily, an ominous premonition washing over him. Have our people infiltrated the palace? He suddenly asked. Gu Zhulin countered. Are you referring to the group led by Steward Chao? Precisely. They have entered the palace. Rest assured, my lord. A semblance of comfort returned to Chao Guoshi as he prepared to enter Zikan Hall. Before doing so, he turned to instruct the guards accompanying him. See to it that the madam and young master are escorted from the palace. Understood, the guard replied, departing. The members of the Chao family, who had intended to accompany Chao Guoshi to Zikan Hall to confront the emperor, were forcibly removed. Chao Guoshi watched their retreating figures, his eyes narrowing. He was acutely aware of the explosives in Yunwu's possession. In this critical moment, Who could predict whether the emperor might resort to using explosives against his own people? However, he decided to take a gamble, wagering that Yunwu, upon realizing his life was in jeopardy, would refrain from using explosives for revenge. After all, in the emperor's heart, the most crucial matter was the realm of Dian. Even with personal vendettas, he would suppress them for the sake of the nation. It was precisely this understanding that emboldened Chao Guoshi to scheme against Yunwu. A righteous emperor is far easier to manipulate than a self-serving one. Although he was confident in his ability to outmaneuver Yunwu, he did not wish to place his family in jeopardy. In truth, the members of the Chao family were not merely sent out of the palace. They were dispatched beyond the city. Should he falter, his family would still have a sliver of hope. Yunshin observed the departing Chao family, hesitating briefly before refraining from voicing any objections. The three entered Zikan Hall. Inside the grand hall, a multitude of physicians, led by physician Lin, knelt upon the ground. Upon hearing the doors pushed open, they turned their attention to the entrance. Upon witnessing Chao Guoshi burst in with a contingent of soldiers, the bloody blade in his hand glistened ominously. The physicians' faces paled, instinctively retreating. "Master Chao, you have finally arrived," they murmured. At that moment, a group of officials emerged from behind the screen, their faces alight with joy. A closer inspection revealed that they were part of the previously dismissed officials. Chao Guoshi cast a fleeting glance at them, choosing to ignore their presence as he strode past the screen into the inner chamber. There, he beheld the Yunwu emperor, disheveled, seated by the bedside, flanked by a dozen princes and a Lin Fei cradling the Yunwu. It seemed all were gathered, sparing the elder statesman the trouble of summoning them. Chao Guoshi, feigning a smile, addressed the emperor. "Your Majesty, this humble servant pays his respects." He did not bend in deference, his gaze fixed intently upon the emperor's pallid visage, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his lips. "Your Majesty, I implore you to draft an edict bequeathing the throne to the second prince. At the very least, it would ensure the safety of the other princes before your passing. Should you refuse, do not blame this humble servant for unleashing chaos upon your sons." With a wave of his hand, a cadre of soldiers arrived, bearing several boxes. "Your Majesty, I presume you are curious about the contents of these boxes?" The Yunwu emperor's fury ignited. "Gao Gusi, you are committing treason. Is it not you who poisoned me, you traitor?" The emperor's rage was palpable. Gao Gusi, lifting his chin, wore a cunning smile. "Your Majesty, I had no desire for this. It is you who has compelled my hand. Had you not scrutinized my actions, I would not have dared to tread this perilous path." His words dripped with veiled accusations directed at the Yunwu emperor. "Are you suggesting that I should cease my investigations? You conspired against me, harboring explosives with the clear intent of overthrowing this realm, and you expect me to indulge you?" The Yunwu emperor, barely containing his wrath, felt the weight of his calculated restraint. "Is it not foolish to feign ignorance, Your Majesty? You previously suspected General Xia. Why the sudden change?" Chao Guoshi's tone was laced with mockery. "I act solely for the sake of the yen." The emperor's trembling finger pointed accusingly at him. "Chao Guoshi, how dare you claim to act for the yen? Your narrow-mindedness is utterly appalling. Do you not comprehend that the Chu is ever watchful, ready to pounce upon any sign of unrest within our borders?" The Yunwu emperor, unable to contain his indignation, rose and unleashed a torrent of invectives. "Do you realize how many spies the Chu has embedded in the yen? They are poised at the borders, ever eager to strike should discord arise within our court. You and your fellow officials claim to act for the populace and the court, yet you are all driven by selfish motives. Do you truly care for the common people? No, you do not." The officials who followed in the emperor's wake bore expressions of shame and anger. "Your Majesty, do you not fear that by offending us, no one will safeguard your beloved 18th princess after your demise? It is said that she is a harbinger of fortune. If that is indeed the case, we shall ensure she remains within the palace, serving as a talisman under the auspices of the Grand Astrologer and the National Master." Fang Xia's gaze was filled with curiosity and scrutiny directed at Yunwu, not as a person, but as an object of investigation. The tension thickened as the 18th princess, enraged, was surrounded by her brothers, all glaring at Fang Xia and readying their weapons at a moment's notice. The Yunwu emperor felt a pang of anxiety, acutely aware of the 18th princess's formidable abilities, and knew he could not allow her to reveal them in front of the officials. "Very well. If you seek your own demise, I shall oblige." The Yunwu emperor drew his sword with a fierce command, seized them without regard for life or death. At that moment, a squadron of soldiers charged into the hall, initiating a brutal assault on Chao Guoshi and his companions. Yun Chun, the quickest to react, unsheathed his sword and lunged at Chao Guoshi, striking him. Blood splattered onto the ground as Chao Guoshi clutched his chest, disbelief etched on his face. Second prince, what have you done? Fang Xiahe, startled, shouted in anger. Without hesitation, Yun Shun turned and dealt Fang Xiahe a blow, causing him to scream and collapse, clutching his leg. Rendered helpless. Uncle, your greed has led to this, Yun Shun remarked somberly. Your father had provided a path for you. All you needed was to clarify your actions and sacrifice your life to save your family. Yet, you chose to rebel. I will not accompany you into this folly. With that, Yun Shun disregarded the reactions of those around him and continued to assist soldiers in quelling the scattered rebels. Chao Guoshi lay on the ground, his eyes wide with fury and despair, particularly as he caught sight of the Yunwu emperor observing him with a sardonic expression. Only now do you comprehend? The emperor dispatched a nearby rebel with a single stroke of his sword, rolling his eyes in weariness. Chao Guoshi, you have truly struggled to deceive me. How would you prefer to meet your end? Chao Guoshi's pupils dilated, and he hastily exclaimed, quickly, ignite the explosives. Fear and madness danced in his eyes as he disregarded his wounds and rushed toward the wooden boxes containing the explosives. Liang Ming had anticipated Chao Guoshi's ploy and had already stationed guards to secure the boxes. Seeing his hopes dashed, Chao Guoshi, in a frenzy, extracted a fire starter from his sleeve and hurled it toward the boxes. Gu Zhulin, witnessing this, followed suit, as did the members of the Imperial Guard accompanying him. In an instant, fire starters rained down upon the boxes. Your Majesty, the Imperial eunuch, Lin En, saw the Emperor racing toward the boxes and was stricken with fear. Hastening to follow him, the Yunwu Emperor, without pausing for words, deflected the fire starter with his sword and, after the soldiers opened the boxes to reveal the explosives, dispatched them with lethal precision. Close the boxes. Remove them. Yes. Liang Ming, fearing for the Emperor's safety, did not hesitate and immediately ordered the boxes to be taken away, disregarding the guards in the hall. As Chao Guoshi realized his plan had failed once more, he emitted a frenzied wail. The Yunwu Emperor, consumed with rage, turned and plunged his sword into him. This time, Chao Guoshi could no longer rise, meeting the same fate as the other officials. Yunwu had prepared a contingent of specially trained Imperial Guards. These soldiers effortlessly dealt with the thousands of Yulin army soldiers that Chao Guoshi had managed to rally. The number of soldiers in the entire imperial city was limited, with Chao Guoshi having secured half of them. It was no wonder he felt confident in confronting Yunwu. Moreover, had it not been for the sudden appearance of Yunwu and the successful administration of poison, it would have meant that his scheme had truly succeeded. History had often yielded such results. However, it was indeed peculiar that he had failed to win over the third prince. Yunwu pondered over this matter. While Yunwu had no time to contemplate how Chao Guoshi had faltered, he waited for silence to envelop the scene before bellowing, "Bring all of Chao's kin to me. I want them to witness the fate of treason." Chao Guoshi's eyes widened, and just as he attempted to speak, he was silenced by Liang Ming's hand over his mouth. "Your Majesty, spare me. I was coerced." A group of bound officials trembled in fear, each of them bowing their heads in desperation. Fang Zhao and the others mirrored this sentiment. At that moment, the officials' hearts chilled as they regarded Chao Guoshi with boundless hatred. These officials were like reeds swaying in the wind, now aware that their lives were at stake and that their families could be implicated. They regretted their decisions, blaming others, with Chao Guoshi becoming the prime target of their ire. Silence. Yunwu glared at the group of officials, his fury causing his hair to bristle. He yearned to execute them immediately. In his wrath, even the previously pleading officials fell silent, none daring to be the scapegoat in such a moment. "Your Majesty, the Chao family's relatives have arrived. Please summon Xia Aoqing and the others." "Is the capital secure?" Yunwu inquired. Just as he finished speaking, a thunderous sound erupted in the capital. To be precise, it was an explosion. "What was that sound?" Yunwu asked, curiosity piqued, echoed by the other princes. Yunwu hastily exited the grand hall, only to see billowing smoke on the streets of the capital. His expression darkened instantly. At that moment, a soldier rushed in. "Your Majesty, it is dire. The commanders of the West and North cities are using explosives in the capital, targeting the common populace. Our men cannot stop them from throwing bombs, resulting in casualties." Yunwu did not doubt the soldier's words, for he was one of his dragon guards. Enraged, Yunwu gritted his teeth and muttered, "You, Xingguizhong, and you, Yuan Qi." These two were indeed the commanders of the West and North City armies. "I shall deal with you personally. Liang Ming, keep a close watch on this group." "Yes," Liang Ming replied succinctly, aware that the emperor had stationed Jiang Xian and others in the capital, whose capabilities surpassed those of his own imperial guards. The emperor was certainly safe. "Yin Momo, quickly follow the emperor. He must not come to harm. I must protect him," Yunwu exclaimed, pulling Yin Momo along, showing her the paper. Yin Momo hesitated for a moment. "Go, 18, stay with the emperor. There is no issue with safety." Chapter 139, Ruined. Remaining in the palace amidst such chaos was perilous. One could never know what unforeseen events might occur. Upon hearing this, Yin Momo scooped up Yunwu and hurried after him. The 7th and 8th princes rushed to follow. "What are you doing here?" "Father, let us go together and witness the spectacle. The explosives in the hands of those traitors are certainly not as formidable as mine. I cannot tolerate their arrogance. Vengeance is necessary." After some internal deliberation, Yunwu consented to bring Yunwu along. Sent for a tricycle, he instructed Gonggong Linen quietly. With a thud, Linen knelt before Yunwu. "Your Majesty, I am to blame. The tricycle is broken." "What did you say?" Yunwu's eyes narrowed dangerously as he fixed a lethal gaze upon Xiao Songzi. Xiao Songzi prostrated on the ground, too terrified to argue, his face ashen. "I closed the palace doors during the chaos to protect the tricycle, but upon entering, I discovered it was broken and unusable." Filled with both anger and fear, he continued to bow his head repeatedly. "I deserve death. My life is expendable." Yunwu's chest heaved with indignation, his fists clenched. This must be the work of someone sowing discord. "When you entered, were the palace doors closed or broken?" "Damn it," Linen suddenly realized. "Was that palace maid named Xiaoyan still with you?" Xiao Songzi's eyes widened in disbelief. "She's gone. I can't find her." Xiao Songzi also came to a realization. Weeping uncontrollably, "I shall go find her immediately." "Linen, handle this matter." Yunwu rubbed his forehead, fatigued. "Understood." Linen immediately turned, ordering that Xiao Songzi be detained to capture Xiaoyun. Furthermore, even the broken tricycle must not be allowed to leak out. This was Yunwu's bottom line. Linen, well acquainted with the emperor, swiftly grasped the implication and hurried off to resolve the matter. Yunwu, however, could not afford to dwell on the tricycle. The explosives in the capital were of utmost concern. He mounted his horse, cradling Yunwu in his arms. Initially, Yunwu intended for Yun Momo to protect 18, but Yunwu insisted on accompanying him. "Father, you'll be much safer with me. These explosives are indiscriminate. They may not necessarily kill, but they can cause disabilities. Living a normal life becomes difficult if one is disabled. If you were to become disabled, the court officials would surely find a reason to create chaos, leading to considerable trouble. So, father, please do as I say." Yunwu's lips twitched slightly, uncertain whether to express gratitude for 18's concern or to feel exasperated by her underestimation of him. "Lead the way." Yunwu commanded the approaching dragon guard. The dragon guards immediately rode ahead. The emperor's retinue was sparse, each soldier armed and riding alone. As they exited the palace, the atmosphere on the streets of the West Zhou turned tense with an ironclad aura. The horses galloped swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at West Street, where houses still burned and thick smoke billowed. Even rebels had invaded wealthy residences to plunder gold and silver. Truly absurd. "Capture the rebels," Yunwu commanded. The imperial guards surged forward, engaging the rebels and rescuing numerous civilians. When those saved saw the emperor clad in bright yellow, they were astonished. The emperor is personally leading the charge against the rebels. This news spread rapidly. The once panicked capital transformed as the citizens' spirits ignited with fervor. "Charge! Overthrow the rebels. With the emperor leading us, victory is assured." To fight alongside the emperor in one's lifetime was exhilarating. Yunwu heard these exclamations and felt her lips twitch. Indeed, no matter the era, there are always spirited youths. It is a shame these brave souls are not enlisted in the army. An army needs fearless young men. Ahem, you all should act swiftly. I can offer your families a chance at survival. The rebels, who had been fighting recklessly, hesitated upon hearing this. Their hearts quaked upon seeing Yunwu's presence. The emperor emerged unscathed from the palace. Did this indicate that the coup had failed? Moreover, witnessing the emperor's valor, who could believe he had been poisoned? "Your Majesty, There is no need for deceit. Treason is a grave sin punishable by the extermination of 9 clans. And we have nowhere left to retreat. The commander of the western city, Guozhong, bellowed furiously, his eyes bloodshot with rage. His hand, gripping the long sword, trembled with restrained fury. Yet he was resolved to go all out. Let us abandon any illusions. With the death of the Tyrant Emperor, is there any hope for us? Tyrant Emperor? The Yunwu Emperor chuckled in disdain. You are the true cur. The soldiers behind him were visibly shaken. Yet the Yunwu Emperor remained composed, his gaze fixated on the explosives in Guozhong's possession. As the other rebels approached, he ignited a packet of explosives and hurled it towards the Yunwu Emperor, showing a blatant disregard for the lives of his fellow soldiers. Retreat. The Yunwu Emperor pulled the reins and stepped backward. This explosive seems rather different from what I have encountered before. Even amidst the chaos of the Western Zhou, Yunwu remained unperturbed, curiously peering forward. In an instant, the packet struck the ground, releasing a thick plume of black smoke before detonating with a resounding bang. The Yunwu Emperor instinctively shielded Yunwu in his embrace. Is this the explosive in the possession of Chao Guoshi? No wonder it lacked potency. This is hardly an explosive, merely an enhanced version of fireworks. It cannot even be classified as a true explosive. Its only potential for harm lies in igniting a fire. What a disappointment. I had expected something far more formidable. This clarifies much. It is no wonder Chao Guoshi appeared anxious during the demonstration. The distinction between the two is glaring. A smile crept onto the Yunwu Emperor's lips. He could not deny the relief swelling within him. The enemy's capabilities appeared to pose no real threat. Hence, he harbored no concerns regarding the leakage of the explosive formula by Chao Guoshi's subordinates. As per Shiba's assertion, it was not truly an explosive, alleviating any worries about potential leaks. Kill without mercy. Attack. The Yunwu Emperor did not charge into the fray. Instead, he remained mounted, bow in hand. One arrow flew forth, striking a foe. 2 arrows followed, further hindering Guozhong and his men from advancing. His father's archery truly this remarkable? I wonder if he could hit the explosive packets thrown at us. Chapter 140. The origins of Zhang Ruai. Although lacking lethal power, it could still cause burns upon impact. Hitting the explosive packet, the Yunwu Emperor abandoned his initial intent to pursue Guozhong. Indeed, his archery skills have been exceptional even in his youth as a prince. Why not shatter their hopes entirely? The Yunwu Emperor drew his bow, aiming at the soldier, igniting the explosive packet. In the blink of an eye, a chorus of anguished cries erupted. The soldiers dropped their explosives, which were subsequently trampled underfoot. Guozhong's eyes widened with fury and fear as he looked upon the Yunwu Emperor. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself and charged towards the Yunwu Emperor. Father, he is strapped with explosives. I have seen it. Without Yunwu's prompting, the Yunwu Emperor was already aware. He drew his sword and lunged at Guozhong, who, resolute in his death wish, ignited the explosives on his person before getting close. Suddenly, Yunwu screamed, "Father, we are under attack. To your left." The Yunwu Emperor did not doubt Yunwu's words. He swiftly turned to see a familiar figure among the rebels, hurling an explosive packet in his direction. This time, it is genuine explosives. So was Zhang Ruai, who provided these explosives to Chu Tsang. Had I known, I would have given father a pistol. I wonder if father knows how to use a pistol. Yunwu chattered as the Yunwu Emperor instinctively wrapped his arms around him and pivoted to evade. Feeling an unfamiliar object in his grasp, the Yunwu Emperor looked down to find a dark pistol. Shiba, what is this? Yunwu waved his small hand. His voice a soft, muffled squeak. It works just like archery. You load the chamber, aim at Chu Tsang, and pull the trigger. Bullets will fire and strike the enemy. Fortunately, Zhang Ruai did not provide Chu Tsang with a pistol, fearing her identity as a time traveler would be discovered. If she had a gun, Chu Tsang might have stealthily taken the opportunity to assassinate father. I must spend money to buy a protective shield for father and mother. At last, we have some gossip about Zhang Ruai, though it brings little joy. Zhang Ruai is a reincarnated assassin, a white lotus, possessing both a spatial gold finger and formidable martial skills. Heaven seems intent on my demise. Can I not enjoy my life peacefully? Yunwu's complaints went unheard by the Yunwu Emperor. Just moments ago, the explosive thrown by Chu Tsang detonated, producing a thunderous sound and wounding numerous soldiers. They hastily retreated, while the affected rebels writhed in agony on the ground. The Yunwu Emperor was consumed by fury. After painstakingly learning how to use the pistol, he had no time to revel in his newfound skill. Instead, he maneuvered his steed to avoid the explosives hurled by Song. Noticing that the Yunwu emperor had evaded each of his attempts, Song, begrudgingly aware of his dwindling supply of explosives, turned to leave. Although he had failed to injure the Yunwu emperor, he had dealt with the rebels of the Chu, who had once been members of the imperial army. The more of them that fell, the better for the Chu. Song yearned to eliminate the Yunwu emperor, but after his previous failure, he realized the opportunity had slipped away. As he prepared to depart, the Yunwu emperor fired his gun, aiming at Song's retreating back. The sound of the shot echoed, and Song staggered as he was struck in the shoulder, quickly mounting his horse and fleeing into an alley. "Go after him!" Zhao Qinshan dashed forth, accompanied by the officials of the court, obeying the Yunwu emperor's command to pursue. Yet, they found only an empty space, with blood splattered on the ground, indicating that someone had recently departed. Could they be hiding in the spatial realm? The Yunwu emperor's expression turned serious. He harbored a deep-seated wariness of Song, the second emperor of the Chu. Regardless of the reasons behind his ascension, it signified his status as an emperor, which carried with it the aura of imperial destiny. The Yunwu emperor would not underestimate his opponent. Narrowing his eyes, he declared, "He is gone. Do not pursue." "Your Majesty, who is this person?" Zhao Qinshan was utterly perplexed. He had just arrived to provide support when he heard the Yunwu emperor's orders. "An assassin from the Chu." Zhao Qinshan's face paled with anger. This Chu is exceedingly brazen to have spies lurking even at the foot of the imperial city. "Your Majesty, I will investigate thoroughly." The Yunwu emperor nodded, his expression grave. An investigation was indeed necessary, but it was not within Zhao Qinshan's capabilities. What the situation in the northern city? Just moments ago, Xing Guozhong and his men had been apprehended. Although the explosives had caused casualties, the damage had been confined to a limited scope. In contrast, Song's assassination attempt posed a greater threat. In the northern city, many civilians have been injured, and buildings have been set ablaze as the rebels were captured. Zhao Qinshan spoke of the rebels with gritted teeth, clearly harboring intense hatred against them. "Arrest everyone and confine them in the dungeons. Capture their families as well. Leave no one behind." The Yunwu emperor commanded with an iron fist. "Understood." Zhao Qinshan turned to make arrangements. Yunwu, having found a moment of respite, cast a significant glance down the alley. Before he turned to depart, he exchanged a knowing look with YNMM, who nodded in understanding. Instead of following him, she vanished from sight, and shortly thereafter, several Long Wei emerged from a concealed position in the western part of the alley, vigilantly observing the surroundings. Although they were unaware of the emperor's intentions, the Long Wei were accustomed to following orders without question. Cradling the clouds, he first made his way to the North City, where he beheld houses reduced to ashes. The North City was home to the impoverished, and the devastation was evident as cries of despair echoed throughout the area. Witnessing this scene, Yunwu's expression darkened further. His teeth clenched in anger as he lamented the unjust fate of Chao Guisher and his associates. "Fu Rui, you're to oversee the compensation for the North City. Acquire the funds from Guixiaoyu, and the cabinet will issue documentation regarding the compensation before tomorrow. I require you to assess the damages incurred by each household in the North and West cities within 3 days. Should anyone attempt to defraud the compensation, I will hold you accountable." Upon hearing this, Fu Rui was taken aback, surprised by the emperor's concern for the populace. However, he felt a sense of relief, as his own family resided in the West City and had narrowly escaped disaster. Naturally, he would not refuse the emperor's intention to compensate the victims. Moreover, if the court neglected the plight of the North City, it could lead to a loss of public trust, making life even more difficult for the common people. "Yes, Your Majesty." Fu Rui promptly took his subordinates to investigate, working tirelessly. The news of the court's intention to provide compensation somewhat alleviated the grief of the affected citizens. The officials involved in this matter numbered at least several dozen, many holding high ranks. However, there were hardly any officials of similar standing to Chao Guisher, perhaps due to the prudence of others. For instance, Jiang Xiaoruo, the Minister of Personnel and a relative of Chao Guisher, did not participate in the events, with no trace of him even during the previous dismissals. Chao Guisher was the first to be apprehended, alongside Xing Guozhong and Yuan Shi. The only source of solace for Yunwu was that only 1/3 of the Imperial Guard was comprised of Chao Guisher's men, indicating that his control over the palace had not yet deteriorated to an unimaginable extent. Nevertheless, the mere thought that even Liang Ming, the commander, was appointed only after Yunwu's reminder left his confidence utterly shattered. Anger surged within him, and he pointed at Yun Chun, commanding, Yun Chun, step forward and wield the whip. Strike for me. Yun Chun, his head shaved, felt a jolt of trepidation upon hearing this. He instinctively glanced at Chao Guoshi and the others across from him, who were indeed casting vengeful glances his way. After this incident, it was likely that news of his assistance to his father against the traitors would spread like wildfire, leading the remaining courtiers to doubt his loyalty and thus withdraw their support. Realizing this, Yun Chun hesitated momentarily before seizing the long whip and directed his strikes towards Xing Guozhong and Yuan Qi. The whip cracked against their bodies, and they stifled their cries of pain. Yunwu's voice resonated with a chilling calmness. Second, have you not eaten? Is that not enough force? Yinshin replied matter-of-factly, Father, their armor provides some protection. Bring forth the order to remove their clothing. Yunwu nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging his son's cleverness. There was no need for compassion towards these traitors. Ah Chao Wisher, are you disappointed that I am still alive? Are you not curious as to why I have survived? Yunwu observed Yun Chun mercilessly striking the exposed backs of the three men, his mood elevated to an almost euphoric state. He sat at the head of the table, occasionally indulging in grapes, while simultaneously supporting Yunwu's feeding bottle. The two shared a mirthful expression, akin to spectators relishing a spectacle. Despite Chao Guoshi's deep-seated hatred at this moment, he dared not provoke Yunwu further. Your Majesty, the fault lies with this old minister. I momentarily lost my senses and, influenced by the second prince, assisted him in his treachery. Yun Chun paused, incredulous as he regarded the groveling Chao Guoshi, who was begging for mercy. Oh, how delightful this spectacle is, a dog-eat-dog scenario. Thankfully, my second elder brother has already turned away from the darkness. Otherwise, he would surely be implicated. Yun Chen's formerly troubled spirit was uplifted by Yunwu's last remark. Indeed, he had long since allied with his father and had no fear of Chao Guoshi's attempts to shift blame. Nevertheless, he was still infuriated by Chao Guoshi's actions, knowing that from the very beginning, he had been coerced into vying for that position. Chao Darin, do you not feel any guilt in uttering those words? From childhood, I have merely been a pawn for you and my mother to reach the pinnacle of power. Did you truly believe I betrayed you this time? No, I have never coveted that position. It is all of you who forced me into contention. Chao Guoshi's heart burned with resentment, convinced that Yun Chen's betrayal had led to their downfall. Hearing Yun Chen's declaration that he had been fooling himself all along filled him with fury, causing his hands to tremble in his sleeves. Second Prince, I understand that you feign pity for your own protection. I am wounded, and my words may be my last. Your Majesty, please do not be deceived by the Second Prince. Chao Guoshi, filled with hatred for Yun Chun, also looked down upon this nephew who was now prince. Recognizing that the Chao family could not escape this predicament, he resolved to drag Yun Chun down with him. As a prince, if Yunwu were to deal harshly with the Chao family, he would inevitably treat Yun Chun with the same severity. As long as he was not the mastermind, he would not face total annihilation. Without total annihilation, the Chao family would still have hope. After all, Yunwu had previously granted Zhao Yushan a portion of military power, even if it was just a few thousand men. Who could say that Zhao Yushan would not have the opportunity to acquire further power in the future? Zhao Yushan was, after all, the brother-in-law of his second brother. He had arranged for contingencies. Should anything happen to him, someone would surely inform his second brother and the Zhao family. Even if his second brother realized he had been implicated, should the emperor pursue a ruthless course of action, his entire family would be wiped out. Would his niece not harbor resentment towards the emperor? As long as there was even a hint of animosity, it could sway the Zhao family. Did the Zhao family not fear that Yunwu would harbor suspicions against them due to his own troubles? Ultimately, for the sake of self-interest, one could always sway the thoughts of these individuals. Chao Guoshi did not consider himself despicable. He merely believed he had acted in accordance with what any prudent individual would do. Your Majesty, I am deeply grateful for your past kindness towards me. I have wielded power these years to assist you. Now, in helping the second prince, I have committed acts of treason that warrant my death. Your Majesty, I am willing to face my demise. Yet, what benefit would my death bring to Dian? I would rather live to renovate the Great Wall and pray for your prosperity. Yunwu scoffed derisively. You are dreaming. Do you truly believe that with a few pitiful words, I would soften my heart and allow you to rebuild the Great Wall? Do you take me for a fool? With a derisive laugh, Yunwu rose, seizing a long sword, and severed Chao Guoshi's arm. Ah, Chao Guisher cried out in agony. Lin Tai, tend to his wounds. He shall not die while I command it. I will not allow him to perish easily. Lin Tai, unperturbed, stepped forward with his apprentice to treat Chao Guisher's severed arm. Have the other princes arrived? Yunwu sheathed his sword, exuding an air of lethal intent. They have arrived. The esteemed court officials are preoccupied with their duties, responding in hushed tones. Moreover, the treacherous ministers and all courtiers shall enter the palace. For I wish for everyone to witness the dire consequences of treasonous schemes. Yunwu clearly has no intention of letting such a splendid opportunity slip away. He first instructed his subordinates to silence Chao Guisher. Similarly, Xing Guozhong and Yuan Qi were also complicit. Outside the Grand Hall, in the plaza, the officials stood in a long line. Every official from the capital was present, leaving no one behind, even the minor ninth-rank officials. Chapter 142. Worthless. Those who had participated in the treasonous conspiracy were arranged at the very front. The first to be brought forth was Chao Guisher, who helplessly watched as his eldest son was presented before him. Execute him, commanded Xiao Guiqing, standing beside Yunwu. Jiang Xian, wielding a longsword, swiftly struck Chao's eldest son. A horrifying scream erupted from his lips, for his mouth had not been silenced. Nearby, the ladies of the court began to weep profusely, and the cries of children filled the air. Proceed, Xiao Guiqing calmly instructed. Jiang Xian continued his grim task, and soon, only 2/3 of Chao Xiao's skin remained intact. I confess, Cao da Xiao, le king resolve, pleaded. Your Majesty, spare my life. I have harmed several innocent souls and seized others' wives and lands. I accepted silver from anyone who offered it. As the names of those who had paid him were revealed, he disclosed that the poison his father had acquired came from the hands of the wealthy merchant Kong Yongheng in Jiangnan. Kong Yongheng had been assisting his father and was the merchant with whom his father had the closest dealings, aside from Yi Chaohua. Your Majesty, I have spoken the truth. I beseech you to grant me a swift end. Chao Xiao was not foolish. He understood that survival was beyond his reach, but wished not to suffer a prolonged agony. Thus he betrayed Chao Guisher. Kong Yongheng? This individual is indeed the most discreet, wealthy merchant in Jiangnan. In reality, the wealth of the Kong family is among the most substantial in the region. It was also he who orchestrated the previous endeavors for Chao Guisher, involving the excavation of stone mines. This is certainly not a commendable character. Under Kong Yongheng's command, at least dozens of lives have been lost, all victims of his various schemes devised for prosperity. He initially built his fortune with his first wife. But within just a year or two, her elderly parents met untimely deaths due to a series of unfortunate incidents. Not long after their passing, his first wife, while out to pray for blessings, tragically fell from a cliff along with her carriage, leaving no trace of her remains. As if that were not enough, their son and daughter, still in their infancy, were also killed by his subsequently wed second wife. Despite being fully aware of these atrocities, Kong Yongheng remains utterly indifferent, for he believes that as long as those connected to his first wife are alive, they serve as a constant reminder that he is living off her wealth. Goodness, is this not the very definition of living off another's success? Such individuals, it is no wonder they later rose to power. The moment someone obstructs their path, they resort to eliminating them. They are indeed a nest of venomous serpents. Both Yunwu and Xiao Guiqing listened intently. Xiao Guiqing was greatly angered. He had always held disdain for those arrogant and reckless nobles. Your Majesty, shall we arrange for the confiscation of the Kong family's assets? Xiao Guiqing inquired with great impatience. He could no longer tolerate the presence of these scoundrels within the realm of the Yan. The Emperor Yunwu commanded a contingent of soldiers to proceed to Jiangnan, with the primary objective of imprisoning Kong Yongheng and his associates. As for their fate, he instructed that they be dealt with accordingly. On this matter, the Emperor Yunwu exhibited not a trace of hesitation. He understood that the laws of the Yan must be deeply ingrained in the hearts of its people, so that the populace would think twice before committing transgressions. It is essential to recognize that it is not only the nobility who engage in criminal acts. Common folk also partake in such deeds. However, the greater power wielded by the elite results in more significant casualties, thus rendering their sins all the more grievous. Are you aware of the origin of the explosives your father possessed? Xiao Guiqing inquired. The young Master Chao's mental state has become somewhat unclear. His head is fuzzy due to excessive blood loss. Explosives? The nature of the explosives remains a mystery, as my father has not disclosed any information regarding it. Clearly, young Master Chow could extract no further revelations. With a mere gesture, the Emperor Yunwu signaled for the execution to commence. Jiang promptly carried out the sentence. And young Master Chow met a swift demise. Observing this scene, Chow Guoshi felt a tumult of emotions. Just moments ago, he was incensed by his son's betrayal. Yet now he was engulfed in sorrow over the loss of his child. Truly, he exemplified the archetype of a protective father. Next, they summoned the second son of the Chow family, who was brought forth trembling in fear. This time, Xiao Guiqing's voice resonated with even greater indignation. Tell me, was it you who conspired against my son, subjecting him to such inhumane treatment? Young Master Chow Er's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the furious countenance of Xiao Guiqing. His gaze faltered, and his entire body trembled. Execute the punishment. Xiao Guiqing, witnessing the obstinacy of the young master of the Chow family at this moment, felt an intense bitterness within. He realized that from this point forward, he had severed all ties with this affair. The pent-up frustration he had endured for so long now surged forth. Confronted with the architect of his torment, he could no longer hold back his disdain. The young master of the Chow family screamed in agony, only truly comprehending the gravity of his brother's prior lamentations after experiencing the execution firsthand. Father, save me. Please, I beg you to rescue me. The young master of the Chow family was desperate to cling to life, as he felt he had not yet fully lived. Your Majesty, spare my life. I have only harmed Xiao Yinyun and have taken no other lives. Your Majesty, I plead for mercy. My crimes do not warrant death. Upon hearing his confession, Xiao Guiqing finally felt a release of the pent-up frustration within him. Observing the wretched state of his adversary brought him a sense of satisfaction. Your father has committed the crime of treason. None of your clan shall escape the consequences. How can you still claim innocence? No wonder the members of the C.O. family possess such audacity, daring even to engage in treasonous acts. It appears that you, the C.O. family, hold the law in utter disregard. Xiao Guiqing bellowed sharply, rendering the Chow family utterly worthless. Various accusations were hurled upon the Chow family. Chow Guoshi, filled with indignation, was too agitated to articulate a single word, only capable of witnessing the obliteration of the Chow family's reputation, which would undoubtedly linger in infamy for generations to come. Coupled with the excessive loss of blood, Chow Guoshi nearly lost consciousness. Proceed with the execution, ordered the Yunwu. Lacking the patience to engage in a debate with the second son of the Chow family regarding right or wrong. The pressing matter at hand was that, given the second son's profound fear of death, he was likely to divulge significant information. Where did your father acquire the explosives? Your father maintains close connections with whom? On a regular basis? When did he forge alliances with these officials? Each inquiry is incisive. Indeed, the young master of the Chow family is terrified for his life. Having lost an arm, he realizes that his father cannot rescue him. In his desperation, he divulges everything he knows. Your Majesty, I confess. The disciples my father associates with share very close ties, including connections with Captain Gu of the Imperial Guard, which dates back several years. When Captain Gu requested silver, my father discreetly instructed Yi Chaohua to engage with him. Gu Zhulin is no better. He accepted silver, yet failed to fulfill his duties. Is it not out of fear that Yi Chaohua might encounter misfortune and subsequently fail to enjoy a life of affluence that he conspired with my father to rebel? Chow Guoshi nearly fainted. He had previously been reluctant to admit to his treasonous intentions, only to be betrayed by his own son. Chapter 143, Treachery. Upon witnessing Chow Guoshi's intention to bite his own tongue in a desperate act of self-destruction, Yunwu Emperor's countenance darkened, signaling his disapproval of such an easy demise for his adversary. Startled, Xiao Guiqing exclaimed, Jiang, Chow Guoshi is about to take his own life. With remarkable swiftness, Jiang responded by severing Chow Guoshi's other arm with a swift stroke of his sword. A cry of anguish erupted as Chow Guoshi instinctively opened his mouth, revealing the gravity of the situation. Just moments ago, he quietly extracted the cloth from his mouth, thereby granting him the opportunity to bite his tongue and end his own life. Chow Guoshi, having lost both arms, was drenched in cold sweat, his pallor a stark testament to his excessive blood loss. Lin Tai remained composed as he applied medicine, even going so far as to administer acupuncture to ensure he could not move. Jiang approached and forcefully sealed his mouth. All right, continue your confession, he instructed, casting a glance at the second son of the Chao family. Trembling, Chao Gongzi stammered, "I know where the explosives came from." He swallowed hard, too frightened to meet his father's gaze. Chao Guoshi's eyes widened in fury, as if he wished to devour him whole. "Do not speak." Chao Guoshi was frantic in his thoughts, for revealing the truth would obliterate any chance of redemption for the Chao family. Yet, his silent prayers went unheard, sealing the family's tragic fate. "Your Majesty, I know that if I confess, will you spare my life?" Chao Gongzi hastily inquired. The Emperor Yunwu regarded him with an enigmatic smile. "Indeed, should you speak, I may grant you your life." The moment those words left his lips, panic gripped the elder ministers, including Xiao Guiqing and Jiang. "Your Majesty, you mustn't," they implored. "Such treason cannot be easily forgiven, otherwise it might incite others to follow suit and plunge our realm into chaos." "Fear not, Your Majesty, even if Chao does not speak. The old ministers can extract the truth through interrogation." Jiang sneered at Chao Gongzi. He remained unperturbed, knowing that if necessary, he could interrogate every individual connected to the Chao family to uncover some clue. "Only I know. Others are oblivious, rendering your interrogations futile." Chao Gongzi clung to Yunwu's words like a lifeline, unwilling to let go. "Your Majesty, it's true. Only my father and the individual who created the explosives are privy to this matter. I learned of it accidentally." Desperation clouded his mind. He could scarcely contemplate life beyond the immediate threat to his existence. Yunwu raised his hand, commanding the elder ministers to silence. His intentions were calculated. "Proceed. Speak the truth, and if your words hold merit, I shall spare your life." "I shall speak." Chao Gongzi gulped, gritting his teeth. "My father has been entangled with a woman named Wen Shui, who bore him an illegitimate child. The explosives were developed by this individual. This child is a craftsman, and his adoptive father runs a shop called Guangming Fireworks in Beijing. This child was born from my father's affair with the proprietress of Guangming Fireworks." Gao Gusi, in a fit of rage and disbelief, turned crimson, anticipating the repercussions from his son. He could hardly fathom that after a lifetime of cunning, he would ultimately be undone by the cowardice of his own flesh and blood. That child was his last hope, the final root of the Chao family. If concealed, he could survive unscathed. The thought of the family's legacy being severed in his generation caused Chao Guoshi to faint from sheer anger. Lin Tai, having received the emperor's orders, approached with unwavering composure. After administering a few needles, Chao Guoshi regained consciousness, now filled with rage, his eyes alight with fury, yet he could only endure his torment. "Summon the Jiang family," Yunwu commanded, a smirk playing on his lips as he uttered words that would deeply wound Chao Guoshi. This time, the shock was genuine. Chao Guoshi, already advanced in years, suffered a stroke upon awakening, his mouth twitching, rendering him unable to articulate a single coherent word. Alas, greed often leads to dire consequences. Whether in this life or throughout history, Chao Guoshi's fate was invariably tragic, culminating in failure. In contrast, history recorded a remarkable pyrotechnician named Jiang, who, unbeknownst to many, was Chao Guoshi's illegitimate son. However, historical accounts did not credit Jiang with the invention of explosives. Rather, he was famed for his fireworks displays in the imperial palace for Emperor Chuzong's birthday, where he garnered acclaim for creating blue fireworks. Records indicate that during that occasion, he was rewarded by the emperor, leading to the widespread popularity of fireworks in the Chu dynasty. Notably, it was said that the consumption of fireworks had drained the treasury of several million taels of silver over a decade, prompting historians to argue that the economic prosperity of the Chu dynasty surpassed that of the Yan dynasty tenfold. The subsequent admiration for the Chu dynasty and disdain for the Yan dynasty stemmed from this very phenomenon, as it was believed that the citizens of the Chu dynasty fared better than those of the Yan dynasty. Yunwu's already poor mood darkened further upon hearing future evaluations of the Yan dynasty. No wonder he was labeled a tyrant. Did these future folk possess no discernment? He was, after all, a ruler who cherished his subjects above all else. Moreover, the Chu dynasty had not ascended through honorable means, but rather through insidious tactics to usurp the Yan dynasty, leading to the squandering of wealth. I refuse to accept this. Spending silver on fireworks is frivolous. It should be invested in fortifications, large-scale irrigation projects, and road construction, rather than squandered on mere entertainment. Yunwu seethed, his fury palpable. Nearby, Xiao Guiqing and Jiang shared his displeasure. for they held deep sentiments toward the Yan Dynasty. Hearing how the Chu dynasty had risen to prominence at the expense of the Yan Dynasty, while receiving accolades in later years, was disheartening. It was worth noting that the territory of the Yan Dynasty exceeded that of the Chu dynasty by threefold, rendering the Chu a diminutive nation in the northeast, unworthy of consuming the vast expanse of the Yan. Had it been an honorable battle, the Yan might have conceded gracefully. However, the Chu had resorted to underhanded schemes, lacking nobility, akin to a rat lurking in the shadows. Chapter 144. A canine conflict. It was preposterous to expect any admiration for this. The original intention of the Yan Dynasty was to engulf the Chu in the steppes, unifying the realm. Yet, instead of achieving unity, they were swallowed by a minuscule nation of fewer than 10 million people. What difference was there between this and a rabbit being consumed by a mouse? Ultimately, it was revolting. Jiang soon met his demise in an incident involving his own fireworks, allegedly due to a fire that claimed his entire family. Reflecting on it now, it seemed oddly coincidental, a mere happenstance of fate. Most curiously, shortly after his death, a figure named Zhang Rongxiu emerged, credited with the invention of explosives. I am eager to uncover the identity of this Zhang Rongxiu. Yunwu utilized a search system for investigation, and indeed, she unearthed some intriguing information. Jiang, having perked up his ears, found the proceedings of the execution less captivating now. After all, it was only the women of the Chao family facing judgment. The cacophony of the dogs turning on one another was far less entertaining than listening to the 18th princess recount historical gossip. It turns out that Zhang Rongxiu is the brother of Zhang Ruoyi. She mused. No wonder it all seems so coincidental. Zhang Ruoyi, having traversed from the modern world, possessed a space filled with various firearms and artillery. However, the weapons she could develop on her own were merely conventional firearms and ammunition. Even if she comprehended the principles behind more advanced modern weaponry, she lacked the means to manufacture them. After all, she did not possess the sophisticated machinery of the modern era, nor could she extract steel. Consequently, the threat posed by Zhang Ruoyi diminished significantly. At least I could exchange for modern machinery from the system, which she could not. This was truly delightful. My alias was preserved. Jiang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. According to the 18th princess, could it be that Zhang Ruoyi was also from the modern era? She must possess a wealth of contemporary stories. Previously, due to the inability to pressure the 18th princess, I could never fully indulge in the gossip. Even my lingering questions had to remain unaddressed, leaving me restless. For instance, I was curious about the weapons mentioned by the 18th princess. What do they truly look like? If I were to capture Zhang Ruoyi, could I not compel her to divulge the truth? In that instant, Jiang felt as if he had unlocked a portal to a new world, excitement coursing through him. Xiao Guiqing cast an odd glance at him, observing his inexplicable tremors and somewhat lewd grin. Noticing her gaze, Jiang abruptly looked up, only to find Xiao Guiqing's expression one of deep concern. Xiao Guiqing, from the Chao family, witnessed the tragic execution of nearly all the female members of the household, each meeting a grim fate. Regrettably, these women possessed scant knowledge, rendering their demise futile. Yet, upon witnessing Chao Guoshir's tear-streaked face due to the loss of his kin, the Yunwu emperor felt a fleeting sense of relief. Chao Guoshir, you're now a pariah of the Chao family. Did you ever consider the consequences when you administered poison to me? Have the Jiang family members arrived? Your Majesty, they are here. Zhang Guangming and his family were brought forth. It was Zhang Guangming's first encounter with the emperor, and he was utterly unprepared for such a gruesome scene before him. Blood-soaked and littered with corpses, he knelt, trembling uncontrollably. Are you Zhang Guangming? Is your wife Wen Shui? Wen Shui, raise your head. I ask you, do you share an illicit affair with Chao Guoshir? Wen Shui had long been terrified by the sight of Chao Guoshir's wretched state, her body quaking in fear. She had never imagined that the esteemed Chao Daren could fall to such depths, especially now devoid of his arms. The image of Chao Guoshir she once revered was obliterated, replaced by sheer terror, as she feared association with him would implicate her. Wen Shui's face turned pale. Your Majesty, I was coerced. It was Chao Guoshir who forced me. Upon learning his true identity, I dared not even entertain thoughts of revenge, pretending as if nothing had transpired, too afraid to inform my husband. Her voice trembled, barely managing to articulate her words. You conspired with Chao Guoshir and bore Jiangsu? Zhang Guangming felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his mind unable to process the shocking revelation. He collapsed, his head striking the ground with a thud. At that moment, no one paid him any heed, except for Lin Taishu, who kindly checked his pulse and confirmed he was still alive. Jiang Su, on the other hand, was so timid that he shrank into a corner, utterly unwilling to question the veracity of the news. He merely wished to hide himself, wishing this day had never occurred. This world was too terrifying. Jiang Su is far too timid, reduced to a state of shock. Indeed, Chao Guosher's plight is quite tragic. After finally securing a descendant, he was ultimately betrayed in the new court. Thus, it boils down to Chao Guosher lacking fortune. Fate is an unpredictable thing. The Yunwu emperor's brow furrowed upon hearing the term fate. He could not help but ponder whether the national fortune of Dian had faltered. Otherwise, how could it have been overthrown by Daiju? The Yunwu emperor's patience waned, delegating the case to Xiao Guiqing. Ultimately, only one son of the Chao family remained, Chao Gongzi, alive yet deprived of his legs. After being released from the palace, he had not even begun to enjoy life before being captured by the enemies of the Chao family. Upon learning of this, the Yunwu emperor dismissed the matter from his mind, considering him no threat. It is essential to note that the enemies of the Chao family were numerous, far surpassing the concerns of an emperor. Those involved in the conspiracy, such as Xing Guizhong, Yuan Qi, Gu Zhulin, and others, were all dealt with. Their families had been executed before their eyes. As the day wore on, the blood-soaked floors of the palace courtyard seemed to chill the air, instilling a sense of dread. That night, the Yunwu emperor lay upon the dragon bed, unable to sleep until the late hours. In contrast, few in the capital found solace in slumber. 3 days later, with the treasury's funds utilized to compensate the affected populace, life gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy for the citizens of the capital. The people sighed at the events detailed in the official reports, while Chao Guosher's name was repeatedly cursed, destined for infamy. At noon on that day, all conspirators were brought to the marketplace and executed. Many citizens flocked to witness the spectacle. Once the matter was resolved, the Yunwu emperor visibly relaxed. Chapter 145. Surveillance with the troublesome Chao Guosher absent from the court, along with the officials who had relied upon him. The Yunwu emperor's gaze turned toward Zhu. He inquired of the dragon guards beside him, "Has there been any movement in the alleys?" The dragon guards knelt in silence, having observed the alleys for over 5 days without detecting any signs of activity. Their growing uncertainty weighed heavily on them, yet they dared not disobey the emperor's orders, remaining vigilant even in the monotony of monitoring empty air. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ju's eyes brightened. "Your Majesty, I am willing to take charge of this matter," he volunteered, eager to keep watch for Daju's spies. "Should any news arise, I will apprehend them and present them before your Majesty." The Yunwu emperor, already pressed for time, welcomed Jiang Ju's offer. "Very well, Jiang Aiqing, this task is entrusted to you. Do not disappoint me." "Yes, your Majesty," Jiang Ju responded with enthusiasm. "Hey, why is Lord Jiang so excited? Could it be he has some inside information?" Jiang Ju was too far to overhear, but the Yunwu emperor hesitated momentarily, unwilling to let Chu Tsung vanish under his very nose, especially with his loyal ministers preparing to act against his wishes. "There is no inside information. It appears Lord Jiang is simply curious about Chu Tsung and his companion. While I too am curious, alas, there is no information to be had. Patience is key. Perhaps there will be revelations in the future." Speaking of which, with the assistance of a time traveler, this future emperor, Chu Tsung, may become our formidable foe. After all, I am uncertain of Zhang Ruoi's capabilities. Perhaps she too has traversed time, yet failed to bring forth modern artifacts. Indeed, historical burial items do not include contemporary objects. Thus, these two individuals represent a significant variable. I believe Father Emperor should hasten to study explosives, as long as one follows the prescribed method to create explosives. Possessing a firearm can allow for a fair contest against the opponent. Moreover, historically, the Chu emerged victorious primarily due to opportune circumstances. At present, with the emperor in good health and the Yin lacking internal strife, along with the Xie family army in stable condition, the ambitions of the Chu to succeed are far from straightforward. Even though the Chu has infiltrated the Yin with numerous spies, these individuals currently lack the capability to instigate a revolt against the Yin. In my perspective, if I were to Chu, the most advantageous course of action would be to exploit natural disasters. By inciting the common folk to rise in rebellion, they could take advantage of the ensuing chaos. Emperor Yunwu stroked his chin, acknowledging that the words of 18 held substantial merit. With the governance of internal affairs underway, many positions have become vacant, and he awaited the conclusion of his research on who should be appointed to these roles. His focus would soon shift to the impending natural disasters. He was uncertain of the state of sugar beet cultivation in Baoning Prefecture, and the situation regarding Zhao Yushan and others tasked with gathering the grain concealed by Yi Chaohua remained unclear. "Go now," commanded Emperor Yunwu, gesturing for Jiang to attend to his duties. Just as Jiang had taken 2 steps, he was called back by the emperor. "Hold on. Visit the cabinet and confer with Minister Xiao regarding the numerous vacant positions in the court. Discuss the method for selecting officials. The previously appointed interns can also be evaluated." "Yes, Your Majesty," Jiang replied, turning to depart. At that moment, Gong Linen cautiously approached. "Your Majesty, concerning the rickshaw, little Yun could not locate it. The person has gone missing." Linen prepared himself for the emperor's wrath, which inevitably came. Emperor Yunwu leaped to his feet, unleashing a torrent of curses. "Father, becoming overly enraged can lead to illness. You have only just recovered from the poison, and your health has yet to be restored. To live a long life, it is wise to temper your anger. Should anything happen to you, the Yin would be doomed." At this juncture in the Yin, none of the princes possessed the capability to rival Emperor Yunwu. Should the emperor fall ill, all prior efforts could be rendered futile. Taking several deep breaths, Emperor Yunwu endeavored to stabilize his emotions, realizing that excessive anger not only caused headaches, but also induced a suffocating pain in his chest. Was this what 18 referred to as the susceptibility to illness? Gong Linen, noticing the emperor's pallor, grew increasingly worried. "Your Majesty, why does your complexion appear so suddenly distressed? I shall summon Dr. Lin at once." "Surely not. Father cannot have truly fallen ill from his anger," Emperor Yunwu thought defiantly, unwilling to meet his demise. He still aspired to unify the realm. Dr. Lin soon arrived, furrowing his brow as he took the emperor's pulse. "Do not fear the scrutiny of Western medicine. It is the frown of traditional medicine that is worrisome," he mused. Indeed, this saying holds weight. One might mistakenly believe His Majesty is afflicted by a terminal illness. Dr. Lin received a glare from Emperor Yunwu, prompting an awkward chuckle. Presently, the emperor merely suffered from a cough, but should phlegm and tinnitus ensue, it could lead to emotional instability and irritability, which bodes ill. "I shall prescribe a remedy for you, Your Majesty. Please take it diligently. However, medicine can be toxic. Maintaining a calm demeanor is paramount," Dr. Lin earnestly advised. "Dr. Lin, this prescription is unfamiliar to me. It could very well be a rare recipe," 18 remarked. "I desire it. What would you like in exchange?" The greatest regret in history is the difficulty of preserving many things, such as traditional medicine. With numerous medical texts lost to time, in future generations, few medical texts will remain, making the study of traditional medicine a challenging pursuit. Hence, Western medicine has overshadowed traditional practices. Even though we, the Huaxia people, recognize the mystique of traditional medicine, the legacy has been severed, leaving us with mere superficial knowledge sufficient for a lifetime of study. It is indeed lamentable. Having encountered a legendary prescription, how could I possibly resist the urge to explore it? Thus, Dr. Lin, initially perplexed by 18's sudden interest in his ordinary prescriptions, realized the gravity of the situation regarding the loss of traditional medicine's legacy. As Emperor Yunwu prepared to speak, Dr. Lin graciously waved his hand, understanding that 18's curiosity warranted his generosity. Holding the prescription, Yunwu observed intently. Chapter 146. Familiar faces. Emperor Yunwu gestured for Dr. Lin to withdraw. Dr. Lin, wishing to hear 18's opinion, reluctantly departed. "Let us proceed to inspect the rickshaw," the emperor said, managing his emotions. With a stern expression, he no longer appeared furious. Cradling Yunwu, he instructed Gong Linen to lead the way. They soon arrived at the hall where the rickshaw had been stored. Upon seeing its condition, even the usually stoic Granny Yun's expression shifted dramatically as she stepped forward. "Your Majesty, allow me to hold 18. Emperor Yunwu inhaled deeply, relinquishing Yunwu to Granny Yun. The child, perplexed, finally diverted her attention from the prescription. Upon witnessing the rickshaw's state, she comprehended why her father was incensed. The rickshaw, once pristine, now lay in disarray, with the front and body detached. Moreover, the paint appeared to have been violently scraped, leaving it unsightly with numerous dents. Most alarmingly, the rickshaw's chain was severed, broken into 2 pieces. Who could have done this to the rickshaw? It is so precious to father, Yet this person clearly disregards it, showing utter disrespect. 18th's curiosity was piqued. If I dared to speak out, I would never seek death before father. Is it not better to be a mere fish? Emperor Yunwu shared her sentiments. He cared deeply for the rickshaw, and it was common knowledge among all palace attendants. Furthermore, many officials in the court were aware of its existence. However, since these individuals were all loyal to him, none would dare target the rickshaw, no matter their curiosity. Thus, he had reason to suspect that it had been damaged by someone from the inner palace. Little Yun, that maid, cannot be found? As the emperor was about to express his anger, he recalled Dr. Lin's warning and promptly adjusted his mood, striving for tranquility. For the sake of his own life, he resolved to suppress his fury, for succumbing to anger would only serve the interests of those lurking in the shadows. Your Majesty, little Yun has been missing since the palace turmoil began. I have interrogated everyone in the palace. Several maids who were close to little Yun perished during the chaos, which explains why I could not uncover her whereabouts. Did you not search the abandoned burial grounds? Emperor Yunwu inquired, frowning. Gong Lin nodded, Your Majesty. I too suspect that little Yun may have met with foul play. However, I have searched there and found no trace, not even in the palace wells. It is as if she vanished. No, little Yun is indeed dead. Yunwu's statement was resolute. Emperor Yunwu was taken aback, but did not doubt her words. Rather, he listened with curiosity. Little Yun perished at the hands of her lover. What? A maid with a lover? Who could it be? Hea Loa deceived Hea, luring her beyond the palace gates and thrusting her into the blades of the rebel forces, resulting in her immediate demise. What a tragedy, Gong Lin lamented, shocked by the news of little Yun's death. The pressing matter now was to identify this lover. This lover is someone known to us. Emperor Yunwu listened intently. This individual is indeed Liang Ming. What? Liang Ming? Both Yunwu Di and Gong Lin and clearly did not anticipate such a possibility. How could Liang Ming possibly be involved in this matter? It is important to note that he is a trusted attendant of the emperor, and recently, he even led the Imperial Guard in investigating some of the rebels' hidden supporters within the capital, providing significant assistance to Yunwu Di. Yunwu Di remained silent. Soon, Liang Ming entered the palace. This subordinate pays his respects to Your Majesty. Liang Ming appeared somewhat perplexed, but upon seeing the state of the tricycle, his expression shifted to one of shock. How could a tricycle be broken? Gong Lin sneered. You continue to feign ignorance. Liang Ming was left utterly confused. What do you mean by that, Gong? Do you know Xiaoyan? The palace maid? Xiaoyan? Gong Lin and inquired with a hint of disappointment. Liang Ming nodded. Yes, I know her. She was from my village, and my elders entrusted me with her care. As he spoke, a shy expression appeared on his face. However, it quickly faded into sadness. But Xiaoyan is already dead. I was the one who sent her to her demise. The sorrow on Liang Ming's face appeared genuine. Gong Lin and admired him inwardly. What a remarkable fellow. He openly admitted to this. Yunwu Di furrowed his brows, gazing at Liang Ming with suspicion. When Liang Ming knelt and looked up at him, he regained his composure. Why did you kill Xiaoyan? Yunwu Di's voice was low and somber. Even though you are my trusted aide and have recently rendered meritorious service, you must still be dealt with according to the law. Liang Ming bowed his head, Your Majesty. This subordinate understands. I am willing to accept my punishment. Oh, do you realize that taking a life casually means you will be exiled to the frontier to build the Great Wall for 10 years? Many relatives of the recent rebels have been sent to labor as well. Just in time, as the 6th Division requires manpower. I'm willing to go. Liang Ming replied with a bitter smile. Why would you do such a thing? Gong Lin and could hardly contain his impatience. Having been intrigued by the 18th princess, Liang Ming's arrival had him confessing without even realizing his wrongdoing. If there were no ulterior motives involved, then all his years in the harem would have been in vain. Liang Ming sighed, because Xiaoyan claimed she was a spy for Chu, and she knew certain details regarding the guard's layout within the palace. I captured her just as she was attempting to sneak out of the palace. Your Majesty, all the blame lies solely with Xiaoyan. I implore you not to implicate her family. Liang Ming knelt and fervently bowed his head. So, you killed her to cover up what she had done? Gong Lin and exclaimed in exasperation. He was not angry at Liang Ming for protecting her, but rather for acting on his own accord. Such behavior was akin to that of Chao Guoshi, deceiving the emperor and violating the law for the sake of someone close to him, resorting to extrajudicial measures. Even if the emperor spared his life, Liang Ming's actions had irrevocably shattered the emperor's trust in him. He had effectively discarded his future. Gong Gong Lin and glared at him in disappointment. Liang Ming, with a foolish expression, insisted I did not intend to kill her. At the time, I was merely detaining her, planning to question her after dealing with the rebels. Suddenly, she became agitated and argued with me. I heard her nonsensical ramblings. One moment claiming that the yin was finished, and the next saying someone would come to rescue her. I could not restrain her, and she accidentally stumbled onto the rebel's blade and perished. Liang Ming's tone turned self-reproachful. Your Majesty, it is my inadequacy that allowed this to happen. I realize there is no defense for my actions. Once I finish handling this matter, I will immediately accompany the criminals to the frontier to serve my sentence. Liang Ming accepted his fate without begging for mercy. Gong Gong Lin An's expression was indescribable. So you have confessed that Xiao Yun was killed by you. There is a vast difference between accidental death and deliberate harm. Liang Ming felt somewhat awkward, yet he believed they were essentially the same. He did not wish to burden the emperor, especially at such a critical time dealing with the rebels. Your Majesty, I forgot to mention that several officials witnessed this incident, including Minister Jiang of the Ministry of Personnel, along with several diligent officials who are usually meticulous in the court, like Ku Changwen. It is worth noting that Ku Changwen is quite a notable figure in the Yin court, having previously impeached both Chao Guishi and Yunwu. He is a man who tolerates no flaws and actively collects evidence for accusations. Those under scrutiny would inevitably face dire consequences. Liang Ming could only imagine how. Once tomorrow arrives, or when the others find the opportunity, they would surely impeach him, potentially implicating the emperor as well. This was a dire situation, especially as these officials were currently anxious about their own fates and eager to avoid becoming entangled in the recent rebellion, which would likely lead them to protect themselves by incessantly accusing others, particularly those who had made mistakes, to safeguard their own reputations. Hearing this, Yunwu kicked him. What is this? Are you doing this for my sake? I dare not. Liang Ming replied with a bitter smile. Yunwu regarded him, momentarily at a loss for words, deep in thought. Meanwhile, Gong Gong Lin cast a furtive glance at the 18th princess, who was resting on the dragon throne, internally urging her to continue speaking. However, he dared not voice his impatience. Perhaps his wishes had borne fruit, as Yunwu truly began to express her thoughts. How interesting. The gossip system has been updated. Surely Liang Ming does not genuinely believe Xiao Yun's death was accidental? What? Was there some hidden truth behind Xiao Yun's death? Upon hearing Yunwu's thoughts, Liang Ming felt a surge of anxiety and did not perceive any issues. Gong Gong Lin sensed that his assumptions were indeed correct. This matter cannot be so simple. Yunwu raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. Xiao Yun's death was intentional. She did not intend to escape, but rather to make her demise appear more natural. This was to conceal the secrets behind her actions, such as who instructed her to sabotage the tricycle, and who was it that took her child out of the palace to raise. Good heavens! Xiao Yun actually had child. Gong Gong Lin was both amused and exasperated. Did this not reflect poorly on him as the Grand Eunuch? How could he be unaware of a palace made giving birth in secret? Gong Gong Lin felt that his days of comfort were drawing to a close. He glanced at Liang Ming, who was intently eavesdropping, and felt an overwhelming urge to kick him down. His own misfortune was indeed tragic, but witnessing his friend's potential rise made his heart sink even further. What? Xiao Yun was pregnant? Wasn't she supposed to love me? Liang Ming was consumed by sorrow. Meanwhile, Yunwu's expression darkened. Regardless of the news, it left him feeling anything but cheerful. The individuals behind Xiao Yun are clever. They utilized her relationship with Liang Ming to entangle him, a confidant of the emperor. Liang Ming is remarkably foolish, having walked directly into a trap set by others. He completely failed to suspect that Xiao Yun was manipulating him. It is essential to note that Xiao Yun's death must have a plausible explanation, being killed by Liang Ming. Her fellow villager, who despises evil, would not seem out of place. Thus, even if the emperor were to investigate, he would take Liang Ming's contributions into account. The original narrative revolved around Xiao Yun, who, in a state of guilt, took her own life after sabotaging the tricycle, raising questions about the identity of the instigator behind her actions. The focus swiftly shifted to whether the emperor should abandon Liang Ming or protect him. The cunning Consort An truly displayed her intelligence. I cannot definitively assert that the mastermind is Consort An. Consort An, what a manipulative figure she is. Despite admonishing himself countless times not to succumb to anger, upon learning the truth, the Emperor Yunwu nearly lost his composure. How dare Consort Chun interfere in court affairs, betraying her own confidant and even involving the rebels? It is evident that her heart harbors no allegiance to the nation, only a lust for power. She seems unconcerned about the potential casualties that could arise if Liang Ming were to falter. Yunwu waved the documents in his hand. After the emperor perused them, he feigned anger in front of Yunwu. Damn it, look at this. Liang Ming, how could you commit such a blunder? You shall be punished with 7 days of self-discipline. Liang Ming, still in a daze, replied, Your Majesty, it is my lack of caution. I accept the decree. Linen, look at how you manage the palace attendants. A maid is given birth within the palace. What next? Shall there be a swap of princes and princesses? Actually, the possibility of a prince being swapped is not entirely out of the question. However, the chance of a princess being replaced is slim, as it would not lead to a power grab and would result in execution if discovered. But rest assured, father, your current sons are all your biological offspring. None have been replaced. History does reveal instances of emperors whose sons were swapped. In that regard, you are indeed fortunate, father. Do not be upset. After all, there are those who are even more unfortunate than you. The Emperor Yunwu chuckled, oddly comforted by Yunwu's words, though he found the situation quite absurd. Indeed, joy often stems from the misfortune of others. At least he need not worry that his sons belong to someone else. Linen, ensure that Xiao Yun's matter is thoroughly investigated. Yes, Linen, curious himself, wondered who could have concealed such a liaison with Xiao Yun from him. The emperor cast a glance at Yunwu. 18. Do you wish to meet Consort Chun? The emperor could no longer tolerate Consort Chun. He believed that confining her previously would convey his stance, only to be taken aback by her audacity. Chapter 148. Is there a problem? Huh, what gall? Does she truly believe I am a sickly cat? Of course, I must attend. I cannot miss the spectacle. Upon hearing this, the Emperor Yunwu burst into laughter. But as he recalled Consort Chun's actions, the mirth faded. He approached Consort Chun with a serious demeanor. The servants in Huan Yuan Palace greeted him with evident joy, as he had not set foot there since confining Consort Chun. The palace attendants, unable to leave and too intimidated to stir up trouble, faced a stark contrast to their previous days of tyranny over others, now rendered powerless. The speed at which the group of attendants knelt was akin to world champions. Your servant pays respects to your majesty. Your majesty, please watch your step. The courtyard is not clean enough. Allow me to wipe your feet with my sleeve. Yunwu gazed at the swarm of attendants, their sycophantic demeanor opening her eyes wide. Wow, these attendants possess remarkable skills in flattery. No wonder they remain in Consort Chun's palace, serving a temperamental consort. One must truly cast aside all dignity to do so. The attendants, kneeling beside the emperor, paled slightly. The emperor's pupils constricted. He raised his foot and kicked one attendant aside. Impudence! How dare you display such extravagance in my presence? Do you not believe the suffering of the common people outside is sufficient? You learned this behavior from Consort Chun, did you not? The emperor accused them, disregarding their pleas for mercy. Silence! You will cease your whining. His voice was low and chilling. The once pleading attendants of Huan Yuan Palace fell silent, their faces drained of color. Alas, they do seem pitiable. However, they deserve it, haha. The gossip from Consort Chun's palace is endless, and these attendants are but her accomplices. Since they are complicit, they deserve a few jests. After all, mockery does not kill, merely brings shame. I'm not as cruel as you. When dealing with attendants from other palaces, I would rather deal a lethal blow. You feudal society folk are truly terrifying. Once a life is lost, it is irrevocably gone. How can one so easily take a life? It is no wonder that the laws of the yin have not penetrated the hearts of the people. Those who come to serve the emperor can ignore the law, only acting according to the emperor's mood, demonstrating that the corruption runs deep from top to bottom. Yunwu lamented. The nearby attendants trembled upon hearing her words, their eyes filled with terror. One attempted to speak, but was swiftly dragged away by Lin and Linen. Equally apprehensive, cast a worried glance at the emperor and Princess 18. He feared how the emperor would respond to the attendants overhearing the princess's candid thoughts. The Emperor Yunwu felt a twinge of displeasure at Yunwu's remarks, perceiving them as a slight against his rule. However, he soon recognized a crucial point. The law must be instilled in the hearts of all, and it was clear that the servants were not adhering to it. Hence their tendency to act based on the emperor's demeanor. The emperor stroked his chin, pondering. He faced the pressing issue of reforming or abolishing the system of servitude. Your Majesty, you have finally come to see me, Consort Chun said, feigning frailty as she was supported by a matron at the palace gates. She inquired with feigned concern, "Your Majesty, are you unwell? You cough incessantly. Do you not realize?" The emperor wasted no time in delivering his disapproval. Consort Chun's previously gentle demeanor froze at his words. She cast a doubtful glance at him. The emperor, carrying Princess 18, strode into the grand hall, taking his seat at the highest position. He coolly observed Consort Chun enter. Looking down at her, "Consort Chun, kneel. Your Majesty, is there a problem?" Consort Chun exclaimed, perplexed. She had only bowed slightly in greeting, yet the emperor demanded her to kneel. Oblivious to the gravity of the situation, she believed her schemes remained undiscovered. With a reluctant demeanor, she knelt. "Your Majesty, where have I erred? Please, tell me, and I shall certainly amend my ways." "Ah, I see that father enjoys this dynamic," Yunwu observed. "By the way, if a handsome man were to act all delicate and charming towards me, I would surely find it irresistible. Father truly lives up to his reputation as a cold and detached emperor, solely focused on his duties. Indeed, he can withstand such displays." The emperor stroked the tip of his nose. Could he claim that his heart remained untouched? Furthermore, what was this about 18 finding a handsome man irresistible? Absolutely not. How could those superficial men deceive her merely with their looks? It seems 18 has yet to encounter enough attractive suitors. It appears he must take action. Unbeknownst to Yunwu, the emperor's thoughts were far from her own. She was unaware that her days of bliss were fast approaching. "Consort Chun, confess your relationship with Xiao Yun. Why did you send her to destroy the tricycle?" The expression in CHNFI's eyes was one of astonishment. Yet she quickly regained her composure, maintaining an air of grievance. "Your Majesty, why would I commit such an act? Surely, someone has wronged me. I demand to confront the accuser." With a combination of innocence and fragility, one could genuinely believe she was a victim. YNWD scrutinized her intently, causing CHNFI to feel somewhat uneasy under his gaze. "Very well. Summon Li Ingming to confront you." Li Nam paying his respects to YNWD before being called forth. With indignation, he pointed at CHNFI, exclaiming, "Your Highness, when did I offend you? How dare you use Shi-Oyn to ensnare me?" CHNFI feigned innocence. Li Ingdrn, do not wrongfully accuse me. "Well, have I wronged you? Present your evidence." "You secretly contacted Shi-Oyn, manipulating her to exploit our relationship, leading to my inadvertent harm of her," he accused. "Dare you say this was not a conspiracy between you and Shi-Oyn?" CHNFI's heart raced. She had not anticipated Li Ing's perceptiveness. She had devised this plan by chance, hoping to divert YNWD's attention. Could it be that Li Ing truly knew something? Yet, how had he discovered it? Her own people had witnessed Shi-Oyn's demise without any prior indication. Regaining her composure, she retorted, "Li Ingdrn, you must speak with evidence. As a confined consort, I possess no means to meddle so far. Do not presume upon the emperor's trust to utter such nonsense." CHNFI, blushing, reprimanded him before kneeling to bow to YNWD. "Your Majesty, I am truly wronged. Li Ingming, where's your evidence?" Li Ingming, brimming with fury, glared at her meaningfully. "Your Highness, do you think Shi-Oyn willingly agreed to her fate, devoid of any desires?" CHNFI felt a pang of anxiety. Throughout, YNWD had remained unervingly calm, as if all matters lay within his grasp. She realized her life rested in his hands. If he chose to forgive her, all would be well. "Li Ingdrn, do not coerce me," she implored, dabbing her tears with a handkerchief. "Your Majesty, I am willing to confess, but could you not dismiss everyone else, especially Li Ingdrn? The situation is not as he claims." YNWD replied, "There is no need. You shall confess first, and Li Ingming shall remain silent from now on." CHNFI's expression froze. She had intended to entice YNWD into leniency. Yet with others present, she could not afford to lose her dignity by resorting to seduction. After a lengthy pause, she finally managed to utter, "Your Majesty, I did indeed have dealings with Shi-Oyn, but I never instructed her to do anything. I merely wished to ascertain palace news, as I am confined, and my own people have been replaced by your Majesty. I see you dare to lie in my presence. CHNFI, your audacity is remarkable." YNWD's patience had worn thin. CHNFI, demote her to a beauty and cast her into the cold palace. CHNF, I gasped. What do you mean by banishing me for mere disagreement? Under YNWD's icy gaze, she faltered, I confess, I have indeed lied. Speaking those words felt more unbearable than consuming excrement. Laughter erupted from the onlookers. Look at CHNFI's expression. How amusing. She is bound to make me laugh to death. Indeed, all schemes crumble before absolute power. CHNF, I won't end up causing her own demise, will she? Hearing the gleeful voices, YNWD turned to observe CHNFI's rigid and insincere expression. His countenance darkened with annoyance. Clearly, her emotions were affecting his judgment. CHNFI, you must confess quickly, lest you delay my important matters. CHNF, I hesitated, feeling the chill in YNWD's eyes. Your Majesty, do you no longer love me? When have I ever loved you? YNWD felt a wave of revulsion course through him. The audacity of her words. What is love if it leads to such harm? Perhaps YNWD's visible disgust caused CHNFI's smile to falter, leaving her in a state of awkwardness and rage. Enough, confess. Your Majesty, I was merely intrigued by the rickshaw. I never intended to destroy it. I asked Shioyn to retrieve it so I could secretly experiment. To my dismay, she acted recklessly and ruined it, leaving me unable to ride. CHNFI's sorrow was palpable. How did you manipulate Shioyn to achieve your goal? Why would she heed your commands? CHNF, I lowered her head, confessing, Shioyn has a lover outside the palace. I inadvertently saw her with a pregnancy, prompting me to investigate. To my surprise, she truly was with child. Shioyn is so slender that even with the pregnancy, it was hardly noticeable. I used this reason to threaten Shioyn, she continued. YNWD listened, feeling an overwhelming sense of incredulity. CHNFI, as a consort, you should conceal such matters with care. Your malicious intent has reached me. How shall you be punished? CHNF, I was taken aback, realizing that her confession would lead to punishment. How could YNWD be so ruthless? Your Majesty, for the sake of the third prince, please do not hold my faults against me. I shall never err again. I have spared you from immediate execution for the sake of the third prince. YNWD stated coldly, standing with hands behind his back, scrutinizing CHNFI. Confess honestly why you instructed Shioyn to sabotage the rickshaw. CHNFI's words remained unspoken as she heard the thoughts of the onlookers. CHNFI, why struggle? With me here, you cannot deceive the Emperor. Realizing the source of her defeat, CHNFI understood it was all due to SHB. The audacity of that wretched girl incited her fury. If CHNFI knew I assisted the Emperor, would she seek to eliminate me? YNWD observed CHNFI, noting her fluctuating expressions, and suspicion blossomed within him. Regardless of the circumstances, if CHNFI harbored even a hint of malice towards SHB, she could not be spared. His greatest fear was that the third prince would come to resent SHB. It seemed time to contact the third prince. As CHNFI raised her gaze, she met YNWD's indifferent stare. Her heart sank, recalling the same expression he wore when condemning others to death. Your Majesty, I acknowledge my errors. I shall not dare to reach out again. I confess. I had contacted a craftsman outside the palace who expressed interest in the rickshaw's existence and claimed he could replicate it. I wish to present my accomplishment to your Majesty. CHNF, I revealed her innermost thoughts. Her face flushed, feeling even more humiliated. Had she known of SHB's capabilities, she would have refrained from confronting her, at least until she discovered the latter's weaknesses. I shall never act so foolishly again. Very well, you shall remain in the palace under confinement, transcribing 10 copies of Buddhist scriptures daily for inspection. Inform me who that craftsman is. Despite her reluctance, CHNF, I had no choice but to comply. Yes, your Majesty, the artisan resides at number 18, Jiazi, Daliu Hutong. The Yunwu Emperor, indifferent to Chun Fei, cradled Yunwu and approached her, looking down imperiously. Chun Fei, this is your final opportunity. If you harbor no ulterior motives in the harem, you may live comfortably. However, should you still wish to assist the third prince in seizing the throne, you shall meet the same fate as Chao Guishi, a cautionary tale for you. In Chapter 150, it is evident that I shall bestow my throne upon a prince capable of guiding Dian towards a prosperous future. Chun Fei, gazing into the emperor's cold eyes, shivered. Alas, She had been protected by the third prince, thus avoiding immediate punishment. If she failed to cherish this chance, her demise would be inevitable. She pondered why she continued to act foolishly. With her intelligence, being a favored concubine should pose no threat. Yet, it was clear that she lacked the vision requisite for a power holder in the court. Historically, she and the third prince had held the positions of empress and dowager empress, respectively, for merely half a month. Did she truly wish to sacrifice both Dian and her own life for such a fleeting existence? Sigh, one must possess self-awareness. To hell with self-awareness, she thought. Do not presume I am unaware of your mockery. 18. Chun Fei seethed with indignation, feeling insulted. Your Majesty, I dare not. I shall no longer harbor any excessive thoughts, she said, her voice tinged with grievance. Occasionally glancing at Yunwu, she shot him a glare. Deep down, she felt rebellious. Despite her historical references, she had contemplated for so long without any impending crisis for Dian, making its downfall improbable. The mere fact that Yunwu was alive was likely the most significant upheaval. However, Chun Fei dared not harm him, for she admired the audacity of Xian Fei, who had poisoned the emperor, especially since she had succeeded. Chun Fei envied her ability to achieve what she herself lacked. Now, being ridiculed by 18 only added to her turmoil. Your Majesty, the servants of Henyuang Palace have been taken away by the emperor, who stated that there would be no attendants left in the palace, allowing the servants to remain by your side, a maid reported. Chun Fei, angered, shouted furiously, instinctively reaching for an object to throw. With a loud crash, a precious ceramic vase shattered into pieces. How can the emperor treat me this way? I have not committed any heinous act. I merely wish to see a rickshaw. The old matron thought, where is the wrongdoing in desiring a rickshaw? The emperor's ire was clearly directed at her ambition for the throne and her scheming for the third prince. That she had not been executed or relegated to the cold palace was already fortunate. Of course, Henyuang Palace had become akin to a cold palace, devoid of servants, making Chun Fei's existence increasingly difficult. Your Majesty, Longwei reports that Chun Fei has just smashed numerous items in the palace, seemingly dissatisfied with your Majesty. Gong Linen rushed to relay the news. He harbored a grudge against Chun Fei, recalling how she had schemed against him, relying on her abundant time and knowledge of affairs. He was far too busy to make mistakes. This time, he had to reorganize all palace servants to ensure there were no further oversights. Upon hearing this, the Yunwu emperor scoffed. I'm still contemplating where the funds will come from, and yet Chun Fei is so wasteful. In that case, let us collect all her possessions and replace them with wooden items, compelling her to reflect. Gong Linen, with a dark heart, suggested, Your Majesty, the artisans in the palace are preoccupied with studying hydraulic engineering designs. Why not send someone to Chun Fei, so she may create her own items? It would alleviate some of your burdens. The artisans had stated that the ideas they were currently implementing in the southwestern counties were sound. Previously, they had faced challenges, but the information from Princess 18 had inspired them. Moreover, as Princess 18 remarked, skilled artisans are treasures. They should not waste time on a consort with no merit. The Yunwu emperor regarded him with a bemused smile. Linen, your grievances run deep. Your Majesty, I am merely aggrieved, the old servant replied. Well, I shall overlook your little schemes. Go arrange for wood to be sent to Chun Fei's palace. Linen immediately grinned, Of course, Your Majesty. I shall attend to it at once. He knew that the more overtly he displayed his allegiance, the less the emperor would be displeased, and he would not repeat Chun Fei's blunders. Having earned the emperor's trust, he had no intention of engaging in petty schemes. All he needed was to convey matters more delicately. Soon, Linen, accompanied by Liang Ming and several imperial guards, arrived outside Henyuang Palace. A nearby young eunuch eagerly opened the palace doors. Upon hearing the commotion, Chun Fei and the old matron emerged from the main hall. Liang Ming commanded, Lift. The imperial guards surged in like locusts, seizing all valuable items and placing them into the boxes they carried. What are you doing? Chun Fei shrieked, her complexion paling as she was clearly enraged. She pointed at Gong Linen and Liang Ming. How dare you? Liang Ming chuckled. Chun Fei, do you need me to explain how you plotted against me? Furthermore, the emperor decreed that since you are idly smashing valuable items and wasting silver, it is best to refrain from wasting good resources. I shall take these jade and silver items. Rest assured, Your Highness, Linen interjected. I have arranged for the Ministry of Internal Affairs to send the sturdiest replacements, ensuring no further breakage will occur. Chun Fei's chest heaved with anger, nearly causing her to faint. Linen, Liang Ming, are you not afraid of offending me? She took a deep breath, her expression icy. Liang Ming laughed and waved his hand. Brothers, hurry up and move. Leave no valuable items behind for Chun Fei. You stop this at once. Chun Fei was so furious she nearly forgot her dignity. Yet she could not prevent the Imperial Guards from removing all her valuables. Moreover, soon after, Linen's men began delivering piles of wood into the courtyard. Liang Ming instantly recognized the wood as the most ordinary materials, the cheap kind used by farmers. Your Highness, the Emperor said the artisans from the Ministry of Works are too busy to craft furniture for you. Since you have plenty of time, you may as well create your own water cups and basins. In chapter 151, even in ancient times, there existed such folly as love-struck minds. Chun Fei was utterly beside herself with rage. Linen, let us depart. We must not disturb Chun Fei's rest. Linen and Liang Ming, aware of her impending outburst, quickly fled with the boxes before she could regain her composure to retaliate. Chun Fei found herself trapped within Henyuang Palace, her furious shouts echoing in the distance. Linen brushed aside his own grievances, declaring, "This is the Emperor's punishment for Chun Fei. Were it not for the third prince's influence, she would have long been cast into the cold palace. Her current situation is comparatively fortunate. Lord Liang, prepare yourself. We have now found some comfort in our dealings with Chun Fei. In any case, there is no need for undue concern. I shall take these items to the storeroom," Liang Ming remarked as he went about his duties. The Yunwu Emperor paid little heed to the unfolding events. He said, "Linen, prepare yourself. I shall exit the palace with Sheba to meet the craftsman mentioned by Chun Fei." "Yes," Linen replied promptly and immediately set about making the necessary preparations. This time, the Yunwu Emperor chose to ride on horseback. As he sat astride his steed, a cloud of melancholy enveloped him. "Sheba, it is all my fault. I failed to safeguard even the tricycle, especially one that you gifted to me. I am truly inept. Father, you need not dwell so heavily on this. However, you could train more soldiers to guard such items. The tricycle is of secondary importance. What truly matters is that if there are more formidable technologies in the future, they must not fall into the hands of those with ill intentions. Such a scenario would spell disaster for the yen. It is evident that palace servants are ill-suited to guard valuable possessions. Regardless, Father, with the wealth amassed from the recent confiscations, you could allocate funds specifically for the military. With a new army, we could replace the existing forces of the yen. The current military lacks discipline and capability, but most importantly, they lack the spirit of sacrifice for the nation and its people. Furthermore, many of them harbor internal corruption. The soldiers are poorly compensated, often struggling to afford sufficient food. Even the most patriotic hearts will be worn down." The Yunwu Emperor listened intently. When he saw the training slogans that Sheba handed him, he felt invigorated. Are these the slogans intended for training? They resonate well, despite their simplicity. Indeed, slogans must be simple and comprehensible. Otherwise, they serve no purpose. These are merely trivial matters. You could have the instructors learn them first, then teach the soldiers. The Yunwu Emperor nodded, tucking the paper into his robe. "Understood, Father." The pace of their ride was swift. Although the capital had descended into chaos, it had returned to relative normalcy after several days. Only the families affected by the turmoil required time to heal. As the Emperor and his entourage rode towards the northern city, the common folk, upon seeing the Emperor's bright yellow attire, hastily knelt in reverence. The Yunwu Emperor nodded in acknowledgement and continued on without lingering. Once his procession had passed, the people stood again. Indeed, the Emperor lived up to the reports, frequently exiting the palace to comfort the populace. Previously, he had refrained from doing so due to the treacherous ministers of the Chao family. Rumor had it that those treacherous officials had amassed considerable wealth through collusion with unscrupulous merchants. Undoubtedly, they had embezzled funds from the court, though the Emperor chose not to address this publicly. The families of those ministers have been dispatched to the frontier to fortify the walls, which was fitting. In my opinion, those families, having enjoyed a life of luxury, deserve their fate. Indeed, the Chao family faced execution. That is different. The Chao family was accused of treason, while some officials were punished for military errors. Given that they neglected the welfare of the people, their punishment was justified. A multitude of citizens engaged in fervent discussion. Thanks to the newspapers, such remarkable exchanges emerged. Many citizens found joy in gathering to hear the news, even if they could not read. They could still afford the modest price of the paper. Gradually, they also learned to read, making significant progress. The common folk, scholars, merchants, craftsmen, and individuals from diverse professions overlooked their differences and began to converse. The Yunwu emperor observed these changes with satisfaction. This was a deliberate effort alongside Xiao Shofu and others. Only by involving the populace in discourse could the true potential of the newspapers be realized, fostering a stronger sense of national identity among the people. The Yunwu emperor reined in his horse, dismounting gracefully amidst the mist. The deputy commander of a northern city, Hao Yi, approached first to pay his respects. This subordinate has seen the emperor. At ease, the Yunwu emperor inquired, have the affairs of the northern city been managed? Are there still disturbances in the streets? When the traitor Yuan Shi had rebelled, Hao Yi and several officers were imprisoned. The events transpired swiftly, leaving no time for Yuan Shi and his accomplices to deal with individuals outside their circle. Had they succeeded, Hao Yi and his compatriots would not have fared well. Clearly, luck was on their side this time. Your Majesty, I have stationed guards outside the household you seek, ensuring no one approaches. As for the esteemed Mr. Chun Liang within, he seems to be concocting excuses to evade us. I am uncertain why. Hao Yi reported every detail. Yunwu scrutinized him for a moment. Hao Yi, let me see if there are any signs. Hao Yi, perplexed, furrowed his brow and tightened his grip on his weapon, standing ready for action. Hao Yi is quite the romantic. How intriguing that even in ancient times such sentiments exist. He is diligent in his duties, yet he harbors affection for his childhood friend. Unfortunately, she is already married. They have been meeting privately, and he often provides her with financial support. Yet, regrettably, your beloved regards you merely as a backup, showing little genuine concern. Chapter 152. You are that talented individual. The term backup eluded Hao Yi, yet he grasped the meaning of being disregarded. His mind was in turmoil, filled with indignation. Ru'er had married another only because she could not defy her parents' wishes. Now, she suffered in the Song household, bullied by the mistress. It was Song Qing's incompetence that led to Ru'er's plight. Hao Yi felt a surge of defiance. Father, a romantic disposition is not fearful. What is truly concerning is when such individuals dare to act recklessly for their beloved. We must scrutinize this Lord Hao to prevent another Yuan Shi from arising. Moreover, we should afford Lord Hao another opportunity. One cannot neglect talent merely for the sake of affection. The Yunwu emperor regarded Hao Yi silently, uttering no words. You may withdraw and continue your watch outside. Yes, Hao Yi was already astonished by the title used. Could it be that Sheba spoke? Yet, why did no one else seem to hear? His expression reflected confusion. Linen, you may proceed to knock. The Yunwu emperor commanded. Linen stepped forward and knocked twice on the door, which was opened by an elderly man, clad in coarse garments, with calloused hands. Upon seeing the Yunwu emperor, the man's pupils dilated, and he immediately knelt. This humble citizen greets your majesty. The Yunwu emperor did not conceal his identity. His simple attire bore elements of the dragon robe, which explained why Chun Liang recognized him instantly. You're the craftsman, Chun? Yes, I am Chun Liang. Though I cannot claim the title of craftsman, I am merely an ordinary carpenter, he replied with a humble demeanor. Chun Liang? The Yunwu emperor observed the elder with curiosity, his mind rapidly searching for information. Indeed, this Chun Liang holds secrets. He is a spy from Dechu. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than Chun Liang suddenly drew a dagger from his chest, lunging towards the Yunwu emperor. Your Majesty, protect the emperor. Linen's astonished voice echoed as he rushed forward. Chun Liang pushed him aside, his dagger still aimed at the Yunwu emperor in Yunwu. Audacious! The Yunwu emperor bellowed in fury, regarding Chun Liang with a gaze reserved for the dead, and swiftly kicked out. Yunwu Di stood at an imposing height of 8 chi, while Chun Liang was considerably shorter. He braced himself against Yunwu Di's foot, retreating only 2 steps before lunging forward to strike again. From Yunwu's vantage point, she discerned a malicious and murderous glint in Chun Liang's gaze. Swiftly, she activated the protective system she had purchased earlier, simultaneously engaging the search system to delve into Chun Liang's gossip, hoping to unearth any pertinent information. As Yunwu searched, nearby, Hao Yi and Grandfather Lin and observed Chun Liang's failed attack. Unexpectedly, he hurled a bomb towards Yunwu Di. Both men rushed to protect the emperor. A deafening explosion échoued. Chun Liang let out a pained scream, collapsing to the ground while clutching his thigh in agony. Lin and Hao Yi turned pale, realizing the bomb had detonated right before the 18th princess, who was cradled in Yunwu Di's arms. Lin An's eyes brimmed with tears as he gazed through the dissipating smoke, crying out for the emperor. Your Majesty, your hand must be unscathed. Oh, 18th princess, you must not be harmed. I shall avenge you. In a fit of rage, Lin An kicked Chun Liang unconscious, his fury boiling over. Had it not been for the presence of others backing Chun Liang, he would have certainly lost control. Hao Yi, despite his distaste for the 18th princess's actions, had never wished for her demise, for she had never condemned him with a word. Rather, she had always been just. Your Majesty, 18th princess, are you unharmed? Lin An rushed over, his eyes swollen from tears. Your Majesty, it is my failure to protect you. Yunwu shot him a disdainful glance, reproaching him for being unable to subdue a mere spy despite his formidable martial prowess, allowing the man to come so close to the 18th princess. Should anything happen to her, you will be finished. If not for your recent diligent efforts, I would have sentenced you to 10 rounds of rigorous training. For now, 5 will suffice. Lin An stood rigid. Your Majesty, I believe this is nearly equivalent to the full punishment. So you wish for 10 rounds? Yunwu's voice was low. Your Majesty, how could I possibly disobey your command? 5 rounds it shall be. Lin An quickly turned obsequious. Ha! Grandfather Lin An, you truly know how to read the situation. As the saying goes, those who understand the times are the true talents, and you are indeed one of them. He puffed out his chest proudly. Yunwu glanced at him with disdain. Only then did Yunwu turn his attention to Chun Liang. Take him away and ensure a thorough interrogation. Search the premises. Yes, Your Majesty. A group of soldiers swiftly sprang into action, binding Chun Liang and escorting him away. Inside the room, the search was conducted with equal efficiency. Hao Yi attempted to assist, but found that the soldiers worked with such organization that there was no need for his intervention. What struck Hao Yi most was the discipline displayed by the soldiers. They did not pilfer items nor engage in idle chatter, their focus unwavering. Brothers, I am here to help. Is there anything you require of me? You must be Lord Hao, right? No need for assistance. Our 6th Division soldiers are responsible for the search, and we are fully capable of handling this small courtyard, replied the squad leader, Du Jiabao, effortlessly lifting a box weighing over 200 jin, still appearing to have energy to spare. Hao Yi was astonished. You all can manage such weight? Du Jiabao smiled shyly. Lord Hao, do you not possess such strength? Our general and the emperor emphasized that great strength is fundamental. Otherwise, when combating enemies, if a blade becomes lodged in bone, it could mean death. Of course, one must also be mindful of angles when striking. It is an art. Du Jiabao spoke with conviction. Hao Yi instinctively countered. We, as military generals, are fortunate to be literate. Are soldiers also literate? Of course, everyone must learn. Otherwise, how will we comprehend military strategies? How can we determine which possessions are of greater importance during searches? How will we interpret messages exchanged between soldiers? Hao Yi realized that his understanding of the Imperial Guard had shifted entirely from his previous impressions. Are you new recruits? Indeed, Du Jiabao said proudly. Our Imperial Guard is now formidable. Hao Yi wanted to contest this, but witnessing the ease with which these 7 or 8 soldiers managed to transport so many items, he could not deny their genuine capability. Why didn't you discreetly take items of lesser value, or those left on the jade table? Why take them? That would be a breach of discipline. Your commanding officers should uphold even this level of discipline, Du Jiabao frowned. No wonder the emperor laments the court's corruption. It is clearly individuals like you he speaks of. How he grew anxious. I do not pilfer. Sometimes we simply take what the emperor does not want. No, the emperor has stated that soldiers in the barracks must adhere to strict regulations. Regardless of the item's worth, it belongs to the court and does not belong to us. However, when these findings are reported, the barracks will credit us based on our merits, allowing us to receive corresponding bonuses monthly. The emperor is well aware of our efforts. Your thinking is flawed. No wonder the emperor remarks that many rules are being disregarded in the court. Du Jiabao scowled. Lord Hao, you have truly disappointed me. Thankfully, I did not insist on working in the office, but instead chose to join the Imperial Guard. Hao Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment, but curiosity about his words lingered. Are you suggesting that the emperor will eventually reform the office's regulations? That is confidential. Du Jiabao shot him a warning glance. I shall not disclose any secrets. Hao Yi pieced together the implication. The emperor would indeed instigate changes. Yet, he hesitated, realizing that the Imperial Guard was a new force, funded independently from the treasury, thus distanced from the court's affairs. Altering the perception of spoils as personal property among other military camps particularly the generals, could disrupt many vested interests, which was far from ideal. Du Jiabao grinned. I am not naive. Unless the emperor demands confidentiality, everything else is inconsequential. Hao Yi's expression shifted, quickly grasping Du Jiabao's meaning. He parted his lips, but ultimately refrained from further comment. Lord Hao, let us converse more during your next leave. Du Jiabao directed his soldiers to continue moving the items. Your Majesty, this ledger contains all the items from Chun Liang's courtyard, including half a box of explosives, approximately a dozen. There are still some remnants of explosive materials. In addition to that, the most abundant items are some timber and iron materials, along with a blacksmith's tool. And it seems that some tire iron rings have already been prepared nearby. Du Jiabao stepped forward to convey the contents recorded in the ledger. The Yunwu emperor squinted his eyes and ordered, "Bring those iron materials over for me to examine." Naturally, Du Jiabao dared not defy the command. Along with the soldiers, carried the items over and laid them out. The Yunwu emperor lowered his head and immediately recognized several familiar pieces of iron, which were precisely the iron frames and chains from the tricycle. Have they really begun to imitate so swiftly? The Yunwu emperor pondered further. Have the blueprints been located? Soon, news arrived. Your Majesty, the items have been found, and indeed, there are blueprints. They were kept in a locked dressing box, which went unnoticed at first due to its inconspicuousness. After perusing the blueprints, the Yunwu emperor realized that the Dechu had already become aware of the existence of the tricycle. As soon as he spoke, Du Jiabao and the others immediately knelt down. This was far from good news. Ultimately, it was purely the fault of Chun Fei, who remained oblivious to being used. The Grand Eunuch Linen quietly murmured to himself, "Oh, your Majesty need not worry. The blueprints of the tricycle have indeed been delivered to Dechu." However, the current old emperor of Dechu does not regard it as significant and has already cast it aside. The Yunwu emperor, Grand Eunuch Lin, and Hao Yi and Du Jiabao found themselves amidst a series of unfortunate events. Nevertheless, Grand Eunuch Lin An's heart suddenly tightened, especially since he had grown accustomed to the speaking style of the 18th princess. He understood that if there were no dire circumstances, there would not be any twists. Chu Tsang, however, is taking it to heart and is preparing to assign someone to study it. This Chen Liang is one of his subordinates. After all, Chu Tsang is truly the great adversary of your Majesty. This individual is destined to be an emperor in the future. In my view, history records that the old emperor of Dechu could ascend to the throne largely due to the contributions of this Ming Shengzong, Chu Tsang. Ming Shengzong? What right does Chu Tsang have to tread upon his own Yin to achieve wealth and honor? The Yunwu emperor was enraged. However, even without the leaked tricycle design from our side, Chu Tsang would still find out. Doesn't he have a modern assassin named Zhang Ruoyi by his side? Zhang Ruoyi must certainly be aware of these designs. After all, the tricycle is not a particularly sophisticated mode of transportation. It is even possible that the other party could bring forth many future innovations before I do. In any case, I'm not in a rush. Hurrying will only lead to mistakes. Let them feel anxious. For now, your Majesty only needs to resolve the internal issues of the Yin. Train the soldiers and stockpile enough explosives for a counterattack. There's no need to worry about being passively beaten. Zhang Ruoyi cannot possibly possess an endless supply of advanced weaponry. As long as your Majesty remains unharmed, the Yan's advantages will still prevail. Although it must be admitted, currently among the many royal brothers of the Yan, there is indeed not a single prince capable of fully supporting the empire. Chapter 154. No deception, the royal brothers still require growth and cultivation. I have a surveillance system, always monitoring Zhang Ruoyi, fearing she might cause some significant chaos. Upon hearing the last sentence, the Yunwu emperor felt a slight relief. He contemplated more deeply than the clouds of uncertainty. He did not rely solely on the information from the clouds. For the Yin to become robust, it must strengthen as a whole. To him, Dechu was merely a hurdle to be crossed in the future, not an insurmountable enemy. Therefore, in the eyes of the Yunwu emperor, the most pressing matter now was to rectify the governance of the court. Hao Yi, you will investigate. Every household in the northern city must be inspected. If anyone is found to possess the raw materials for gunpowder, they will be confiscated and imprisoned. If they are found to be hiding gunpowder, the punishment shall be doubled. Understood. Hao Yi acknowledged. If manpower is insufficient, I can request assistance from the Imperial Guards, the Yunwu emperor added suddenly. Hao Yi hesitated, not responding immediately. Before the Yunwu emperor could speak, Grand Eunuch Lin and preemptively slapped Hao Yi on the shoulder. Lord Hao, do you not understand? His Majesty does not permit you to waste time. Cooperation between both parties is the norm. This is an order, not a request for your opinion. Hao Yi hurriedly knelt to comply. The Yunwu Emperor turned and left, holding onto Yunwu. Grand Eunuch Lin and lagged slightly behind. Lord Hao, regarding the matter of the 18th princess, should it leak from your lips, even this old servant would be unable to assist you. Do you understand, Lord Hao? Lord Hao was not foolish. He grasped his meaning and promptly responded, this official understands. Grand Eunuch Lin and did not linger and swiftly caught up to the Yunwu Emperor. As Yunwu wished to stroll around the capital, the Yunwu Emperor mounted his horse, cradling her, and leisurely traversed the streets at a slow pace. Yes, go ahead, the Yunwu Emperor instructed. Linen, please inform the Ministry of Internal Affairs to prepare the softest silk fabric for the 18th. Yes, I shall convey my gratitude on behalf of the 18th princess. Concubine Lin followed suit. However, when she saw Grand Eunuch Lin and bringing the fabric, she realized what the Yunwu Emperor meant by the softest silk. It turned out to be the most precious fabric, akin to jade. Wow, wearing this is so comfortable. Father is truly generous. In this lifetime, I can enjoy such a luxurious and exquisite life. Is it finally my turn to experience such wealth? Concubine Lin found herself both amused and exasperated. Nevertheless, seeing the 18th princess delighted made her quite happy. Where in a modern world can one be a princess? Our country has long ceased to have princesses or emperors. You know, however, in a world of great harmony, the common people are the foundation, while the royal family embodies wealth and honor. Yet, being a princess in modern times is still quite remarkable. To think that a single time travel could place me at birth in Rome. Father, you must not encounter any mishaps. You must live well. My good days depend entirely on you. Yunwu pondered for a moment, and her hands acquired some items. Concubine Lin noticed and curiously asked, 18th, what are these? They are hollow rounds for father to practice shooting. I see that father has quite the talent, even using a gun for the first time. He could hit shoot song. However, it is unfortunate that it was precisely because it was his first time that he missed and could not take Chu Song's life. With Jiang Ruoyi's assistance, next time, he might very well succeed in wielding a gun. This is partly my fault, by presenting the gun first. I inadvertently provided Jiang Ruoyi with a reason to bring hers out as well, without fearing being deemed peculiar and burned alive. Concubine Lin instinctively countered, 18th. What you said is not correct. Since Jiang Ruoyi is akin to you, she would certainly find a way to bring forth good things during difficult times. You merely pushed the situation a step forward. It cannot be deemed a grave error. Moreover, your father has not blamed you. You have done right. After learning of Yunwu's background, Concubine Lin chose not to feel fear, but rather to feel fortunate. She was grateful that this child was born to her. Otherwise, what if a narrow-minded person truly deemed her a demon and burned her? Would that not be unjust? Yunwu observed her mother's earnest support and could not help but blink her beautiful eyes, especially recalling that since awakening, even when communicating with her father and mother through writing, she had not invoked their disdain. All of this was due to their love and trust. Mother, you also have a share in this, but uncle cannot possess it for the time being, as advanced weaponry must be controlled by the court. If uncle were to gain it, the yin would be thrown into chaos. At that time, the court officials would feel insecure and wish to acquire protection, remembering uncle's past mistakes. Will father agree or not? Yunwu spoke eloquently. Lin Fei reached out to gently tousle her short hair, which had grown soft and fine. Mother, you need not worry. You are right. We have already received ample favoritism from your father. There is no need to create unnecessary trouble. Since you cannot wield a firearm, how about we replace it with a bulletproof vest? I assure you, there will be no mishap with the assassins of Dechu. One must be aware that in modern times, many presidents and leaders have fallen victim to assassination. Upon hearing that future leaders faced such peril, Lin Fei immediately furrowed her brow. However, in the nation of Huaxia, such occurrences are rare. Firearms are prohibited, making it challenging for an ordinary person to acquire one. Assassins wielding guns are easily detected. Lin Fei's eyes sparkled at this notion, finding it a splendid idea. Mother, I have also prepared a bulletproof vest for my uncle, although it may not be as comfortable worn beneath clothing. When Lin Fei obtained 3 bulletproof vests, she was mentally prepared, expecting them to resemble armor. However, they were not at all uncomfortable. Is this what you meant by not being so comfortable, Sherba? Lin Fei retorted, I find them quite satisfactory. You are overly fastidious. Mother, As the emperor's consort, you deserve only the finest. Just look at the disparity in quality compared to the white jade silk I wear. Sherba, you may not realize that the fabric of this bulletproof vest far surpasses coarse cloth. The common folk wear rough fabrics. Moreover, Lin Fei gazed fondly at the bulletproof vest, recognizing its life-preserving value. Surely, it is incomparable to mere satin. Chapter 155. Attending morning court, you make a valid point, mother. This bulletproof vest is of the highest grade, exceedingly precious and scarce. Lin Fei joyfully examined the vest, pondering the materials used in its creation, wondering if it could be replicated for sale to affluent families. Mother, you truly possess a knack for business. However, if it is merely a gimmick, it could be marketed for its collectible value. Its practical utility is rather limited. After all, with the current technology of the Yin and Chu state, it is impossible to develop bullets or handguns. Certainly, the number of handguns in the possession of Chutsong is limited. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei conceived an idea. It seemed that to earn this silver, she needed to consult with the Yunwu emperor. With the emperor's cooperation, a few whispered rumors could lead to a surge in sales. She felt no guilt in profiting from wealthy merchants, as she would not be selling counterfeit goods. Sherba, come here and take my measurements. As Yunwu was measured for infant clothing, a group of embroiderers in Yichun Palace demonstrated their skills. They would create her garments within the palace. Yunwu observed in astonishment and admiration. In the Qingzheng Hall, after Lin Fei had taken Yunwu away, Gong Lin and hesitated before approaching the emperor. Your Majesty, I have a matter to report. Speak. Your Majesty, before I could interrogate Chun Liang and others, I discovered in the prison that Chun Liang had spoken of the 18th princess's sentiments to the inmates and the guards. He claimed she is a prodigy, stating that she alone can dictate the fate of all. Furthermore, he asserted that, in the future, pleasing the 18th princess would be the only option available to everyone. The Yunwu emperor's fury ignited. He dares. Your Majesty, he has already done so, Gong Lin replied, somewhat helplessly. The Yunwu emperor glared at him. Do I need your reminders? Nonetheless, this news arrives at a timely juncture. The Yunwu emperor stroked his chin, contemplating that it was time to act upon his previous thoughts. Gong Lin inquired curiously, Your Majesty, what are your intentions? Of course, to bring the 18th princess to court. The Yunwu emperor narrowed his eyes, harboring ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, Gong Lin was taken aback, realizing that such an action would effectively announce the existence of the 18th princess to the court officials, including those with nefarious intentions. However, he quickly followed up with a puzzled inquiry. Your Majesty, but bringing the 18th princess to morning court means that officials more than 3 meters away from her would not hear her sentiments. Who would dare to ensure that the court officials would overhear? The Yunwu emperor disdainfully muttered, They are unworthy of such a privilege. Gong Lin felt a cold sweat on his brow. The emperor's favoritism towards the 18th princess was unparalleled. On that day, the Yunwu emperor arranged for the interrogation of Chun Liang, gleaning some information regarding Chutsong. He squinted. Chutsong has contacted so many craftsmen in Yin? Your Majesty, this seems hard to believe. These craftsmen are either highly esteemed or possess stubborn but exceptional skills. Why would they all choose to ally with the Chu? Liang Ming pondered in confusion. I suspect that Chun Liang, before his demise, deliberately fed me a mix of truths and lies to mislead me into making erroneous decisions. The Yunwu emperor squinted. Go, arrange for all the craftsmen listed to be brought to the capital. I wish to meet them personally. After issuing his orders, the Yunwu emperor extended his hand and said, Remember to treat them with courtesy. This information must not be leaked, nor should it become common knowledge in the capital. Understood, Liang Ming replied. Go contact the Imperial Guard to handle this matter. The Yunwu emperor reconsidered. Change of plans. Go and enlist the Imperial Guard. Liang Ming chuckled bitterly, realizing the Imperial Guard seemed to have lost their significance. From today onward, the regulations of the Imperial Guard shall begin to change. All rules will adhere to the Green Book, which currently contains just 108 rules. 108 is merely temporary. Should anyone harbor discontent, they must possess the capability to express it by defeating me before voicing any opinions. Liang Ming's every word was laden with meaning. Instantly, the Imperial Guard erupted into commotion. Master Liang, I am dissatisfied. I wish to challenge you. And I accept one challenge daily. Liang Ming discerned that his subordinates intended to engage in a series of challenges against him. With a mischievous smile, he thought this would only be fair. The Imperial Guard quickly realized his intentions. Master Liang, it is settled. Although this move caused many guards to hesitate, a select few remained steadfast in their resolve to challenge Liang Ming. He silently lamented, wishing to avoid such a spectacle. However, Jiang Xian had informed him that only by being formidable and accumulating sufficient military merit could he be qualified to train more soldiers. This was one of the tenets of the Green Book. If he wished for the other guards to comply, he must first adhere to it himself. As time passed, the Imperial Guard underwent rigorous training. Particularly after Jiang Xian led a small team of Imperial Guards to leave the others bruised, they finally sensed a looming crisis. As anticipated, the might of the Yan's Imperial Guards began to spread throughout the capital, gradually extending beyond its borders. The Yunwu Emperor, having finished reviewing the memorials, penned a letter before departing the Qingzheng Hall. It was addressed to the third prince, inquiring about the appropriate course of action regarding Chun Fei. This was a test entrusted to Yunzhan by the Yunwu Emperor. As he folded the letter, the Yunwu Emperor suddenly recalled something and proceeded to write letters to the other princes working outside as well. He gleefully thought, at last, I shall not show favoritism. That night, Yunwu had already fallen asleep. The Yunwu Emperor quietly pushed open the door, finding her peacefully slumbering in her cradle, unable to suppress a benevolent smile. Upon opening the door, he found Lin Fei waiting behind him. Ah, it is Lin Fei. Your Majesty, I have matters I wish to discuss with you. May we move to the side hall? The Yunwu Emperor understood she would not approach without reason and nodded in acknowledgement. He followed into the side hall, and as soon as he sat down, a palace servant promptly brought forth a medicinal dish. The Yunwu Di was now very health-conscious, adhering closely to the dietary instructions of Lin Tai. There was no need for tea in the evening. He observed this with keen eyes. Although he felt no romantic affection for Lin Fei, there was a bond of kinship. Chapter 156. Unconventional Paths. Lin Fei, please take a seat. I am grateful to your Majesty. Lin Fei respectfully settled herself and clapped her hands. A matron entered, carrying a golden tray with body armor, and sat before Yunwu Di. Your Majesty, please take a look. What is this? Yunwu Di immediately recognized it as the body armor presented by Shiba. Lin Fei was not surprised by Yunwu Di's awareness. The more capable he was, the safer their lives would be. If he lacked control over the court, that would indeed be a cause for concern regarding their lives. Indeed, Lin Fei spoke candidly. This is a gift from Shiba to your Majesty. My uncle possesses a set as well. I have inquired with Shiba, and she has provided research materials. I wish to arrange for craftsmen to produce body armor to sell to the nobility. Your Majesty, since you are aware of the existence of firearms and explosives, we might as well capitalize on it. I believe there will be great demand at the outset. Can it be developed? Yunwu Di posed a soul-searching question. Lin Fei, I will give it a try, arranging a few embroiderers, and should the need arise, I will request artisans from your Majesty. Very well. Witnessing her confidence, Yunwu Di refrained from discouraging her, for he had received much from Shiba. Such creations may not be feasible. The mere thought of this pained Yunwu Di. Indeed, the news of his own inadequacy served as a balm for his pride. What materials are required? Seek them from linen. Tomorrow, I shall take Shiba to the morning court. Yunwu Di changed the subject. Lin Fei, who had just been contemplating the body armor, was taken aback by his words. Your Majesty, what do you intend? Yunwu Di responded with confidence. I believe no one in this realm would dare to harm Shiba. Lin Fei looked at him with skepticism, thinking that if he were not the emperor, she might have slapped him for such words. Ahem, your Majesty, I feel that even you lack the confidence to harm Shiba. Her self-defense skills are unparalleled, a presence that even the emperor would envy. Yunwu Di felt that the soup was no longer appetizing. Lin Fei, ultimately, it is Shiba's prowess that matters, and has nothing to do with your Majesty, correct? Such envy for the emperor is quite absurd. I shall test this tomorrow. I am retiring now. Lin Fei found herself unable to sleep. What suggestions will you give? Shouldn't you inquire why the emperor wishes to take Shiba to the morning court? The following morning, Yunwu awakened in a misty haze. She yawned and tugged at the cord of the bell beside her crib, prompting Yunma to appear swiftly by her bedside. Indeed, it is accomplished through lightness of foot. Yunwu stared wide-eyed at this display. Wow, Yunma, do it again. Yunma glanced at her. Yunwu clapped her hands playfully. Yunma hesitated but soared into the air before her once more. Yunwu clapped louder in delight. When Yunwu Di arrived, he observed this spectacle, stroking his chin in contemplation. Yunma, I shall assist Sheba with her face washing and grooming. What is father doing? He utilized his lightness of foot and, before Yunwu, lifted a basin into the air. Wow, father is indeed impressive. Yunwu Di gently washed her face. Your father possesses many skills. In the future, should Sheba desire anything, let her speak to her father. There is no need for outsiders. Outsider Yunma, you are noble and exceptional. Very well, father. Seeing such a well-behaved Yunwu Di felt a twinge of wickedness in his heart. Sheba, how would you like to accompany me to the morning court soon? Noticing Yunwu's attention, he added enticingly, you do not know, there are many fascinating matters in the court. Gossip? You shall go. Yunwu Di instantly laughed. He knew Sheba could not resist the allure of gossip. The father and daughter donned matching attire and took their seats upon the dragon throne in the grand hall. The ministers, who had been engaged in discussion regarding the previous treason incident, halted in astonishment upon seeing the emperor seated with Yunwu. Your Majesty, this is unacceptable. Your Majesty, while you may dote on Princess Sheba, it is imperative to adhere to ancestral protocols. Your Majesty, you may privately bring Princess Sheba to sit on the dragon throne, but to do so in the morning court will invite trouble from all officials. Xiao Guiqing spoke somberly. Xiao Darren, what are you saying? Even in private, a princess cannot occupy the throne, Wang Qian, a censor, retorted angrily. Yunwu Di cast a faint glance at him, ignoring the protest and addressing the kneeling ministers. Do you all believe my princess Sheba unworthy of the dragon throne? Upon hearing this, the officials perked up, presenting three main arguments. The princess is female. The princess is not the emperor. The princess has no achievements warranting an exception. Very well. Yunwu Di smiled, genuinely unperturbed. Someone, remove the chair. The eunuch Linen responded loudly, eagerly in agreement. In an instant, the chair was moved to the center of the ministers. Yunwu Di cradled Yunwu and strode down. The ministers were bewildered, utterly unaware of his intentions. He first seated himself with Yunwu upon the chair. Even on a common chair, Yunwu Di exuded an imposing presence. The ministers, now closer, dared not raise their eyes to meet his gaze, only glancing at the hem of his robe. Father is quite willful. Whose voice is that? No, it was the infant. To their astonishment, the ministers of the Western Zhou were taken aback. Had they not been kneeling, their wide eyes would have rivaled those of an ox. Goodness, the princess can speak at merely 6 months. Surely, she is not a prodigy? Previously, Chao Guisher had referred to Princess Sheba as an accident. Could this have been what he meant? Jiang Xiaohua pondered, feeling a tinge of wariness. He was aware of Chao Guisher's past schemes, which had merely met with unexpected failure. The cause could very well be the existence of Princess Sheba. He resolved to observe further. At least 30 ministers had heard Yunwu's heartfelt expression. Each held differing thoughts. Yet, unanimously, they were astounded. I wonder if these ministers know that I not only sat upon the dragon throne, but also lay there and slept for several days. Would they be utterly infuriated? The ministers, though aware of the outcome, were indeed angered, yet not to the point of losing their temper. Chapter 157. Captivating Hearts, Gentlemen. Let us proceed with the court session as planned. Yunwu Di instructed calmly. Your Majesty, this cannot be. This time it was not Wang Qian, but Ku Changwan, another censor. Yunwu Di squinted in his direction. Ku Changwan remained kneeling, showing no sign of retreat. His voice rang clear and resolute. Your Majesty, I understand the weight upon you, but one must not treat the morning court lightly. In times of disaster and calamity, it is imperative to approach court affairs with utmost seriousness to prevent destabilizing the nation. I beseech your Majesty to reconsider. Ku Changwan's words resonated with many officials, prompting them to kneel in solidarity. Yunwu Di's tone turned cold. What if I am unwilling? If that is the case, I can only offer my honest counsel, even at the risk of incurring your wrath. Is there truly someone so principled, to care solely for the people? I shall observe. Ku Changwan frowned, feeling somewhat displeased. He thought it was rather reckless for the emperor to bring the 18th princess to court. Moreover, given her peculiar demeanor, how could the emperor not recognize it? One might even say she resembled a specter. The unexpected revelation that this esteemed official, Ku, had no concerns for his family's younger generation, who were all demanding in their pursuit of discipline and rigor, was truly astonishing. Each of them was ambitious and serious in their studies, inducing a sense of fear in a modern individual like myself, who rises at midnight to read, or writes tirelessly through the winter, producing millions of words a year without exhaustion. The esteemed Jian is indeed the king of competition. It is no wonder he has already attained the status of a Jiren at such a young age, eagerly awaiting this year's imperial examination for the top scholar. How terrifying! Ah, the children of the Ke family are indeed secretly studying hard. Many officials inwardly cursed Ke Changwan, filled with envy and jealousy. Who would not desire a clever and capable descendant? Ke Changwan's expression grew even more unappealing. Indeed, the 18th princess had a knack for charming people's hearts. She sweetly addressed him, attempting to win him over, pleading with the emperor not to betray the ancestral legacy of the realm. Yunwu scoffed, asserting that he too had established the foundation of the realm, questioning why it should solely belong to the ancestors. The court officials were astounded by the audacity of Yunwu's jest. After all, who would dare imagine the emperor could engage in such humor? Furthermore, he expressed his intent to conquer even more territories. Were the officials not intrigued? The officials found themselves in a state of dilemma, eager to discuss, but too intimidated to speak. Meanwhile, Yunwu had cast this provocative statement, waiting for the bait to be taken. Ultimately, it was Xiao Guiqing who was recommended by all to converse with Yunwu. Your Majesty, may I inquire what you mean by that? Xiao Guiqing asked. Currently, the stability of the Great Yan's realm is precarious. I fear we lack the capacity to confront other nations. Zhao's words were candid. Xiao Aiqing, had you spoken thus before, I would have agreed. But now, the Great Yan is no longer the same as it once was, the emperor replied. Bring forth the weapons. Yes. Grand Eunuch Linen promptly instructed Liang Ming to bring a box of explosives to the court. The officials reacted with bemusement, deeming the situation absurd. However, Jiang Shirua, upon seeing the familiar wooden box, narrowed his eyes, swiftly concealing his emotions. Your Majesty, what is this? Jiang Ju stepped forward, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Although he was already familiar with explosives, this was his first time witnessing them firsthand. Moreover, collaborating with the emperor in this theatrical display was his forte. Yunwu feigned ignorance, asking Jiang Aiqing if he was curious enough to help explain to the other officials. Your Majesty, how should I do that? Jiang Ju's eyes lit up. Ha ha, Jiang Darren remains as inquisitive as ever. Do be cautious not to blow yourself up, Jiang Ju chirped, eagerly addressing the emperor. Look, even the 18th princess has consented. The officials, standing at a distance with their backs, turned to Yunwu, curiously glanced at the cloud of fog. They saw the 18th princess smiling and waving at Jiang Ju, seemingly responding to him. Witnessing her lively demeanor, many were stirred, some in excitement, others in apprehension. Old officials, I hear this explosive was provided by the 18th princess? Yunwu gave him an appreciative glance. Indeed, it is a gift from 18. She's our Great Chu's lucky star. Without her, during this palace coup, I would have been assassinated by Chao Guishi and the Great Chu's assassins. Yunwu's voice resonated with authority, his eagle-like gaze sweeping over the court, landing on the officials, each with differing thoughts. Your Majesty, I have heard the commoners in the capital say that the explosives were brought forth by the rebel Chao Guishi. Wang Qian raised a doubt, prompting several officials to voice their confusion. I naturally possess Chao Guishi's explosives as well. Jiang Ju, demonstrate for the esteemed ministers, the emperor commanded. Yes, Jiang Ju replied, filled with enthusiasm. He approached Liang Ming to retrieve the explosives and a fire stick. Outside, preparations had already been made with condemned prisoners who had committed heinous crimes, awaiting execution. Jiang Ju placed the explosives beneath one of the prisoners. At this moment, the officials, permitted by Yunwu, moved closer to the palace gates to observe. Jiang Ju ignited the fuse and quickly retreated. Just as he reached a safe distance, a loud explosion echoed, followed by the agonized cries of the condemned man, who soon fell silent. The officials were startled, particularly the scholars, who had never witnessed such bloody weaponry. Blood began to seep from the executed prisoner, filling the air with dread. Your Majesty, is this what explosives do? The effect is remarkable, exclaimed Minister of War Go Guiqing, his gaze ablaze with excitement. Indeed, these explosives were presented by the 18th. Yunwu responded with a knowing smile. Go Guiqing hesitated, choosing not to continue the conversation. Yunwu displayed no signs of displeasure, merely gesturing for Jiang Ju to continue. Understanding the command, Jiang Ju moved to set explosives beneath another condemned prisoner. The blindfolded prisoner began to struggle, gripped by fear after hearing the previous cries and the ensuing explosion, realizing the imminent threat of death. Without hesitation, Jiang bent down to ignite the explosives. This time he ran swiftly, assuring himself that he would not be frightened again. Yet, upon the explosion, he found the effect far inferior to the previous one. Why is this so? Jiang asked, feeling frustrated. Yunwu replied coolly. It is quite simple. Chao Guosher's explosives are significantly less effective than those provided by 18. Should you find it hard to believe, you may investigate for yourselves. Upon hearing this, many officials rushed to examine the scene. They discovered that while the first condemned man was dead, the second, though injured, had only sustained minor wounds. The military officials were profoundly impacted, some with fiery eyes, others deep in thought, and many speculating that significant changes loomed ahead in the military. Your Majesty, are you planning to mass-produce these explosives? Go Yiqing inquired. This is precisely what I wish to discuss with you. Explosives are not exclusive to our Great Yan, Yunwu declared, his voice resonating. Great Chu possesses them as well. What? This revelation caused even Xiao Guiqing to grow anxious. Your Majesty, Great Chu also possesses explosives? Not only explosives, but also a type of firearm that threatens your lives. Yunwu's tone was filled with fury. Upon closer inspection, his expression remained calm, an indication of his composed demeanor throughout. Yet, amidst the court, even Xiao Guiqing failed to notice this. What? Your Majesty, who would dare to invade the capital? A chorus of civil officials questioned dismissively. However, several military officials stepped forward. Your Majesty, what are these weapons you speak of? I am willing to test them, one official offered. Yes, indeed, Your Majesty, I too am eager to try. Sparing Jiang the trouble, another added. Jiang was left bewildered. Do you not recognize the audacity of your actions? Your Majesty, not long ago they were disbelieving. I will always remain loyal to you. Jiang exclaimed, rushing into the throng of military officials, leaving them astonished. Where else is there a civil official more concerned about weaponry than the military? This was utterly absurd. Jiang, you are growing old. We shall take care of this. They replied. Indeed, Jiang, will you care for weapons? You know nothing about them. Jiang felt a surge of displeasure upon hearing those words. Who claimed that this official lacked understanding? In truth, he possessed far greater insight, especially considering that you, a minister of war, seemed preoccupied only with securing funds from the Ministry of Revenue, neglecting the pressing issues within the military camp. You have not even taken the time to study military strategy. Jiang was indeed correct. This Minister of War deserved a reprimand for his excessive self-interest, focusing solely on forming cliques rather than on the state of the Yan army. Just the other day, he dined lavishly with his subordinate Zheng at the largest spring breeze tavern in the capital, spending 500 taels of silver on a single meal. Such a staggering sum. Nearby court officials discreetly cast glances at Guiqing, whose face paled, betraying his shock and fear before Jiang. Jiang narrowed his eyes, and, before Guiqing could utter a word, rushed forward to cover his mouth. What is Jiang doing? Why has he suddenly turned on Darren Go? The Emperor Yunwu glared, peering past Jiang to fix his gaze on Guiqing. Upon seeing the Emperor's cold indifference, Guiqing felt a chill run down his spine. He was no fool. He understood that maintaining his composure was paramount. The Emperor's voice was devoid of warmth. Guiqing's throat tightened. Despite his inner turmoil, he dare not show it. As he grappled with uncertainty, he also sought a means of escape. Other officials noted his reaction, and any with a modicum of intelligence could discern the underlying tensions. In an instant, the gazes of the assembled officials shifted, now more frequently directed at the Emperor. He Xianglin, you shall demonstrate the use of this pistol. The Emperor Yunwu unexpectedly designated the general An Yuan. He Xianglin became the fortunate recipient of envious stares from all present. Liang Ming, instruct He Xianglin on its operation. Yes, Liang Ming acknowledged, kneeling. He Xianglin, realizing the gravity of the moment, quickly suppressed his excitement. Your Majesty, I shall heed your command. Liang Ming observed He Xianglin's naive enthusiasm with a hint of exasperation. Darren this pistol has limited ammunition, so please stand close to the target to ensure an accurate shot. He Xianglin puffed out his chest, brimming with confidence. You underestimate me. I can hit a target from 100 paces. Liang Ming rolled his eyes, exasperated. Shall I explain, or will you? Please, after you, He Xianglin replied, recognizing the wisdom of the moment. He attentively absorbed Liang Ming's explanation, eager not to miss a single detail. First, grasp the grip of the pistol firmly. Place your index finger on the trigger and pull it to fire a bullet forward. It is similar to a crossbow, but with a slight recoil. He Xianglin nodded eagerly. I understand. You understand nothing. Liang Ming scoffed as he watched He Xianglin prepare to fire. Huh, you haven't even loaded it. He Xianglin, undeterred by the teasing, shamelessly sought further guidance. Darren Liang, please instruct me further. Liang Ming, wishing to showcase his knowledge, was interrupted by the cough of the eunuch Linen, who urged, do not waste time. Aim at the condemned prisoner and fire. He Xianglin felt a rush of nerves. Was it he who was verbose? Or Liang Ming? Regardless, he had no time to dwell on it now. He raised the pistol and aimed at a target approximately 30 meters away. All the officials watched intently, their thoughts diverging, some even nodding off. With a loud bang, confusion ensued. What was that? Was met with a flurry of officials rushing towards the condemned prisoner, who had been shot in the thigh, blood pouring forth. No, I aimed for his chest. How did I hit his leg? He Xianglin protested. Liang Ming chuckled lightly. I told you it requires skill. Watch me. I shall try. The Emperor Yunwu interjected. Curiosity piqued among the officials. None dared to intervene, for all eyes were fixated on the new weapon. The Emperor approached the throng, deftly taking the pistol from He Xianglin. He Xianglin dutifully presented it, and the Emperor, with decisive grace, aimed at the condemned prisoner's chest and fired, the bullet finding its mark. The prisoner fell dead instantly. A veteran soldier nearby rushing forward to examine the wound. Those who had seen battle immediately grasped the destructive power of this new weapon. Gentlemen, what do you perceive as the distinction between this pistol and a crossbow? The Emperor queried. Your Majesty, I believe this pistol can claim a life at close range, surpassing the efficacy of a bow. However, a single shot may not guarantee immediate death. Only a highly skilled cavalryman could achieve that. It could serve as a concealed weapon, particularly effective in surprise attacks, where evasion would be nearly impossible, although its advantages over a bow are marginal. Minister of Revenue Guo stepped forward to express his opinion. Jiang rolled his eyes at the miserly Guo, knowing that all he would focus on were the costs involved. Your Majesty, I hold a differing view. He Xianglin and other military officials quickly interjected, kneeling before the Emperor. This new weapon surpasses even the most formidable hidden arrows in lethality, particularly in speed, which no crossbow can match. Even with inner strength, one may evade a few bullets, but not onslaught. Furthermore, the nature of the wounds inflicted by bullets differs significantly from those caused by arrows. If a civilian, like Darren, were shot from behind, he would likely perish without ever realizing the threat. Unlike arrows, which can be seen in flight, bullets are nearly invisible. The Emperor nodded approvingly. Well said, Aiqing. Lin Tai, attend to the prisoner's wounds. Lin Tai, who had been waiting outside the hall, promptly approached, bowing to the Emperor before tending to the condemned man. After examining and bandaging the wound, he explained that the bullet introduced a toxin that could lead to poisoning and hinder healing over time. Extraction of the bullet was crucial, as failure to do so could result in excessive bleeding and death. Moreover, improper removal could lead to similar consequences, unlike arrows, which could be easily extracted to halt bleeding. Lin Tai articulated his points comprehensively, causing the faces of the civil officials to pale. They cannot be certain whether they might acquire an enemy. After all, who could predict if someone might secretly hire an assassin to deliver a fatal shot? Instantly, a wave of panic swept through the assembly. While military officials might possess some means of self-defense, they could not ensure the safety of their loved ones. In summary, both civil and military officials wore expressions of dread, their faces ashen. Your Majesty, this weapon must not fall into civilian hands, one official amended. The Emperor chuckled lightly. Are you all so afraid of death? I'm not. The civil and military officials found themselves at a loss for words. Your Majesty, please take care of your health, they implored, kneeling as soon as Xiao Guiqing spoke. Jiang observed this scene, his eyes darkening in surprise at Xiao Guiqing's considerable influence in the court. I too wish to maintain my health. Yet I cannot withstand the threat of assassination. The Yunwu Emperor spoke in a somber tone. With the recent treasonous acts of the Chao rebels, I have been subjected to such treatment by assassins from Bichu. My loyal ministers, how do you propose I safeguard myself? The Emperor posed the question he had long prepared, his voice echoing with gravity. Silence enveloped the hall. No one dared to respond, and many civil officials glared at their military counterparts. The military officials, equally bewildered, were encountering this new weapon for the first time and were far from understanding it well enough to propose a swift solution. The Yunwu Emperor regarded the silent assembly with disappointment. You have left me greatly disheartened. Our Dian should be a land of exceptional talent. Yet here we stand, reduced to a state of ignorance over a new weapon like frightened cats. I am profoundly let down by you all. The court officials knelt, offering their apologies. Your Majesty, it is my incompetence that has led to this, one said. Please grant us 3 days to deliberate. Guoguoqing, the Minister of War, interjected hastily. He felt this was his moment to shine. Even if he could not present a brilliant solution, he believed that stepping forward while others hesitated would earn him the emperor's favor. Minister Guo has ideas. And what of you, Minister Xiao? Xiao Guoqing replied slowly, Your Majesty. I must oppose Minister Guo's suggestion. Guoguoqing, indignant, retorted Minister Xiao, as the Prime Minister, how can you solely seek to undermine your fellow officials? What is wrong with my suggestion? If granted 3 days, I assure you I can devise a plan with the Ministry of War. Do you truly believe, Minister Xiao, that a mere civilian can possess greater understanding of weaponry than a military officer? Xiao Guoqing lifted his eyelids, his expression calm. There is no need for panic, Minister Guo. Let's first consider my explanation. Your proposal would be acceptable under normal circumstances, as you all have grown accustomed to muddling through. Even if no sound suggestions emerge, it would not disrupt the greater scheme. However, the pressing issue is that, as the Emperor stated, the assassins from the Chu are equipped with this very weapon. Can you, Minister Guo, guarantee that within 3 days, no Chu assassin will emerge to threaten the Emperor or other key officials? For instance, you, Minister Guo, as the Minister of War, should the Minister of War fall, the ministry may descend into chaos, and the military pay might not be delivered promptly, leading to further unrest. What say you? Guoguoqing's face darkened, though he masked his reaction. Minister Xiao, Yuyist. I should have considered this more thoroughly. He stepped back, unable to contain his frustration at being outmaneuvered. Minister Xiao, if you are so knowledgeable, surely you can assist His Majesty in alleviating his concerns? Xiao Guoqing regarded him coolly. Guoguoqing's smile was irritating. Are you suggesting that the Ministry of War has no means to address this issue? Upon hearing this, Guoguoqing's mind raced with conspiratorial thoughts. What do you mean by that, Minister Xiao? I am merely inquiring. He feigned innocence. Xiao Guoqing bowed to the Yunwu Emperor. Your Majesty, I dare not act recklessly in your presence, for I lack the boldness of Minister Guo. Guoguoqing, having been startled by the revelations from the 18th princess, regained his arrogance upon realizing the Emperor would not pursue the matter. After all, spending 500 taels on a meal seemed extravagant, but was easily justified. The new weapon was the pressing concern now, absolving him of blame. Moreover, the Emperor had no tangible evidence of wrongdoing on his part. It was merely a matter of conduct, not a grave issue, particularly since he had once served on the battlefield, gaining some personal benefits from it, which was hardly unusual. Regaining his composure, Guoguoqing continued. If the Ministry of War cannot resolve this matter, we should establish a new bureau akin to the official reporting agency. The personnel for this bureau should be selected through examinations, as only a bureau capable of resolving issues holds the right to exist. He suddenly lifted his head. Your Majesty, this proposal from Minister Xiao is rather audacious. Your Majesty, I support Minister Xiao's suggestion. Jiang was the first to stand in agreement, and several officials followed suit. Except for the Ministry of War, who vehemently opposed it. Jiang observed silently, choosing not to interject. Your Majesty, we in the Ministry of War will devise a plan immediately. Guoguoqing managed to choke out. Jiang grinning, queried Minister Guo, do you fear that the establishment of a new bureau might diminish the authority of the Ministry of War? Minister Jiang, I merely believe that such a division could be established within the Ministry of War for efficiency in handling affairs. After all, the most knowledgeable individuals regarding warfare reside within the ministry, while civil officials lack combat expertise. This statement was quite offensive, igniting a heated argument between the factions. The Yunwu Emperor's countenance darkened further with each exchange. Enough! Do you not fear for your lives amidst this incessant bickering? The Emperor's smile was devoid of warmth. Unless you intend to remain within the palace, should any of you suffer harm once you leave, do not blame me for failing to warn you. At his words, the once raucous court fell into an immediate hush. The Yunwu Emperor's irritation grew as he observed their silence. They were gambling with their very lives. If I were the Emperor of the Chu, I would seize this opportunity to eliminate the top officials of Dian, undoubtedly causing turmoil within the court. The previously noisy officials fell silent. Guoguoqing and his peers instinctively touched their heads, and even Jiang felt a chill at his neck. As long as my father is alive, no one can harm him, he thought. Therefore, as long as his father remained, the loss of a few ministers would have little impact. I estimate that the bullets in Chu Tsan's possession number only in the thousands. Even if he were to kill all the officials, it would not matter. My father is both erudite and martial, capable of leading the army to subdue the Chu. Once peace is restored, there will be no shortage of talents to rise. The officials were left in awe of the 18th princess's ruthless cunning. The emperor's elder ministers concurred that a separate bureau to address the new weapon was indeed necessary. Guo Guoqing stepped forward to voice his support. Jiang Xiaoruo also added, Your Majesty, I too believe this is essential. The personnel selection should follow Minister Zhao's suggestion, based on assessments. Who will be responsible for the examination for the bureau dealing with the new weapon? Xiao Guiqing observed the two dissenting voices agreeing and smirked inwardly. The military officials of the Ministry of War ceased their uproar. Your Majesty, do all officials have the right to be assessed? Military official He Xianglin quickly inquired. There had always been a clear divide between military and civil officials in Dyan. The Yunwu emperor reclined casually in his chair, the 18th princess nestled against him. The two of them exuding a sense of tranquility in stark contrast to the tense officials. Indeed, as long as they're my subjects, I'm willing to offer them a chance. Dyan does not reject any talent willing to contribute. The appropriate treatment will be detailed in an official document from the cabinet shortly. He Xianglin excitedly clenched his fists. With a spirited expression, he inquired, Your Majesty, is there any preliminary booklet regarding the assessments in this regard that we might peruse? Indeed, Your Majesty, we are all unaware of the specifics of the new weaponry and its underlying principles. Yunwu Di regarded the eager minister with a tempered mood. With his eyes half closed, he replied, I shall arrange for someone to introduce the existence of the new weaponry in the newspaper. This statement effectively hinted at the topic. Clearly, the astute officials absorbed this information. Now, concerning today's morning court, the most pressing matter remains the discussion regarding the confirmation of the probationary officials. What are your thoughts? In an instant, the courtiers began to deliberate on the issue. Approximately 15 minutes later, they reached a consensus. Yunwu yawned, having been roused from his slumber once again by the commotion. When will Father Emperor convene the morning court? Upon hearing this, Yunwu Di stood up, declaring, If there are matters to address, ministers may present them. If not, you may disperse. Many officials sensed the emperor's fondness for the 18th princess and were reluctant to offend her. Yet one individual stood in stark contrast, the exceedingly rigid Ku Changwen, who maintained a stern demeanor throughout. Particularly, witnessing Yunwu Di abandon court affairs due to a single utterance from the 18th princess only reinforced his belief that the emperor had been beguiled by her. Your Majesty, there remains an unresolved issue. Chapter 161. Embarrassment. Seeing that no one else stepped forward, Jiang Xiaoruo subtly indicated for one of the officials beside him to speak. The official, Zhang Yongwei, addressed the emperor. Oh, speak on. Yunwu Di responded lazily. Zhang Yongwei bowed and said, Your Majesty, regarding the discussion about a separate bureau for new weaponry, the most pressing concern is how to ensure the safety of all officials. Might I inquire if there are any arrangements in place? Yunwu Di, realizing he had overlooked the safety of his ministers while ensuring his own security, replied, However, I do not wish for any mishaps to befall you. I have previously consulted with the 18th princess. Under the guidance of the national master, she will pray to the heavens for a batch of bulletproof vests. The specifics will be determined by the 18th princess. Will others be acquiring bulletproof vests? Will the officials purchase them from me? Or will Father Emperor procure them for me? If it's Father Emperor, the price will surely be lower. If the officials buy from me, the prices will differ for each one. For instance, for the esteemed Zhang Yongwei before me, I would only require 10 taels of silver. After all, it would be too unfair for him to be Jiang Xiaoruo's son-in-law. What? Zhang Yongwei is Jiang Xiaoruo's son-in-law. That cannot be right. Wasn't Zhang Yongwei merely a disciple of Jiang Xiaoruo? How could he possibly become a son-in-law? Jiang Xiaoruo had no eligible daughters to marry off to Zhang Yongwei. Jiang Xiaoruo noticed curious glances directed at him, causing him to tense up with an uncontrollable nervousness. Zhang Yongwei's pupils constricted, filled with confusion. Zhang Yongwei himself is unaware that his wife is Jiang Xiaoruo's daughter. However, this daughter was born from Jiang Xiaoruo and his eldest daughter-in-law. After the child was born, she was sent away. Yet, due to concern for the child, Jiang Xiaoruo and his eldest daughter-in-law arranged for her to be raised in a wealthy family. Feeling indebted to the child, they ensured she was raised to be exceptionally capable. He likely wonders why every time he argues with his wife, Jiang as a teacher reprimands him. He probably believes he is being scolded for mishandling family matters. Little does he know, Jiang employs this method to support his daughter. The courtiers were thoroughly entertained, observing Zhang Yongwei and Jiang, one flushed with anger while the other felt uncomfortable yet restrained. Yunwu found it amusing. Jiang had angered him countless times, and now, hearing of such absurdity from his opponent, Yunwu felt a sense of relief. Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention to the Qintian Observatory. With this declaration from Yunwu, all officials hastily made their way to the observatory, neglecting their previous amusement. The national master warmly greeted Yunwu, saying, "Your Majesty, I shall carry the 18th princess there." "No need. I shall go myself," Yunwu replied, wary of the national master, suspecting he might be scheming to usurp the 18th princess. Were it not to enhance her reputation, he would not seek the national master's assistance. The national master, unfazed, complied. Following Yunwu's instructions, he promptly produced a phenomenon before the assembled ministers. All officials distanced themselves from the altar, leaving only Yunwu and the national master to hear the 18th princess's thoughts. The other officials could not perceive their exchange. They merely observed the extraordinary occurrence dissipating, revealing a pile of black garments before the altar where Yunwu held the 18th princess. The garments appeared peculiar, and the fabric was unfamiliar to them. Nonetheless, the tangible addition evoked memories of the previously acquired grain types by the 18th princess. A modicum of insight into the situation in Bao Ning Fu revealed the undeniable capabilities of the beats. Furthermore, the beats had already developed roots, and some had even been sampled. Otherwise, officials would have long seized the opportunity to impeach Yunwu. Thus, upon witnessing the items obtained by the 18th princess at the altar, many officials succumbed to admiration, affirming their belief in their value. "Your Majesty, I would like to demonstrate how to utilize this bulletproof vest," Liang Ming volunteered. Upon hearing this, He Xianglin promptly stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I am willing to cooperate." "Very well," Yunwu gestured. Liang Ming assisted He Xianglin in donning a bulletproof vest and aimed a pistol at him. He Xianglin swallowed nervously. "Lord Liang, please be cautious. My life rests in your hands." "Fear not. I am well aware of my limits. If you do not trust my skills, you should have faith in the 18th princess's fortune," Liang Ming reassured him. Upon hearing this, He Xianglin felt a sense of calm. Fortunately, Liang Ming did not disappoint. Amidst the tension, the bullet was fired with a resounding bang. He Xianglin stumbled back a few paces, instinctively touching his chest, discovering only an imprint, no penetration. It truly provided protection. "Your Majesty, this old minister, being frail, truly requires one." "Your Majesty, I, for the sake of the yin, require one even more." "Your Majesty, I believe this matter warrants further discussion." In an instant, the ministers, now cognizant of the situation, boldly approached Yunwu, requesting bulletproof vests, with the majority being civil officials. "Ha, what a bunch of cowards!" the Minister of War Gogwuqing scolded. A military officer beside him chimed in, "My lord, we warriors cannot be left empty-handed." At this, Gogwuqing replied, "Naturally, even if we warriors do not need them, we cannot be deprived." "Oh dear, I feel that Lord Go is being unreasonable. If he does not require one, he should not compete with us civil officials. Why not ascend to the heavens?" Jiang seized upon this remark, approaching Yunwu to convey Gogwuqing's sentiments. Gogwuqing's expression darkened. He wished to feign ignorance. "Jiang, do not overstep your bounds. You should assist in speaking up. Are you truly going to let Jiang take advantage of the situation? Even if we do not require them, we cannot allow Jiang and his cohort of civil officials to benefit." Typically, during such instances, some would curry favor with Gogwuqing. However, this time, the response was entirely opposite. All military officers were incensed by Gogwuqing. Why should they not require them? Was Gogwuqing foolish? He was far too arrogant. All words were spoken by him. Yet, this group of military generals must bear the consequences of Jiang arrogance. When Jiang realized no one responded to him and met the discontented gazes of his subordinates, he became increasingly exasperated. However, having incurred the wrath of many, he could only endure his unwillingness. YNWD surveyed the assembly of trepidatious court officials below, his expression darkening, wishing that none would recognize these ministers as his own. It was rather embarrassing. Fortunately, SHB did not voice any objections. Chapter 162. The Green Hat Incident. Gu Shi Oi. Please allocate a sum from the Ministry of Revenue to cover the cost of this batch of bulletproof vests. YNWD commanded. Upon hearing this, Gu Shi Oi's expression soured. Your Majesty, the Ministry of Revenue is devoid of funds. Many regions are suffering from disasters, and the court cannot even disburse military salaries. The matters discussed in the court are not as dire as you suggest. Gu Shi Oi's words immediately ignited the ire of the officials. This batch of bulletproof vests shall be entrusted to you, Gu Shi Oi. Whether you choose to sell them or distribute them as benefits to the court officials is entirely at your discretion, YNWD remarked with an air of detachment. Thereafter relinquishing any further involvement in the matter, he cradled the clouds and mist and departed, unwilling to linger. The other officials, slow to react, could only watch helplessly as Gu Shi Oi triumphantly took possession of the bulletproof vests, facilitated by the Imperial Guards arranged by YNWD. At that moment, the court officials shared a singular thought. It was all over, and they would surely suffer great losses. Minister Shio, what are your thoughts? Jiang Shi Oru inquired. Drawing the attention of the assembly, all eyes on Shi Ogu Qing, the prime minister. Shi Ogu Qing, perceiving his intent, narrowed his eyes and replied coolly, I shall conduct affairs according to proper protocol. If one can afford it, then purchase. If not, then do without. After all, it is merely a life. Unlike Minister Jiang, I have too many dependents and considerable expenses. Upon hearing this, the officials who had intended to align with Jiang Shi Oru's advantage suddenly shifted their focus. Jiang curiously pressed, Minister Jiang, is it true that your eldest daughter-in-law has given birth to a girl who has married Lord Jiang Ngwi? He instinctively glanced at Ngwi, who stood silently nearby, his demeanor contrasting sharply with his usual compliant nature, revealing his inner turmoil. Jiang Shi Oru's expression grew graver. He turned impatiently to Ngwi and commanded, Why are you still standing there? Come with me. Ngwi. I hesitated for a moment, but ultimately followed Jiang Shi Oru. The officials observed this exchange, their eyes gleaming with intrigue. Although they were baffled as to how SHB had acquired such gossip, Jiang Shi Oru's reaction suggested the veracity of the claims. Do you truly intend to heed the Princess SHB's seductive words? I have been true to my ancestors in heaven. The Princess SHB is slandering me. I was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled. Teacher, I believe you. However, what shall we do about the current skepticism among the civil and military officials? That is simple. We merely need to encourage Princess SHB to divulge more gossip. The more frequently she speaks, the more we can divert the officials' attention and cultivate their dissatisfaction towards her. Discontent towards Princess SHB will, in turn, incite discontent towards YNWD. We are all in the same boat now. I maintained his compliant demeanor. Teacher, what should I do? I have heard that the previous top scholar, Zngming, has some undisclosed gossip. Eyes darkened slightly, though he concealed it in front of Jiang Shi Oru. Do not worry, teacher, I know how to proceed. Enough. This matter involving my familial ties to the CO family has led to the emperor's resentment, dragging you down with me. You are my disciple. Whatever you do will inevitably reflect on me. Jiang Shi Oru appeared to be persuading him, but was, in fact, admonishing him. Even if you claim to sever ties with me, the uninformed may believe you, but those in power, like YNWD, are inherently suspicious. Do you think, with so many officials at his disposal, he would choose to trust you? I remained silent. Jiang Shi Oru patted his shoulder and said, YNGWI, I'm only looking out for your best interests. I forced a faint smile. Yes, teacher, I understand. Jiang Shi Oru instinctively spoke, only to realize that his words were akin to sprinkling salt on Ngwi's wounds. However, he was accustomed to Ngwi's obedience and was too proud to apologize. Having reached his breaking point, I could no longer contain himself. Turning to wrench open the temple doors as he stormed out. The Jiang residence descended into chaos. My lord, where are you going? Such disobedience will surely anger your wife. The servants and nurses, witnessing Ngwi's rebellious attitude, reprimanded him harshly. Yet this time, I did not relent. Get out of my way. Pushing aside the servants, he stormed out of the rear courtyard with the help of the steward and his men, hastily exiting the estate. Madame Jiang, applying rouge to her face, clenched her fingers upon hearing this, her anger palpable. No need to concern yourself. He has grown quite bold, daring to flee. The nurse nodded confidently in agreement. However, Zijing NGW, I did not seek out friends, indulge in drinking, or visit the pleasure quarters. He headed straight for the palace. Indeed, upon arriving at the palace gates, he encountered Jiang emerging from within. This time, he did not bypass him but boldly approached. Standing before Jiang raised an eyebrow. Minister Zijing? This humble official pays respects to Minister Jiang. Zijing NGWI's voice was steady as he approached Jiang and bowed respectfully. Jiang observed him curiously. Minister Jiang, are you intending to enter the palace? But without the emperor's summons, you likely cannot gain entry. Zetanaga Ypsilon Ngwitve openly smiled at Nagoi O. Minister Jiang, I would like to trouble you to escort me to meet the emperor. Why would I assist you? Jiang smiled mischievously. Is this about Jiang Shi Oru and your wife's affair? Zijing NGWI's expression darkened, yet he chose to endure rather than vent his frustrations on Jiang. Then tell me how this matter was resolved. Jiang inquired with curiosity. Zijing NGW, I regarded his smile and replied, Oh, do not be shy. After all, there are many people in the capital, and you are not the only one with secrets. Furthermore, though your path in life was smooth until now, while you may be experiencing misfortune, it is bound to worsen. Zijing NGWI, Minister Jiang, your words of consolation are better left unsaid. Chapter 163. A betrothal arranged, unless you think I have not heard? Jiang cleared his throat and inquired earnestly. Do not underestimate Jiang's inquisitive gaze. Enough. What is there to hesitate about? Come with me. I shall take you to see the emperor, and on the way, you can tell me about your family affairs. Jiang clapped him on the shoulder and pulled him towards the palace. Perhaps NGWI, feeling despondent and somewhat broken from ridicule, lamented to Jiang, I truly regarded him as a teacher. Well, that reflects your poor judgment. Why did you not choose me as your mentor from the start? Yanogoi scoffed. Look at this. Saved a person without seeking payment, yet you are bartering your own marriage. If you do not suffer, who will? Zijing NGW, I crumble further. I never imagined it was all a scheme from the beginning. You have benefited from the Jiang family. Just turn a blind eye to it. Jiang's casual remarks risked offending others. I refuse. Zijing NGW, I firmly replied. I am unwilling. His voice was resolute. Thank you for your counsel. Minister Jiang, I have made my decision. Jiang was taken aback. Can he claim to be purely gossiping and talking nonsense? Zijing NGWI's gaze grew determined, and when he saw YNWD, he knelt down openly. Your Majesty, I regret disturbing you at such a late hour. It is my fault. I implore you to grant me a quarter of an hour. Yunwu sat behind his desk, deliberating over the memorials. His brow furrowed slightly, for the latest correspondence from the local officials bore troubling news. Previously, the disturbances caused by the Shirshan in the southwestern territories, manipulated by the state of Chao, had led to intentions of using explosives to trigger artificial calamities. Although the long way he had dispatched had successfully neutralized the explosives and secured Shirshan, another issue had arisen. Long Wei discovered that numerous merchants were clandestinely mining the Shirshan. The local officials in the southwest had already been placed under surveillance by Long Wei, and evidence of their transgressions was in hand. However, a replacement official was needed. Yunwu pondered whom to appoint. His attention was finally drawn to Zhang Yongwei, who seized the opportunity to speak. Your Majesty, I humbly request to leave the capital and serve as an official in the provinces. Yunwu, with a subtle smile, mused that this unexpected proposal seemed fortuitous. Yet, a flicker of suspicion crossed his mind. Could it be that Jiang Shaoruo and Zhang Yongwei were conspiring together? Under the penetrating gaze of Yunwu, Zhang Yongwei, feeling aggrieved, declared, Your Majesty, I am sincere in my intentions. I would never act in a manner unworthy of Yan. Given the scandal surrounding my family, remaining in the capital would only lead to wasted time amidst gossip and slander. I yearn to accomplish meaningful work and avoid a life of regret. Do you know why I have refrained from such actions? Yunwu replied. You are not an impulsive ruler. Instead, you are a wise sovereign. It is precisely because of your presence that I dare to gamble my future by entering the palace. Zhang Yongwei, for the first time, laid bare his thoughts before Yunwu without reservation. He felt a sense of urgency, fearing that should he miss this opportunity, he might remain stagnant forever. His heart raced as he awaited the emperor's response. After what felt like an eternity, Zhang Yongwei's initial hope faded into despair, only to be rekindled when Yunwu's celestial voice resonated. Zhang Yongwei, I grant you one final opportunity. A path lies before you. I shall not make things difficult for you, provided you abide by the law. You may indeed live well. The seemingly casual remark filled Zhang Yongwei with hope, and he bowed thrice in gratitude, his voice choked with emotion. I thank your majesty for your trust. He noted that the memorial pertained to managing the southwest and resolving the Shirshan issue, aware that any calamity could lead to devastating landslides. Though the southwest was characterized by perilous terrain, miasmas, and fierce wildlife, it was also plagued by poverty and scarcity. Yet, this opportunity was preferable to remaining in the capital as a mere puppet. Is that not Zhang Yongwei? He has chosen to seek the emperor's assistance. It seems Jiang Shaorua has indeed fallen from grace. However, Zhang Durun, your decision to approach the emperor is undoubtedly the wisest choice of your life. The emperor is a just ruler. As long as you act within the law, he shall reward you based on merit, far more fairly than any biased monarch. Living under a tyrannical emperor would be enough to drive one to despair. Upon hearing the words of the 18th princess, a smile crept onto Zhang Yongwei's face. He felt inexplicably uplifted by her voice, perhaps finding the courage to make such a significant decision rooted in her influence. However, let me investigate further into your affairs, she remarked. Zhang Yongwei stiffened at this suggestion. Ah, Zhang Durun, it appears you have not engaged in any wrongdoing through your connections to the Jiang family, which is commendable. Do continue to uphold your integrity. Fortunately, he was innocent. In that moment, Zhang Yongwei perceived the formidable nature of the 18th princess, for she had unearthed his private matters, a testament to her capabilities. He now found himself aligned with her cause, a realization that brought him immense relief. Moreover, it seems that your parents have already arranged a marriage for you, she added. They have written to inform you of this. But the letter has been intercepted by Zhang Furun. Chapter 164. The Tyrant's declarations the rejected maiden, due to her family's disgrace from the Jiang family's withdrawal, has been subjected to scorn by Zhang Furun's hired hands, tarnishing her reputation. As a result, her entire family has been ostracized, becoming notorious in their village. Not only that, but Zhang Furun's agents have deliberately caused trouble for her family, leading them into deeper hardship. How unfortunate for Lu Gunyang's family to have been ensnared by Zhang Jia's proposal only to be plagued by the madness of Zhang Furun, to be spoiled and fail to cherish it, while using her power to bully the common folk. Zhang Furun is truly detestable. Yunwu reached out to stroke Yunwu's head, unable to suppress a smile at her fiery demeanor, filled with pride for his daughter. Father, please help Lu Gunyang's family. Yunwu glanced at the documents and nodded. Linen, ensure that Lu's case is thoroughly addressed, and let Zhang Furun face the appropriate penalties. Assign this matter to the Ministry of Justice. Yunwu intended to give Zhou Songguang more responsibilities as a form of punishment for having given birth to a daughter like Chun Fei. He frequently sought to challenge Zhou Songguang. Upon receiving this case, Zhou Songguang felt overwhelmed, realizing it would surely offend Jiang Shaorua. Observing Zhao Qinshan, who had become the most despised official among the elite after assuming the role of Dali Siqing, he recognized that without the emperor's protection, he might have faced severe consequences long ago. Nevertheless, even aware of the emperor's intentions, Zhou Songguang could only acquiesce. Meanwhile, upon learning that Yunwu had assigned Zhang Yongwei to the southwest, Yunwu remarked casually, "The southwest? It seems father is somewhat dismissive of Zhang Yongwei's assignment." TSK, father, you are mistaken. The southwest dam, once completed, will provide an optimal location for electricity generation. Moreover, beneath the high mountains of the southwest lie abundant natural gas reserves, a wealth of energy. As for the iron, ore, saltpeter, and coal mines you mentioned, those treasures exist there as well. It is precisely because of such treasure troves that development is challenging. The area lacks sufficient waterways. Regardless, under your command, we will eventually exploit these resources, ensuring the prosperity of the yen. Yunwu could not help but lift his gaze at her words. And Jiang Yunwu was equally astonished. He had never imagined that the impoverished southwest could be a land of such potential. Though he did not fully comprehend the significance of those minerals, the 18th princess's tone conveyed their value. Yunwu tapped his fingers on the table, and after a moment's contemplation, he summoned Xiao Gui, Qing, Jiangju, and others to explore the matter in depth. These resources must be tapped, albeit cautiously, and should remain under the control of a select few within the court to avert any unforeseen consequences. Only then could they hope to manufacture the weapons proposed by the 18th princess, along with bulletproof vests and other materials, all of which required specialized resources currently unexploited in Yan. As the night wore on, the discussions continued. Jiang Yunwu had just departed from the imperial palace. Before leaving, he faintly overheard the 18th princess utter a remark. As long as Jiang Yunwu harbors any selfish intentions and contemplates actions that would betray his majesty, I shall be aware of it. I will certainly keep an eye on him for father. This revelation caused Jiang Yunwu to stagger, as he held no doubts regarding her words. The encounter that evening had transformed all his previous impressions. It became evident that this world could indeed be more splendid than he had ever imagined. There were countless things he remained oblivious to, akin to an unworldly ancient being. He resolved to cultivate a favorable relationship with the 18th princess while simultaneously instructing the steward to prepare his belongings. My lord, what is your intention? After my departure, deliver this letter to my wife. Upon my leaving, ensure the household is well taken care of and dismiss the remaining servants. By the time the matron beside Lady Jiang learned of Jiang Yunwu's departure, it was already the following morning. Steward, what did you say? The master has left the capital for an official position? Indeed, replied the steward, harboring a hint of satisfaction as he anticipated the unfolding drama. This is a letter the master left for the lady. The matron, clutching the letter, hurried to find Lady Jiang. Madam, there is no one here, she responded quietly. What do you mean? The master has left the capital for an official position. Lady Jiang's countenance turned icy. Observing her reaction, the matron trembled, lowering her head as she extended the envelope. Madam, this is what the master has left for you. Lady Jiang seized the envelope, her voice laced with anger. Even if he writes a letter of apology, I could never forgive him for daring to apply for a transfer in secret. The matron closed her eyes, feeling that words could scarcely convey her thoughts. The next moment, upon reading the contents of the letter, Lady Jiang indeed lost her composure. He dares to divorce me. Matron, has he lost his senses? How could he dare to initiate a divorce? At that moment, a young maid rushed in, her voice urgent. Madam, it's bad. There's a rumor spreading outside. What rumor? The matron hurriedly inquired. The young maid, glancing at the frenzied Lady Jiang, swallowed hard. It's being said that Madam is the child of the Minister of Revenue, Jiang Xiaoruo, and his eldest daughter-in-law, Jiang de Furen. Do not speak, do not speak. Upon hearing this, Lady Jiang immediately descended into madness. The matron felt a chill in her heart. Indeed, her young lady was a brazen and foolish individual. How could she openly admit such a thing? To prevent the news from spreading, would they have to kill every servant in the courtyard? Fortunately, the matron's fears did not materialize. The servants remained unharmed, but Lady Jiang was the one who faced calamity, as she was taken away by the Ministry of Justice. Watching Lady Jiang being led away in her frenzied state, the matron let out a sigh of relief. How could she have known that the young lady she had served for so long was, at her core, a madwoman? Thankfully, the officials had arrived promptly. Otherwise, this old woman might have lost her life. Thus, when the officials from the Ministry of Justice approached to take her away, the matron readily acquiesced. It was clear that remaining outside could potentially lead to her being silenced by Jiang Xiaoruo and Jiang de Furen. She understood well how to choose between an early death and a late one. Chapter 165. The bulging abdomen, Your Majesty, Liang Ming announced early in the morning, bringing forth this delightful news. Liang Ming touched his nose, suppressing a smile. Do I still need to go and receive them? Let them enter the palace, came the command. Yes. Liang Ming promptly relayed the message. Soon, Xie Huaiyan, accompanied by Xie Qiong, along with Wu Quan, Wang Un, and Deputy General Zheng Shurong, made their appearance in the Hall of Governance. So this is Xie Huaiyan, General Zhao Yong? He looks rather handsome, akin to a delicate scholar, distinctly different from other martial generals. What brings Xie Qiong here? The Xie family hasn't encountered any trouble this time. She can't possibly be here to cause me problems. Are these two Wang Un and Zheng Shurong the deputy generals? Is it true that generals can have such bulging bellies? Do they not train regularly? How can such generals take to the battlefield? No wonder they harbor crooked thoughts and seek to scheme against Xie Huayan. They must have too much free time on their hands and are looking for a devious path. Xie Qiong had initially been quietly observing the clouds and mist. Upon hearing these remarks, her indifferent gaze fell upon Wang and Zheng Shurong. The two men appeared somewhat perplexed. Although they bore simple smiles, their eyes concealed cunning. Being at a distance, they could not hear the thoughts of the clouds and mist, hence their confusion. This official pays respects to your majesty. A crowd of men knelt in unison. Xie Huayan felt a twinge of confusion, primarily fueled by curiosity. Unable to resist, he stole a glance at the clouds and mist after hearing the sound of a baby. The words of Emperor Wu had a peculiar tone. Wu Quan, filled with guilt, suddenly knelt with a thud, prompting Xie Huayan and the others to follow suit. Your Majesty, it is all due to my incompetence. I shall accept punishment. I will go and receive my punishment shortly. You wish to accept punishment? But what are the others? Upon the Emperor's declaration, even Xie Huayan felt his skin tighten. Your Majesty, I shall accept punishment. Wang was the quickest to respond, immediately prostrating himself. Zheng Shurong was also astute. After all, he would not have reached his current position without being clever. He followed suit. Your Majesty, I too shall accept punishment. Finally, only Xie Huayan remained. He hesitated, pondering whether to speak when Xie Qiong nudged him. After a moment of deliberation, he heeded his nephew's advice and declared, Your Majesty, I shall accept punishment as well. Oh, what transgressions have each of you committed? Emperor Wu gazed at them with an enigmatic expression. Xie Huayan wore a bewildered look. Your Majesty, I believe it was simply bad luck. I was delayed due to taking a wrong path, which caused me to be blocked by the collapsed official road. However, I led the soldiers to clear the road and make it passable again. Xie Huayan boasted of his accomplishment. Xie Qiong felt like burying his face in his hands. He believed his second uncle was rather childish for someone of his age. Thankfully, he was a military officer. Had he been a civil servant, he would have been schemed against countless times and likely perished repeatedly. Emperor Wu scoffed, gazing at the foolish Xie Huayan. He finally understood why this man, despite possessing formidable abilities, could be so easily schemed against, leading to the demise of the Xie family's sons and the eventual collapse of the Xie army. Xie Huayan was a simpleton. If the Xie army realized they had perished due to such a person, would they not be enraged? Emperor Wu harbored a sense of disappointment in him. Xie Huayan, I have heard that you are accompanied by a slender horse from Yangzhou. Upon hearing this, Xie Huayan obediently nodded. Your Majesty, it is true, but Chen Yuan is a good girl. Do you truly believe she is a good girl? Has your mind been consumed by folly? Emperor Wu could not contain himself, pointing at him with scorn. Were it not for the contributions of the Xie army to Dian over the years, he, as an emperor, would not concern himself with the private affairs of his subjects. Xie Huayan did not expect to be scolded. He wished to refute, but realized he could only humbly admit this official acknowledges his fault. My goodness, I did not anticipate Xie Huayan to possess such a temperament. Is it true that formidable generals on the battlefield cannot manage affairs in their own households? While a slender horse from Yangzhou may be a good girl, it is evident that this Chen Yuan is not. Xie Qiong's expression turned serious. He did not believe for a moment that the 18th princess was speaking recklessly. Xie Huayan wished to counter, but dared not mention that he had heard the innermost thoughts of the 18th princess. For if she were to be branded as a monster and burned at the stake, it would be his fault. This Chen Yuan is a spy cultivated by the state of Chao, and moreover, she has been secretly in contact with Zheng Shurong, conspiring multiple times on the road to ensure your untimely demise. What a foolish child, Xie Huayan thought. Impossible, he retorted, unwilling to believe it. Whether it was disbelief or fear of the truth, only Xie Huayan truly knew. Alas, it is indeed your father's good intentions. Considering the Xie family's generations of contributions to the Yan Dynasty, with no merits, but certainly hardships, General Wu was assigned to protect you. Otherwise, you would have perished countless times by now. I found myself pondering, had the enemy employed the allure of beauty, would Xie Huayan have fallen for it? Absolutely not. Such a notion is utterly preposterous. Princess 18, you may call me foolish, but you cannot accuse me of lacking discernment on significant matters. This is an affront to my intellect, Xie Huayan said, visibly agitated. As for Chen Yuan, I shall entrust that matter to you, Xie Huayan, as a final opportunity. Give my respect for the old general. Xie Huayan knelt, proclaiming, Your Majesty, there is no need. I lack the standing to invoke my father's influence. Whatever punishment you deem fit for Chun Yuan, I shall accept without complaint. I trust you will not wrong an innocent man." The Yunwu emperor disregarded his flattery and inquired about the situation at Ziyu Pass. The influx of troops was a result of ordinary citizens voluntarily enlisting. Before my departure to the capital, I learned that these citizens were disaster-stricken and drawn by the promise of favorable conditions in the military. However, Your Majesty, the soldiers at Ziyu Pass have yet to receive their military pay this year. Based on the current troop strength and food reserves at Ziyu Pass, we can sustain ourselves for no more than 2 additional months before facing a food crisis. Upon hearing this, the Yunwu emperor found it aligned closely with the findings of the Lone Wei's investigation. Yet he sensed underlying issues. "Deputy Commander Wang, what of your 2nd Battalion?" Wang stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance at Xie Huayan, who spoke so candidly. "Your Majesty, the condition of the 2nd Battalion is no better than that of General Xie's camp. The Xie family army has always maintained a good rapport with the common folk, often receiving gratitude when on missions. The 2nd Battalion, however, requires ample provisions and funding from the military, and after each mission, losses inevitably arise, be it in weaponry, death compensation for soldiers, or injuries sustained. Your Majesty, life in the 2nd Battalion has been exceedingly harsh, yet they steadfastly hold the line at Ziyu Pass, preventing the enemy from advancing a single step into Dian. These soldiers endure great hardship, all for Your Majesty's cause," Wang expressed with fervor. "Were it not for my knowledge of your deceit, I might have been swayed by your words," Yunwu retorted. The Yunwu emperor, initially irate, now felt a sense of resignation. Though his ire was solely directed at Yunwu, he regarded Wang and coolly, "Implying that you suggest the Xie family army privately accepts gifts from the populace and boasts a better reputation than I. Is that correct?" Wang's heart skipped a beat. How could the emperor have discerned this? While he had indeed cast aspersions, such direct inquiries were unexpected. Xie Huayan instinctively defended himself. "Your Majesty, I assure you, I have not accepted gifts from the common folk. The soldiers in my camp are compensated with silver. As for our reputation, the Xie family army has always been loyal to Your Majesty," Xie Huayan explained anxiously, fearing that the Yunwu emperor might believe Wang's claims and begin to suspect the Xie family. He had previously wondered if Deputy Commander Wang was in collusion with Deputy Commander Jiang against the Xie family. Had it not been for his mother's admonitions and his eagerness to enter the palace, he would have confronted the 2 of them on the way. Xie Qiong also felt a twinge of anxiety, for he understood the gravity of the situation. The former Yunwu emperor had genuinely questioned the loyalty of the Xie family. Had it not been for the birth of Princess 18, the Xie family might have faced dire consequences. "Your Majesty, the Xie family army is named as such out of the late emperor's benevolence, and now, facing the slander of treacherous men, it is only fitting that it be entrusted to your care," Xie Qiong interjected, stepping past Xie Huayan. The Yunwu emperor regarded him silently. Wang, emboldened, berated how audacious. "You must be a mere pawn of the Xie family. The emperor has not granted you leave to speak." Xie Qiong cast a scornful glance at him. "I beg your pardon. I am no pawn, but the captain of the 10th Brigade of the Imperial Guard. Though I may not hold a rank as high as Deputy Commander Wang, I am still a 7th grade officer. As a member of the Imperial Guard, I possess the right to speak with the emperor." Wang frowned, dismissing Xie Qiong, viewing him as inconsequential, especially as the Imperial Guard comprised merely a group of well-treated but ineffectual soldiers. Moreover, the Imperial Guard numbered only in the thousands, a mere fraction compared to the tens of thousands under his command in the 2nd Battalion. The Guard would perish in a wheel battle against his men. "Your Majesty, I am merely incensed by the provocation of young Master Xie. I hope for your understanding. Are you implying that you are not a traitor?" The Yunwu emperor retorted, his tone laden with implications. Wang's heart raced, his throat tightening. "Your Majesty, I am truly wronged. Oh, you claim the 2nd Battalion's military pay is insufficient. Yet I have heard that their living conditions surpass those of the other battalions, especially with you, my dear Wang, indulging in the finest food and entertainment within the camp. Do not dare suggest that you bore the costs alone." The Yunwu emperor regarded him with a knowing smile, his gaze icy. Upon hearing these words, Wang's complexion shifted dramatically. He was not a fool. The Yunwu emperor had undoubtedly gathered evidence against him, yet he remained defiant. The Yunwu emperor seized a wooden carving from his desk and hurled it towards Wang. The impact struck true, leaving Wang's face bruised and swollen. The wooden carving fell to the ground with a resounding thud, signaling Wang An's impending doom. Wang An, if you confess honestly, I may grant you a chance. Summon Zhou Wang to the palace. Wang An frantically prostrated himself. Your Majesty, it is all my fault. I acknowledge my mistakes and vow to never repeat them. Upon Zhou Wang's arrival, he discovered Wang and had fainted from his repeated bowing. To his dismay, Zheng Shirong found himself in a similarly dire predicament. Zheng Shirong had never anticipated that today would turn into a trap. The Yunwu Emperor had long since acquired evidence of his correspondence with Chao Guishi. Having withheld this information, he awaited the opportune moment to ensnare him. Your Majesty, will you truly offer me no chance for survival? Zheng Shirong, like a dog sensing its demise, recognized the Emperor's intent, and a murderous glint flickered in his eyes. The Yunwu Emperor had previously been threatened by Chao Guishi in plain sight, and now Zheng Shirong dared to issue threats as well. The Yunwu Emperor's wrath boiled over, a cold laugh escaping his lips. How bold you all are, believing me to be an easy target. Do you think I will not only take your life, but also have you torn apart? The Yunwu Emperor's demeanor was laced with fury as he commanded the guards to seize Zheng Shirong. Zenshiron ufarat no resistanza. Instella infertili. Ha, uamparo. You wretched thief. I have fought for Dian for over a decade, yet you wish to take my life merely due to my past dealings with Chao Guishi. Await your demise. Should I perish, the soldiers of the 3rd Battalion will open the gates wide for Chu. Prepare for the downfall of Dian. How ironic. One might think you suffer greater injustice than Doi. Indeed, if your so-called achievements include promoting your own men and secretly looting, your contributions are indeed substantial. Yunwu nearly rolled his eyes in disbelief. You speak of fighting for over a decade, yet you were once a bandit, captured and compelled to combat due to the border conflicts for your own survival. What is it to you that you ingratiated yourself with generals in the 3rd Battalion to escape your past, while disregarding the lives of countless innocents you have slain? According to your logic, those victims deserve more sympathy than you. The Yunwu Emperor's disdain for Zheng Shirong deepened. You engage in treason, yet dare to lecture me on fairness? The Yunwu Emperor narrowed his eyes. Rest assured, Dian shall not be so easily undone by a scoundrel like you. Yet, it appears you have a penchant for power and eternal glory. Rest assured, I shall not grant you either, but I can ensure that you will be remembered in infamy for all eternity. Zheng Shirong's haughty demeanor faltered, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. He erupted into a tirade against the Yunwu Emperor. Chapter 167. Offending more people, the Yunwu Emperor promptly summoned personnel from the official newspaper bureau, instructing them to feature Zheng Shirong's affair as the headline for the following day. Your Majesty, should we also include Zheng Shirong's remarks about the soldiers of the 3rd Camp colluding with the Chu? An official from the bureau expressed concern. More than anything, they believed the Yunwu Emperor was losing his sanity. Such revelations, once spoken, would insinuate that the Great Yan was on the brink of turmoil. As for the designs, they should be sought from the Imperial Guards. Upon hearing this, the officials, though curious about the Emperor's motive for publicizing such matters, resolved to follow his directives. This was a matter of state. After the officials departed, they were accompanied by the families of 2 other factions. Zhou Wang directed his subordinates to escort them away. He then approached the Yunwu Emperor, bowing respectfully. Your Majesty, do we need to inform the Ministry of War regarding the handling of Zheng Shirong and Wang An? The Yunwu Emperor countered, what do you think? Zhou Wang was reluctant to offend so many, considering both individuals held considerable sway within the military. Your Majesty, I find myself in a difficult position. If the matter is addressed according to the law, I fear we will be unable to execute Zheng Shirong as deserved. Then we shall carry out your suggestion, execute his entire clan, the Emperor declared. Zhou Wang was taken aback. That was not his intention, and such an action would undoubtedly provoke further enmity. Realizing the Emperor's unwavering stance, he understood he had no right to refuse. With a sigh in his heart, he clasped his hands and said, Your Majesty, I shall obey your command. Reluctantly, he turned and walked away. The Yunwu Emperor observed his retreating figure. Ah, Wui King. If you must lay blame, attribute it to Chuan Fei's disobedience. If she commits errors, should you not bear the responsibility as her father? Would you have me unjustly absolve her? I am indeed a law-abiding sovereign. Zhou Wang stumbled as he exited the palace, only to be discreetly awaited by Chuan Fei's people. My lord, the Empress's situation is truly dire. One of them reported. Zhou Wang felt a surge of anger at the mere mention of Chuan Fei's name. Gritting his teeth, he lowered his voice in warning. You keep a close watch on her. Ensure she reflects on her actions. If she wishes to survive, she must comply. The maid appeared astonished. My lord, I have suffered greatly because of her. Tell Chuanfei that if she wishes to emerge unscathed, she must behave obediently. Until the emperor's wrath subsides, I shall not return. Depart now. Zhou Tsungwang brushed off the maid's attempts to detain him and strode away. Perhaps you should endure for a while longer? Endure? I have already been patient for nearly a month. Is that not long enough? However, the maid's unfinished words lingered unspoken. Chuanfei understood the implication. It seemed her father's position was precarious, or else he would not be so heartless. Staring at her calloused hands, she could not suppress her tears. The Yunwu emperor arranged for surveillance on Chuanfei. When a palace maid approached with a report, he did not even glance up. Monitor her closely, and do not allow anyone to leave. Yes, the maid departed. Had Zhou Tsungwang been present, he would have realized that the maid's ability to see him was a deliberate act by the Yunwu emperor. Chuanfei's thoughts had triggered the emperor's ire. He had repeatedly emphasized that the imperial consorts must not interfere in the upbringing of the heirs. Yet Chuanfei continued her defiance. After merely 1 month of confinement, she could not help but act in blatant disregard for his orders. He kept Chuanfei under restraint solely to send a warning to the other consorts in the palace. As long as Chuanfei served as an example, no other consorts would dare entertain similar notions. In the Xia household, nephew, what are you doing? Your second uncle can manage on his own, Xia Huayan said with some exasperation. Xia Qiong disregarded him and dragged him into the courtyard of the matriarch. Upon entering, he began to recount his grievances. Grandmother, today my second uncle nearly caused a disaster in the palace. We all warned that Chun Yuan was not a good person. Yet he had the audacity to defend her in front of the emperor. Before the matriarch could respond, Xia Huayan spoke up in his defense. Mother, how can Qiong be so grown, yet still complain? At that time, I had no inkling that Chun Yuan was affiliated with the officials of the Chao Kingdom and connected to Zheng Shuro. The matriarch scoffed. I hear you quarreled with General Wu Quan on the road and fell for the provocations of Wang and Zheng Shuro. Xia Huayan's face flushed with embarrassment and anger. Mother, I was deceived. Do not offer excuses. If it were not for General Wu Quan, you would have lost your life by now. The matriarch's tone was cool. You ought to express your gratitude to General Wu Quan. However, General Wu is also following the emperor's orders, which means my benefactor should be the emperor, Xia Huayan mumbled. The emperor is indeed our benefactor, at least with the explanation from the 18th princess. The emperor has chosen to trust our Xia family. The matriarch understood his disposition well. He was not foolish, but easily softened, especially regarding women, often failing to see clearly. Do you wish to know what calamity nearly befell our Xia family? Mother, with the emperor present, how could our family encounter any trouble? Xia Huayan chuckled. Xia Qiong interjected solemnly. The 18th princess said that our entire Xia family would be wiped out, and in the end, grandmother would not have held Ziyu Pass, opening the gates for the common folk, thus leaving a stench for eternity. Qiong, are you jesting with your second uncle? Xia Huayan's smile gradually faded, especially upon witnessing the serious expressions of the two. Mother, is what you said true? No, it was the 18th princess who said it, not your mother. Do you believe her words to be credible? The matriarch responded. Doubtful at first, Xia Huayan suddenly felt weak. Mother, the 18th princess's words align with reality, especially since she saved me. How could our Xia family possibly meet such a fate? Xia Huayan was reluctant to accept this notion. Therefore, from now on, our Xia family shall heed the emperor's commands. We need not cooperate with anyone else nor harbor any worries. As long as the 18th princess is present, I shall not fear for your safety. Your nephew has now entered the Imperial Guards. They possess the capability and strength in numbers. If you doubt this, you may accompany your nephew to gain some insight. As long as the emperor is willing to utilize your services, you shall be dispatched to the frontier. However, Ziyu Pass should not still harbor the Xia army. You must understand this. The matriarch was indeed the mastermind of the Xia family, the stabilizing force. After some inner conflict, Xia Huayan chose to comply, for as long as he could still fight on the battlefield, that was enough for him. Chapter 168, Rubber. At that moment, a maidservant approached the matriarch, bowing her head submissively to deliver news. The matriarch's expression darkened as she turned to Xia Huayan. Second son, this is the mischief you have wrought. For the sake of a slender horse from Yangzhou, you have harmed the wife who has waited for you at home for many years. Since the second daughter-in-law feels wronged, let the household staff escort her to the estate for some respite. The arrangements shall be made according to my standards. Children, let the second daughter-in-law take them away. Do not dwell on this matter. Xia Huayan instinctively frowned. Mother, if this gets out, I shall be humiliated. With the actions you have taken, do you still have the face to complain? Humph, it has long been the talk of the town. If you do not believe it, go outside and listen. Xia Huayan was skeptical. The following morning, as he stepped outside, he was greeted by the sight of common folk eagerly gathering at tea houses to discuss the latest news. Upon hearing the public discourse regarding his affairs, he even purchased a newspaper, where he discovered Zheng Shirong's scandal. All semblance of dignity had been stripped away. He was quite curious about Zheng Shirong's actions. Mother, are you truly not curious? Zheng Shirong audaciously shouted at the emperor, demanding to return to the Chu. Do you truly believe he does not intend to implicate his entire family? Xia Huayan found it utterly bewildering, perceiving the entire matter as surreal. The most critical issue is that the emperor, in a rather shameless manner, has chosen to publicize this disgraceful event. Is this not a behavior that invites humiliation? Xia Huayan gazed dreamily, pondering when the emperor had become so indifferent to matters of reputation. Do you believe everyone is as soft-hearted as you, prioritizing kindness over dignity? The emperor is engaged in significant affairs, and having a sovereign with such ambitious aspirations is indeed a blessing for the Xie family. As for Zheng Shirong, the old matriarch of the Xie family scoffed, just wait and see his fate. He will undoubtedly regret it for a lifetime. His infamy will linger for eternity. The content reported in the official gazette has never been erroneous. Furthermore, while you fret over the emperor's embarrassment, little do you realize that he is seizing this opportunity to showcase firearms and explosives to intimidate the Chu. Look at this blueprint for the handgun. Can you comprehend it? Following the instructions, Xia Huayan became engrossed in the newspaper. What an extraordinary weapon. Mother, may I touch it? The old matriarch rolled her eyes. Dreaming, are you? Only Xiao Qiong may touch it, as he is part of the Imperial Guard. You are not even comparable to your nephew. Suddenly, Xia Huayan dropped to his knees, embracing the leg of Madame Xia, declaring, Mother, I shall not leave. I will heed your words from now on. Madame Xia let out a cold laugh. Xia Huayan transformed into a clingy presence, unwilling to depart from the capital. Not only that, he incessantly pursued Xie Qiong, who was returning from the court. Supported by the matriarch, Madame Xia took Xia Huayan to meet various types of women daily, tormenting him until he began to fear women. Yet, unbeknownst to Xia Huayan, this was not merely Madame Xia's jealousy, but a collaboration with the matriarch to rectify his soft-hearted tendencies towards women, lest he bring misfortune upon the Xia family. A family cannot tolerate one individual acting recklessly. Amidst Xia Huayan's turmoil, substantial changes were occurring within the capital. Ever since the introduction of this new weapon, the populace displayed a marked increase in trust towards the court. When the news reached the border, many soldiers questioned the authenticity of the handgun and explosives. However, once the generals from each camp demonstrated the explosive's power, the morale of the Yin soldiers surged dramatically. Meanwhile, Emperor Yunwu was in the Qingjin Hall, discussing matters with Yunwu. 18. Father wishes to procure some self-defense items. State your price, and I shall ensure payment without delay. The emperor spoke kindly, not presuming that everything belonging to his daughter was rightfully his. Intrigued, Yunwu inquired, Father, what protective equipment do you seek? More advanced firearms, or perhaps protective gear acquired from the system's marketplace? Items from the system's marketplace tend to be exorbitantly priced. Some may not be worthwhile, lacking cost-effectiveness, and most importantly, they hinder the court's development, she continued. Given your current wealth, Father, you could at most secure protection for 3 years. It would be unwise to deplete your finances on protective gear. A strong military is essential to deter any would-be assassins targeting you. The emperor, chastised, recognized his misstep and became curious about the other weapons Yunwu mentioned. Compared to the handgun and explosives, the disparity is considerable. The handgun's lethality is relatively minor. Even the current explosives are merely basic. At present, the Yin can only manufacture these two types. More advanced options are unattainable, primarily due to the inadequacy of raw material extraction. Is the Yin still using ordinary charcoal for ironworking? Indeed, the emperor nodded at the paper. However, to refine steel, high temperatures are necessary, and ordinary charcoal cannot reach those temperatures, rendering steel refinement impossible. Steel refinement is fundamental, let alone materials requiring even higher temperatures. Disappointment washed over the emperor, yet he understood that the Yan's development lagged behind future prospects. However, It was not merely the Yan that struggled. Other nations faced similar challenges. With the current explosives and handguns, the Yan had already gained a position of superiority. With this realization, the emperor set aside his pursuit of superior weapons. Acknowledging that the Yan was already sufficiently equipped, it would be unwise to continuously procure from 18 merely to intimidate other nations, as it could lead to a depletion of finances and foster arrogance among the Yan soldiers. 18. Please share how you manufactured weapons back then. These are state secrets. Wano may not be the complete picture. In any case, it is imperative to select a group of researchers. For instance, my brother Jiang. I find his research capabilities quite commendable. He has even managed to develop a standard tricycle. He is merely hindered by the rubber. Rubber is primarily extracted from rubber trees. Its utility is vast, with tires being its simplest application. Father, you may consider sending someone south to locate rubber trees. The emperor noted this and summoned the dragon guards, dispatching two to search. The dragon guards held 2 sheets of paper detailing rubber trees and accompanying photographs. Chapter 169. The telescope. The 2 men stared at the photographs, their eyes widening in astonishment. They had never encountered such vividly lifelike yet poorly drawn images. Observing their expressions of surprise, the emperor felt a sense of superiority. He had not displayed such a lack of discernment upon his first encounter with these images. The dragon guards, not given to idle chatter, dared not question the emperor further. As the 2 departed, they encountered Jiang, who was rushing into the palace. Jiang entered the Qingjin hall, looking visibly anxious. Minister Jiang, what troubles you? The emperor inquired coolly. Your Majesty, Chu Tsang and his companion have escaped again. Jiang's frustration was evident. Whether it stemmed from his own inadequacy in capturing them, or from Chu Tsang's remarkable ability to evade capture was unclear. The emperor narrowed his eyes, clearly displeased. Minister Jiang, I entrusted this matter to you, yet you allowed them to escape under your very nose. Jiang quickly knelt, a despondent expression on his face. Your Majesty, those 2 from Chu Tsang are truly enigmatic. Originally, the dragon guards were patrolling and keeping watch, but they emerged last night, only to disguise themselves as others. In the brief moment it took for the dragon guards to realize something was amiss and notify the old minister, they had vanished without a trace. Jiang was filled with regret. This is to be expected. After all, Zhang Ruoyi possesses the ability to manipulate space. The disguises you mentioned likely involved cosmetics. Yet, historically, ancient techniques of disguise were far more advanced. Modern practices have waned. Many new methods may not surpass those of the ancients. Jiang frowned. Your Majesty, I believe we must assign personnel to monitor Chu Tsang and Zhang Ruoyi closely. It is uncertain how long these 2 have survived into Yin, what connections they possess. And with such formidable skills, they represent a force that cannot be allowed to roam freely. The emperor understood the necessity of restraining Chu Tsang. He arranged for someone to convey a letter to the old emperor of the Chu. With a smirk, the emperor asked Jiang, Minister Jiang, do you think Chu Tsang is aware of his princely lineage? Jiang's eyes brightened. Your Majesty, are you contemplating using those favored princes within the Chu to ensnare Chu Tsang? The emperor smirked, his voice laced with mockery. Indeed. Consider this. The old emperor of the Chu discovers that his son possesses such formidable weapons, yet fails to inform him, the reigning emperor. How do you suppose he would react? Jiang instinctively recalled Princess 18th's assessment of the old emperor of the Chu. The older he grew, the more muddled his thoughts became, rendering him far from a wise sovereign. In contrast, the more exceptional and astute individual is Chu Tsang. To speak candidly, were it not for the fact that Chu Tsang is a prince of an enemy nation, should he have become a prince of the Yan, the emperor would have no concerns regarding the selection of an heir. However, given that he is an adversary, one must not show leniency. Your Majesty, the old minister understands. Jiang smiled with a somewhat sinister intent. How unfortunate for Chu Tsang. Recently, the old emperor has taken a great liking to the young Ru Guifei and has placed the utmost importance on the 6th prince of the Chu in the current court. Not only has the 6th prince, at the tender age of 16, been allowed to engage in political affairs, but he is also garnering attention. Upon hearing this, Emperor Yunwu could not help but chuckle with satisfaction. He had not expended much effort monitoring Chu Tsang, allowing them to deplete their own resources. It must be said that Emperor Yunwu is proud. He scorns the notion of investing excessive energy into a hypothetical future adversary like Chu Tsang. As long as he remains alive, no matter how formidable Chu Tsang may be, he shall never surpass him. This is the emperor's conviction. Therefore, most of his focus has been on expanding the imperial guard and gradually reforming the military camps. With military power firmly in his grasp, he perceives any schemes from Chu as mere illusions. Emperor Yunwu possesses this confidence. Minister Jiang, should you fail to handle this matter adequately, I shall have to reconsider your position, the emperor remarked with disdain. Jiang truly found himself in direct opposition to Chu Tsang. He could not believe that, knowing the opponent's weaknesses, he would continue to allow them to escape. Your Majesty, if I do not resolve the issue with Chu Tsang, I shall not return to my homeland, Jiang declared. The onlookers were bemused, contemplating Jiang's obstinacy at his age, nearly 60, wondering if he intended to remain a laborer for life. They admired his dedication, while another remarked how fortunate they were to be young, as they would feel embarrassed lying down. In light of Minister Jiang's unwavering commitment, I shall provide you with a tool and some information regarding Chu Tsang. Yunwu mused, unaware that Jiang had overheard his inner thoughts, which elicited a benevolent yet triumphant smile from him. Were it not for his own curiosity about what fresh insights the 18th princess would present, he would have certainly dismissed Jiang. Soon, Yunwu produced 2 items. Father, this is a telescope that can see objects from 1,000 miles away. As for Chu Tsang's disguise, I have indeed stumbled upon some gossip. He left dressed as a woman and continues to do so. Zhang Ruoyi has not exited the space. She is being carried by Chu Tsang. This is why the dragon guards were momentarily blinded, as he appeared alone in women's attire. However, it is worth noting that Chu Tsang previously left in the company of a wealthy merchant named Wang, yet has since vanished. Minister Jiang, perhaps you might inquire at the Wang household for any useful information. Although Jiang received only this scant intelligence, he was already satisfied. He hastily took the telescope from Emperor Yunwu and departed. The emperor had barely had time to examine the telescope before Jiang hastily exited, leading him to ponder whether Jiang had intentionally rushed away. If the emperor were to learn of this, he would surely be incensed. After Jiang's departure, Emperor Yunwu did not resume his handling of memorials. Instead, he took Yunwu to the training grounds to practice with the air pistol. True to his reputation as a well-rounded emperor, he was already a skilled archer, but initially struggled with the pistol. However, he soon adapted, and within an hour, he progressed from hitting 5 out of 10 shots to striking 9 out of 10, not merely hitting the target, but the bullseye. The more he practiced, the more confident he became. With a grand gesture, he commanded, Linen, switch to moving targets. Yes, Your Majesty. Linen promptly ran off to change the targets. This time, the challenge was considerably greater, especially given the windy conditions. After a session of practice, the hit rate was not high, prompting him to instruct Liang Ming. Liang Ming arranged for a few soldiers to give it a try. Liang Ming instinctively wanted to select the most skilled marksman, yet upon observing the emperor's frown, he quickly changed course, opting instead for novice soldiers. Liang Ming did not dare question the emperor and hastily switched to a different group. The soldiers, upon encountering the pistols, exhibited excitement, clearly unaccustomed to handling such weapons. As they fired, the sound of gunfire echoed, but the soldiers found themselves bruised and their smug smiles frozen in place. Laughter erupted. I hope the soldiers are not so discouraged that they shy away from firearms. While unfamiliar with the initial experiences of modern military personnel handling guns, it was evident there was a familiarization process. No need to be disheartened. Liang Ming had anticipated this outcome. If the emperor's subordinates fail to train the soldiers adequately, I shall accept the punishment. The thought of the repercussions brought tears to Liang Ming's eyes. The prospect was truly dreadful. Enough, no need for further discussion. The emperor insisted on alternating the selection of soldiers for training, determined to ensure they became well acquainted with the firearms. Yes, Liang Ming understood that the emperor was serious, likely aiming to train a formidable squad of sharpshooters. Continue your practice. I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave. The emperor, having lost patience watching the performance of those he regarded as elites, found it disheartening. For the sake of his own well-being, he resolved to observe less. Fortunately, upon arriving at the Imperial Guard's encampment with Yunwu, he discovered the situation markedly improved compared to that of the Imperial Forest Army, which somewhat alleviated his displeasure. Your Majesty, please take a look. Jiang eagerly led the emperor to the testing grounds, where hastily constructed buildings and walls had appeared. The speed is truly remarkable. It is no wonder that ancient people could construct the Great Wall. Yunwu was always in awe of those engaged in construction. Without them, Monumental architecture and rich histories would not exist. I wonder how much manpower and resources were expended. Yunwu inquired of Jiang. What was the cost of the houses and walls here? Jiang refrained from looking at Yunwu, fearful that his expression might betray him to the 18th princess. So many. No wonder the progress is so swift. However, I have heard that ancient walls used rice paste as adhesive. I wonder if it is true, as it has strong adhesion. But if rice paste is used, it would consume a significant amount of grain. No wonder common folk in ancient times struggled with hunger. Every endeavor required food, leading to substantial depletion. It would be better to utilize cement. Although not as sturdy, it would suffice for construction purposes. The most crucial factor is the lower cost of cement, if the emperor arranged for people to mine it. The expense of constructing such walls and houses would not exceed 1,000 taels. Is it truly so inexpensive? Jiang had initially intended to showcase the newly developed explosives to the 18th princess and Emperor Yunwu, but instead, he found himself captivated by the new insights presented by the 18th princess, resulting in yet another defeat. Cough, Your Majesty, I believe this expenditure is still excessive. After all, the production of firearms and ammunition requires a considerable sum. Emperor Yunwu shot him a warning glare, signaling him not to attempt to calculate the 18th princess's contributions in his presence. Furthermore, even if the 18th princess possessed valuable items, he would pursue them himself. It was not something subordinate ministers should consider. Jiang immediately lowered his head, refraining from harboring any inappropriate thoughts. In truth, he had been careless, believing that, as the 18th princess was a member of the Yan's royal family, she should naturally consider the interests of the Yan and provide some valuable assistance. However, it was evident that such thinking was misguided. Upon receiving a piercing gaze from the YNWD, he suddenly realized the naivety of his assumptions. If the emperor truly shared his sentiments, it was likely that the 18th princess would grow estranged from DYN. After all, even a princess is still human, possessing emotions and desires, along with a sense of independence that renders the notion of sacrificing for the state rather questionable. Many matters cannot be forced. The more one tries to impose, the more one risks pushing the 18th princess away. As Jiang came to this realization, a cold sweat broke out on his back. Very well, I shall find a way, declared YNWD, narrowing his eyes. Initially, he had not intended to focus on Jiang, but with a shortage of silver and the apparent illicit activities surrounding him, he decided to make an example of him. By confiscating his assets, he could acquire additional funds. He did not wish to bully the 18th princess, so he would redirect his efforts toward these treacherous officials. After all, it was only a matter of time before enemies would inevitably confront one another. This would also serve as a warning to the court officials. He knew without a doubt that there were many, like Jiang, who shared similar thoughts. However, he would not allow their schemes to endanger the 18th princess. Unbeknownst to Jiang, he was now under scrutiny. At that moment, he was attempting to contact Zhang. Your Majesty, we have developed a new batch of explosives, Jiang said to YNWD. YNWD picked up a few packets to examine. That was quite swift. Indeed, DYN is not lacking in talent. Father, 18th sister. YNSHN, the Western Prince, stepped forward to greet them. Old West, you're involved in the research as well? Regarding the electric tricycle, he confessed that they had yet to solve the issues, as the delicate components and power-generating devices were still unavailable. YNSHN continued, his eyes slightly squinted. Now that I have come to study explosives, I am learning from several esteemed seniors, and I've already grasped the principles of explosives. I can independently produce them. His tone was confident and assured, a stark contrast to the studious demeanor he had previously displayed in the palace. YNWD scrutinized him for a moment longer, then chuckled as he patted YNSHN on the shoulder. Well done, keep up the good work. Is the Western Prince experiencing nearsightedness? YNW cast a few glances at YNSHN and finally comprehended the source of the incongruity. Nearsightedness. YNSHN rubbed his eyes and instinctively looked towards YNW. Upon seeing her adorable face, he couldn't help but smile silently. He casually produced a handful of glasses from his space. Here, Brother West, try these on and see which pair suits you best. As long as you don't feel dizzy, they should be wearable. After glancing at YNWD, he solemnly accepted the glasses that YNW had handed him. Since they were a gift from his 18th sister, he felt inclined to give them a try. YNWD suppressed his jealousy. YNSH showed no hesitation. He could see the glint of interest in his father's eyes. There was no better time than the present to take advantage of this moment. After trying on several pairs of glasses, he finally found a suitable one. Upon seeing everything clearly, a hint of surprise lit up his otherwise mature and composed eyes. 18th sister, I can see so clearly now. Really? Let me try. YNWD exclaimed, taking the glasses and eagerly trying them on one after another. He too had a slight degree of nearsightedness. In the end, he donned a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, transforming his previously imposing demeanor into one that was both scholarly and formidable, making him appear quite unapproachable. ENSHN, with a pair of black-rimmed glasses, exuded an air of erudition. The shared transformation of both individuals upon wearing glasses drew the attention of everyone in the camp. Particularly, when the onlookers beheld the duo's new appearances, Chu-in and Jiang felt envious. They gazed at the glasses in the hands of the Grand Eunuch of LNN, longing to try them as well. Grand Eunuch, could we also have a chance to try these marvelous devices? It would broaden our horizons. Chu-in boldly remarked. Jiang remained silent, his excited eyes fixed on the Grand Eunuch. Isn't it rather embarrassing for you to be so obsequious, considering your soldiers are watching? INW de remarque dridi. Soldiers cannot be nearsighted. How can they fight if they cannot see? Generals G, Ing, and W should abandon this notion. If you wear glasses, you will be on the path to a civilian position, YNWD stated wryly. He then turned his attention back to the two men, clearly observing the stiffness in their expressions. He could even see the fine hairs on their faces, a testament to the glasses' remarkable function. Old West, do you find these glasses intriguing? INW de incroyable soudainly. YNSHN, overjoyed by his newfound clarity of vision, instinctively looked at YNWD. Father, do you mean? Go ahead and research it. I believe this item has uses beyond mere eyewear. Of course, if you successfully develop it, I would permit you to open a shop to sell them, and all you would need to do is pay taxes on the earnings. INSH and immediately knelt. Expressing his gratitude to the emperor. The more he learned, the more he realized that research required significant funds. Now that his father had allowed him to possess private property, he no longer worried about being impeached for engaging in business. I encourage you, Brother West. The material for these glasses is glass, which is different from the foreign Liel. Speaking of which, foreigners sell Liel at exorbitant prices in DYN. We could sell glass cups as well. Father, please help me sell glass cups. YNW eagerly handed YNWD a package of various transparent cups. The Grand Eunuch of LNN hurried to collect them. YNWD took one out to examine, raising it to the sunlight, where it sparkled beautifully. The glass was completely transparent, devoid of any impurities. Your Majesty, this cup is even more exquisite than the Liel cups we received as tribute. Your Majesty, I would also like to take a look. Chu-in and Jiang said impatiently. YNWD, being generous, distributed one cup to each of them for admiration. YNSH held one glass cup in one hand and a pair of glasses in the other. Comparing the two materials, he realized they were identical. He understood at once why 18th sister insisted that researching glasses was essential. Indeed, items of the same material could serve numerous purposes. Beautiful wine, served in luminous cups. Using glass cups to drink wine is rather delightful. Primarily, it is aesthetically pleasing. YNW casually produced a bottle of red wine from a space for YNWD. Father, this is red wine, aerated. You can pour into the cup and enjoy. YNW said generously. YNWD was astonished by her gesture. At that moment, YNMM stepped forward to take YNW into her arms, allowing YNWD to free one hand to pour the wine. In truth, he need not have poured it himself. The Grand Eunuch of LNN had already ensured the glass cup was ready, stepping forward to carefully pour the red wine for YNWD. The rich aroma of the wine filled the air. Father, do try it. Is it not delightful? Look, the bottle of red wine is also transparent. Chu-in and others observed with curiosity, marveling at everything YNW produced. Why is this grape so clear, without any impurities? Jiang questioned, perplexed. This is due to advanced filtration technology. It is unusual for there to be any murky residues. Otherwise, it would not sell. This red wine is nothing. It is not the most remarkable. YNWD gazed at the red wine in the goblet, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. "Let me try." Just as he leaned in to taste, the Grand Eunuch of LNN suddenly interjected. "Your Majesty, wait." YNWD cast an annoyed glance at him. The Grand Eunuch, under pressure, grinned awkwardly and said, "Your Majesty, allow this old servant to first test for poison with a silver needle. This is by no means a doubt regarding the 18th princess, but merely the duty of this humble servant." The forehead of the Grand Eunuch Linen glistened with beads of sweat, as he dared not gaze upon the expression of the Emperor Yunwu. Wu Quan and others observed that the Emperor's countenance indeed darkened. In their hearts, they sighed at the audacity of the Grand Eunuch Linen. At this moment, Yunwu spoke. "Grand Eunuch Linen is truly admirable. I'd almost forgotten. Indeed, only someone like Grand Eunuch Linen, who constantly holds the safety of the Emperor in their heart, could remember such matters. With Grand Eunuch Linen by the Emperor's side, I feel at ease. Father Emperor, you must cherish this. In modern times, despite remarkable advancements, empathy is scarce, and people have become increasingly indifferent and selfish. It is all for self-preservation. Given this, it is especially difficult to recognize the loyalty of Grand Eunuch Linen." The Grand Eunuch Linen felt a swell of emotion, realizing once more how exceptional the 18th princess was. How heartwarming it was to have someone who understood him. He cast a pitiful glance at the Emperor Yunwu. The Emperor's lips twitched as he sighed internally, maintaining a stoic facade as he offered the wine cup to Linen. "You may test it." "Very well, Your Majesty." A radiant smile bloomed on Grand Eunuch Linen's face. Chapter 172. A great calamity soon. He completed the testing, and naturally, there was no poison. By the way, the method of testing for poison with silver needles is not entirely reliable. Grand Eunuch Linen felt a sudden sense of enlightenment. Indeed, he listened as the 18th princess elaborated. The so-called silver needle test for poison actually involves silver reacting with sulfides to produce black silver sulfide. Thus, if the silver needle turns black, it indicates the presence of poison, but this applies only to a very limited number of toxins. In ancient times, the primary poison was arsenic, which mainly consists of arsenic. However, due to the limited purification techniques of the era, arsenic contains sulfides, making the silver needle test reactive. Yet many poisons elude detection by silver needles. For instance, common alchemical concoctions often contain mercury, lead, sulfur, and arsenic, heavy metals that are all highly toxic to the human body. However, a silver needle inserted into such elixirs shows no reaction. This is why ancient people often believed alchemy to be beneficial, yet the more they consumed, the sooner they met their demise. Grand Eunuch Linen's frown deepened with each revelation. No wonder he was unable to guard against the poison administered by Chao Guoshi and his ilk. It was clear that his skills were lacking. Poison is indeed difficult to guard against, especially some radioactive toxins. However, each type of poison has its own characteristics, and one should consult physician Lin for clarity. Grand Eunuch Linen pondered this advice thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Prince Yunshin appeared somewhat bewildered. He had previously believed in the authenticity of alchemical practices. Now, according to the 18th princess, had he been deceived all along? "Enough, I shall indulge in this fine wine," the Emperor Yunwu remarked, deeming the military camp the safest place. He disdainfully sipped from his cup, and as the rich red wine flowed into his belly, his expression relaxed. His brows softened, and he pressed his lips together. Wu Quan, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, "Your Majesty, what do you think of it?" "Delicious," the Emperor replied leisurely. The others, whose curiosity had been piqued, shamelessly chimed in. "Your Majesty, I have a taste." "Your Majesty, I believe sharing joy is better than enjoying it alone." "Your Majesty, the Emperor Yunwu cast a glance at them, disdainful of their eagerness. Wu Quan and the others touched their noses, realizing that such a novel delight necessitated a fade of modesty. Surely, no one would remain uncurious. "Very well, serve yourselves." "Thank you, Your Majesty, I shall not be polite." Wu Quan first poured for Jiang and the others. Seeing the Emperor's lack of anger, he quickly filled his own cup to the brim. The others were incensed by his brazen actions, inwardly cursing Wu Quan for being so cunning. As Wu Quan savored the wine, he found it surpassed the previous tributes in both flavor and potency. "Your Majesty, this wine is truly exquisite. Its taste and alcohol content are remarkable. However, regarding this glass cup, Your Majesty, have you forgotten?" Physician Lin had conducted research on it as well. The penicillin used for treating soldiers' wounds requires glass vessels for cultivation. It has indeed proven effective within the Imperial Guard. If I may be so bold, might I borrow some talent to assist? At the very least, it would suffice to teach Prince Yunshin how to make glass. Wu Quan emboldened spoke, completely disregarding the fact that Prince Yunshin was a royal with a claim to the throne. Although the Emperor Yunwu had signed an agreement with them, the other officials were unaware. The Emperor turned to Yunshin. Do you require me to find you a teacher? Father Emperor, your son can manage his own research. Yunshin hesitated before responding. The Emperor Yunwu reprimanded him sternly. You are clever, but you must also recognize the importance of time. What is wrong with seeking guidance from others? Must you alone be the genius? Even I cannot presume to excel in every endeavor. You, my son, have yet to gain much experience, yet you begin to disdain others. Yunshin appeared utterly innocent. Father Emperor, I was wrong. He lowered his head, murmuring an apology. Ha ha ha, Brother Yun, you need not worry about Father Emperor doubting your intentions. With me here, Father Emperor will not misinterpret you. However, it seems the issue lies with Father Emperor. Were it not for your actions creating a sense of suspicion toward Brother Yun, he would not be so anxious to distance himself. Father Emperor, you need not fret. Considering your longevity, who knows, you may yet cultivate a son and then a grandson. The Emperor Yunwu absorbed this wisdom, acknowledging that he indeed would need to nurture a grandson. His mood turned particularly earnest. Meanwhile, Yunshin secretly shared a smile with Yunwu, who blinked innocently, her adorable demeanor belying her role as a master observer. Very well, acknowledging your error is sufficient. Your Majesty, shall I proceed to test the explosives now? Wu Quan eagerly suggested after finishing his wine, keen to avoid the Emperor's disdain for idleness. Off you go. The Emperor Yunwu nodded approvingly. Wu Quan took several types of explosives and moved to a distance of 100 meters to demonstrate. Following 3 distinct sounds, white smoke billowed upwards, revealing pits of varying sizes below. I did not expect Brother Yun and the others to develop explosives so quickly. They truly are geniuses. The talents of Dian are indeed plentiful. One must never underestimate the wisdom of the ancients. However, it would be wise to lengthen the fuses to prevent accidental harm. Just as the Emperor Yunwu and his entourage observed the promising progress of the explosives, Liang Ming rushed in, kneeling before the Emperor with urgency. Your Majesty, it is dire news. A great calamity has struck the southwest. The mere mention of the words great calamity caused the smiles of the Emperor Yunwu and his companions to vanish completely. Even Yunwu began to activate her search system, seeking out gossip regarding the southwest. Phew, you gave me quite a scare. I thought a real disaster had occurred in the southwest. It turns out that the officials in the southwest received exaggerated news relayed by Jiang Xiaorua's appointed agents, intending to distract attention from the arrival of Zhang Yongwei. The Emperor Yunwu, who had initially prepared to ride in haste, paused, his expression shifting to one of fury. He had suspected that Jiang Xiaorua, who had familial ties with Chao Guoshi, was not a person of good repute. He had been contemplating how to deal with Go Guoqing, and now the opportunity had presented itself, albeit at the expense of those wretched officials who toyed with the lives of the common people. The Emperor Yunwu's heart burned with rage, which became evident once Yunwu delivered the news to him. Immediately, he instructed the Long Wei to procure the evidence regarding Jiang Xiaorua's involvement in this matter. However, Your Majesty, it seems that there are indeed signs of impending disaster in the southwest. Yunwu Emperor, who had just relaxed, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him at Yunwu's words. In light of the calamity in the southwest, he summoned Xiao Guiqing and other court officials. Chapter 173. Luli gentlemen, please examine these memorials. This time, Yunwu Emperor also summoned Jiang Xiaorua to observe his demeanor, curious about the source of the latter's confidence in concealing the truth. Your Majesty, how could the news of the southwest disaster have reached us so swiftly? According to this memorial, the incident purportedly transpired 3 days ago, and yet it has already made its way to the palace. Xiao Guiqing remarked with skepticism. His doubt was not born from disdain for local officials, but rather from the understanding that even under the current system, the speed of communication would not permit such rapid reporting. Indeed, the sluggishness of local governance had long been a source of discontent for Xiao Guiqing, who now saw an opportunity to propose reforms to the Yunwu Emperor. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaorua expressed discontent, retorting, Minister Xiao, you are merely stirring trouble. If the local officials in the southwest failed to respond to such a catastrophic event, that would be a grave dereliction of duty. They should be commended for their prompt reporting. Xiao Guiqing coolly countered, The old minister merely expressed a doubt. If one seeks glory, it should come only after the disaster has been addressed. These actions are merely the responsibilities of officials. Of course, if they have truly exerted themselves, the court will not turn a blind eye. A smile adorned Jiang Xiaoruo's face as he replied, "With your words, Minister Xiao, I feel reassured." Yunwu Emperor observed the exchange between the two with a stoic expression, though his inner fury burned hotter than anyone else's. Had it not been for the reminder from the 18th princess, he might never have realized the audacity and shamelessness of Jiang Xiaoruo. "What do you all propose regarding the natural calamities in the southwest?" he inquired. "The memorial indicates landslides, with countless people affected, some even trapped beneath the mountains. How shall we provide assistance?" Xiao Guiqing responded, "Your Majesty, I believe immediate rescue efforts are necessary. Since the local magistrate has stated that the officials are unable to handle the rescue operations, we should deploy nearby garrison troops to assist. We cannot simply stand by as the people perish. Moreover, after the landslides, houses will be destroyed, crops buried, and water sources polluted, leading to a multitude of subsequent issues." Just as Xiao Guiqing finished speaking, Jiang Xiaoruo interjected, "Your Majesty, you previously dispatched Zhang Yongwei to the southwest, and he has already taken a contingent with him. Why not assign him to manage this rescue effort?" Jiang Zhu observed him with a sardonic smile. "Minister Jiang, Zhang Yongwei is your son-in-law. You must not show favoritism. It would be quite inappropriate for your son to take the credit for such a noble task." Jiang Xiaoruo's expression darkened. "Jiang Sifu, do not slander me. Madame Zhang has no connection to me, nor any familial ties." He adamantly denied any relation. Such accusations could jeopardize his position, especially with a cadre of censors scrutinizing him. Jiang Xiaoruo's anger flared, and he cursed the 18th princess for her careless remarks, which had thrown his household into turmoil. His eldest daughter-in-law and first wife were at odds, and even his eldest son regarded him with disdain, accusing him of shameful conduct. What fault did he have? Was it not that wretched woman who had lured him? He had simply succumbed to temptation. In the end, it was all others' fault. Jiang Xiaoruo was increasingly fixated on his official status. As long as he retained his position, the upheaval at home would remain manageable. "Minister Jiang, if that is your stance, then I suppose I must consult your son," Jiang Zhu remarked, reveling in the unfolding drama. "By the way, Madame Zhang has already been taken to the Ministry of Justice's prison. It remains uncertain what charges she faces or whether she can be released. At that time, Minister Jiang, do not regret using your official position to aid her." Jiang Xiaoruo felt a wave of anger wash over him. Go Wuqing, watching the spectacle unfold, initially worried about his own predicament with the emperor. He had prepared reasons and evidence to prove his innocence. But now Jiang Xiaoruo was the center of attention, diverting all scrutiny away from himself. Go Wuqing seized the moment, addressing the emperor, "Your Majesty. It seems rather irregular for Minister Jiang to suggest his own student and potential son-in-law, Zhang Yongwei, to handle the disaster relief in the southwest. As Minister of Personnel, he should act to avoid any appearance of favoritism." Jiang Xiaoruo's eyes widened with fury, recognizing that Go Wuqing was retaliating for his prior refusal to support the latter's recommendations for promotions. "Your Majesty, I harbor no such intentions. I merely believe that the disaster in the southwest is perilous, and we are in dire need of assistance. Though Zhang Yongwei is my student, he is also a loyal subject of your Majesty. Since he has been assigned this task, he should do his utmost to alleviate your Majesty's concerns." Jiang Xiaoruo spoke with great eloquence, expertly flattering Yunwu Emperor. Even Yunwu, a mere outsider, felt at ease listening to him. How much more so for the emperor himself? Yunwu glanced curiously at his father, only to find him seething with anger. Little did he know that Yunwu Emperor's mood was far from pleasant. The more Jiang Xiaoruo excelled, the more it reminded him of his own past, as he realized that Jiang Xiaoruo was cleverly manipulating him. Yunwu Emperor was no fool. Jiang Xiaoruo had never shown any inclination to promote his own people in previous appointments. He had refrained from doing so out of fear. Now, however, he boldly proposed Zhang Yongwei, having surmised that the emperor had extended an opportunity to him, thus needing Zhang Yongwei for certain matters. "Since Minister Jiang wishes to alleviate my concerns, I indeed have a pressing issue that requires resolution. For the disaster relief, we presently need a contingent of soldiers to assist. I plan to assign this task to the Ministry of War. Go Aiqing, how many men can your ministry provide, and whom would you recommend for this mission? Once we finalize the arrangements, Minister Jiang shall issue orders to the appointed general, who will then be assigned their duties. As for the disaster relief funds, once the military leaders arrive in the southwest and assess the local situation, they will report back on the necessary supplies. I shall consult with Guixiaoyu regarding the provision of relief funds. Yunwu Emperor spoke methodically, his seemingly ordinary words concealing deeper implications. Go Guiqing pretended to ponder, Your Majesty. Our Ministry of War has numerous generals with extensive battlefield experience. I believe Lu Li would be the most suitable choice, as he hails from the southwestern military and is well acquainted with the local environment. Chapter 174. Rumors, oh? Yunwu Emperor feigned contemplation. Xiao Guiqing stepped forward to support this notion. Your Majesty, General Lu Li comes from a farming background and possesses a keen understanding of the lives of common folk. Disaster relief officials indeed require such practical knowledge to ensure effective implementation. Hearing this, Go Guiqing smirked slightly. Minister Jiang, you should collaborate with Minister Go. Jiang Xiaoruo feigned innocence. Your Majesty, may I inquire what position would be suitable for General Lu? Since he is an imperial envoy, it is imperative that the local southwestern military cooperates, with clear delineation of responsibilities to avoid any delays in the rescue efforts, Yunwu Emperor stated firmly. Even if he intended to use this situation to incite conflict between the parties involved, the essence of the matter remained unchanged. Yunwu Emperor fixed his gaze upon Jiang Xiaoruo. Prepare a travel warrant for General Lu. I shall also provide him with a special sword. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoruo's expression soured. Go Guiqing perceived no issue with this arrangement. Even Xiao Guiqing and Jiang Zhu, though they felt the emperor was placing undue emphasis on Lu Li, recognized that disaster relief was paramount. Everything else was secondary, and none dared to voice their objections. Laughter erupted as I witnessed Jiang Daren's expression, a blend of frustration and restraint, as if he were on the verge of losing his composure, yet dared not reveal it, perhaps driving himself mad with suppressed indignation. Many may not be aware that Lu Li once courted the youngest daughter of Jiang Daren's household, but at that time, Jiang Daren dismissed Lu Li due to his humble origins. He deemed Lu Li not only of lowly birth, but also a mere martial general without prospects, rejecting him outright and privately humiliating him, likening him to a toad aspiring to eat swan meat. Now that Lu Li has gained the emperor's favor, it merely underscores Jiang Daren's initial folly. Furthermore, Lu Li has long harbored resentment towards Jiang Xiaoruo, witnessing his enemies rise while being unable to intervene, let alone assist, would surely bring him no joy. It is truly fitting that Jiang Xiaoruo finds himself in such a predicament. Jiang Xiaoruo cursed inwardly, contemplating how he would have swiftly dealt with the matter had it involved his own offspring, and how a mere child dared to meddle in his affairs. The Yunwu Emperor remained silent, fully aware of the enmity between the two. Even if Go Guiqing did not mention Lu Li, he would still make arrangements for him. Your Majesty, I understand, Jiang Xiaoruo nearly spat through clenched teeth. Go Guiqing, it is your responsibility to swiftly select the deputy generals and soldiers. Tomorrow morning, the troops must assemble and set forth for the southwest at once. Understood, Go Guiqing could hardly contain his excitement, recognizing this as an opportunity to appoint his own people. Jiang Xiaoruo, too, realized this implication. Once outside the grand hall, Go Guiqing smugly remarked, Jiang Daren, I apologize for the urgency, but your assistance is required. Jiang Xiaoruo narrowed his eyes. Go Daren, do not be so self-satisfied. Do you truly believe that training these individuals will benefit you? In time, they will betray you just as easily. Jiang Daren, you worry too much. Unlike you, I do not indulge in such extravagance, so my subordinates would not dare betray me. Go Guiqing retorted, his tone dripping with disdain. Jiang Xiaoruo's face darkened with anger, nearly exposing his boiling rage. Suddenly, a cold laugh escaped him as he considered Go Guiqing's eagerness. You fail to recognize that your tail remains untrimmed? Do you think the emperor will spare you? If I recall correctly, any official mentioned by the 18th princess for misconduct meets a grim fate. I suspect your time is running short. Go Daren. Once the emperor gathers evidence of your transgressions, you shall find no cause for laughter. Go Guiqing glared at him, his voice low and threatening. Are you threatening me? I merely offer a friendly reminder. Jiang Xiaoruo replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. This attitude irked Go Guiqing, but before he could continue their quarrel, Jiang Xiaoruo hastily departed, leaving no room for further entanglement. Within the official quarters, he continued to organize his affairs. Yet amidst his busy schedule, he pondered the evidence he still possessed. The wealth he held was neither ill-gotten nor derived from bribery, and, on the surface, he had no dealings with wealthy merchants. However, he bore deeper secrets. His riches were acquired through a singular individual, linked to a treasure of uncertain origins, vaguely tied to the royal family. Gogwuqing had obliterated any incriminating evidence from the outset, intent on keeping it hidden from the emperor. Should the Yunwu emperor discover this, the consequences would be dire. In the past, he had spent lavishly without attracting the emperor's scrutiny. How had he now drawn attention? Wait, it wasn't the emperor who had discovered it, but the 18th princess. The mere thought of her existence unsettled Gogwuqing, who wished for her non-existence to restore his former life. Suddenly, he realized he was not alone in his troubles. An idea sparked within him, prompting him to seek out others who shared his predicament. Among those he selected for collaboration were Jiang, Xiaoruo, and Kuchongwen. When Jiang Xiaoruo was approached by Gogwuqing, he had just concluded a heated argument with his colleagues, who mocked him for his affair with his eldest daughter-in-law. Jiang Xiaoruo was visibly distressed, as the relentless mockery weighed heavily on his pride, compounding his frustration. "Go, Tyrant. What brings you here?" Jiang Xiaoruo inquired, maintaining a somber demeanor. "Jiang Tyrant, I have matters to discuss. Shall we dine together?" Gogwuqing suggested. Jiang Xiaoruo regarded him thoughtfully before nodding in agreement. They entered a restaurant and settled into a private room. Gogwuqing, observing Jiang Xiaoruo's pretentiousness, waited for him to speak. "Jiang Tyrant, are you truly willing to allow the 18th princess to continue unchallenged? Your recent life must be quite unbearable," Gogwuqing scoffed. Jiang Xiaoruo maintained his composure. "What is it you wish to convey? Are you plotting against the 18th princess?" Jiang Xiaoruo disregarded his mocking tone, focusing instead on the gravity of the situation. It would be disingenuous to claim he harbored no animosity towards the 18th princess. "Not only I, but you as well, Jiang Tyrant," Gogwuqing chuckled, withholding further elaboration. "If we could eliminate the 18th princess, it would be most desirable," he added. "Jiang Tyrant, the 18th princess is the fortune of Dian. You must have noticed the valuable items she possesses. The emperor will undoubtedly protect her. With the introduction of firearms and explosives, even if we resort to poison, our chances of success are slim. Furthermore, the previous successful poisoning of officials was facilitated by the presence of Xian Fei in the palace. Do you think that if we tarnish the 18th princess's reputation over time, the emperor will believe it?" Gogwuqing lowered his voice. "What rumors do you intend to spread?" Jiang Xiaoruo squinted. Though he did not openly express agreement, his implication was clear. Gogwuqing smiled. "This matter should be entrusted to you, Jiang Tyrant. After all, you are a civil official, most adept in such affairs." Jiang Xiaoruo scrutinized him skeptically. "Very well. I find it quite peculiar that a mere infant could articulate anything. This is not a fortune, but rather a seduction of the state master to consolidate her position while meddling in court affairs." Jiang Xiaoruo's narrowed gaze conveyed his intent to eliminate Yunwu. "Ha ha! Indeed, Jiang Tyrant is astute. I believe you can conjure some rumors," Gogwuqing remarked. While the idea originated with him, its execution would rely on Gogwuqing. Otherwise, Jiang Xiaoruo would not cooperate. With no hesitation, he scoffed, deeming Gogwuqing's aspirations overly optimistic. "Very well." Seeing Jiang Xiaoruo's firm stance, Gogwuqing gritted his teeth and ultimately acquiesced. He produced a sheet of paper densely filled with writing. "Jiang Tyrant, let us affix our fingerprints here, signifying our collusion in this matter, to prevent any betrayal from either side." Jiang Xiaoruo examined the contents, realizing they both held incriminating leverage that, once discovered, would implicate them in the scandal concerning the 18th princess. He did not entirely trust Gogwuqing, yet they undeniably shared a common adversary. Jiang Xiaoruo pressed his fingerprint onto the document, and Gogwuqing did the same. Afterward, he departed to meet the censor Kuchongwen. Upon learning that Gogwuqing had requested to see him, Kuchongwen instinctively declined, but then a single word reached him from the door: 18th princess. The moment he heard this, Kuchongwen, who had hesitated, dismissed his eldest son and prepared to leave alone. "Father, where are you going?" Kujin called out to him. Kuchongwen furrowed his brow and said, "Your father has matters to attend to? Why so many questions?" "I am merely curious, father. When did you develop a connection with the Minister of War? That is of no concern to you. Among the court officials, there is much interaction." Kuchongwen instinctively chose tu congeal matters from Kuzhin. After giving his instructions, he hurriedly departed, unaware that Kuzhin was following closely behind, still uneasy. Upon entering the tea house, Kuchongwen spotted Gogwuqing and several military officials nearby, and he approached them. "Minister Go, esteemed officials. There is no need for formalities. Master Ku, Go Guoqing replied with a smile, pouring tea for him. The purpose of my visit today is to share some news with you. What news? Ku Changwen asked casually, pleased that their meeting took place in a spacious location, believing himself to be composed and dignified. Go Guoqing observed him with a calculating glint in his eyes. Master Ku, this matter is somewhat delicate to discuss. If it's delicate, then speak freely. Go Guoqing cleared his throat, nearly doubting himself due to Ku Changwen's words. This matter concerns the 18th princess. Isn't she merely 6 months old? How can an infant even speak? This is simply inconceivable. Most concerning is her clarity of thought. She is clearly not an ordinary child. This has led both the national teacher and the emperor to be misled. Furthermore, she has been displaying artifacts that are not originally from Dian. If she possesses no supernatural abilities, how could she wield such power? The most alarming part is that the emperor is almost entirely swayed by her words. Does this not resemble the ambitions of a seductress aiming for the throne? Master Ku, we must not allow Dian to repeat the mistakes of our ancestors. Moreover, with so many natural disasters and calamities occurring, it is evident that chaos is looming, brought forth by the emergence of malevolent forces. Ku Changwen's gaze intensified as he asked, Minister Jiang, do you possess any evidence to support your claims? Naturally, there is no tangible evidence. Yet is it not the case that facts speak for themselves? I refuse to believe that you do not harbor similar thoughts. Master Ku, Go Guoqing chuckled knowingly. Ku Changwen regarded him with a sidelong glance. There is no need for further discussion. I shall ponder this matter thoroughly. Very well. Take your time, Go Guoqing replied, watching him depart before instructing those nearby. It is time. Let the news spread, ensuring it reaches outside the capital first. He had not anticipated that the news would circulate within the capital. Given that the emperor's men were everywhere, perhaps the moment it was leaked, it would be snuffed out in its infancy. Moreover, evidence might be swiftly uncovered, making his situation precarious. Unbeknownst to Go Guoqing, his fortunate days were soon to come to an end. Yunwu, having just fed, was habitually sifting through the system for gossip, believing that even during rest, one should indulge in a bit of scandal. To her surprise, she stumbled upon news that directly involved herself. What? Go Guoqing and Jiang Xiaoruo are colluding to spread rumors? They claim I am a seductress? If I were truly a seductress with the ability to cultivate, I would have swiftly dealt with those two rumor-mongers. Where would I find time to discuss matters with you? Goodness, kind people are often taken advantage of. I refuse to believe you are without your own scandals. Should you engage in illegal activities, be prepared, for I shall ensure your reckoning. Uncle may endure, but I shall not. One must understand that while rumors can be easily spread, refuting them is a laborious endeavor. It is impossible to control people's thoughts. The more freedom a populace enjoys, the more developed the nation becomes. Thus, I shall not suppress the voices of the people for the sake of my reputation. Chapter 176. The form of the beloved collective the best approach is to deny them the opportunity to spread rumors. Yunwu had just finished lunch with concubine Lin, and as they sipped tea afterward, both were taken aback by Yunwu's thoughts. The expressions on their faces darkened instantly. The emperor's grip on the teacup turned cold. He had yet to devise a plan for the impending earthquake, and now, it seemed two individuals were secretly plotting. A flicker of murderous intent surged within him. He refrained from speaking immediately, wishing to discern what schemes were afoot. As the number of elite guards increased and control over the Xie family army tightened, along with the original Northwest Army now under his command, Yunwu's influence over the court was no longer as it had been months prior. After all, even months ago, he maintained absolute control. He had simply been unaware of the poison coursing through him, surrounded by those with ulterior motives. Wow, Go Guoqing truly has some juicy tidbits. I can't believe I missed out before. Gravidabing? Treasures? The emperor pondered. In this age, what treasure could possibly remain undiscovered? Something felt amiss. After all, during the century-long reign of the Yun family, they had encountered several financial crises, all resolved through ancient tomb treasures. If there were still treasures, would he have devoted himself to establishing factories for production and sale? What he did not mention was that the royal family's earnings now surpassed those of the treasury. He found himself at a loss as to whether to lament the extravagance of the wealthy or to sympathize with the plight of the common folk. Hey, this treasure is actually related to the Yun family. Related to the Yun family? He found it hard to believe, chuckling derisively. Perhaps the 18th had misjudged. But wait, had she ever made a mistake before? Suddenly, the emperor found himself uncertain. It turns out this tomb treasure was built for the second emperor's lover. But astonishingly, his lover was a man. Ha, I knew it. Our ancestor was the first emperor in history to have a male consort. Quite avant-garde. The corners of the emperor's mouth twitched. Why is it that there is no mention of this in official history, merely a passing reference in unofficial accounts? There is little basis, leading future generations to question the authenticity of these tales. Yunwu thought. Thankfully, the reputation of the imperial ancestor remained intact. I wonder who penned these unofficial histories, possessing the audacity to document the amusing aspects of history. Without such records, how would we have any gossip to enjoy? The emperor mused that the 18th was merely curious, and what fault could she possibly have? Speaking of which, Jiang seems to be living lavishly off the royal family's wealth, indulging in meals worth hundreds of taels. Goodness, that amounts to tens of thousands for a single meal. In modern times, that would be beyond extravagance. If you say he earned it himself, fine, but he is, after all, digging up the ancestral graves of the Yun family. What difference is there between that and robbing our ancestral tombs? Yunwu's words caused concubine Lin to cough involuntarily, unable to bear witnessing the emperor's reaction. The desecration of one's ancestral burial ground is utterly unforgivable. The emperor was already furious, the cup in his hand shattering under his grip. Concubine Lin, startled, quickly rose to assist him. The emperor could no longer endure the discussion, rising abruptly. I have matters to attend to. Concubine Lin, please take care of the 18th. Yes. After the emperor departed, Concubine Lin gently patted Yunwu's cheek, expressing her exasperation. 18th, come now. Mother will accompany you to sleep. I am not sleepy yet, mother. I want to see what the ancestral male consort looked like. He must have been quite handsome. Concubine Lin, observing her daughter's delight and drooling expression, found the situation both amusing and frustrating. Yunwu was indeed searching diligently. Upon viewing the images, she could only utter two words. Wife. Oh dear, I nearly forgot to report to father. Jiang and Jiang are plotting against me. I am undeniably adorable. How could they possibly harm me? Indeed, these malicious individuals are driven solely by their self-interest, resorting to unscrupulous deeds. Alas, I have foreseen this. Therefore, I prepare myself early on. Having secured the affection of my father, the emperor, I am invincible. Lin Fei was both amused and exasperated. Nevertheless, she did not remain idle. While leaving a message for the Yunwu emperor, she arranged for someone to deliver a letter outside the palace to Lu Dong, instructing him to thwart the gossip mongers. In the Qingjin Hall, the Yunwu emperor summoned Xiao Guiqing, Jiang Zhu, Liang Ming, Zhao Qinshan, and Wu Quan, among others. Your subjects pay their respects to your majesty, they announced as they entered, recognizing familiar faces and feeling somewhat at ease. The Yunwu emperor raised his hand and said, please, take your seats. All were trusted confidants of the emperor, and there was no need for pleasantries. The attendants from Linen brought chairs, and soon everyone was seated. The Yunwu emperor began with thunderous words. In truth, there is little to it. Someone is scheming against the 18th. Jiang and Jiang had started circulating rumors about the 18th princess in the populace, claiming she was a seductress who had ensnared both me and the national master. Furthermore, they insinuated that she aspired to seize the throne. The Yunwu emperor's gaze was piercing as he asked, what does everyone think? Absurd. Xiao Guiqing was the first to rise, passionately expressing his opinion. Your Majesty, I believe these two are merely desperate because they fear the 18th princess holds leverage over them, seeking to eliminate her to secure their own positions before you. Rather than reflecting on their own integrity, they plot against others. Your Majesty must not tolerate such an atmosphere. The smile faded from Jiangju's face. He narrowed his eyes slightly, stating with a smile, Your Majesty. The 18th princess would likely refuse the throne even if it were offered to her. Anyone who truly understands her knows this well. Jiang and his ilk are merely using this as a pretext to attack her. This rumor must not be allowed to spread. On the contrary, we must seize this opportunity to promote the 18th princess as a fortuitous star. Only then can we decisively suppress them. Others must not exploit such insidious tactics to harm her and undermine our Great Yan. Zhao Qinshan nodded in agreement. Your Majesty, I too believe Jiang speaks wisely. I have offended many in the officialdom, yet grievances in the capital have been significantly addressed, and the reputation of our royal court is increasingly favorable among the common folk. Even those noble families no longer dare to act as brazenly as before. The frequency of homicides has evidently diminished. if this trend continues. The atmosphere of the entire Great Yan will be purified, leading to a deeper understanding of our laws and reducing the likelihood of rebellion. Strengthening the Great Yan is indeed beneficial. Should the rumors of the seductress circulate, the rebel forces would likely seize it as an excuse to establish their own power. And no one could predict the chaos that would ensue in the provinces. Their intentions are ultimately treacherous. Zhao Qinshan's voice brimmed with indignation. The Yunwu emperor was pleased with their defense of the 18th. What shall we do then? Liang Ming grinned. Your Majesty, is there any reason for hesitation? We could utilize the name of Chu Tsang to eliminate the two of them. We might as well eliminate some spies from the Chu while we're at it. Since these traitors have turned against the nation, they have no right to live. If many perish, who will be left to testify against us? However, for the spies from the Chu, Your Majesty, you must consult the 18th princess. Our investigation is progressing too slowly, and we are running out of time. As Liang Ming spoke, he instinctively touched his nose. Sure enough, the next moment, the Yunwu emperor hurled a cushion at him. This particular item was a gift from the 18th princess to the Yunwu emperor, although it was made of cotton and unremarkable in material. Its gradient sea blue color was unique to the Great Yan. Its cute and distinctive appearance made it a favorite of the Yunwu emperor. Though the emperor could toss it aside, Liang Ming dared not treat it carelessly for fear of incurring the emperor's wrath. Your Majesty, I wonder if this information was relayed by the 18th princess herself? If so, she must have her own thoughts on the matter. Otherwise, why would Your Majesty respect her wishes? Xiao Guiqing's words struck a chord with the Yunwu emperor. The 18th wants me to help her take revenge. She also shared some gossip. The Yunwu emperor's voice was somber as he continued. Do you recall how much Go Guiqing spent on a single meal? Your Majesty, do you mean to say that the 18th princess informed you of his nefarious deeds? Jiang was the first to react, always eager for the latest news. Indeed, his wealth originates from the royal tomb treasures of our Great Yan, he exclaimed, nearly overwhelmed by the revelation. Clearly, he had not been buried in the imperial mausoleum, indicating a rather peculiar circumstance. At the very least, as long as the throne of the Yun family remains intact, no one would dare openly discuss the matter. Your Majesty, regarding this matter, Jiang hesitated, unable to meet the Yunwu emperor's gaze. The emperor, visibly irritated, said, enough of this nonsense. Soon enough, I will leave it to you to take action. Jiang exclaimed, what? I am merely an observer, and now I am expected to resort to violence? He expressed his trepidation. Xiao Guiqing firmly refused, unwilling to stain his hands with blood. Ultimately, only Liang Ming and Wu Quan were left to take action. Both were martial generals, having seen their fair share of bloodshed. Since Go Guiqing and Jiang Xiaorua sought their own demise, they felt no need for restraint. That evening, he conveyed the situation to Yunwu. 18th, rest assured, Father has already arranged for someone to deal with the two of them. You need not worry about them spreading rumors that endanger your life. The realm of Great Yan is upheld by your efforts alongside Father. And those officials who harbor ill intentions towards Great Yan have no right to live. The Yunwu emperor did not mention the illegal actions undertaken by the two in private, but they were sufficient grounds for execution according to the laws of Great Yan. What is Father planning to do? Regrettably, my search system cannot access events that have not occurred, he said. The Yunwu emperor cleared his throat, hesitating before meeting Yunwu's gaze directly. I am preparing to assassinate them and eliminate the spies from the Chu. Eliminate the traitors? Well done. In chaotic times, the first step is to rid ourselves of traitors, and there is no need for hesitation. Father, please present the official roster. I can search it and identify who has committed acts of treason. Despite hearing Yunwu's words, the Yunwu emperor felt somewhat uneasy. He not only had the steward from Linen bring the roster, but also a trove of gold and jewels. Wow, Father is quite generous. So many treasures, and the quality of these jade stones is exceptional. Are you truly giving all of this to me? Seeing her delight, the Yunwu emperor could not help but chuckle. As long as you like them, 18th. Your father possesses plenty of gold and jewels, some of which were gifted to you by Xiao Shoufu and others. After all, the last gift you presented to them was far more precious than these jewels. I have already taken too much. However, I am indeed the only one capable of presenting such a complete array of modern items. Even Zhang Ruoyi cannot compare, as her collection lacks my completeness. Yunwu tilted her head, her adorable demeanor eliciting affection from the Yunwu emperor. Indeed, 18th, so if there is anything you desire, do not hesitate to inform your father. These are entirely sufficient. I need not this much. I shall take only a portion. Yunwu declined, but the Yunwu emperor insisted she accept a tenth before he ceased his persuasion. Father, I am a person of principle. Fairness and justice are essential for the longevity of any business, are they not? As father and daughter, we can offer discounts, but I cannot inflate the silver by tenfold for others. It is often said that healthy transactions lead to long-lasting benefits. One must not wait until wealth accumulates, attracting envy and jealousy that may result in malicious schemes. The Yunwu emperor instinctively remarked that with his father present, who would dare? However, he mused that even his father might harbor jealousy if one day his wealth surpassed the entire financial income of the yen over the span of a decade. At that point, should a fiscal crisis arise, requiring substantial funds for endeavors, his existence would become a glaring treasury. Any hint of reluctance on his part would sow seeds of discomfort in his father's heart. Over time, such occurrences could erode their relationship. Thus, he believed it essential to eliminate the possibility of such scenarios from their roots. He cautioned his father against arrogance, emphasizing the need for greater conquest and the importance of managing an expansive realm. The Yunwu emperor remained silent, reflecting deeply. It became evident that human nature is inherently selfish, each desiring a better life. While minor grievances may be tolerated in the face of significant matters, even the greatest affection can vanish, much like his previous treatment of Yunshang. The emperor had to acknowledge that despite his imperial status, he was still human, and it was only 18 who had treated him as an ordinary person throughout his reign. The emperor understood this truth. He gently ruffled her hair, his gaze softening with appreciation. In that fleeting moment, he even entertained the notion of allowing 18 to inherit the throne, though he quickly extinguished that thought, knowing she would surely ridicule him if he dared to voice it. It was best that he shoulder the burdens of governance, while 18 enjoyed her position as the cherished princess of the Yen. The Yunwu emperor began to attend to official matters, reviewing the roster of all officials within the imperial ranks. He meticulously recited the names and backgrounds of each high-ranking official, accompanied by their portraits, with the assistance of Gong Lin and Consort Lin, aware of the potential pitfalls. Chose to abstain from this task, understanding that greater knowledge of court gossip might tempt her to wield it as leverage in future business dealings. Over time, if benefits came too easily, she feared losing control and succumbing to greed, which could jeopardize their current advantageous situation. Therefore, she resolved to be content with her present life, ensuring that even her future self would not disrupt it. Yunwu was unaware of the myriad thoughts occupying her mother's mind. At that moment, her focus was solely on recognizing the officials. The number of courtiers was substantial, with scholars and military leaders numbering in the thousands. It took her a full 6 days to thoroughly review all the individuals listed in the records. As she searched for potential spies, she employed specific keywords in the search system. Even so, she emerged exhausted after this endeavor. Once she had perused the last official's information, she collapsed into her cradle. "Father, I must take a vacation, a full month of rest," she declared. "Please do not disturb me. I'm still growing, and I absolutely refuse to be a mere worker." The Yunwu emperor could only smile in bemusement, stroking her thickening hair, soft and comfortable. "Very well, my dear 18, you shall not be disturbed for the next month. Should you require anything, simply instruct Lin and to arrange it for you." Lin cleared his throat beside them, noting, "Your Majesty, it seems that Princess 18 may not be able to rest after all." "What do you mean?" Yunwu's face fell. Her eyes filled with dismay as she glared at Lin, conveying her disappointment. The Gong was charmed by her adorableness, his face illuminated with a benevolent smile. "Your Majesty," he said, "have you forgotten? Princess 18 mentioned that the Southwest will soon experience an earthquake. This would be an opportune moment to bolster her reputation and thwart any ill intentions directed at her. Surely, father cannot make such a grand proclamation." Yunwu felt a twinge of anxiety. If her fame becomes too great, any misstep could lead to questions about her character. Conversely, those who do wrong can easily be forgiven if they cease their misdeeds. Upon hearing her words, the Yunwu emperor embraced her. 18, with your father by your side, what do you have to fear regarding such trifles? He smirked confidently. "I'm the ruler of all the Yen. Many covet the dragon throne, for it symbolizes power. Yet you remain oblivious to the extent of your father's authority." "Father, I seem to have underestimated you," she admitted. This exchange resulted in 18 being granted only 3 days of respite, as there was but half a month until the anticipated earthquake in the southwest. The Yunwu emperor needed to prepare in advance. He instructed Consort An to care for 18 while he sought the counsel of the national master. Can you ascertain the specific timing of the earthquake in the southwest? The emperor's expression was grave. The national master responded with the utmost seriousness. Your Majesty, allow this old servant to observe the celestial signs tonight. Very well. I grant you one day, the emperor replied. Without wasting a moment, the national master summoned his disciples and commenced rituals and divination. The phrase, observing the celestial signs, was not mere rhetoric. In Yin, the art of divination using turtle shells and oracle bones was a rare skill possessed by only a few. Outside the palace, a group of officials gathered, led by the censor Ku Changwen. Your Majesty, I have a matter to discuss and hope for your indulgence. The Yunwu emperor instructed Lin and to bring Ku Changwen forth, his attention fixed on detailed maps of the southwest and the distribution of the populace. Leaving no time for idle conversation, he did not even glance up, waiting for Ku Changwen to initiate the discussion. Instead, Ku Changwen remained silent, kneeling without uttering a word. Once the emperor completed his review of the maps, noting relevant information and preparing a document to estimate potential damages post-earthquake, he finally stretched and noticed Ku Changwen nearly fainting from prolonged kneeling. Minister Ku, what brings you here? The Yunwu emperor asked, visibly displeased. Do you think I have an abundance of time to waste? He continued, his tone growing increasingly severe. You kneel here without addressing the matter at hand. Are you attempting to compel me to act? Ku Changwen, feeling a surge of indignation, retorted, Your Majesty, I see you are engrossed in your duties and did not wish to intrude. He faltered, realizing he may have misstepped. Unbeknownst to you, the common folk suffer injustices. As the most impartial censor, how could he sit idly in this position and neglect his responsibilities? Do you not owe it to the people and your own conscience to act, Minister Ku? The Yunwu emperor's reprimand filled Ku Changwen with guilt, though he remained unaware of how he was being led. After a moment of introspection, he recalled the pressing matter, albeit with diminished fervor. Your Majesty, I must urgently inform you that several officials have recently perished, all victims of assassination by new weaponry. Among them are high-ranking officials, including the Minister of War, Jiang, and the Minister of Personnel, Jiang. These two are the pillars of the Yin, yet their assassins remain unknown, leaving the court in a state of unease. The Yunwu emperor leaned back in his chair. And then what, Minister Ku? What do you wish to convey? Your Majesty, there is a matter I have long intended to discuss with you. Some days ago, Lord Go sought an audience with me to discuss the peculiarities surrounding the 18th princess. To my astonishment, barely had he finished speaking on this matter when he was assassinated the very next day. I cannot help but feel a deep apprehension that this could be an act of retribution from the 18th princess. Ku Changwen openly expressed his malicious intent towards Yunwu. The emperor of Yunwu cast a cold gaze in his direction, countering with a question. What evidence do you possess? Chapter 179. Too coincidental, I possess no evidence. Merely a sense of coincidence. Is it permissible for one to speak recklessly in the absence of proof? Have the officials of Jiang descended to such depths? The emperor's disdainful laughter echoed ominously. His words seemed to be squeezed out through clenched teeth, indicating that even the officials might require scrutiny. I suspect that your visits to trouble the 18th princess are born of your own insecurity. Your Majesty, Ku Changwen stammered, panic-stricken and desperate. Such baseless suspicions could harm the hearts of the court officials. Get out! The emperor roared, hurling a teacup that shattered at Ku Changwen's feet, leaving shards that grazed his face. Ku Changwen's complexion turned ashen. The emperor continued, voice laden with fury. Before me, you dare to bully my daughter without evidence? Should this be tolerated in the public sphere, one could easily malign innocent citizens with mere words. Ku Changwen, it appears I have been too lenient with you, allowing you to believe that your words hold more weight than any other in the realm. Impeachment? Very well. If you believe that by such means you can alleviate the suffering of the people in the southwest, I would gladly use official channels to grant you fame. Do you dare? The emperor's relentless questioning and scorn nearly stripped Ku Changwen of all dignity. Your Majesty, I harbored no such thoughts. I only worry for the 18th princess. What is it? A high-ranking official like yourself fears a mere child? Surely, you must have something to hide, the emperor retorted with a mocking tone. Ku Changwen's cheeks flushed crimson. Your Majesty, I do not. What is it? Now you feel wronged? Yet my 18th princess, subjected to such slander, does not warrant your sympathy? The emperor's voice was sharp with accusation. Your Majesty, my intentions are solely for the good of the court. The 18th princess possesses extraordinary capabilities. Oh, I see. You are envious and jealous. The emperor scoffed, for you shall never attain the fortune that the 18th princess possesses. Faced with the emperor's derisive smile, Ku Changwen felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Could it be that his actions were indeed motivated by jealousy towards the 18th princess? Do not say, I have not given you opportunities. I have acted for your benefit. You may now enjoy a life of leisure at home. The emperor coldly sentenced him. Ku Changwen was escorted away, stripped of his official title, feeling utterly wronged by what he perceived as an injustice. The emperor's allowance for both to participate in the imperial examination seemed fair enough. Do you not care for your own children? Does the emperor not care for his? Ku Changwen thought regretfully. The emperor's wrath stemmed from the audacity of Ku Changwen's bullying of the 18th princess, an affront akin to challenging the emperor himself. Moreover, the 18th princess, still a child, had committed no crime. Father, have you gone to the palace to trouble the 18th princess again? Ku Zhen and the other officials approached Ku Changwen, their expressions fraught with anger. Ku Changwen, known for his strict demeanor at home, felt utterly humiliated by his son's confrontation. What I do is none of your business, he retorted. Father, will you allow our family to fall into decline due to your arrogance, obstinacy, and prejudice? Kiskiviko tien calmly inkoiret. I act for the good of the court. Kiskiviko fengven itsisted, unwilling dorstyrelent. Ku Zhen merely smiled. Then what grounds do you have to confront the 18th princess? Is it because those who break the law meet tragic ends, and you're worried for them? Enough with your nonsense. I have lived my life with integrity and shall never shield treacherous officials. Ku Changwen bellowed in anger, feeling insulted. Ku Zhen, observing his furious father, could not help but roll his eyes inwardly. Father, I believe you are simply being foolish. You worry that the 18th princess is a temptress who will ensnare the emperor and disrupt the court. Yet, with her ability to wield explosives and firearms, and her remarkable agricultural prowess, do you not think she could easily eliminate the emperor, seize control of the princes, and, amidst the turmoil in Dian, establish her dominion? The more resources she possesses, the more power she could wield to eliminate any who oppose her. Ku Changwen opened his mouth, stunned. He instinctively sought to refute this claim, finally managing to stammer. Perhaps she perceives that such risks are too great? Father, do you believe your own justification? She is a supernatural being. And what harm could a mere mortal pose to her? Moreover, you once told me that you could hear the 18th princess's thoughts. Do you not know what she is contemplating? Who in this world is purer than the 18th princess? We can hardly read the hearts of others. At this, Ku Changwen fell silent, realizing the folly of his previous beliefs. When did he become so unwavering in his convictions? He remembered the court session when Jiang was publicly exposed by the 18th princess, leading him to draw parallels with the vixens of ancient dynasties. I understand now. Do not speak further, he muttered, unwilling to admit his error, but internally acknowledging that he had been manipulated. Clad in his garments, he promptly made his way to the Jiang residence. Upon arrival, he found a Jiang household draped in white mourning attire. The death of Jiang casting a pall over the estate. The residents were lost in their own thoughts, and Ku Changwen seized the opportunity amidst the chaos to gather information. As he stormed out of the Jiang estate, he proceeded to the Go residence, where he discovered a stark transformation from opulence to stark simplicity. Even the coffin for Go Guqing's remains was the cheapest available. Ku Changwen's emotions became entangled in complexity. He had heard tales of the Go family's lavishness, how Go Guqing once spent hundreds of taels for a single meal. How could their circumstances have reversed so drastically upon his death? It was evident that Go Guqing had merely been concerned with appearances. Just as he convinced himself of this, he overheard the eldest son of the Go family conversing with the steward. Instinctively, he concealed himself. Chapter 180. Departing the capital, I trust everything has been managed? The eldest son inquired. Rest assured, young master, the funds left by the master are well concealed, the steward responded. Once everything is settled, I shall revel in Jiangnan, and you shall accompany me to enjoy the fruits of our labor. Thank you, young master. But remember, we must not reveal even a hint of our wealth to the outside world. Should the emperor discover it, it would be a grave offense punishable by death. It is my father's lack of discretion that has led us to this point. Why leave witnesses and require us to feign poverty? Young master, it would be prudent to speak less. The master cautioned us that the 18th princess is quite formidable. It is better to remain low-key. Ku Changwen's anger surged as he listened, instinctively wanting to take action against them. realizing he had been deceived by Guoguqing. He could no longer bring himself to speak ill of the 18th princess, for those she had mentioned were indeed deserving of their fates. In the imperial palace, the emperor of Yunwu, having gleaned the situation in the southwest, was struck by a sudden thought. Appeared in QNZHNGN to inform KCHNGW of the news. He actually dared to confront the GU family? What difference does it make now that he realizes he has been deceived? Since he has committed wrongdoings, he must bear the consequences of his choices. YNWD is indifferent to others' affection for SHB. As long as it does not affect SHB's life, he is willing to discuss anything. Thus, KCHNGWN has crossed his bottom line, and demotion is inevitable. Have the incriminating evidence against Yugu Q been collected? Your Majesty, we have gathered most of it. Once the evidence is complete, submit it to the Ministry of Justice and let ZHUC Nguing handle it. Far away in the YUN, having just dealt with the case of Lady Ziching, AHUC Nguing sneezed, having offended a group of aristocratic families. Yes, Dragon Guard, you may leave. Here, the National Master greets, YNWD. Your Majesty, the divination results are in. YNWD placed his hands on the armrests of his chair, his expression somewhat grave. What is it? The Master said. The chi of heaven and earth must not lose its order. Should it exceed its sequence, it is known to be chaotic. The National Master shook his head. Your Majesty, I can indeed discern that the celestial phenomena are in disarray, yet I cannot ascertain the exact day or region. YNWD fell silent, pondering that without SHB's reminder, he might never have believed that an earthquake would strike the southwest within 10 days. Is there any possibility that SHB's words do not align? YNWD hesitated. The National Master instantly understood the implication of YNWD's thoughts. The Emperor is still keen on using the earthquake prediction to enhance SHB's reputation. Your Majesty, although I hold great admiration for Princess SHB and do not believe she would lie, natural disasters like earthquakes do not heed your status as Emperor. In the event of an unforeseen circumstance, it could ruin Princess SHB's reputation and easily incite turmoil in DYN. The National Master expressed his sincerity, speaking candidly. YNWD scoffed, I have certainly considered this aspect. I would not act so foolishly. I merely wish to confirm, for the devastation caused by an earthquake is no trivial matter. I intend to journey to the southwest. After a moment of silence, YNWD suddenly narrowed his eyes and made this decision. What? The National Master was astonished and attempted to dissuade him. YNWD cast a glance at him. With you here, why should I fear any natural disasters? National Master, Your Majesty, even if you are praising me, I cannot claim to be omnipotent. Alas, YNWD's words were not a discussion with the National Master, but rather a notification. The next day during the morning court, YNWD proclaimed, I wish to travel to the southwest to personally assess the disaster situation and reassure the populace. Your Majesty, this is unwise. The first to kneel in a plea to stop him were the terrified civil officials. Your Majesty, the spies and assassins from DCH are still at large. Should you leave the palace, it would be even more perilous. Indeed, Your Majesty, you must not take such risks. Xiaogu Qing hesitated for a moment before also voicing his opposition. I will take you along. Xiaogu Qing responded, Your Majesty, I did not express a desire to travel far. Given my age, I might not make it back. Your Majesty, with the current instability in court, if you leave now, it will surely lead to chaos. Jiang expressed envy towards YNWD's journey. He believed that he should not suffer alone, and the Emperor should not be so leisurely. YNWD regarded him, naturally stating, Jiang, your considerations are thorough. After I depart the palace, I shall entrust the affairs of the capital to you, in coordination with the second prince and the western prince, to govern in my stead. As for the concerns regarding the DCH spies, I share the same worries for the populace in the southwest. The National Master has predicted that the crisis in the southwest has not yet been resolved. I must go to instill confidence in the people there. There are no pressing matters in the court that require my attention. All ministers should carry out their respective duties. As long as no one engages in illegal activities during my absence, it will make no difference from when I am present in the capital. The officials discerned the threat in YNWD's final statement. Many recalled Princess SHB's capabilities. They fell into a contemplative silence. At the very least, the timid dared not gamble on their schemes being undetected. However, What ultimately could not deter them was YNWD's preparation to bring the Imperial Guard and half of the Imperial Forest Army along on his journey. At this moment, the court officials realized that the number of the Imperial Guard was, in fact, 50,000. Hiss! Many gasped in astonishment. 50,000 Imperial Guards, all armed and equipped with explosives. YNWD's expedition undoubtedly posed little risk. Father is actually leaving the capital. How wonderful. I am so bored in the palace. I will go savor the delights of the local officials. Moreover, I will also aid the common folk. This is far more interesting than listening to the officials bicker in the court every day. As for my father's safety, rest assured, as long as I am here, no one can harm him. If you do not believe it, come and try. The ministers in the front heard SHB's audacious words, curious about her confidence. However, upon learning that the information Princess SHB had previously exposed was entirely due to her curiosity, the officials with secrets in their households were left stunned. Very well. Princess SHB, depart well. Just do not return to wreak havoc upon us. Go and stir things up elsewhere. Instantly, the ministers who had initially sought to dissuade YNWD fell silent. The junior officials, seeing the senior ministers remain quiet, became disorganized and ineffective. Thus, the matter was settled. Accompanying him would be the national master. YNW's belongings were prepared in a horse-drawn cart. When she had eaten, drunk, and slept well, upon waking, she found herself already in the spacious cart. Beside her sat YNWD, who was currently attending to memorials. Chapter 181. Bullying the little one, are we really leaving the capital? YNW instinctively rolled over to sit up. However, in the next moment, with a thud, her soft body flopped back onto the cart, leaving her completely bewildered. Help! Oh heavens, they are bullying the little one. YNWD reached out to lift her up, lifting the cart curtain to reveal a smooth road. While it was a dirt road, it was not riddled with potholes. The sides of the road were barren, with only a hint of greenery visible far in the distance. The area surrounding the capital was predominantly flat, with few hills. SHB, do you enjoy looking outside? YNW found everything curious. Her hands tightly gripping the ancient cart window, watching intently, feeling as if she finally had the chance to explore the ancient world. I love it. Father, DYN is completely different from what I imagined. The sky is blue, without haze, the roads are wide, and the grains in the fields grow orderly, though the yield is a bit low. However, there are no tall buildings. The ancient environment is truly enchanting. Even the water in a little ditch by the roadside is clear and pure. Unlike our modern times, where the city is filled with stinking ditches, and the countryside is so dry that even little ditches are absent. Only a few well-preserved areas, untouched by industrial development, remain so crystal clear. One can no longer witness such authentic antiquity in modern times. YNWD was puzzled. With so many good things in the future, how could there also be numerous drawbacks in SHB's words? YNWD asked, is there no good water in the future? How will we solve the drinking water issue, as well as the irrigation for the fields? Drinking water is purified using compounds to filter fresh water. With underground pipes laid in cities connecting households to provide drinking water sufficient for daily life. There is no need to draw water from a well. One can simply turn on the tap at home to access running water, which greatly enhances the convenience of everyday life for the common people. The cost of this domestic water supply is charged based on consumption and contributes, albeit minimally, to the nation's revenue. After all, when it comes to the livelihood of the populace, exorbitant prices not only fail to generate significant income, but may also diminish national happiness, thereby increasing factors of instability. Consequently, tobacco and alcohol have become the pillars of fiscal income. Tobacco and alcohol, one can access running water at home simply by using a tap, and the prices are not steep. Furthermore, what is filtration? To lay underground pipelines in cities demands considerable manpower. These brief remarks ignited a whirlwind of contemplation in the mind of Yunwu, who pondered the myriad challenges and issues that would arise in striving to realize such a world. At that moment, Gong Linen entered with a cup of tea. Having caught a snippet of the conversation, his curiosity was palpable, and he tugged at his hair in wonder. Yunwu cleared his throat and shot him a glare, which subdued his inquisitiveness. Yunwu, having received the paper from Yunwu, was deep in thought as he reviewed the dialogues inscribed upon it. He then inquired, if we wish to construct pipelines beneath the city, must we refrain from using soil and stone for the surface? Your Majesty, you could always utilize concrete, came the reply. Concrete is composed of raw materials such as cement, aggregates, water, and construction additives, was the explanation given. By simply producing cement and reinforcing steel, we could resolve most of the architectural and hydraulic challenges currently faced by Dian. In fact, future buildings could even be earthquake-resistant, particularly in the southwestern regions where seismic safety is paramount. Cement and steel. Yunwu cast a sidelong glance at Gong linen. The reasoning was straightforward. The research and development of these materials necessitated coal, which must be extracted from coal mines. Ordinary fuels could never reach such elevated temperatures. This entailed numerous issues, including those pertaining to cement, steel, coal, and even tobacco and alcohol, the production of which Yunwu was yet to comprehend. Tobacco was available in the form of leaves, a favorite among the elderly, but the common folk were not frequent smokers. To speak frankly, the populace was preoccupied with survival, leaving little spare change for indulgences. As for alcohol, its production required grains, rendering it even more precious, a luxury only the affluent could afford. Yunwu sighed, realizing that Dian's development was hindered by a scarcity of essential resources. However, he did not feel an urgent need to rush, for the progress of Dian must be gradual. Your Majesty, shall we set up camp for the night at the nearest village? Before Yunwu could respond, Yunwu eagerly suggested, Father, let us visit the village. I have yet to see it myself. Yunwu nodded, softly instructing that they proceed to the closest village with only a few attendants. I wish to personally observe the harvest in the fields. The loyal servant promptly made arrangements for this excursion, which included Liang Ming, Gong Linen, Consort An, and Xiao Guiqing, along with several princes. The group was small, and to better connect with the common people, they donned simple cotton garments before disembarking from the carriage. Consort Lin voluntarily embraced Yunwu as they made their way towards the village, where they soon spotted villagers plowing the fields with an old yellow ox. Old sir, is the village chief present? We are travelers passing through and wish to rest here. Liang Ming approached and spoke to the elder at the field's edge. The elder glanced up and, upon recognizing their status, expressed concern over the village's inadequate hospitality. How do you know we are of noble birth? He inquired. The elder chuckled. Though you wear humble attire, your skin is unblemished and robust, and your demeanor suggests strength. Only those from affluent families carry weapons such as swords. Good sir, I am the village chief. Perhaps you could send a servant to check on the accommodations. The village only has mud walls and thatched houses, which may not suffice for proper hospitality. Elder, you worry too much. We are here to witness the lives of ordinary folk. We also have a cart of luggage. If we cannot endure such minor discomforts, how can we march in a battle? The elder hesitated, and, at that moment, Yunwu approached. What are you discussing? Your Majesty, this elder is the village chief. He fears inadequate hospitality, Liang Ming replied. The elder, upon hearing Liang Ming's address, looked up in astonishment at Yunwu. Realizing his slip of the tongue, Liang Ming quickly fell silent. Yunwu, smiling, addressed the village chief. I am here with the 18th princess on a tour of various locales. I kindly ask you to keep this confidential until my departure. The village chief, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, suddenly knelt and bowed thrice before the ground. I have seen the emperor. I have seen the 18th princess. Your Majesty. I'm terrified. Liang Ming and the others were astonished to see Yunwu so openly display his affection for the 18th princess. It was evident that he was a decisive ruler. Village chief, there is no need for concern. Indeed, you may treat us as ordinary individuals. Xiao Guiqing, unaffected by Yunwu's fondness for the 18th princess, assisted in addressing the village chief. The chief, realizing the urgency, ceased plowing and handed the old ox to a villager. Village chief, whose ox is this? Xiao Guiqing inquired, echoing Yunwu's thoughts. These common folk fear your Majesty more than they respect you, Yunwu observed, scrutinizing the village chief's demeanor. Indeed, the elder's eyes were downcast, and he dared not glance at the emperor's garments, walking with his head bowed. It seems that in the past, His Majesty did not engage much with the common people, and his reputation among them is not particularly favorable. I must see for myself. It is indeed as such. The people say that the emperor is a god of war, yet they believe he cannot genuinely care for the common folk. For them, the local officials are of utmost importance. As long as they are not corrupt, even if they are incompetent, the people can manage to get by. That cannot be. I have never imposed heavy taxes on the populace. They ought to be grateful. Xiao Guiqing took note of this remark. Soon, they arrived at the village, where the chief led them to his humble abode. It was far from the best dwelling, merely a mud brick house. Upon entering, they found a yard bustling with chickens, ducks, fish, and geese, making it nearly impossible to find a place to stand. Liang Ming hesitated to step inside. Gong Linen inquired, "Elder, why do you keep your poultry in the front yard?" Unable to articulate that the yard was too filthy, the village chief immediately knelt, visibly anxious. "Your Majesty, esteemed officials, I have sullied your eyes. It is all my fault. I do not bear you any ill will." Yunwu frowned, taken aback by the elder's reaction. As expected, it was not respect, but fear that governed their interactions. "I am curious. You may speak freely, as long as you do not violate the laws of Dian. I will not unjustly punish anyone or issue arbitrary judgments. Should any local officials have wronged the people, I shall bring them to justice. Elder, do not be alarmed. His Majesty is most enlightened. This southern expedition is to address the calamities in the southwest. To rescue the people, the Emperor personally undertakes this journey." The village chief nodded earnestly, expressing gratitude. Xiao Guiqing felt that the elder's seemingly polite words lacked sincerity. "Lord Xiao, you have erred from the outset. No one will believe mere empty words. Conversely, it is far more effective to first accomplish tangible deeds before seeking the people's trust. Moreover, the emperor does not need to maintain too close a relationship with the common people. The monarch should cultivate a sense of distance and mystery, as this fosters greater respect from the populace. It is the inability to fully perceive a person that engenders awe." Xiao Guiqing felt embarrassed to admit his folly. Initially, the Yunwu harbored some displeasure regarding the fear that the common folk held towards him. However, after listening to Shiba, he regained his composure. "Today, I have troubled the old man," Yunwu remarked, his tone neither overly gentle nor fierce, yet his imposing presence made it difficult to approach him. Observing the elder's lack of greed, Yunwu nodded in satisfaction. The village elder quickly instructed his family to tidy up the courtyard and confine all the poultry within their coops. Recognizing the noble status of Yunwu, the elder that very evening slaughtered several chickens, ducks, and fish, preparing the finest dishes to host the emperor and his entourage. Yunwu clutched a milk bottle, watching as his father and mother silently regarded the spread before them. Yunwu murmured, "Is father truly astonished? What is this? I read in history books that during this period, the Yin did not consume pork. The oils used were primarily derived from various poultry and wild animals, preserved in oil jars. The common folk are reluctant to use oil, and if stored for too long, it develops a musty taste. Moreover, wild boar meat carries a gamey flavor, rendering it unpalatable. Naturally, it cannot compare to the cleanliness of palace cuisine." Upon hearing this, Yunwu felt a twinge of complexity in his emotions. He took up his chopsticks first and selected a piece of meat, bringing it to his mouth. Indeed, a chicken breast that appeared quite appealing to him lacked fragrance and was exceedingly dry, even possessing a hint of bitterness. "Your Majesty, is this dish to your liking?" The village elder inquired anxiously, nervously rubbing his hands. Yunwu swallowed the morsel of chicken and replied, "Not bad. Thank you for your hospitality. It is my duty. It is my duty." The village elder visibly relaxed. He intended to withdraw after the meal. "Elder, stay and dine with us." The elder hesitated. At that moment, Gong Linen approached and whispered to Yunwu, "Your Majesty, their family has no meat to eat. All the meat has been brought to our table." Yunwu surveyed the table laden with meat and then compared it to the elder's table, which contained only wild vegetables and coarse cornbread. He frowned. He extended his hand to take several platters of dishes and offered them to the village elder. "Elder, take this for your family to enjoy." "Your Majesty, this is not appropriate." The elder immediately knelt, expressing his sincere fear. "The food for my family is already sufficient. What I bestow is not to be taken lightly." Yunwu insisted, pushing the dishes toward the elder. The elder, overwhelmed with trepidation, instinctively glanced at Gong Linen for assistance. The latter smiled and said, "Do not worry. The emperor's generosity is to be accepted without hesitation." "Thank you very much, Your Majesty." The elder finally knelt to express his gratitude. Once he had taken the meat away, Yunwu glanced at the remaining dishes on the table while heartily eating and lowered his gaze to say, "Xiao Aiqing, Liang Huwei, what are your thoughts?" "Your Majesty, the common people's living conditions are indeed somewhat lacking. However, I am at a loss as to how to rectify this." Xiao Guiqing responded first. Liang Ming felt the meat had lost its flavor. After all, they could not sit idly by while the common folk suffered. Your Majesty, I wish to point out that the common people here, being in close proximity to the capital, actually live relatively well. Furthermore, this area has not suffered disasters, and they're able to have meat to eat, even if only once every few months, which is far better than many places where the common folk may not have meat even once a year. Chapter 183. Continuous melon. Yunwu slowly turned to look at him. Why did you not mention this before? I was not entirely certain before, and having never left the capital, I only inquired with a few merchants. However, one cannot trust the words of merchants, who are often deceitful. Additionally, there were many matters to attend to, and I neglected to pursue the information further. Ultimately, it is my fault for not diligently seeking the truth. Liang Hui is not mistaken. In regions such as the northwest, northeast, southwest, and Guangnan, the farther from the capital, the more difficult the lives of the common people. The Yin may appear formidable, yet its strength primarily lies in the number of soldiers and their morale. The lives of the common folk are, in fact, quite arduous. Yunwu felt displeased. I provide allowances for the families of soldiers year-round, and the laws are stringent. Local officials would not dare to embezzle these funds. Even though 90% of families among the common folk have members who serve in the military, the silver provided is sufficient for survival, but not for a prosperous life. The reason is simple. Productivity is too low, and prices are too high. Yunwu sighed. However, he inquired with curiosity, what do you think, Sheba? How can the villagers improve their living standards? This question piqued not only Yunwu's interest in Yunwu's answer, but also the curiosity of Xiao Guiqing and Liang Ming. The several princes, suppressing their curiosity, lowered their heads and listened intently. In this village? Let me assess the gossip within this village and determine what resources are nearby. Everyone remained silent, eating their meal without interrupting Yunwu. She was engrossed in her search for gossip, and was oblivious to the reactions of Yunwu and the others. Soon, Yunwu exclaimed, "Wow! I never expected the gossip from this village, spanning ancient and modern times, to be so explosive. Old Wang's son was actually conceived by his wife borrowing seed from Old Du of the neighboring village. Can you believe it? Did you all think Old Wang was unaware of this? No, this scheme was actually orchestrated by Old Wang and Wang Mu. Because Old Wang was incapable of fathering children. Wang Mu, aware of this after consulting with a doctor, informed Old Wang's wife. They told her that if she could not bear children, she would be despised, and the Wang family could rightfully dismiss her. She would also lose her reputation due to infertility, leaving her with no way out. Thus, Old Wang's wife consented, and the family lived quite well. Indeed, one has to admire the audacity of willingly donning the green hat while being so pleased with oneself. It's quite astounding. Yunwu, Liang Ming, and Xiao Guiqing coughed, nearly choking on their food. Yunwu was oblivious, still engrossed in her search. Wow, the granddaughter of the village elder is having a miserable time at her in-laws. Despite possessing excellent weaving skills, she is oppressed and forced to labor in the fields daily, nearly to the point of exhaustion. She married an abusive husband. What tragedy! Yunwu frowned. He found it difficult to remain at ease in the face of such injustice. Once Yunwu handed him the paper regarding this matter. Liang Ming promptly stood. Your Majesty, I will arrange for someone to inform the village elder. Liang Ming was puzzled as to why Sheba would say such things. But upon receiving a nod from Yunwu, he obediently exited to carry out the order. Outside, the angry voices of the village elder's family soon echoed. Your Majesty, arrangements have been made. Oh dear, yet another juicy tidbit has emerged. In this village, the Jiang family under the willow tree has kept 3 daughters hidden at home, pretending they are missing. The 3 daughters have been living in a basement dug underground for 3 years, lighting oil lamps while being confined to weaving cloth. The elder of the Jiang family has been selling these fabrics. Just from selling this coarse cloth, he has made quite a bit of silver, treating his 3 daughters as a veritable cash cow. Thus, the Jiang family's life has been quite prosperous. Even their dim-witted son managed to marry a wife. In contemporary times, the Jiang family presents a pitiful visage to outsiders, oblivious to the depths of their hidden circumstances. Regrettably, the 3 daughters have already succumbed to the old patriarch's indoctrination, convinced that sacrificing for their brother is a matter of obligation. Even if we were to advocate for their justice, I fear they might turn against us, blaming us for harming their family. After perusing this information, the Yunwu emperor, initially inclined to take action, found his resolve dissipated. His desire to intervene stemmed from a sense of obligation to the 18th, but the realization of the family's unworthiness dissuaded him from pursuing trouble. At most, He contemplated arranging for someone to inform the authorities to handle the matter. Nevertheless, the three daughters exhibit remarkable talent. Despite lacking formal education, they managed to weave commendable fabric. Even their coarse linen could fetch a considerable sum, undoubtedly of high quality. The Yunwu emperor dismissed this observation, only to hear Yunwu continue with her critiques. As he dined, he listened, treating her words as mere entertainment. This perspective was undoubtedly learned from the 18th. Alas, this village is rife with gossip. The youngest son of the Hu family, who possesses a natural affinity for needlework and displays a rather effeminate demeanor, has fallen victim to bullying by the village tyrants. Rather than confronting the bullies, the Hu parents scold their own son, labeling him a deviant, and resort to physical punishment. Ultimately, he has been relegated to live in a cow shed, now so frail that he could be swept away by a mere breeze. One can only wonder when he might vanish altogether. It is truly lamentable that he has not encountered parents who cherish him, dooming him to a life of misery, particularly in the current societal climate of the Yin, where filial piety governs all. This has led to countless tragic lives. Upon hearing this, the Yunwu emperor found himself in tacit agreement. When he received Yunwu's written account, he countered, 18th, your assertion is flawed. Filial piety is a moral doctrine, and legalism is what brings order to the state. Restraining malevolence through law yields superior results. This does not contradict your ideology, Father. It merely clarifies the relationship between law and filial piety. You may not be aware, but in several nearby villages, numerous wrongful convictions are tied to this very principle of filial piety. The Yunwu emperor's lips moved as he yearned to hear the examples the 18th would provide. Take, for instance, the Li family, neighbors to the Hu family. They have 6 children, of whom only 3 survive. The deceased, all daughters, met their ends under tragic circumstances. Would you like to know how they perished? A cold glimmer flashed in Yunwu's eyes, and even as an observer, she was affected by the somber narrative. The Yunwu emperor regarded the paper with a serious demeanor, responding, 18th, I believe the Yin should adapt to the times. How to reform requires careful contemplation. The cases you mentioned could indeed offer valuable insights. Xiao Guiqing nodded in agreement. 18th princess, this is troubling. Very well, since you're so eager to hear. I shall share, Yunwu replied, regaining her composure and smiling. It is quite simple. They died due to complications in childbirth, suicide, and exposure to the elements. The complications arose for being treated as mere tools for labor in their husbands' households, neglected even during severe hemorrhaging, leading to their demise. As for suicide, it stemmed from being dehumanized. Before marriage, they were subjected to their fathers, and after marriage, to their husbands, both of whom were scoundrels. They lived devoid of autonomy, let alone the opportunity to learn or contribute to the court. In terms of exposure, it is equally tragic. They were abandoned by their families, their earnings usurped to support their brothers' families. As men, you may find it challenging to empathize with the female experience. Moreover, the Li family is quite peculiar. They favor their eldest son while neglecting the youngest. When the youngest wife was coerced by her brother-in-law and subsequently took her own life, the elders of the Li family and the eldest son deemed it her fault, even blaming the youngest, despite the crime committed against her. Filial piety rendered the youngest too fearful to report the matter, and even the village head was reluctant to act. How can it be that the eldest son, who clearly transgressed the law, faces no repercussions, all because filial piety supersedes justice? Consequently, unless matters escalate, there are virtually no homicide cases reported to the authorities. This situation is akin to a fade of beauty concealing internal decay. Can children raised in such an environment of injustice truly become the pillars of the state? I believe it is fortunate if they do not seek revenge on society. The Yunwu emperor felt a surge of displeasure. The filial piety I advocate does not encompass such foolishness. Your Majesty, the court officials apply the same standards to their families, and over time, this inevitably influences the populace, resulting in the current state of affairs in Yin, Xiao Guiqing sighed. Upon reflection, he recognized that his own family did not conform to this standard, leading to his son being isolated by peers and spiraling into unhappiness. But were they truly at fault? No, neither he nor his son were in the wrong. The Yunwu emperor pondered the balance of filial piety, law, and benevolent governance. I can understand your perspective, Father. After all, such traditional beliefs have dominated the entirety of Huaxia for millennia. Only with the complete dissolution of the imperial dynasty and the emergence of a new republic can such governance philosophies be fundamentally altered. I possess no authority to judge whose governing philosophies are correct. Yet, it is conceivable that in the future, with a population of over 1 billion and the rise of global powers, the systemic issues will not pale in comparison to ancient dynasties. Moreover, with the near eradication of poverty and universal access to meat, many refrain from consuming it merely to maintain their figures. Transportation will include soaring aircraft, and the means of entertainment are abundant, with the internet and travel enriching the lives of ordinary citizens, let alone the elite. However, throughout history, no dynasty has achieved such remarkable strength. The Yunwu emperor remained silent, aware that no ruler desires anything less than the utmost strength for their empire and the prosperity of their subjects. He seeks nothing but the happiness and safety of his people. Officials and commoners alike are his subjects. He ought not to favor one over the other, but to unite in addressing all his subjects. Liang Ming, the Yunwu emperor, spoke with deliberation, instructing to summon the recent county magistrate. You are to gather evidence. Xiao Guiqing opened his mouth, eager to suggest a discussion, but recalling the emperor's decisive nature and the alignment of their ultimate goals, he refrained from voicing any potentially contentious remarks. Father, I have just recalled that this area is quite suitable for cotton cultivation. Those skilled in weaving are indeed talents. We could recruit them and train others. The populace could cultivate cotton, leading to a new batch of weavers, thus establishing textile and garment factories. Speaking of factories, you may not understand. They are akin to workshops. Workers are compensated for their labor, while the proprietors sell the finished goods nationwide. This will stimulate economic circulation, allowing the populace to purchase poultry and fish, while vendors will profit and subsequently buy from farmers. Although it appears to be mere exchange, the lives of the common people will improve. Furthermore, cotton garments can be sold to colder regions, preventing the local populace from perishing in the winter. Based on the gossip I've heard, the northern folk do not lack the means to buy cotton coats. They simply cannot find them. With limited cotton products, prices soar. The affluent families who can afford silver are reluctant to wear anything but silk, resulting in a scarcity of cotton garments and leading to a marketplace dominated by silk and hemp clothing. This is also the reason why, despite the subsidies provided by the emperor, households still experience fatalities from the cold each winter. Your Majesty, why not establish a workshop under the imperial authority and create a ministry of commerce to oversee these enterprises? Once the factories are on stable ground, private commerce can be permitted. With well-defined laws and a structured taxation system, we need not fear disorder among merchants. Yunwu listened attentively and handed a piece of paper to Xiao Guiqing, who diligently noted several key terms, preparing to draft the relevant legislation. After their meal, Yunwu casually retrieved a plate of cherries from his space. Father, you must not have enjoyed your meal, he said, offering the fruit. In modern times, acquiring fruit is as simple as visiting a shop. It is incredibly convenient. Such convenience? These fruits are evidently difficult to preserve. Chapter 185. Power. Yunwu grew increasingly curious about the future. Please, indulge yourselves, he urged, distributing the cherries among his subordinates. After tasting one himself, he found the cherries to be exceptionally delightful. This fruit is exquisite. I have never tasted anything like it before, nor have my seasoned ministers, Xiao Guiqing quietly remarked. The prince's eyes sparkled as they savored this delectable fruit for the first time, realizing that as princes, they should have enjoyed the finest luxuries, yet had never tasted the fruits casually presented by the 18th princess. Ah, it's a bit warm. Do you enjoy watermelons? Yunwu generously produced another watermelon. The emperor instructed the palace eunuch Linen to open it. How is it? Sweet, isn't it? It is the perfect remedy for summer heat. Leading by example, Yunwu quickly encouraged everyone to partake. Father, this melon is delicious, the 10th prince exclaimed with enthusiasm. I wonder if it is easy to cultivate. If so, I wish to plant it throughout the realm. Yunwu replied, eating alone will not satisfy your desires. Such melons are not easily cultivated. However, if you are willing to plant them yourself, I shall grant you your wish. The 10th prince, eyes downcast and appearing timid, seemed to have been somewhat intimidated by the emperor earlier. Very well, you may cultivate watermelons along your journey. These black seeds should suffice for planting. I shall await your results in 6 months. Under the piercing gaze of Yunwu, the 10th prince felt the seeds in his hand grow uncomfortably warm, his expression betraying a hint of anxiety. What had begun as a jest had unexpectedly turned into a task he could not refuse, for to decline would surely invite his father's wrath. "10th brother, do not be anxious. These watermelons are quite easy to grow, needing only sandy soil, which does not require high quality," reassured a companion. "First, cultivate the seeds, and once the seedlings emerge, transplant them into larger sandy plots or containers. They have a high survival rate and are drought-resistant, although they do require ample water during their growth phase." The 10th prince released a sigh of relief, casting a grateful glance at the 18th princess and mentally noting her advice. Meanwhile, Yunwu remained unperturbed by the day's events. That evening, he did not retire immediately, but instead met with the village chief to discuss matters. Soon after dawn broke the following day, the tranquility of the village was abruptly shattered by cries of distress. Upon arriving at the village chief's home, the villagers were met with a row of soldiers clad in armor and wielding weapons, silencing their cries instantly. These villagers were merely cowards who feared the strong. Once they learned that the emperor was among them, they trembled and knelt in unison, exclaiming, "We humble subjects pay our respects to your majesty." The chorus of voices was far from harmonious. Yunwu had come to terms with the fear the populace held for him, and, acknowledging their reverence, took his seat with Yunwu in his arms, gesturing for Xiao Guiqing to take charge of the proceedings. "Esteemed citizens, I am collaborating with the county magistrate to adjudicate these matters. Before we proceed, I must remind you of the laws of Dian. Even the emperor is not above the law. Thus, do not entertain thoughts of evading justice." Xiao Guiqing pronounced each word with gravity, and the assembly fell silent. Before long, the county magistrate conducted inquiries into the Jiang family's imprisonment of their 3 daughters, the eldest son of the Li family for fratricide, and the complicity of the Li parents, alongside cases of domestic abuse and neglect, all of which were addressed methodically. The din of protests erupted repeatedly, prompting Liang Ming to draw his sword and bellow. "Whoever defies the law shall face immediate execution. Do you wish for your kin to be sentenced to death?" This stern warning quelled the villagers, who had contemplated an uproar fueled by familial ties. "My lord, I will ensure everyone behaves and will not speak out of turn," the elderly village chief timidly assured, wishing to protect his community from the dire consequences of insurrection. The county magistrate, with righteous indignation, countered, "Village chief, you bear responsibility as well. Had you reported these offenses, they would not have been resolved in secrecy. All of you have transgressed the law. Concealment of crimes is itself a crime. From this day forth, I shall thoroughly investigate every village and town in the county." The village chief, overwhelmed, collapsed into a seated position. "Enough. You must decide whether to pay fines or receive corporal punishment." The magistrate's tone was resolute, glancing at Yunwu and the others for their reactions. Sensing no displeasure from them, he relaxed slightly. "We acknowledge our guilt. We choose corporal punishment." The villagers acquiesced. The elder village chief, feeling remorseful, lowered his head. His family rushed forward, wishing to bear the burden of punishment on his behalf, but there was no provision for such exemptions. "Silence," the magistrate reprimanded. Aware of the emperor's and court's determination, the village chief knew he must comply for his family's sake. "Step back," he commanded, dismissing his kin. He lay down to receive 3 strikes of the rod, not grievous, yet memorable. Many villagers, like the village chief, received similar punishment for their complicity in silence regarding these matters. Before long, the day's cases were resolved, planting the seed of law within this small village. Observing the discontent among some villagers, Yunwu merely chuckled softly, gesturing towards Xiao Guiqing. Xiao Guiqing stepped forward with purpose. "Today, I bring you all good news on behalf of His Majesty. Soon, the court will establish workshops to recruit individuals skilled in weaving and textiles, regardless of gender. Compensation will be issued monthly at 300 coins, with provisions for food and lodging." "My lord, is this true?" the elder village chief inquired, still wincing in pain, but relieved to find no serious injury, understanding that the court's approach was primarily corrective rather than punitive. Thus, he harbored no resentment. Rather, his respect for the authority grew. Indeed, this initiative is formally decreed by the court. Should any fraudulent activities arise, individuals may report them anonymously to the magistrate. The court's aim is to ensure that all citizens have access to food and livelihood, not to incite chaos. Therefore, you need not worry. However, the factory will only employ individuals of reputable backgrounds. Those with past convictions for murder or who have acted as spies for the Daki cannot be admitted. Specific edicts will be inscribed in the daily newspapers, allowing the villagers to collectively purchase a copy to stay informed about the court's movements and ascertain what benefits they might receive, ensuring they do not miss out on job opportunities for various factories. Chapter 186. The collapse of Yu, the village head, is also obliged to convey pertinent information to the villagers. The village head is informed by the county officials, and should those officials fail in their duties, they naturally face corresponding repercussions. Everyone must abide by the law, adhere to their principles, and lead a prosperous life with ease. The elderly village head and others became increasingly agitated, particularly those from families without criminal records, who could hardly contain their joy. County Magistrate Jiang, the affairs of the county city are entrusted to you, said Xiao Guiqing to County Magistrate Jiang. Jiang nodded in a sycophantic manner, assuring the chief minister that he would dutifully fulfill the orders of both the minister and the emperor. Xiao Guiqing shot him an irritable glance, clarifying that it was not merely the orders of the official and the emperor, but the edict of the entire court. Yes, Jiang magistrate hurriedly concurred, appearing exceedingly compliant. Xiao Daran, do you not sense something amiss? Xiao Guiqing paused momentarily. Jiang's previously smiling face turned astonished as he heard the voice of the infant, instinctively wanting to glance around, but it was only for an instant. Xiao Guiqing exchanged a glance with Liang Ming. Liang quickly understood and swiftly approached Jiang, pulling him aside to evade the gaze of Yunwu Di. At that moment, Yunwu was nestled in the embrace of Yunwu Di, observing the gossip in the search system. TSK, this Jiang magistrate is not a good individual. A bead of sweat the size of a mung bean dripped from Jiang's forehead. He instinctively opened his mouth, only to have Liang hastily shove a handkerchief into it. Jiang magistrate? Over the years, Jiang magistrate has relied on the remoteness of this county city from the state capital, and previously, he deliberately ingratiated himself with Jiang Xiaoruo, claiming to be a distant relative of the Jiang family. His life in the county has been particularly comfortable, judging cases according to his mood while accepting bribes. If he is tasked with reform, it would likely lead to public discontent and chaos. Any reform that encounters such misguided thoughts lays the groundwork for failure. Yunwu Di's expression darkened instantly, leaving no opportunity for Jiang magistrate to struggle. Upon seeing his anxious and guilty countenance, Liang Ming realized that the 18th princess's words were indeed true. After nodding to Xiao Guiqing, he promptly took Jiang magistrate away. Unsurprisingly, Jiang magistrate faced a grim fate, along with the entire office being purged. Yunwu Di specifically cradled Yunwu, indulging in various gossip while dealing with numerous individuals. Some were promoted, others demoted, and some met with execution. Jiang Ju, observing the influx of news in the cabinet, felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head. He could not help but sigh, pondering whether the emperor was rescuing the common people or addressing corrupt officials. Heavens, had I known, I would not have stayed in the capital. Your Majesty, you are putting me in jeopardy. Jiang Daran, what should we do now? All members of the cabinet cunningly pushed Jiang Ju to the forefront, knowing that if issues arose, the responsibility would fall on him. Jiang Ju ground his teeth, insisting that they all distribute the tasks. You, Guichang, handle matters concerning the factories. Reach out to the Ministry of Revenue to re-establish a commercial department to implement these factory affairs. Wang Quan, you are responsible for managing the patrolling soldiers of these factories. Ensure stability in the villages and county, and have the local garrison assist the local offices. Zheng Run, you will oversee matters pertaining to the proclamations. Jiang Daran, what are you doing? Several individuals turned to Jiang Ju. Jiang Ju replied with righteous indignation. Of course, I am here to control the situation and receive the emperor's messages. Do you think the emperor's orders will cease at this point? All officials fell silent upon hearing this, since discovering the 18th princess as favor with the emperor. The court had undergone significant changes. Now, many officials found their lives much easier without the fear of offending someone and being framed. They believed that even if they were framed, the emperor would support them. Moreover, with so many alterations in the court, officials from various offices would inevitably seek trouble with him. So how could he bear the brunt of all this governance? Jiang Ju reproached several individuals, causing Guichang and the others to feel a bit guilty. They quickly sought excuses to leave. Jiang Daran, we have matters to attend to, so we will take our leave. Indeed, Jiang Daran, the tasks you assigned are quite numerous. I must also excuse myself. In an instant, the group hurriedly exited. Once everyone had departed, Jiang Ju stood with his hands on his hips in the cabinet, chuckling to himself. I will see how I will deal with you all. Darren, Minister of Personnel, Gui seeks your audience. Do not let him in. Tell him I'm occupied. After Jiang had been blocked at his residence several times, a group of officials waited outside, their demeanor ominous. Only then did Jiang emerge to meet them. Gentlemen, I am aware of your inquiries. Please submit your memorials, and I will ensure they reach the emperor through the courier. Darren, you must not indulge the emperor's whims. Many merchants have begun to suspend operations. Is that so? Jiang's eyes brightened at this news. The official who spoke sensed something was amiss. Jiang smirked, producing a blank ledger. Suspend operations? Someone, put these merchants who have suspended operations on the blacklist. Their tax burdens will be increased in the future. What? Darren, you cannot do this. The official who brought up the matter panicked. What do you intend to do? Behind Jiang, Fu Rue emerged, brandishing a long spear. He promptly aimed the weapon at the head of the speaking official. Approach Darren again, and do not blame me for shooting you. The speaking official was indignant. Jiang stepped forward, adopting the role of the good man, smiling amiably. Gentlemen, no need for concern. You are not worried about these wealthy merchants causing trouble, are you? Rest assured, the emperor has left a considerable number of elite troops in the capital. Should anyone dare to cause unrest, they will be swiftly quelled, preventing any major incidents. But Minister Gui, are you not concerned about the significant reduction in commercial taxes this year? Some wish to seek support from Gui Xiaoyu. Gui Xiaoyu fixed his gaze on Jiang, asking, Darren, has the emperor considered this? Of course, the goods produced by the factories will still be sold to customers, and the profits will be submitted to the Ministry of Revenue, ensuring that fiscal income remains unaffected. Furthermore, these factories will enhance the lives of the common people, producing more goods to lower prices, allowing everyone to stay warm and well-fed, rather than squandering all societal resources to support wealthy merchants and elites. Chapter 187. The rebel army. Jiang scrutinized the rowdy officials, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. What is this? Does someone in your family feel unfairly treated? I must arrange for someone to investigate thoroughly. Unfortunately, Minister of Justice Zhou is not present. Otherwise, I would have handed this case of rebellious merchants to him. Officials from the Ministry of Justice, who had followed to gather information, hurriedly retreated. Should they provoke their own minister, their days would undoubtedly become troublesome. The Ministry of Justice had recently become a place of hardship for many, and they were wary of incurring the wrath of influential figures, be they high-ranking officials or friends. Thus, they resorted to subtle jabs in private. Jiang glanced at the hidden officials of the Ministry of Justice, sneering, Then I shall assign this case to Lord Zhao. Zhao Qinshan. The other officials instinctively took a step back. Invoking Zhao Qinshan signified that the matter was beyond negotiation. Soon, the newspaper reported a series of news items regarding reforms, factories, and the re-establishment of the Ministry of Commerce and Commercial Law. The reforms in Dian appeared absurd. Yet under the deterrent force of the Imperial Guard and the threat of advanced weaponry, even the affluent elites and wealthy merchants, accustomed to a life of luxury, were subdued by force. Any attempts at unrest were swiftly quelled without a hint of disturbance. The presence of the Imperial Guard, with its strict regulations, intimidated these dark forces. Remarkably, the entirety of Dian seemed more stable than before. Upon receiving news from the capital, Emperor Yunwu, observing these peculiar phenomena, let out a cold smirk and resolved to proceed according to the previous plan. At that moment, they continued their journey. In just 7 days, they would reach the southwest. The speed of their advance was entirely reliant on the main route, which had been specifically designed for military maneuvers. However, even before entering the southwestern region, the main road had vanished. Your Majesty, we must proceed forward. We will take a smaller path to reach the nearest county, but requires entering the mountains. I shall go ahead to clear the way, reported Liang Ming, who approached Emperor Yunwu with the news. Go ahead. We shall set up camp here tonight. The troops quickly erected tents and secured the carts with iron chains to enhance friction and prevent them from tumbling down a mountain path. Has news from the southwest been conveyed? Emperor Yunwu was particularly concerned about this information. Before their departure from the capital, he had arranged for the dissemination of news regarding the seismic activity predicted by the National Master in the southwest. By leveraging the National Master's authority, he aimed to foster greater trust among the populace. He instructed officials in the southwest to ensure that the citizens prepared to seek refuge in safe areas. Furthermore, he arranged for the contents of a newspaper to be distributed in the southwest. Kneeling before Emperor Yunwu, Long Wei reported, "Your Majesty, the notifications have been completed." But a significant portion of the villagers remain skeptical, believing the court harbors ulterior motives. "Father, do not be angry. I have observed that since Long Wei's departure, those villagers who claimed disbelief have begun to prepare an escape route," Yunwu interjected. "After all, the common folk are deeply concerned about the potential loss of their possessions. Additionally, seeing no officials at the Yamen has further solidified their doubts." Emperor Yunwu grasped the crux of Yunwu's words. 18. Do you suspect there is an issue with the southwestern Yamen? If the southwestern Yamen were without problems, how could rebels have emerged in the region? These southwestern rebels are plotting to assassinate you, Your Majesty. Emperor Yunwu pondered whether he should be grateful for having received this information in advance, allowing him to evade potential treachery. Shortly thereafter, he was informed, "Your Majesty, individuals are concealed on both sides of the gorge, prepared with boulders," though it remains uncertain whether these preparations are directed at you. Without lifting his gaze, Emperor Yunwu responded indifferently, "So it is an assassination attempt against me." Liangming glanced at the slumbering Princess 18 beside Emperor Yunwu and rubbed his nose. "Your Majesty, how shall we deal with this? There are quite a number of them, approximately 1,000, armed with sharp weapons, which are likely illicit. These are not mere bandits," Emperor Yunwu replied with a cold chuckle. "They're the southwestern rebels." "Rebels?" Liangming gasped in astonishment. "That is impossible. I have never heard of rebels in the southwest before." Emperor Yunwu replied, "I had not heard of them either." Liangming fell silent, fearing the wrath of Emperor Yunwu might be directed at him. "Take this telescope and monitor that group." Emperor Yunwu casually tossed him a telescope he had acquired from Yunwu. Liangming, holding the finely crafted black telescope, felt exhilarated. The concept of rebels paled in comparison to the novelty of his newfound possession. Seeing his excitement, Xiao Guiqing anxiously interjected, "Be careful not to break it. It is quite valuable." "How much is it?" "I wish to purchase one," Liangming inquired. Xiao Guiqing found himself momentarily speechless at Liangming's eagerness, but recognized that he indeed possessed considerable wealth. "Enough, this is not something that can be bought simply with money." With this admonition, Liangming became even more cautious in his handling of the telescope. Before departing, he cast a lingering glance at the sleeping Princess 18, wishing he could implore her for goods. Once Liangming had exited, Emperor Yunwu turned to Xiao Guiqing and asked, "Xiao Aiqing, do you think this group of rebels is worth attempting to win over?" Xiao Guiqing, surprised by the term "win over," looked up. "Your Majesty, according to Princess 18, these rebels are oppressed commoners driven to banditry by the officials and aristocracy of the Southwest. They have endured long-standing oppression, deceit, and persecution, leaving them filled with rage against the entire Dian. I fear that any attempts to win them over may yield little success." Emperor Yunwu stated thoughtfully, "These rebels can easily ascertain my movements, which ties back to the southwestern Yamen. If they have resorted to using rebels to assassinate me, why should I grant them any leniency?" Xiao Guiqing discerned the underlying anger in Emperor Yunwu's tone, anger directed at the rampant corruption within the southwestern Yamen and, most importantly, the lack of reverence for the emperor. Enjoying the benefits of the court while secretly plotting the assassination of the emperor left even Xiao Guiqing in a poor mood. "Your Majesty, I shall speak with these rebels to better understand their motives," he suggested. "Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle." "No need." Emperor Yunwu firmly rejected the notion. "You need not go. Who knows if they might be foolish enough to eliminate you, leaving me without a prime minister?" Despite understanding that Emperor Yunwu valued his capabilities and loyalty, Xiao Guiqing was deeply touched by such emotional words. "Then, Your Majesty, I will find a way to investigate the situation of these individuals, which would be beneficial for negotiations. Do not leave the camp." Xiao Guiqing felt perplexed. Upon reviewing the contents of the document, he realized it contained details regarding the rebels. He instinctively believed that even if the rebels initially had noble intentions, after prolonged violence and pillaging, they had transformed into ruthless criminals devoid of any value for negotiation. Moreover, if they were to be won over, how would they be managed afterward? Would they be treated as well as the soldiers in other camps? That seemed entirely implausible. Even if the emperor agreed, he would need to persuade him to abandon such an idea. Otherwise, the trust painstakingly built within the military would crumble, leading to chaos during this time of reform. Xiao Guiqing had already concluded in his mind. However, The next moment, after reading the document, he fell silent. The information provided by Princess 18 contradicted his assumptions. These rebels targeted only those who had committed grievous offenses, sparing the innocent. In fact, they often held another identity as ordinary villagers, only emerging to confront those who oppressed their community. Simultaneously, the officials would pursue them relentlessly. In such instances, to ensure the safety of their families and children, they would leave their homes, drawing the officials away. Upon reaching this understanding, Xiao Guiqing found it utterly absurd. What kind of incompetence must the southwestern Yamen possess to remain oblivious to the fact that these so-called rebels were, in truth, the villagers themselves? Moreover, what shocked Xiao Guiqing even more was the realization that the entire southwestern region was characterized by mountainous terrain and treacherous pathways, making it challenging for the populace to navigate. Only a few areas were flat. To facilitate the daily lives of the villagers, they had tirelessly employed their hands, creating winding paths from stones. With these paths, not only could the villagers benefit, but even the station troops in the southwest could utilize these routes for convenience. The officials within the government office were the first to destroy these roads. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Guiqing furrowed her brows. The rationale inscribed indicated that the government held disdain for the rebellious forces and was incensed at the populace for accepting the benefits conferred by them. Consequently, they harbored resentment, wishing to tarnish the reputation of the rebels further, which led to the deliberate destruction of the roads. This also resulted in landslides, claiming the lives of innocent civilians. The government shifted the blame onto the rebels, asserting that had it not been for their actions, the landslides would not have occurred, nor would lives have been lost. Indeed, many citizens began to harbor dissatisfaction towards the rebels. Coupled with the incessant rains, which triggered landslides, the southwestern government seized the opportunity to misreport the disaster to the capital, intending to undermine Zhang Yongwei and prevent the court from intervening in southwestern affairs. Outrageous! Xiao Guiqing was infuriated by these parasites. Suddenly, she recalled the satisfaction derived from the previous assassination of the traitors arranged by the emperor. The sight of these parasites was truly disheartening. Xiao Guiqing summoned Liang Ming, communicated her thoughts briefly, and thus Liang Ming instructed his subordinates to refrain from acting hastily. However, utilizing a telescope, he kept the movements of the rebel forces entirely under his control. Prior to dawn, he had already grasped their arrangements and whereabouts. Meanwhile, Emperor Yunwu remained unaffected. Previously, he would panic at the thought of assassinations, expressing anger and speculation as to who was behind them. Now, armed with knowledge, he remained calm and composed. At this moment, Emperor Yunwu was engaged in negotiations with Yunwu. 18. See here, father merely requires a protective shield capable of withstanding boulders for a mere quarter of an hour. How much silver will that cost? There's no option for just a quarter of an hour, only for a full day and night. However, you may pause its use after activation and resume when needed. Since it provides area protection, it necessitates a considerable sum. At the very least, a shield that can withstand boulders will cost 3,000 taels of silver. If it is to guard against 1,000 troops and explosives, it will require 30,000 taels. Upon hearing this price, Emperor Yunwu promptly decided. Then let it be 30,000 taels. Your father is not destitute. Father, you truly broaden my horizons. How imbibed? Yunwu remarked softly, facilitating the purchase. Father, here is this remote control for you. As long as you do not stray more than a kilometer from me, should danger arise. Pressing this button will activate it, and pressing it again will deactivate it. Of course, I can also assist in starting or stopping it from my end. Isn't it worth every coin? Yunwu suddenly felt elated. Instinctively nodding, he found it quite splendid. He toyed with the remote, his gaze falling upon the plastic material, still puzzled about its composition. Suddenly, he heard Yunwu laughing joyfully within her heart. Ha ha, the system is truly magnificent. It turns out that others can purchase goods in the trading market through my system, and I receive a commission. Currently, I am only at level 1, yielding a commission of 1%. Even at 1,000th, oh dear, that amounts to 30 taels of silver. Free income is truly delightful. Emperor Yunwu was astonished. Such a fortunate occurrence. For him, the better 18 fared, the better the entire Dian would thrive. 18. Do not share this with others, nor even harbor it in your thoughts. Rarity bestows value. Yunwu nodded slyly. Understood, understood. I am indeed a conscientious merchant. Emperor Yunwu found the term conscientious slightly peculiar, primarily due to his lack of understanding of modern humor. Despite the oddity, he indulged Yunwu's whim. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Emperor Yunwu rose early, training alongside the soldiers outside the tent without concealing the movements of his entourage. "Your Majesty, your reaction today is even swifter," Liang Ming remarked, approaching on horseback, filled with admiration. Wiping the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief sent by Gonggong linen, Emperor Yunwu inquired nonchalantly, "Any movements?" "Some, but they have yet to realize that we are aware of their presence," Liang Ming replied in a low voice, awaiting the emperor's orders. Yet, his earlier admiration for the emperor was genuine. "Proceed as planned, depart on schedule." "Yes." After receiving his orders, Liang Ming swiftly instructed the soldiers to hasten their breakfast, for they were to depart shortly. Hidden among the mountains, flanking the valley, were numerous rebels. "Boss, the emperor seems to be living quite comfortably," a man murmured. The one referred to as boss was a young scholar with a strong, scholarly demeanor. His complexion was fair, and he possessed an attractive appearance, though a scar marred his forehead. This scar had severed his path to success, but also lent him a more resolute and imposing presence. "Indeed, it is comfortable, but do you not sense something amiss?" The youth tapped the tree trunk with his finger. "Boss, I failed to notice," another replied. "I did not expect the emperor to appear so approachable. Do you think that if we reported our grievances to the emperor, he would believe us?" As soon as the man uttered these words, silence enveloped the group. The youth, upon hearing this, seemed to contemplate something, and hatred ignited in his eyes. "Impossible, do not dream. If the court truly cared about us, they would not allow those officials in the government to act so arrogantly, nor would there be anyone above to protect them. We are but a blade of grass, akin to ants in the eyes of the court. We may be ants, but even an ant can shake a tree. As long as we believe in our capabilities, success will eventually be ours." "Precisely. Boss, do not worry. We shall accompany you." "Indeed, boss, we do not wish to be villains. Yet we want our children and wives to live. Even if we must die, what of it?" A group of frail men bore expressions of unwavering determination. Liang Ming and Xiao Guiqing, having borrowed a drone, observed this scene in silence. They were shorter than us, leaner than us, dressed in rags, their bodies riddled with patches, and their weapons were in poor condition. Yet, they alone possessed a fearless spirit. Liang Ming's voice was barely above a whisper. He beheld within them a strength, a blend of despair and hope. Xiao Guiqing pressed her lips together. "Our Imperial Guards possess similar capabilities." Liang Ming's lips twitched. As the commander of the Imperial Guards, he felt nothing but shame. There was no comparison. They simply could not measure up. Even their training was disparate. One must understand that most in the Imperial Guards hailed from noble families or military lineage, with few commoners among them, contrasting sharply with the situation in the Imperial Guards. Few of those accompanying the southern inspection were of the Imperial Guards, all selected with Princess 18th's assistance for their potential and ideologies akin to those of the Imperial Guards. As for the others left behind, they had been cast into the training camps, scattered and subjected to rigorous training. The outcome remained uncertain, and he could only hope that the emperor would take decisive action to mold these pampered Imperial Guards into competent soldiers. Otherwise, the significance of the Imperial Guards might soon be eclipsed by the Imperial Army. Liang Ming sighed inwardly. At this moment, Xiao Guiqing pointed to the screen displaying the footage and instructed, "You maneuver the drone to hover above them. This individual seems to hold a higher status among the rebels. Let them take notice of the drone's presence." Liang Ming guided the drone to fly overhead and then vanish, repeating the act several times, making it nearly impossible for them not to notice. "Hurry and run, or you will attract attention. Do not overact." Xiao Guiqing rolled her eyes in exasperation as she witnessed his enthusiasm. "Boss, did something just fly over our heads?" The man's voice was filled with uncertainty. "Boss." The young man appeared pensive, lost in thought. "It's nothing. Go and arrange for someone to investigate if there have been any movements in the emperor's camp." "Understood, boss. I will do it at once." He murmured, "Did you not notice anything?" The man did not hear and instinctively asked, "Boss, what did you just say?" "Nothing." The young man felt an unsettling sense of something amiss, yet could not articulate it. However, he was acutely aware that there was no retreat for him now. He glanced at his brothers, who knew they were walking a path of no return, yet still faced it with a smile. He sighed, "Brothers, consume the last of our provisions. Let's either achieve freedom or leave our bones behind in this place." "Yes, soon." They wore determined expressions as they finished the last and best of their food. While it was referred to as the best, it was merely some ordinary hard biscuits, with a hint of flavor from wild boar meat. This was merely a trace of meatiness. Meanwhile, the Yunwu emperor rode with one arm cradling the clouds, leading the way. The atmosphere within the troop was relaxed, devoid of any fear of being ambushed. Liang Ming and Xiao Guiqing continued to jest among themselves. The summer sun shone brightly as they entered the canyon. The young man observed as everyone moved into their encircled position. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, "Release." As his voice fell, the massive boulders that had remained on the mountain began to tumble into the canyon. Yet, after the boulders rolled down, no cries of agony were heard. Heavens! All the rebels stationed above were taken aback by the spectacle before them. The boulders that had been pushed off were inexplicably halted by a mysterious force, floating in mid-air, while the imperial guards of the Yunwu emperor stood below, calmly observing the rebels on the hillside, as if this scene was perfectly ordinary. The young man's pupils constricted. Naturally, this sight dealt a significant blow to them. It was utterly unfathomable. Simultaneously, the young man realized a crucial point. Perhaps the emperor's army had long been aware of their presence, but chose not to seize them, not even pursuing them, likely for the purpose of showcasing the spectacle. As for the troops within the canyon, although they had been notified by their captain above, witnessing this scene left them immensely shocked. However, their disciplined training ensured that even in their astonishment, they did not display any outward signs, appearing calm to the rebels. The Yunwu emperor merely cast a glance at the rebel forces, calmly pulling the reins and instructing, "Continue forward." Yes, the pace of the troop was swift. In the blink of an eye, they emerged from the canyon. As the last imperial soldier exited the canyon's confines, the boulders behind them cascaded down, stirring up a cloud of dust. At this moment, many of the rebels began to turn and retreat. Did you see that? The emperor's forces left before the stones fell. That strange phenomenon is truly connected to the emperor. The voices of the men were laced with fear and anxiety. Boss, is the emperor really that powerful? Their troops, their equipment, I even saw they brought explosives. Chapter 190. A meeting. What use is a dark hole pointed at us? Is it the new weapon mentioned in the newspapers? The young man observed his panicking subordinates. He noted their sluggish retreat, leaving behind despairing brothers. Pain flickered in his eyes. After all, they were willing to sacrifice, but not for a futile cause. This was the sorrow brought about by an inevitable defeat. Up there, Chunluo, do you not wish to come down and speak with us? A booming voice echoed from behind the canyon. The young man, Chunluo, halted abruptly upon hearing the voice. He could vaguely see several figures behind the canyon, identifiable by their clothing as Liang Ming and others who had departed earlier. If you wish to talk, the emperor is willing to meet you. Miss this opportunity, and there will be no next time. Chunluo hesitated briefly before making his decision, gritting his teeth and stating, "I will go." "Boss, no, you cannot go. What if it's a trap?" "Yes, boss. Hurry and leave. We will cover your retreat. As long as you survive, there is hope for us." "Boss, you cannot trust the authorities. They deceived us twice before." A crowd of men obstructed Chunluo from proceeding. However, Chunluo's resolve solidified. He placed a reassuring hand on his subordinate's shoulders and said, "Do not worry. I know what I am doing." Previously, it was the southwestern authorities, but now it is the Yunwu emperor, who once unified the 8 nations. Chunluo's gaze was intense. If he truly changed, no matter where they hid, they could never live openly again. "I cannot bear to see you live like rats in a gutter. You deserve to bask in the freedom of the blazing sun." "Enough. I'm going. Laonyo, take everyone to our outpost." Ultimately, the rebels could not sway Chunluo's determination. He turned and strode down the mountain. Soon, he locked eyes with Liang Ming and the others on horseback. "You are the rebel leader, Chunluo?" "I did not expect such a scholarly young man," Liang Ming remarked. "You're only slightly more handsome than I am." Chunluo frowned, scrutinizing the group. "You will take me while releasing my brothers." Chunluo stated his demands before Liang Ming could speak, adding, "I will tell you where the southwestern authorities have hidden their treasury and Iron Mountain." Liang Ming chuckled. "First, you'll come with us. As for your conditions, you may well change your mind shortly." Not receiving the anticipated response, Chunluo felt a sinking sensation as Liang Ming appeared unfazed. Nonetheless, he silently followed Liang Ming to meet the Yunwu emperor. The Yunwu emperor did not halt the procession, instead allowing Liang Ming to prepare a horse for Chunluo to ride behind him. "Criminal Chunluo, you have met the emperor." Chunluo spoke with respect. "Wow, the emperor's temperament is quite impressive." He actually recognizes Chunluo. Father Emperor's strategy is remarkable. If one did not know better, they might think Father Emperor is acquainted with Chunluo. with so many candidates every 3 years. It would be miraculous for him to remember every top scorer or gossip without some prior familiarity. However, Father Emperor speaking this way must surely touch Chen Luo. Yunwu gazed at Chen Luo with wide, inquisitive eyes. So that is how it is. Your Majesty, you have again wounded our sincere hearts. Liang Ming and others stuttered. Xiao Guiqing remained composed, though his expression was subtle. He feared that Chen Luo might overhear the thoughts of the 18th princess, which would expose the emperor's ruse and create an awkward situation for him. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Guiqing realized that Chen Luo displayed no reaction, indicating he had not heard the 18th princess's thoughts. The Yunwu emperor remained exceptionally calm. Chen Luo looked up in astonishment. Your Majesty, you remember your student? He could hardly believe it. I still recall you once said you would do all you could for Dian and seek justice for the common people. What are you doing now? The Yunwu emperor chastised him, eyes filled with drama. Chen Luo's breath quickened, and he spoke with anguish. Your Majesty, I have disappointed you. Perhaps I have disappointed you first? The Yunwu emperor replied, fixing his gaze on him. Chen Luo was once again astonished, his atoms apple-bobbing. Your Majesty, it is because the student has been wronged and disfigured by others, rendering him unfit for a place in the official court, coupled with the unjust death of his family, that he has resorted to such radical means to exact vengeance upon the authorities. Your Majesty, the student is willing to divulge any information he possesses regarding the Southwest Yamen. I implore you to spare those innocent commoners, for they are blameless. The Emperor of Yunwu replied coolly, before you attempted to assassinate me, they were indeed guiltless. However, the situation has since changed. The implication of the emperor's words was unmistakable. Chen Luo abruptly dismounted from his horse, knelt on the ground, and prostrated himself, causing blood to flow from his forehead. Your Majesty, it was all my command. They were merely following orders. I am willing to accept death as penance. The emperor scoffed. What use is your death? If I execute you, it serves only to quench my wrath. It brings no benefit. With a hint of mockery, he continued, if you truly repent, I might grant you a chance. Even for you rebels, I shall offer an opportunity, considering you have not killed the innocent. Your Majesty, I am willing. Chen Luo immediately responded, do you not fear that I may betray you? After all, you rebels harbor deep disappointment and resentment towards the court. The emperor remarked with a smile that was both amused and cynical. Chen Luo lifted his gaze, his tone resolute. I misunderstood, Your Majesty. The fault lies with those local officials. The emperor observed Chen Luo for a moment longer. Although he did not recall this student, upon reviewing the information provided, he recognized him as a talent, far more satisfactory than the officials within the local yamen of the Southwest. I have yet to specify what I require of you. Are you not concerned? Chapter 191. Come, witness the spectacle. The Emperor of Yunwu waved his hand. Very well. Mount your horse and summon your men to follow. My demands are simple. When you encounter those individuals, you shall lead the charge. Chen Luo contacted his subordinates, uncertain whether those the emperor referred to were indeed, as he surmised. Your Majesty, I have matters to convey. Chen Luo took the initiative to mention the injustices he and his companions had faced within the Southwest Yamen, detailing the nefarious deeds committed by the officials there, who abused their positions over the years. These matters were already within the emperor's calculations, yet he chose not to mention them, instead casting a deep gaze upon Chen Luo. Simply follow my instructions. Do not speak of what is beyond your knowledge. Chen Luo immediately bowed his head, wary of further inquiry. As the day passed in the blink of an eye and night descended, even the slumbering Yunwu felt a tense atmosphere of impending conflict upon awakening. What is happening? Mother, is there some gossip I ought not to know? Concubine Lin patted her back, feeding her while speaking in hushed tones. 18. Your father is displeased with the matters concerning the Southwest Yamen. The Southwest Yamen? Oh, I shall see what mischief they are up to now. Yet, amidst this incessant rain, they still find time to stir trouble, without concern for dampening their garments. Concubine Lin remarked with a wry smile, pondering that even amidst thunder and lightning, those intent on causing chaos would remain undeterred. Conversely, the Emperor of Yunwu had intentionally leaked his whereabouts to the officials of the Southwest, offering them an excellent opportunity. Should they be timid, they would not commit such egregious crimes. It was now evident that they harbored treasonous thoughts, perhaps not outright rebellion, but a desire to eliminate the iron-willed emperor standing in their way, thereby seizing their chance once a new emperor ascended the throne. allowing them to make their mark in the court. This behavior had clearly incensed the emperor. TSK, these individuals are audacious, fabricating false evidence to compel the rebels to assassinate the emperor, only to later eliminate them under the pretense of rescuing the throne. Regardless of whether the emperor faced peril, they could cleanse their own culpability whilst claiming credit for vanquishing the rebels. Should they indeed succeed in rescuing the emperor, it would pose a dilemma for him in dealing with these officials. Alas, they had already destroyed all evidence pertaining to the cases, resulting in the deaths of many. Fortunately, with me present, the emperor shall know all, Yunwu boasted, producing a piece of paper to present to concubine Lin. She cradled Yunwu and conveyed the information to the emperor, who was engaged in discussions within the tent. Though interrupted, he did not exhibit anger. Instead, he beckoned concubine Lin to bring Yunwu closer. 18, I understand. For your safety, it is better for you to remain close to your mother later, the emperor spoke gently. Below, Xiao Guiqing and others perused the paper. Chen Luo felt his eyes opened wide by the reactions of everyone since the arrival of the 18th princess. The emperor's affection for her mirrored the accounts in the newspapers, even more exaggerated. Strikingly, even the chief minister Xiao and others refrained from voicing dissent, evidently approving of the princess's favoritism, even relishing the sight of her being embraced by the emperor. Moreover, upon discerning the contents of the paper, Chen Luo was astonished. Xiao Guiqing, wearing a sly smile, remarked, "Surprised, are you? Wondering why we trust you? This is the reason." Chen Luo opened his mouth. "Sir Xiao, does this mean the emperor has already investigated the matters of the southwest and has come deliberately to resolve them?" The emperor had come personally to oversee disaster relief in response to the predictions of the national master and the 18th princess regarding the tremors. "If you're curious about other matters, it would be best to inquire directly with the emperor," Xiao Guiqing replied with a smile. Daunted by Zhao's demeanor, Chen Luo dared not press further, pondering the underlying implications of his words. "I do not presume," he responded cautiously. "You are fortunate," Xiao Guiqing cryptically remarked, before taking the paper, rolling it up and incinerating it. He then clapped his hands, smiling broadly at Chen Luo. "You should now be aware of your forthcoming tasks, correct? Do you harbor any doubts regarding these private soldiers of the Southwest Yamen?" Chen Luo, maintaining his composure, bowed slightly and replied, "I lack familiarity with others, but I am confident in dealing with the officials of the Southwest Yamen." "Confident, you say?" The emperor of Yunwu, holding a teacup, spoke in a low voice. Yunwu had already been taken away by concubine Lin, led by Yunwu to a location the emperor had long prepared, awaiting the unfolding of this battle. Once Yunwu discovered herself at a pavilion halfway up the mountain, controlling a drone that allowed her to witness the conflict unfolding in the valley below, she felt immense satisfaction. The greatest aspiration of a spectator is to witness the events of the world unfold. Indeed, clinging to my father's leg grants me continual entertainment and the leisure to enjoy it. As she observed the torches of both sides igniting, signaling the imminent clash, she waved her small hand. "Mother, come partake in some gossip and see the spectacle." Concubine Lin would likely never forget this day. She chuckled helplessly, holding a watermelon, taking a bite while her gaze could not help but wander to the scene below, where the battle had already commenced. Upon hearing the emperor's retort, Chen Luo understood that his opportunity had finally arrived. If he performed well, he could fulfill his lifelong ambition. He gazed at the line of people ahead, shouting the word traitor, which rang even more piercingly than before. Yet this time, he did not feel despair. Instead, a flicker of hope ignited within him. His eyes bore a derisive gleam, mocking those who, faced with imminent doom, still dared to act with arrogance. He was eager to witness the fate that awaited this group. "Brothers, charge forth, for the sake of our families, to ensure that these scoundrels receive the punishment they deserve." The rebels immediately stirred with excitement, rushing forward in a frenzy. On horseback, YNWD squinted at the distant troops from the southwestern Ymen, who approached under the pretense of a rescue. He narrowed his eyes, determined not to let a single one escape. Indeed, Liang Im quickly instructed his men. The captains of the Imperial Guard swiftly assigned tasks, responding with far greater efficiency than the Imperial Forest Army. As the two forces became entangled, an opportunity arose to stealthily assassinate the soldiers of the southwestern Ymen. Perhaps in a bid for glory, the ZHHU and TNGZH leading this endeavor brought along their most trusted men. How could our forces be outmatched by the rebels? Is it true that they are actually resisting? The TNGZH's words struck a chord with ZHZHU Yingli NGSing. Something feels amiss, Yingli NGSing murmured, straining to discern the unfolding battle in the flickering torchlight. These rebels wouldn't dare act recklessly. They cannot afford to attract too much attention. Otherwise, the court would surely issue a command for their complete eradication. Such cowards could never muster the courage to confront the soldiers of the court. They must have some form of support. Upon hearing this, the TNGH's expression shifted dramatically as he suppressed his excitement and asked, "My Lord Ying, do you think it's possible that these people have truly dealt with YNWD? You mean to say YNWD is actually dead?" Yingli NGSing's eyes widened as he struggled to contain his exhilaration. If he has perished, then these rebels would be reckless in their defiance, having nothing left to lose. "My lord, what should we do next?" the TNGZH asked, elongating his voice and exchanging knowing glances with those nearby. Unbeknownst to them, YNWD, utilizing a telescope in the glow of the flames, discerned their true intentions. He was not a fool. Sensing Yingli NGS retreat, he surmised his adversary's thoughts. Immediately, a signal flare shot into the sky. In the next moment, hidden snipers who had long awaited this opportunity aimed at Yingli NGSing and his companions. A series of silent shots rang out, and the leaders fell lifeless. At the same time, the soldiers and officials of the Y men, now aware of the chaos, began to scream, "My Lord Ying, TNGZH." The previously orderly ranks disintegrated in an instant. Chen Lu seized the opportunity, directing the rebels to pursue vigorously. The tide of battle shifted decisively. In the pavilion, YNWD and LNF I had managed to rest comfortably. "Father, congratulations. You have successfully dealt with these traitors. INW de l'Octartili, indeed. This endeavor to eliminate the officials from the southwest has gone remarkably well. Clearly, they have exhausted their options and lost their vitality." After a brief respite, he instructed Li Yingming to have the Imperial Guard handle the corpses, and then he ascended with Chen Lu and a burly man. "Commoner ZH Ing SN has met the Emperor. Student Chen Lu has met the Emperor." Is that name so common? Let me check. It's not just a coincidence. He truly is the historical figure who, after the fall of DYN, became the king of the Southwest under DCH. The king of the Southwest from DCH? YNWD narrowed his eyes. He was granted the title due to his 6 or 7 years of effort during DCH's unification of the Central Plains. When he sought contact with the Southwest, he found that the soldiers were already under this man's command. Impossible. This man is a rebel. How could he possibly command the Southwestern Army? YNWD was astonished, yet a glimmer of speculation emerged. As YNWD awaited YNW's subsequent words, his suspicions were soon validated. One cannot deny that the soldiers of DYN, under your command, are predominantly under the royal family's control. The leader behind the ambush on the Southwestern Army is none other than CHC Ying. At this time, CHC Ying had already learned of his identity as a prince and sought to make a significant contribution. Coupled with the connections he had amassed over the years, he was able to rally a group of ambitious individuals to his cause. This seems to be a gathering of militia. Their numbers are overwhelming. Moreover, CHC Ying informed the Southwestern Army that their new emperor usurped the throne, causing the death of his father. The Southwestern Army, who had previously recognized only their rightful emperor, began to show signs of unrest. In fact, there was even internal discord, with many soldiers unwilling to come to the rescue. However, the third prince ultimately ascended the throne, and as DYN faced numerous attacks and lost many cities, the leader of the Southwestern Army managed to persuade everyone to march toward the capital. Ultimately, just after leaving the Southwest, they were besieged and met their demise. Historical records state that a sudden thunderbolt struck the leader of the Southwestern Army, interpreted as divine retribution against DYN's tyranny. Thus, following this event, the Southwestern Army was defeated, with some fleeing while others were captured. This was also a sign of DYN's waning support. The outcome was not what it appeared. In my view, it was CHC Ying who utilized the explosives from ZH Ying Y space to contend with the DYN Southwestern Army. This battle brought CHC Ying fame overnight. In terms of reputation, it also undermined DYN's rule. It was a remarkable achievement on multiple fronts. No wonder DCH emerged victorious, with CHC Ying eventually claiming the throne. It is evident that he possesses a remarkable talent for shaping public opinion and a formidable capability in military leadership. It is no surprise that he succeeded, as the timing, location, and support of the people are all essential. YNWD's expression darkened. Thus, to manage to unify the remaining southwestern army under Jiang in such circumstances is quite impressive. He later changed his name to Yunwu. Yet, history does not record the name Qianlu. However, Jiang, the king of the southwest, lived a relatively happy life. After being granted kingship, he did not immediately relinquish his military power, but when DCH became more stable, he voluntarily surrendered his authority to CHCing. One must admit that his timing was remarkably astute. No wonder he fared so well. Jiang, what was his profession? YNWD squinted, looking towards Jiang. Later, due to the county magistrate's son falling from his horse, the magistrate vented his anger on everyone, attempting to break the commoner's legs, which led to the commoner's escape. After fleeing, he roamed the mountains and met Mr. Chun, joining the rebel forces for survival. YNWD scrutinized him, noting the sincerity etched across his face, even the simplicity that accompanied it. A man who would rise to become the king of the Southwest in the future could not be described merely as simple-minded. Jiang, a sturdy man, gradually fell silent, lowering his head to avoid making eye contact with YNWD. Qianlu, standing nearby, clenched his fists anxiously. Your Majesty, did you not say that if we dealt with the officials, you would spare our lives? When did I ever say that? YNW de his cold laughter causing YNW to unconsciously rub his ears in discomfort. Xiaogu Qing stood calmly beside them, silently observing the scene without interjecting or offering assistance. After all, he believed that the hardships he had endured should not be borne alone. It was rather nice to share the burden with like-minded companions. Chapter 193. Ha. Jiang instinctively glanced at Qianlu beside him. Wow. Ha. It seems that Jiang later changed his name to Jiang, which must be steeped in intrigue. Ha. Xiaogu Qing touched the tip of his nose, while Li Ing stared at the two with curiosity. At this moment, if the two were aware of YNW's inner thoughts, they would surely feel utterly embarrassed. Liang Ming suddenly expressed his sentiments, noting that Jiang Sifu was preferable, as he could enjoy the gossip alongside him, unlike Xiao Shoufu, who was excessively serious. Your Majesty, I acknowledge my mistake, Qianluo thought, as he hadn't heard the voice of the Yunwu Emperor for quite some time. His heart sank. He lowered his head, forcing a bitter smile, quickly retreating, for he understood that he could not win this psychological battle. The Yunwu Emperor indeed surprised him, as though everything was within his control. Your Majesty, it was the student who instructed Zhang San to say so. Your Majesty, that is not the case. It was merely the commoner daring to inquire. Unrelated to the esteemed elder, Zhang San hastily interrupted Qianluo, seemingly anxious that he might utter something worse. He knelt, blocking Qianluo's path. Qianluo reached out to grasp his waist, attempting to signal him, but Zhang San remained resolute, disregarding his gestures. Qianluo grew anxious. The Yunwu Emperor chuckled, observing the apparent bond between the two. Qianluo sighed inwardly, realizing that the emperor was surely aware of how to manipulate both him and Zhang San, perhaps even leveraging it against the entire rebel faction. However, soon Qianluo discovered that he had been overly concerned. As for your personal matters, I am indifferent and shall not pry further. If you wish to continue living, you must serve as soldiers of Dian, my soldiers. I require your unwavering loyalty. Of course, if you enjoy acting, should I catch you again, do not blame me for your punishment, the Yunwu Emperor remarked with a smile, looking down at them with an air of calmness mixed with pride. Only then did Qianluo realize that he had been nothing more than a jester beneath the Emperor's gaze, unable to wield any weapon. Should you violate the agreement with me, I can easily arrange for your demise. Qianluo's eyes widened. He noted that when the Yunwu Emperor spoke these words, the officials nearby displayed no signs of alarm. Rather, each wore a confident smile. Qianluo felt a surge of curiosity about the source of the Emperor's confidence. Soon, a memory from the past resurfaced in his mind, the moment when stones had floated in the canyon. That was a divine miracle, and it was impossible to claim that it had no connection to the Yunwu Emperor. Suddenly, an idea sparked within him. The Yunwu Emperor, or rather, the Dying Court, must possess knowledge unknown to him. Perhaps the national master had indeed become so formidable as to predict seismic occurrences. Nevertheless, prior to this, Chen Luo had been skeptical of the news from the Yamen, suspecting ulterior motives. But now, witnessing the Yunwu emperor's cold and ruthless treatment of the officials within the southwestern Yamen, as well as the information regarding the earthquake being orchestrated by the court rather than the southwestern Yamen, he began to believe. After all, the emperor's approach starkly contrasted with the hypocritical behavior of the southwestern officials. The only opportunity to validate his suspicions lay in recognizing the Yunwu emperor as his master and serving him. Should he fail this time, the fate of those like Yang Liangsong who perished would serve as a grim reminder. Your Majesty, I am willing to serve as your soldier. As a soldier of the court, Chen Luo had yet to speak, but upon closer inspection, he appeared less the simpleton he once seemed, now radiating a fierce determination. The Yunwu emperor observed this change with satisfaction. Excellent. I am quite pleased with you both. Chen Luo suddenly comprehended the implications of the emperor's words. Overjoyed, he knelt and bowed repeatedly, blood streaming from his forehead. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Yunwu emperor merely smiled silently. The southwestern rebels attacked me, and under the command of Lord Yang from the southwestern Yamen, they were entirely exterminated. Regrettably, Lord Yang and others were too eager for quick results, resorting to arson, resulting in the sacrifice of all. I am deeply pained and have decided to weigh Lord Yang's merits against his faults. The position of the southwestern governor will be taken over by Zhang Yongwei. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo understood clearly that the emperor had casually eliminated the officials of the southwestern Yamen while shifting the blame onto Yang Liangsong and others. The act of arson that resulted in their deaths was indeed tragic, erasing their reputations. Furthermore, this fire served to completely silence any dissent from other officials. Even those closely allied with Yang Liangsong would find it impossible to confront the Yunwu emperor. The emperor, fully aware that he could not find evidence, chose to forego the search and instead guided the opposition to their own demise. Although he had not confiscated their assets, the emperor seemed intent on not sparing them, for many had conspired in this covert plot against him. Logically, the Yunwu emperor, upon discovering the assassination attempt against him, should have been enraged. Yet curiously, he remained composed. So much so that Chen Luo felt the emperor's depth of strategy surpassed his expectations. Chen Luo suddenly felt reassured in his choice. With such a profoundly astute leader, his future seemed secure, though he remained wary of being entirely utilized without realizing it. Nevertheless, clever individuals are drawn to challenges. Your Majesty, I take my leave. Your Majesty, the commoner bids farewell. The two, noting the late hour, prepared to depart, turning to leave the mountain with the emperor's consent. Chen Luo and his companion were escorted down the mountain by Liang Ming. Chen Luo took the initiative to inquire, Liang Huwei, why did you choose the emperor? Is that even a question? The emperor is the only one who has compelled my allegiance, Liang Ming replied with a cheerful grin. Just as Chen Luo intended to ask further, Liang Ming interrupted him, kindly warning, Mr. Chen, allow me to remind you, not all in your ranks are aligned with you. In any fine group, there will always be spies, won't there? Chen Luo's pupils constricted in shock. He was astounded by Liang Ming's seemingly superior awareness. Indeed, it felt as if the other party knew everything. Chapter 194. Setting fire to the mountain, Liang Huwei said, enough with the questions. Even if you ask, I won't tell you. Liang Ming playfully jested, chuckling before patting Chen Luo on the shoulder. He noticed Zhang San frowning at the hand he had placed on Chen Luo's shoulder. Liang Ming grinned wider, meeting Zhang San's gaze. Tell me, do you love beauty more, or power? Zhang San's pupils constricted. Liang Ming burst into laughter, raised his hand, and instructed the soldiers to escort the two down. He felt triumphant, teasing the pair, while Zhang San and Chen Luo were visibly alarmed, their faces etched with worry. As for Chen Luo's situation, the Yunwu emperor was unfazed. At that moment, he was examining a map with Xiao Guiqing, deliberating on the strategy of setting fire to the mountain and disposing of the corpses, determining which locations to incinerate. This map had been purchased by the Yunwu emperor from Yunwu, featuring a detailed printout of the entire Dian territory. The system was remarkably advanced, capable of scanning the entirety of Dian's situation. Your Majesty, I believe we should ignite the mountain within this valley before us. Firstly, there are no continuous mountain ranges in the western Zhou region, and the trees are not excessively dry, allowing for controlled flames. Secondly, there are bloodstains on the ground which, once burned, will conceal any evidence of bones, making all disguises more plausible. Plausible? The Yunwu emperor chuckled softly. Do I require plausibility? Xiao Guiqing fell silent. When the Yunwu emperor chose to handle the southwestern officials in this manner, it was not merely to eliminate them, but to intimidate others still alive amidst the chaos in the southwest. The elder understood. Your Majesty, I believe this location would be ideal. Xiao Guiqing finally pointed to a specific location. Here, there was only a small patch of mountain, with scarcely any dead wood. It was merely a matter of transporting the corpse and igniting it. Given a nearby small creek, it was likely that the fire would not even catch. First, the isolation zone should be cleared before setting the fire. If a gust of wind were to arise, even the smallest fire could lead to a catastrophe. If the fire were to spread excessively, it would be detrimental to the environment and waste firewood. After all, so much firewood could be used to make charcoal to support the frontier soldiers. Yunwu immediately glanced at Xiao Guiqing, tracing a semicircular shape with his finger. Thus, the flames of this conflagration were born. Yunwu witnessed everything from the pavilion, observing the outside world in its entirety. The raging inferno appeared to stain half the sky crimson, accompanied by the acrid scent of charred materials. Yunwu touched her nose and casually retrieved an orange from her spatial storage, placing it beneath her nose. 18. Do not eat indiscriminately. Lin Fei instinctively raised her hand to prevent her. As a result, Lin Tai, who had been checking Yunwu's pulse nearby, caught sight of the orange in Yunwu's hand. His eyes widened. 18, Princess. May I take a look at the fruit in your hand? Feel free. It is merely an orange, nothing of great value. Lin Tai sincerely took it to examine for a while, realizing that he seemed to have seen this fruit somewhere before. 18, Princess. Does this fruit come in other colors, such as green? Indeed, when unripe, it is green. Naturally, there are some varieties with green peels that never turn yellow. The orange from Dian should exist, as it originates from our Huaxia. Even if you encounter it somewhere, it would not be surprising. After all, the climate in the southwest is suitable for growing oranges. Prompted by this reminder, Lin Tai recalled where he had seen it. He immediately informed Yunwu, Your Majesty. I finally understand how Consort An poisoned you. Upon hearing the name of Consort An, Yunwu's expression darkened instantly. Being betrayed by one so close to him was a testament to his failure. Despite the grim look on Yunwu's face, Lin Tai continued. The poison was originally colored and fragrant, but when applied to the orange peel, it transforms into a colorless and odorless vapor. While peeling the orange, the poison inadvertently transfers to the flesh, which is then made into juice and incorporated into pastries. Even the use of silver needles would not reveal it. Your Majesty, the oranges in the palace were all tributes, sourced from the southwest and other regions. Yunwu's voice was low, indicating to those who knew him that he was on the verge of anger. Lin Tai cleared his throat, hastily shifting the topic. Thus, I believe the oranges from the southwest should be quite good and could be developed vigorously, providing more means of livelihood for the people. After all, a fruit that attracts the attention of nefarious individuals and is still regarded as a tribute must be of high quality. Furthermore, the orange peel has medicinal properties. You've mentioned so much, referring to my poisoning, merely to advocate for oranges as a good thing. The tone of Yunwu was now a warning. Yet, Lin Tai seemed oblivious, nodding earnestly. Go administer medicine to the injured soldiers. Do not vex me in my presence. Lin Tai quickly scrambled to his feet. Yes, Your Majesty. I shall take my leave. Once Lin Tai departed, the process of treating the injured soldiers advanced significantly. So Lin Tai went to attend to his injured nephew. This is quite audacious favoritism. No wonder he is so eager for the emperor to dismiss him. Yunwu did not dwell on Lin Tai's ulterior motives. Did he truly believe he was oblivious? Nevertheless, Yunwu, gazing at the orange in his hand, calmly took a bite. Your Majesty, Eunuch Lin and called out, worry lacing his voice. What? Are you still afraid I will be poisoned? Yunwu scoffed, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. I'm not the sort to be deterred by a single act of treachery. I am the emperor. I cannot afford to show weakness. Eunuch Lin refrained from further comment, though concern flickered in his eyes. Fear not, father. I am here. Yunwu smiled. Lin Fei, observing closely from his side, noted that now it seemed only the words of 18 would be heeded by the emperor. Father, in truth, Lin Tai is not entirely wrong. Oranges could be developed, as they have a relatively long shelf life. We should see if they can be transported to other provinces for sale. For now, our priority is to rest and await the dawn. Yunwu gazed into the distant sky, his expression contemplative and shrouded in foresight. He instructed eunuch Lin and Linen, inform Liang Ming that once the fire has extinguished, all charcoal must be collected. Father, I have inexpensive snakeskin bags for sale. Would you like to purchase some? Ever since discovering she could earn a commission, Yunwu had become even more enthusiastic about selling goods. Yunwu raised an eyebrow and inquired, How much? Not expensive. 2 coins apiece. How many would you like? 2 copper coins each? Yunwu looked at the flames below and said, Then give me 10,000. That will be 20 taels of silver. Eunuch Linen smiled as he handed the silver to 18 Princess. The very next moment, a small mountain of snakeskin bags appeared beside Yunwu, ready to be distributed to all the Imperial Guards. With a command from Yunwu during the night, as the Imperial Guards extinguished the fire, the following dawn brought a chance to cool the ash-laden charcoal before collecting it. Lines of individuals formed. Some were tasked with picking up the charcoal, others with packing it into bags, while still others sealed the bags and loaded them onto carts. When Yunwu awoke, having had her milk and breakfast, she was greeted by the sight of soldiers covered in soot, yet they had amassed a considerable haul, filling cart after cart with charcoal. Amidst their busyness, birds flitted away from the forest, while prey scurried away in various directions. Even ants marched in droves, vacating the area. From afar, the sounds of neighing horses could be heard. Father, just as the line was preparing to advance, Yunwu suddenly called out with a serious expression. Yunwu instinctively looked at her. Her voice was grave. An earthquake is coming. Yunwu's pupils constricted. No sooner had Yunwu finished speaking than the earth trembled violently, as if gripped by an unseen force. Your Majesty, the ground is shaking. Eunuch Lin and others felt the tremors and instinctively focused on the shifting stones beneath their feet. Everyone stood in the open. Liang Ming, experiencing the quake for the first time, quickly reacted, instructing the nearby soldiers to secure their horses. Yunwu's gaze was piercing as he watched the distant mountains, some trembling and leading to landslides. In the distance, dust clouds rose and more mountains crumbled. In the blink of an eye, the scene before them transformed entirely. The once lush green leaves were now mere remnants of walls. The verdant expanse vanished in an instant. He even observed cracks forming in previously yellowed roads. Your Majesty, Xiao Guiqing gasped, her breath quickening, fearing the earthquake's intensity was too great. The situation for the common folk might be dire. We must set off immediately to provide aid. Yunwu's face was stern as he commanded. The mood among everyone was grim. Yet, a single statement from Yunwu halted Yunwu's actions. Your Majesty, please wait a moment. The aftershocks have yet to subside, and I estimate we have another hour of tremors. Aftershocks? Xiao Guiqing, having previously dealt with reports from the southwest, was well aware of what this entailed. Sometimes, secondary injuries stem from these aftershocks. Emperor Yunwu gritted his teeth and said, Prepare yourselves. We shall depart in 15 minutes. Xiao Guiqing wished to persuade him, but her concern for the common people prevailed, especially with the 18th princess present, ensuring their safety. As long as His Majesty remained unharmed, rescuing others took precedence. Soon, the quarter hour passed, and the group set forth. During their journey, the emperor received numerous messages from the west via carrier pigeons, which, affected by the tremors, lost many en route. Only a scant few reached Emperor Yunwu. Unable to establish contact with the southwestern troops, he had no choice but to abandon that avenue. Within moments of stepping out from the mountain path, they were met with the sight of collapsed houses in the villages. Liang Ming immediately rode into the village, where he was struck by the sounds of wailing. Were you not all sleeping outside? He questioned a villager. The villager, startled by the imposing figure on horseback, was left speechless. However, seeing that only a few were injured, Liang Ming adhered to the emperor's earlier directives, leaving 2 soldiers to teach the villagers how to purify their water while the main contingent pressed on. Emperor Yunwu aimed for the epicenter of the earthquake in Hanwu County. Along the way, they passed through numerous towns and villages. The closer they got to the epicenter, the more severe the destruction and the higher the death toll. Each time they arrived at a new location, Liang Ming would first seek out the local officials to instruct them on water purification, insisting that the water must be boiled before consumption. Furthermore, the deceased needed to be handled uniformly. During this process, Emperor Yunwu received the reinforcements of Chen Luo and others who had come to support. The ranks of soldiers grew, and the pace of rescue quickened. Everyone along the way witnessed the devastation and realized the grim reality. Numerous lives have been lost, countless homes destroyed, leading to significant economic losses. It was evident that the situation in Yunwu County, the earthquake's epicenter, would be dire. However, upon reaching the outskirts of Yunwu County that afternoon, they were blocked by a massive landslide. Liang Ming led a team to investigate. Your Majesty, the landslide has obscured the only entrance into Yunwu County. To proceed, we must first clear away the earth and debris. The emperor furrowed his brow. Is there no alternative route? He was deeply concerned about the situation within the city. Your Majesty, there is none. The mountains encircle the western part of Yunwu County, and to enter, we would have to travel an additional half-month to circumvent the high peaks. The paths are treacherous, and there are many wild beasts. Our soldiers would not fare well. Indeed, the presence of so many wild animals makes it far more perilous than in modern times. It would be unwise to take such risks. The main concern is that while you initially aim to rescue the afflicted citizens, it may turn into a situation where you require rescue yourself, which would be quite awkward, remarked the eunuch Linen, cautiously avoiding the emperor's gaze. Consort Lin tightened her grip around Yunwu's arm, sighing inwardly. 18 truly had a bold spirit, inadvertently offending many. Few could mock the emperor as she did without facing dire consequences, save for Yunwu's indulgence. The emperor cleared his throat, casting a warning glance at Linen and the others. He was well aware of their jesting. How long will it take to clear this blockage? He inquired. Your Majesty, I have previously gathered information regarding the progress of debris removal in this area. With your manpower, it should take no more than an hour and a half to clear the way, Liang Ming replied, his lips twitching as he observed those eager to claim credit. Your Majesty, I assure you we can clear it in 1 hour. The emperor seemingly ignored their rivalry. Work together. Liang Ming felt a sense of being sidelined, somewhat stifled. Yes, Your Majesty. Chen Luo, however, was quite pleased. After receiving his orders, he turned to walk alongside Liang Ming towards the obstruction. Thank you for your reminder, Liang Guard. It helped me identify the spy within our ranks in time. Would you now be willing to disclose how you came to know of the spy? I have no time. I am far too busy, Liang Ming retorted, wearing an expression that dared Chen Luo to challenge him. Ignoring Chen Luo's reaction, he turned aside, leading a group of imperial guards and soldiers to begin digging. The entire team moved with disciplined efficiency, outpacing those under Chen Luo's command. Meanwhile, Emperor Yunwu did not place all his hopes on clearing the path. He retrieved a golden gourd from his robe, handing it to Yunwu and asking, 18, do you have any knowledge of the current situation in Yunwu County? Blocked from entry, they were so close yet could not advance. No wonder he was anxious. Xiao Guiqing had also joined in the earth-moving effort, as had several princes. Along the journey, witnessing the suffering of many citizens had a profound impact on them, even if they had been warned beforehand. Until then, they had not truly understood the resonance of life and death, despite having seen countless corpses. Let me check, murmured Yunwu. Emperor Yunwu waited patiently by his side. Oh, the situation in Yunwu County is indeed dire. Although we had prior warnings about the earthquake, this is still the epicenter. But that is not the worst of it. The worst part is that another wave of aftershocks is imminent. After 6 days of struggle, food supplies are nearly depleted, and injuries among the citizens have led to infections. Most lives hang by a thread. If we could have provided assistance just a minute earlier, we could have saved at least 10 more lives, considering there are only a few thousand original residents in Yunwu County. Upon hearing this news, a heaviness settled in Emperor Yunwu's heart. 18. Do you have any means to traverse this landslide and lead the people in Yunwu County? Eunuch Linen pondered nearby. Fearing the possibility was slim. Such a feat seemed almost miraculous. He believed the emperor was overthinking it. Were it not for his concern about leaving the emperor alone without attendance, he would have personally gone to assist with the earth removal. Well, it is not without solutions. For instance, hot air balloons or excavators could assist in the digging. Previously, my supplies were insufficient, but now, Your Majesty, you could purchase them at the market, though they would cost significantly more than in modern times. I only have excavators, no hot air balloons, but I do have a fair amount of food. Emperor Yunwu quickly made a decision, although he was unfamiliar with the excavators and hot air balloons. Once he understood that only the hot air balloon could facilitate their entry into Yunwu County, he unhesitatingly chose it. Ultimately, Emperor Yunwu spent 100 taels of silver to acquire a hot air balloon for 10 days of use, which could carry 35 individuals at once. When the hot air balloon suddenly appeared on the official road, even the soldiers digging nearby paused in curiosity. Yunwu explained how to operate the hot air balloon. Lin Gonggong was astonished. Could it truly ignite and ascend into the sky? How marvelous! Yin Wudi's eyes sparkled, seemingly saying nothing, yet he was clearly holding back. "We shall ascertain its authenticity through trial," he remarked lightly. Lin and Gong, taken aback, quickly replied, "Your Majesty, allow me to test it first. If all goes well, then you may ascend." "Are you doubting Sheba?" Lin and Gong was startled and hastily asserted, "I would not dare to doubt Princess Sheba. My concern lies in our inexperience. We may not manage the hot air balloon well. If it extinguishes midair, we could meet our doom." Lin and Gong felt a chill run down his spine. Yunwu pressed his lips together, indicating his consent. He had no intention of risking his own life, nor that of Sheba's. Unexpectedly, Yunwu excitedly reached out to Lin and Gong. "Gong, take me with you. I want to play. Such an opportunity must not be missed. This is a chance to ride a hot air balloon in ancient times and behold the vast landscapes. I must go." Hearing this, Yunwu feigned ignorance of her gestures, turning away with Yunwu in his arms, deliberately distancing himself from Lin and Gong. "Father, I wish to guide the hot air balloon," Yunwu boldly declared, printing her words on paper, complete with an exclamation mark, showcasing her determination. Yunwu disapproved, stating, "It is dangerous. Sheba, you are still young. Do not follow along on such risky ventures. Let others handle perilous tasks. If a Gong perishes, many more remain, but if Sheba were lost, only 17 would remain." Lin and Gong, clad in gear, felt his resolve wane at the thought of ascending in the hot air balloon. "Father, I must go," Yunwu urged. "You have a bright future ahead." "I must go," Yunwu replied. "I cannot trust Linen. If you do not agree, I shall tell everyone how you picked your nose last night." In an instant, Yunwu placed Yunwu into Lin and Gong's arms, sternly instructing, "Ensure the safety of Princess Sheba. Otherwise, beware of your head." Both Yunwu and Lin and Gong exchanged knowing glances, refraining from unearthing his past indiscretions. After all, speaking of an emperor's nose-picking would severely tarnish his dignity. Yunwu's wish was granted as she was embraced by Lin and Gong and boarded the prepared hot air balloon. Lin Fei and Yun Mama closely followed. "Mother, what brings you here?" Lin Fei inquired, glancing at her paper. "A mother must protect her child. Should anything happen, I would regret being too distant to help." "Woo, mother, you are so kind. Fear not. With me around, you shall remain safe." Yunwu patted her chest, embodying the confidence of an older sister. Soon, Lin and Gong took control of the hot air balloon, commencing its ascent, accompanied by 2 guards. As the balloon ascended steadily, all gazes instinctively turned to the scene below. Lin Fei murmured, "It truly has risen. If the palace had such an apparatus, even if someone plotted against the emperor, he could escape in time. Even in the face of explosives, there would still be a chance for survival." Yin Mama gazed up at the hot air balloon, silent, yet her mind was racing with thoughts. Yunwu leaned over the edge to look below, but upon seeing the desolate landscape, collapsed homes, and dried-up rivers, her enthusiasm for sightseeing diminished. Chapter 197, The Child Prodigy. "Look, what is that? A marvel soaring in the sky. Heavens, it can fly. The gods are furious. They're sending down punishment. We beseech the heavens for mercy." The earth trembled as if to chastise them. A crowd of citizens in Yunwu County, save those aiding in rescue, knelt in awe at the sight of the balloon ascending. The national master stood amidst the shattered streets of the county, gazing upwards, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity. It was absurdly familiar. "Master, I believe there is a flag waving above us," the disciple said, somewhat sheepishly. "I see it. What does it feel like to see a comically grinning dragon in the sky?" Aside from absurdity, it was mortifying. It must be Princess Sheba and her companions. The disciple speculated uncertainly. "I must calm the citizens." "Very well, master." Yet the disciple found the dragon flag amusing. "Ah, the heavenly dragon. The heavenly dragon has arrived. Are they here to rescue us?" Some despondent citizens murmured. Nearby, a frightened child asked, "Uncle, why does the dragon look so strange?" "Indeed, the dragon is smiling. It must be here to save us." A dragon smile means the calamity is about to end. Precisely. The earth dragon's turmoil will cease. The citizens, uplifted by the comical dragon flag, felt their spirits revive. However, just as hope surged among the populace, the ground began to tremble once more. "Quick, run towards the heavenly dragon." The national master had not anticipated an aftershock at that moment. A slap in the face indeed. Fortunately, he had not yet claimed that the appearance of the dragon was orchestrated by the emperor and Princess Sheba. Otherwise, he would have ruined their reputations and faced dire consequences. The national master's voice calmed the citizens, who no longer panicked, rushing towards the heavenly dragon. Their landing site was intentionally chosen for its flat terrain. Even with everyone converging, it did not lead to a crush, as there were truly few people present. Why are the citizens running towards us? This is not good. Another aftershock. Upon witnessing the already crumbling structure tremble anew during the aftershock, Lin and Gong immediately reacted. He tightened his grip on the ropes, inhaling deeply. Your Highness, Princess Sheba, prepare yourselves. We are descending shortly. As Lin and Gong and the soldiers began to deflate and extinguish the flame to bring the hot air balloon down, a crowd of citizens stood below. Step back. Once they had safely landed in the flat fields, the distant citizens dared not approach. Their hesitation stemmed from spotting the armor guards, whose identities were not to be trifled with. The National Master's disciple rushed over, panting. Upon seeing the colossal balloon, he gaped, "Wow, such a large balloon? It can carry people aloft? Lin and Gong, you are remarkable. Without that dragon flag you brought, the citizens would surely have been affected by the aftershocks again. Who devised such a brilliant flag? It is truly ingenious. The child prodigy is none other than I. I am the child prodigy," Yunwu proclaimed proudly, her demeanor exuding confidence. If only she donned sunglasses, her image would be even more flamboyant. The National Master's disciple chuckled. Was that even a question? Only Princess Sheba possesses such audacity. His grin was rather lewd. Yunwu, witnessing Sheba pout, felt her mood dampen, while Lin and Gong protectively shooed away the disciple. Away with you. Stop being insufferable. What do you mean by lewd? This is a magnificent invention. It is thanks to Princess Sheba's intelligence that we have this unique heavenly dragon to capture the citizens' attention and soothe their spirits. You a rough fellow. Understand, less than a mere child. Many citizens had suffered losses. A moment of despair could lead to tragic choices. The heavenly dragon was their salvation. The National Master's disciple was thoroughly scolded. He obediently followed Lin and Gong, assisting in coordinating the soldiers who had accompanied them. Lin Fei cradled Sheba as they descended from the hot air balloon. She surveyed the desolate landscape of Shizhou, where ragged citizens bore soiled faces. Their appearances a portrait of despair, devoid of hope. Yet, in this moment, curiosity flickered in their eyes as they gazed upon her. Lord Linen had arranged for Granny Yun to remain behind to safeguard Yunwu. He skillfully manipulated the hot air balloon, ascending once more towards the realm of the Emperor of Yunwu. He's gone. The heavenly dragon has departed. Quick, pursue him. The townsfolk erupted into chaos. At that instant, Yunwu retrieved a loudspeaker from the ether and handed it to the disciple of the National Master, along with an instruction manual. This little device could amplify sound? The disciple marveled at its novelty. However, this was not a time for curiosity. He swiftly activated it and directed the loudspeaker towards the fleeing populace, exclaiming, "Fear not, citizens! The heavenly dragon, along with His Majesty and Princess Sheba, has come to rescue you. Cooperation is essential. Relief supplies are on their way, and you shall survive." Words spread like wildfire, igniting fervor among the citizens, yet their expressions remained somewhat bewildered. The Emperor has arrived? He brings us provisions? They pondered. The divine dragon is the Emperor and the Fortune Star Princess? Regardless of their skepticism, the Imperial Guards, under Granny Yun's direction, swiftly commenced their rescue operations, digging for survivors and salvaging possessions as soon as the tremor subsided. The discipline of the guards was commendable. Initially, the citizens had harbored fears that the guards might exploit their misfortune, absconding with their belongings. Yet, witnessing their earnest efforts to assist shifted the tide of sentiment. Encouraged by Yunwu, Lin Fei, accompanied by palace maids and other ladies, began attending to the wounded. Yunwu, cradled by Granny Yun, was escorted into the makeshift medical camp. Their wounds are inflamed, and some suffer severe leg injuries. Amputation is necessary, announced Lin Tai, his voice laced with disbelief. Can one truly survive after losing a leg? Certainly. It is to save a life that we must proceed with amputation. Look at this gentleman's leg. It has already succumbed to necrosis. If we delay, his life hangs in the balance, Lin Tai asserted, pressing on the leg of a middle-aged man. His medical expertise quickly confirmed the dire state of the patient. Awakened by pain, the middle-aged man weakly gazed at Lin Tai's satin attire. "Sir, I am nearing my end. There is nothing you can do for me. Can I not find peace in the earth?" Chapter 198. Too late. The man spoke with great effort. Lin Tai regarded him with indignation. "How dare you insult me? I am a physician. I do not feast upon the flesh of the dying. Physician? The middle-aged man struggled to comprehend. Your life is in peril, and your leg is beyond saving. The sole chance for your survival is to sever it. Would you consent? Lin Tai posed the question earnestly. Though he harbored doubts about Princess Sherba's claims, a glance at the surgical procedure outlined by her evoked a sense of admiration. These documents are my compilation, but I am not a surgeon. The execution lies in your hands, Lin Tai. Yet, patient consent is paramount. After all, human experimentation is illegal, Yunwu interjected firmly. Lin Tai nodded in agreement. The middle-aged man hesitated only briefly before consenting. I am willing, but I possess no silver. Moreover, given the vastness of Dian and the difficulties in communication, truly understanding the plight of the citizens was challenging. Even with knowledge of their suffering, without effective governance, the situation remained unchanged. Compounding matters, numerous officials were creating trouble for the emperor. Had they not witnessed the poisoning incidents? The lives of the common folk could only improve gradually. The emperor himself has come to assist. Do you still require silver? Once the situation stabilizes, you may labor to rebuild your tents, Lin Tai replied, indifferent to whether the man believed him. He began conversing with Yunwu. Occasionally, Yunwu offered guidance to Lin Tai. The surgery proceeded, with the crude amputation tools wielded by Granny Yun. As Yunwu witnessed the blade for the first time, her eyes sparkled. It was indeed a precious weapon. Bolstered by her inner strength, she effortlessly executed a clean incision. Oh my heavens! Granny Yun, how did I not realize your prowess? She exclaimed. Lin Tai, have I met your expectations? Granny Yun inquired, a smile gracing her lips. Lin Tai gave her a thumbs up in approval. Granny Yun chuckled. After a lifetime of taking lives, this is merely trivial, akin to butchering a pig's leg. Ugh! Yunwu turned away, nearly retching. Granny Yun, taken aback by the princess's reaction, managed to prevent her from vomiting further and wiped her mouth clean. Curiously, she asked, Princess, what prompted such a reaction? Yunwu, meeting Granny Yun's sincere gaze, felt a melancholy stir within her. Had I not known you better, I might have thought you were jesting with me. Modern society is so stringent that even the act of slaughtering a chicken or duck leaves people in shock, and witnessing a tragic accident can cause lasting psychological trauma. Such rigidity stems from the grave consequences associated with taking a life. In any case, I am a law-abiding citizen. Once I can walk again, Granny Yun, teach me martial arts. Granny Yun, initially apprehensive that the princess might scold her for her past actions, realized her naivety. She regarded Yunwu with a complex expression, observing her queasiness while wielding bamboo as a makeshift sword. The scene was too vivid. She wished to look away. As the emperor of Yunwu approached in the hot air balloon, he beheld Yunwu in high spirits. Father, come quickly. Many citizens are injured and require a plethora of medicinal supplies. Have your men delivered them? The emperor nodded, confirming that provisions and medicines were indeed sufficient. After exchanging reassurances with Yunwu, he reached out to embrace her. Once they had distanced themselves, accompanied by Lord Linen and Liang Ming, Yunwu sighed. I do not fathom why father insists I refrain from disclosing that the supplies are sourced from my space. Even in thought, she lamented. Ah, for my father's advancing age. Isha la quiesce. Emperor, I sincerely thank you. Just remember, do not let your emotions overwhelm you. It is rare for a benevolent person to abruptly halt halfway through their compassion. The emperor guided Yunwu to a secluded spot, allowing her to unload a cache of grain and medicine, subsequently arranging for the imperial guards to guard the supplies. When Xiao Guiqing, terrified and trembling, descended from the balloon, the emperor assigned him to oversee the distribution of the relief materials. Your Majesty, the national master, said after calming the citizens, hurriedly approaching the emperor. Yet, a faction continued to stir unrest, outwardly complying with orders while covertly obstructing progress, which contributed to the tragic casualties despite prior warnings. Thus far, over 300 victims had been confirmed, with many more possessions buried beneath the rubble. Had it not been for the well-trained imperial guards, recklessly rescuing civilians would have resulted in further fatalities. Even so, several guards sustained serious injuries. The national master pondered the formidable nature of the faction he had uncovered. Your Majesty, please exercise caution and avoid any mishaps. Upon hearing this, the YNWD inquired with a solemn expression about the officials of HNW. The county magistrate W and others are outside aiding the disaster-stricken populace. The situation in the county town is perilous, given the dense housing. Yet the villages below are not entirely unscathed. The county magistrate W and his aides have ventured into the countryside to assist the villagers. Yunwu de retorted. Did you not assign anyone to accompany them? The national master found it quite reasonable at this juncture. W county magistrate, I will inquire. Have you received any news from him during this prolonged interval? YNWD continued to question, his face betraying no signs of contemplation. He remained calm, yet bore a profound demeanor. With the occurrence of a landslide, he encountered numerous severely injured citizens in distress. It may take him considerable time. Thus, if I do not hear from him shortly, there is no need for alarm. Let the focus remain on the rescue efforts in the county town. The national master's voice dwindled slightly, tinged with incredulity. Could it be that the county magistrate is deceiving us? YNWD did not respond and merely stated. The national master instinctively acknowledged. He turned to make arrangements. At that moment, YNW spoke. Father, it is too late. This W county magistrate is actually the son-in-law of Jiang, Shi Oru's third daughter. Originally a humble commoner, he was recruited in the capital, becoming the esteemed son-in-law of the LN family, thus improving his fortunes dramatically. However, due to his insufficiently vivacious nature, his performance within the LN household was rather unremarkable, paralleling that of the second son-in-law of the LN family, both having achieved the same scholarly distinction. The former was eloquent and affable, ultimately securing a minor official position in the capital through the LN family's connections with the Jiang family, remaining unnoticed despite Jiang Shi Oru's personal arrangements. Conversely, the second son-in-law of the LN family successfully became an official in the capital, awaiting the opportune moment to shine. In contrast, W County Magistrate, feeling slighted and perceiving the LN family as insincere, sought refuge in the impoverished W Xian, accepting a lowly position. His wife, who accompanied him, undoubtedly endured considerable hardship. Henceforth, this woman became W County Magistrate's concubine, bearing his children, displaying gentleness and warmth, ultimately securing a place in his heart. At this juncture, W County Magistrate no longer wished to continue his life with the third daughter of the LN family. He desired to divorce her to bestow legitimacy upon his concubine. After all, his current accomplishments were not derived from the LN family. He believed he owed no debt to the third daughter of the LN family. Subsequently, news of an impending earthquake in the southwest reached him, along with messages from the Jiang family indicating that His Majesty was coming to the southwest. Upon seeing the national master arrive in W Xian, W County Magistrate realized he had no options left. Both YNWD and the national master were puzzled. What did he mean by having no options? Had they not just discussed matters regarding the concubine and the lawful wife? Just as the two pondered how to guide SHB to elaborate further, a thunderclap echoed in the distance. The sound instantly captured everyone's attention. Observing from a distance, they witnessed a bolt of lightning strike a tree atop a mountain several miles away, igniting a fierce flame at that very spot. YNWD squinted to see. Is it ablaze? The national master, alarmed, instinctively wondered about the unfolding events. YNW commented, "Fear not, the fire will not spread. It is a ruse to eliminate evidence, deliberately incinerating all incriminating materials and ledgers from that location." W County Magistrate's concubine is none other than the daughter of the wealthiest merchant family in W Xian, the NI family, who has been groomed to manipulate the officials. As everything was conducted discreetly, W County Magistrate remained oblivious. However, this was not merely a matter of avoiding conflict with the LN family. It was also due to the sudden arrival of His Majesty and his entourage in W Xian. The NI family believed they could not conceal their past transgressions of seizing arable land, clandestinely committing murder, coercing individuals into prostitution, and even collecting attractive young men and women for the amusement of the elite, all while outwardly presenting themselves as benevolent and charitable, enjoying an excellent reputation throughout W Xian. After reviewing these developments, YNWD commanded LNN summon a commoner. LNN promptly called forth an elderly villager, whose face was covered in dirt, nervously kneeling before the emperor. YNWD reassured him, "Do not fret, old man. I merely wish to inquire about the NI family in W Xian." He spoke half a sentence, leaving the commoner unaware of the rest. However, this was precisely the effect YNWD desired. The emperor was inquiring about the Ni family's affairs, noting that the goods in their shop were often cheaper than others. YNWD waved his hand, prompting L and N to gather more villagers for questioning. This revelation astonished even the national master. So it was thus. I'd always perceived W County Magistrate and the Ni family as virtuous individuals. They appeared remarkably unpretentious. I even believed W County Magistrate genuinely cared for the common folk. His cunning runs deep. The national master silently chastised himself, feeling somewhat disgruntled, realizing that even one so close to the emperor could be deceived. Do you know what kind of person could deceive others? Firstly, one must deceive oneself to deceive others. In W County Magistrate's heart, he genuinely believed he cherished the common people, as he had promised his father from a young age to be a good official. Thus, he selectively acknowledged only the positive aspects of the populace, never concerning himself with the injustices or the innocent victims. The national master fell silent, realizing that he had been equally duped, leaving him with little to say. It was no wonder he had failed to perceive W County Magistrate as anything but a good official. YNWD narrowed his eyes. He was well acquainted with such schemes. The imperial palace was a grand arena of calculation. He had witnessed the most peculiar events within. However, the ability to discern the truth relied entirely on one's perception. In the past, he had to rely on conjecture due to uncertainty. Now, with SHB present, he understood the comfort of a life devoid of guesswork. Even as emperor, he preferred not to entangle himself in suspicion, which would erode his patience. SHB, was the thunderstorm on the mountain summoned by W County Magistrate? What could his motive possibly be? Indeed, what could his motive be? Shouldn't it be the Ni family that sought to obliterate evidence? Having committed so many misdeeds, perhaps they intended to cleanse their reputation amidst this natural calamity. The national master silently considered, yet this was contingent upon the absence of Princess SHB's presence. It is undoubtedly because W County Magistrate fears the revelation of his actions over the years. He was not unaware of the deeds conducted by his concubine. After the concubine presented him with silver, he became fully aware of all suspicions, reinforced by the Ni family's subtle hints. Naturally, W County Magistrate could only feign ignorance. After all, ignorance is bliss. To hell with this so-called bliss. How does this differ from the conduct of corrupt officials? There's a distinction. The difference lies in W County Magistrate's hypocrisy and the depths of his concealment. The national master, with utmost seriousness, inquired, "Your Majesty, may I investigate further? I am certain I can uncover relevant evidence." The thought of allowing such a person to escape unscathed left him feeling disgruntled. He was irked by the court's efforts to rectify and purge, wondering how there could still be unscathed individuals who had erred yet lived more comfortably than himself. On what grounds? YNWD cast a glance at him. There is no need for you to concern yourself with this matter. Continue to support the common people. Rescue is of utmost importance. The national master cannot refuse. He wished to express his thoughts, yet considering the temperament of YNWD, he ultimately refrained from speaking. He feared that any advice he offered might inadvertently lead to adverse outcomes. For after all, the emperor was not one to be swayed by others in his decision-making. Nevertheless, before departing, the national master mentioned a matter of significance. "Your Majesty, we have yet to uncover who is deliberately sowing discord and inciting the people to distrust the authorities." YNWD nodded, indicating his awareness. After the national master left, he quietly inquired of YNW, 18, "Has the county magistrate W and the Ni family truly destroyed all the evidence?" "Indeed, everything has been burned," replied YNW at this very moment. "There are still people in the burning forest, as some witnesses remain there." A smirk appeared at the corner of YNWD's mouth, confirming his suspicions. A seemingly upright official, concealing a multitude of sins, would undoubtedly live in a constant state of anxiety, fearing the disruption of his tranquil existence. If he were to discover that those around him were privy to his crimes, could he truly rest easy? "Father, you cannot already have deduced that those engulfed in flames include County Magistrate W's concubine?" YNW marveled at her father's growing prowess. No wonder he felt confident in his ability to safeguard himself. Father is the ultimate powerhouse. Now, I need not worry for my life, The joy of securing such a formidable ally. Chapter 200, The Excess of Minor Characters. Long SH, YNWD began in a low voice. A dragon guard appeared before him, kneeling in wait for orders. Curiosity piqued, YNW observed the dragon guard several times, pondering how he had arrived so swiftly and where he had concealed himself. It felt as though his reconnaissance capabilities surpassed even modern special forces. However, given that dragon guards possess internal strength, it is only natural that they are superior to contemporary soldiers. YNW stroked her chin, eagerly anticipating the shadowy figures she had selected to serve her in the future. What a delightful experience for the heiress of a wealthy family. Yet, she was equally content as the favored daughter of the emperor. In essence, both circumstances held their merits. Keep an eye on County Magistrate W and the NI family. Once they have dealt with the evidence, sow discord to incite internal strife among them, commanded YNWD, evidently unwilling to expend excessive time on County Magistrate W and the NI family. Alas, I forgot to inform you, Father. The National Master previously mentioned that those inciting the people to distrust the authorities, resulting in numerous injuries and deaths, are indeed who? YNWD's attention swiftly shifted to YNW. It turns out to be ZH Ingliang. Liang. Who is this person? YNWD queried, his brow furrowing in confusion as he glanced at the nearby Jiang LNN. Jiang LNN shook his head gently, indicating his ignorance of this individual, suggesting that he was not of any significant standing in HNW Xian. YNWD's mind brimmed with questions. ZH Ingliang is a rebel leader who later defected to CHC. He is not well known at present, which is puzzling, yet historically, he is quite a notable figure. After the fall of DYN, several warlords emerged, as the situation was too vast. Even if DCH's scheme succeeded, they would not possess the capability to govern DYN all at once. First, the capital fell, followed closely by the annihilation of the YN family. News of this calamity spread far and wide, prompting various warlords to rise in rebellion. This scenario can be divided into two categories. The original nobility of DYN. The powerful elites fared well, aside from the officials caught in the capital's turmoil. Those in local power maintained their positions admirably. These individuals possessed private armies. And while their emergence was initially unremarkable, historical accounts suggest that these elites banded together into a formidable force. Ultimately, most of these powerful factions were preserved quite well, with many even rising to prominence and transcending class boundaries. This explains why, despite the chaos following DYN's demise, the Central Plains stabilized swiftly. The primary reason remains that these elites were reluctant to provoke significant conflict with a new dynasty. After all, as the saying goes, a flowing dynasty is accompanied by steadfast elites. YNWD, at all times, harbored a deep-seated anger regarding the news of DYN's downfall, all stemming from an unexpected turn of events. The entire DYN resembled a headless fly, with all manner of ghastly figures surfacing. His visage bore an expression akin to one mourning the loss of his parents. Truly infuriating. The entirety of DYN was indeed beset by spirits, and only he possessed the power to subdue them. Yet, contemplating this reality left YNWD feeling discontented. He could not achieve immortality. Thus, an heir must be selected. LNN summoned the 7th prince and the others. Accompanying him on this southern tour were the 7th prince, the 8th prince, the 9th prince, and the 10th prince. The youngest, the 10th prince, was merely 10 years old. Their age was indeed quite tender, and it was advantageous for them to gain experience. Before long, the princes arrived. Your son pays his respects to your majesty. The 7th prince dutifully greeted YNWD. They bore traces of dirt upon their attire, their fingers grimy, entirely devoid of the haughtiness expected of royalty, behaving obediently before YNWD. Yet to the discerning eye, it was evident that the princes were not to be trifled with. Although their presence was often understated, it did not imply a lack of intelligence. The 7th prince, sensing the gazes of his younger brothers, reluctantly stepped forward. Father, I have observed that many commoners value wealth over life during our rescue efforts. This has led to numerous injuries among them. The 7th prince questioned, Father, why do they disregard their own lives? As long as they live, they can strive to acquire what they desire. YNWD abruptly questioned, Old 7, what is it that you wish to obtain? The 7th prince, bewildered, failed to grasp his father's meaning, instinctively kneeling and trembling as he replied, Father, your son only heeds your words. YNWD remarked, such timidity, lacking resolve and ambition, with insufficient insight, you are unfit to be an heir. Ignoring the boy, he turned his gaze to the 8th prince. Old 8, what do you desire? The 8th prince, slightly younger, rubbed his eyes and replied, Father, I wish to be with mother. Very well. Another who has yet to wean. Old 9, what about you? Father, I wish to learn how to make hot air balloons with Protector Liang. The 9th prince exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he gazed at the hot air balloons above. Could it be that the 9th brother is an extreme enthusiast? Extreme enthusiast? What on earth is that? YNWD was perplexed, yet he had grown accustomed to YNW's perplexing remarks. It was only natural that he would not comprehend them. He immediately sensed that this was not a favorable sign. You wish to create hot air balloons? YNWD scrutinized him. Unexpectedly, the 9th prince quickly shook his head. Father, you overestimate me. I lack the ability to create hot air balloons. And yet you dare to say such things. YNWD's expression darkened. The 9th prince, noticing his father's displeasure, offered a conciliatory smile, unwilling to press further. First, tell me what you wish to do. YNWD kicked him lightly. The 9th prince covered his leg, hastily explaining, Father, I simply enjoy the feeling of flying. I wish to soar through the skies. Isn't this clearly the mark of an extreme enthusiast? It is estimated that the 9th prince enjoys bungee jumping, roller coasters, skydiving, skiing, rock climbing, and relishes the sensation of freedom in all its forms. In essence, he is constantly exploring the precarious boundary between life and death. This is quite good. He understands that such reckless pursuits are hardly befitting of an emperor. It is likely that, should he ascend to the throne, he would lead the entire realm into thrilling chaos. That little rascal is indeed quite useless. With so many alter egos at his disposal, one would think he could find a suitable one. The Yunwu emperor turned his attention to the 10th prince. Without needing to be prompted, the 10th prince immediately replied, Father, I'm still tending to my watermelons. Chapter 201. Rumors haha. The 10th brother is a glutton. In the palace, he is most fond of experimenting with food. Previously, the 10th brother even sneaked a pancake. The 10th prince's face flushed with embarrassment, and had he not been looking down, he would have been thoroughly mortified. The Yunwu emperor remarked, I noticed you were distributing relief grain to the commoners just now. What do you think? However, some citizens have directed their anger toward the court, believing that the court's lack of virtue has led to this calamity. Here it comes, the classic notion that natural disasters are tied to the emperor's character. Such foolishness only arises because of the poor communication in ancient times. Throughout history, natural disasters have no correlation with a ruling dynasty. Take, for example, the former emperor's reign, during which there were recorded 108 various natural disasters. Each time, many commoners suffered. Yet, during that period, no rumors were stirred. Primarily because the court maintained a strong grip on local governance, and those with ulterior motives dared not incite unrest. The reason history often depicts the populace as ignorant is that education was scarce, and the channels for information were limited. The commoners could only focus on their daily meals. Their basic needs encompassed everything. It is indeed tragic that even basic sustenance is unattainable for many, leading to manipulation by those with ill intentions, who wield public opinion as a weapon against the court. There are also those who aim to compel the court into concessions and reparations. Everyone aspires to a better life. Thus, such actions are not surprising. As rulers, one must understand the people and govern accordingly. Lacking such perspective and allowing emotions to govern one's reactions only indicates immaturity, which is detrimental to ruling a nation. After all, standing at the pinnacle of power and quarreling with ordinary individuals is utterly meaningless. Excessive emotionality may lead to the downfall of even the wisest monarchs, who, in their old age, become clearly feeble-minded, committing transgressions that are forever etched in history. The Yunwu emperor nodded in agreement. He looked towards the other princes and instructed, take note of what 18 has said. Though she is still young, her insight surpasses yours. This is indeed true. The populace is the foundation of the court and a vital component of the nation. Since they are merely a part of the whole, you must consider all aspects. How can we stabilize the court? Both excessive exploitation and unbridled indulgence are untenable. Finding the right balance is essential. The princes felt a sense of trepidation. The thought of the throne had never crossed their minds. If the third prince were to discover their thoughts, would he not eliminate them? Oh, surely not, for 18 is here. She can protect them. The princes smiled at Yunwu. Yunwu, somewhat perplexed, asked old 10, How should we address the grievances of the citizens who clearly harbor resentment toward the court and me regarding the earthquake? The rumor claims it is due to my lack of virtue and the court's immorality. The 10th prince frowned and replied, Father, just now, 18 mentioned that the commoners are being manipulated by those with ulterior motives. Since the populace is so easily swayed, it is unnecessary for everyone to believe. As long as the majority support the court, it is not a troublesome matter. As for the villains behind this, they must be imprisoned and dealt with according to the laws of Dian. This way, fewer people will dare to engage in such punishable offenses in the future. The Yunwu emperor raised an eyebrow at him. Old 10, how did you come up with this notion? The 10th prince swallowed hard and waved his hand. If it weren't for 18's suggestion, I would never have thought of it. Hearing this, the emperor felt neither disappointment nor elation. If any of the younger princes displayed exceptional talent, he would have noticed long ago. After all, the princes began their education at a young age, learning alongside the imperial tutor by the age of 6. They are not like ordinary children. However, if old 10 remains steadfast, there is hope. At least he is willing to heed advice. Yet, this is still insufficient for one destined to be an emperor. Further nurturing is required. The Yunwu emperor sighed inwardly, though he did not show it on the surface. If you could think of it, surely you would have mentioned it to me sooner. The 10th prince rubbed his nose, unconcerned with being reproached, as he simply hoped his father would not be angry. Life is already quite satisfactory. Father, may I take my leave? No. You 3 brothers shall seek out Xiao Aiqing and the national master to discuss how to resolve this rumor. You are my sons. Even if you do not inherit my position in the future, you must possess a skill of your own. One cannot simply indulge in pleasure. The princes had no choice but to acquiesce. Once you have handled this matter, I shall reward you with delicious food. Come find me later. You may choose freely. Yunwu expressed that it was indeed necessary to motivate her brothers. After all, she is the dutiful 18. Upon hearing this, the prince's eyes sparkled with excitement. The 7th prince approached Yunwu, took the paper she offered, and affectionately ruffled her hair. Thank you, 18. I shall not be polite. Why are you still lingering? Are you attempting to tarnish my reputation? The Yunwu emperor felt quite displeased at seeing the princes crowding around 18 and promptly shooed them away. The princes stumbled out, not disheartened, but rather elated, already contemplating what gifts to exchange with 18. Indeed, it is a matter of exchange. The princes had no habit of taking advantage of others. Besides, even their father had to pay in silver when seeking something from 18. If they dared to ask for something for free, they would certainly face paternal wrath. Of course, they had long harbored that intention. However, they previously dared not express their desire to give gifts or seek exchanges for fear of the Yunwu emperor's retribution. Alas, having too many princes is akin to having a field of grass. When Xiao Guiqing noticed the princes approaching, the 7th prince, being the eldest, articulated their purpose on behalf of his younger brothers. Is there still talk circulating that the earthquake is due to the emperor's lack of virtue? How outrageous! Xiao Guiqing exclaimed angrily, pacing back and forth before finally recalling the prince's objective in seeking him out. Chapter 202. The Brainwashing Task. Wait a moment, 7th prince. Are you saying that the emperor sent you to find me to resolve this matter together? Xiao Guiqing pondered deeply. Could the emperor be considering selecting an heir among the princes? He scrutinized each of their faces. For selecting a future heir for Dian is a matter of utmost importance and gravity. Xiao Guiqing dared not act recklessly, nor did he wish to do so, for history has imparted upon him profound lessons. The 7th prince, in a few words and with a lowered voice, conveyed the suggestions previously made by the 10th prince. Since the emperor had already acquiesced, they would proceed accordingly. Xiao Guiqing displayed no hint of surprise at the revelation. Undeniably, the 10th prince's method was rather astute. Upon the arrival of the state master, he immediately expressed his willingness to cooperate after hearing a few remarks from the others. After all, his original task was to enhance the reputation of the Yunwu emperor while simultaneously ensuring that the common folk accepted the 18th princess and even promoted her name. However, the only thing he managed to accomplish was to hastily disseminate the news of the impending earthquake and to mandate that the citizens of the county remain outdoors for half an hour before the tremor struck. The villagers, lacking sufficient manpower, could not be persuaded, leaving them unaware of the casualties. As a result, while the citizens in the county were only slightly harmed, they were met with the treachery of some rebellious individuals who feared they were conspiring against them. The deceased were among these very people. The state master, upon comparing the gratitude of the loyal citizens with the rebellious ones, felt a strange sense of justice. They had brought their fate upon themselves by heeding the divisive words of those who offered them nothing. The seventh prince, do you know who was behind inciting the citizens? He had indeed conducted investigations, but found the time insufficient and deemed it unnecessary to waste it on such matters. Regardless, with the emperor's arrival, this person's schemes would inevitably fail. He acknowledged his intention to let this hidden villain continue to self-destruct, believing that as long as no major incidents occurred, he would not be implicated by the emperor. As for the villain himself, he would surely face dire consequences. The 18th princess mentioned someone named Jiang, but our father has not permitted us to deal with him, the 7th prince stated. Jiang? Who is this individual? The state master pondered for a considerable time, but could not ascertain the identity of this person. He had utilized the official records to better assess the situation in Yunwu County, cross-referencing every household. Yet, he had overlooked such a figure. Once everything is settled, I shall investigate who this Jiang truly is, one bold enough to toy with me. Xiao Guiqing regarded him with curiosity, but did not intervene. During the state master's search for Jiang, the clean water source and disaster relief grain were being distributed by designated individuals. As the citizens accepted the porridge being offered, Xiao Guiqing stood before the relief effort. Citizens, I'm the official responsible for this disaster relief. Allow me to summarize the situation regarding this relief effort. The citizens have performed exceptionally well. Upon receiving the news of the earthquake from the court, they cooperated actively and did not gamble with their lives. Therefore, the number of injured citizens is the least it could have been given the circumstances. Xiao Guiqing offered his praise. The citizens below, having never experienced such recognition from previous officials, were taken aback, as if it were raining red from the heavens. Their expressions were peculiar, reflecting disbelief. Not only that, but after the earthquake, the spirit of mutual aid among the citizens, their willingness to sacrifice for one another, deeply moved both the emperor and the official. The people of Dian are truly benevolent individuals. The citizens felt a twinge of fear. Surely, the court would not consider selling them off, especially now, as they cooperated with the relief efforts, whether it be in distributing grain or water or providing medical care. They maintained order without causing any trouble for the soldiers dispatched by the court. My lord, what do you require of us? An older man, emboldened by the others, stepped forward. However, his face was etched with trepidation, revealing his anxiety as he looked at Xiao Guiqing, fearing he might be dragged away and sold. Xiao Guiqing wore a serious yet benevolent smile. Elder, I have a few questions for you. Are you a citizen of Dian? Yes. The elder was uncertain of the intent behind the question. Then allow me to inquire. Are you a citizen of Dian? Yes. What distinguishes me from you, then? Xiao Guiqing continued with utmost patience. The elder hesitated, reluctant to respond. Xiao Guiqing encouraged him. Elder, speak your mind honestly. The emperor is present. Do you not trust me? Nor the emperor? You are officials, while we are the common folk. The elder hesitated, stating it in a rather euphemistic manner. Xiao Guiqing chuckled lightly. Elder, I understand your meaning. However, I wish to convey something to you that the court currently emphasizes. As one who has never committed any wrongdoing and is nearing retirement, I now aspire solely to serve the people. Therefore, what I say can be verified by the citizens themselves. Firstly, the court has made it clear that officials bear the responsibility only for governing their respective regions, with every duty classified and assigned to different officials. The duty of an official is to serve the sovereign and manage the realm, and there is no law stipulating that the common folk cannot oppose officials or that officials can arbitrarily decide the fates of the citizens. These issues are remnants of the past that the court is currently addressing. Hence, I possess no authority to unjustly trouble you, Elder. As long as we adhere to the law and set aside our statuses, aside from my entitlement to the court salary, we are all merely citizens of Dian. Your means of livelihood may be agriculture, while mine is serving the sovereign. Xiao Guiqing's words were strikingly resolute. Initially, he had not intended to articulate such a sentiment. Yet the essence remained, albeit less direct and incendiary. The current outcome was largely due to the exemplary examples presented by Yunwu. It must be said, when it comes to indoctrination, the modern world certainly excels. Chapter 203, The Indoctrination Brigade. My lord, please refrain from jesting. Such words are believed only by yourselves. A middle-aged man stepped forward, offering a sarcastic laugh. Yet in the next moment, he was pulled down to kneel by an elderly woman beside him. The elderly woman bowed her head in apology. My lord, it is the fault of this old woman for not raising her son properly. His words were utter nonsense. I implore you, my lord, do not hold it against us. In the blink of an eye, blood adorned her forehead, lending her a pitiable appearance. People inherently sympathize with the weak, and many citizens, previously swayed by Xiao Guiqing's words, began to feel anxious again. Even their expressions reflected fear and unease. Observing the elderly woman's dramatic display, Xiao Guiqing frowned. Ah, this elderly woman certainly knows how to act. If she were in the modern world, she would surely win an Oscar. Indeed, as Yunwu finished speaking, some citizens, whether young or old, began to kneel alongside the elderly woman. My lord, please spare Shirtu Gu and Shinajia. They truly did not mean any harm. Upon hearing the words of the 18th princess, Xiao Guiqing raised an eyebrow. He was not afraid of theatrics. He feared that the other party might indeed be pitiable. He glanced at the Yunwu emperor and, receiving a nod of approval, stepped forward, trembling with emotion, and extended his hand to assist the elderly woman. Elder, please rise. You are causing me great distress. Your age, though not sufficient to be my aunt, qualifies you as an elder sister. By kneeling before me, are you not shortening your lifespan? Elder sister, I know your heart is kind. You shall surely cooperate with the officials to secure better relief support for the citizens of Hanwu County. Xiao Guiqing understood the subtleties of language. The elderly woman sensed something amiss, yet she was an unworldly villager, adept only at feigning pity. She not only failed to rise with the occasion, but instead kowtowed even more fervently. My lord, it is all the fault of this old woman. It has nothing to do with anyone else. You can do as you please with me, whether it be to kill or to punish. Just do not harm others. The old woman continued to bow deeply. Xiao Guiqing assertively pulled her aside to sit down and even called for a soldier to bring a chair. He instructed the attending physician to tend to the old lady's wounds. Dear elder sister, do not overthink. With so many citizens watching, what I do will become evident. I am aware that you have been wronged by local officials before, and I take responsibility for not protecting you in time. Hence your distrust. I shall not make excuses. Let time be the judge. For now, you need only to sit calmly and heal. The old woman trembled uncontrollably, showing no gratitude, and attempted to speak. Xiao Guiqing strategically blocked part of her view, allowing the villagers, who were unfamiliar with her, to see the physician administering treatment. With a tone of concern, he said, Elder sister, even if you do not trust me, you must have faith in the doctor who is here to help you. They have sacrificed several days and nights without rest to save your lives. Xiao Guiqing sighed deeply. After speaking, he turned and stepped aside. The middle-aged man, Shirtu, who had been worried about Xiao Guiqing's intentions towards the old woman, along with several familiar neighbors, noticed the weary, blood-stained physician patiently treating her. Aside from Shirtu, the others breathed a sigh of relief. Their hostility towards Xiao Guiqing somewhat diminished. I did not need treatment. I dare not waste these medicinal materials, the old woman struggled. Attempting to kneel, in her fervor, she inadvertently knocked the physician down. This scene startled the kneeling citizens, although some remained concerned for the doctor. Nearby soldiers quickly rushed to help the physician to his feet. I am fine, just a bit tired, the doctor stammered. Your Majesty, the old physician has gone without food for too long and is exhausted. He is experiencing low blood sugar. Please have him drink this glucose and let him rest to prevent a tragic outcome. Yunwu said, handing a glucose solution to the palace eunuch. The eunuch promptly filled a cup and approached the old physician. Dr. Mo, you have worked hard. The emperor has granted you medicine. Please drink a bit and rest afterward. Though the eunuch's voice was not loud, it was audible to those nearby. After gratefully saluting Yunwu, Dr. Mo slowly began to drink. Meanwhile, Xiao Guiqing addressed the agitated old woman. Elder sister, very well, I shall not force you to take medicine. We will wait for your voluntary consent. However, the medicinal supplies are limited, and during this time of crisis, they're truly invaluable. I understand that you did not intend any harm. The old woman sensed something amiss. Yet no one intervened to stop her from bowing. The unfamiliar villagers looked on with furrowed brows at her behavior. Shirtu continued to vocally criticize my lord. You are quite the actor. Surely, you wish to quietly eliminate us. He scoffed. The court has no genuine intention to aid the common folk. They only fear the repercussions of a high death toll among the afflicted, which would tarnish their reputation. If unrest arises in other regions, it is merely a fade of concern for us. Once the storm passes, it will be our time to perish. Shidu's words were forceful and filled with indignation, as if the court had truly wronged them. Ah, No wonder Shirtu was chosen by Zhang Liang to lead this propaganda campaign. If he were not seeking power and wealth through this opportunity, I might have believed him. Xiao Guiqing's smile flickered momentarily. Though he felt little anger at Shitu's accusations, he was displeased by the man's selfishness, which obstructed the citizens from leading better lives. What difference was there between him and corrupt officials? If you perish, do you think the message will not spread? Do you truly believe that no survivors would escape after such a considerable lapse of time? For instance, Zhang Liang, Huoluan, Xiezhen, and Dushan have all gone missing since the earthquake. The records of the official archives show they did not collect relief supplies, nor were they found among the deceased. Can you guarantee that these missing individuals will not divulge news of Hongwu County? Chapter 204. In a day, Shitu's pupils widened in alarm upon hearing familiar names. He had not anticipated that the officials and soldiers would possess such detailed knowledge of the situation. No wonder they required a roster, even for food distribution. However, recalling the unreliability of the officials in the past, he had overlooked it. Little did he know that with Yunwu's arrival and the presence of this high-ranking official, the operations would be so meticulous and orderly. Would they uncover Zhang Gui's whereabouts? Shirtu dared not cause a scene any longer. He begrudgingly remarked, even if they truly know the facts, they would not dare to speak out. What rights do commoners possess in front of the powerful? After spending so much silver to assist the citizens, they might save us only to kill us afterward. You are quite the businessman. Xiao Guiqing's sarcastic retort left Shirtu momentarily speechless. Observing that Shirtu had ceased his protests, Xiao Guiqing took his position and continued his address. Ahem, dear citizens, let us return to our previous discussion. If you have any doubts, please wait until I finish before raising your hands to ask questions. Most of the citizens did not fully comprehend Xiao Guiqing's words, yet those with ulterior motives, like Shirtu, found their eyes brightening at the last sentence. Unbeknownst to them, their reactions were closely monitored by those positioned by Yunwu. It was likely that their fate would not be pleasant after this assembly. Dear citizens, your support for the official relief efforts is tantamount to saving your own lives. The results were evident. The devastation had led to numerous casualties. The court expressed profound sympathy and hoped that if aftershocks occurred, the citizens would cooperate more actively, as it was ultimately a matter of their own safety. Despite the efforts of the officials, they remained outsiders. Xiao Guiqing's eloquent speech evoked a sense of shame among the citizens who had doubted his intentions. Undeterred by their reactions, he continued articulating his message. During the disaster relief efforts, I have heard murmurs claiming that this earthquake was a consequence of the court's lack of virtue, a divine warning to the emperor. To dispel this rumor and to prevent it from undermining the foundation of Dian and instilling fear among its people, I ask for your trust in my ability to prove the deceit behind such claims. The citizens of the western Zhou fell silent. Superstitions were often deeply ingrained in many minds. No one was entirely free from superstition. It varied in intensity. Many harbored such thoughts even if they did not vocalize them. Zhang Liang and others exploited this mindset among the populace. Firstly, you may not be aware that simultaneously along the eastern coast of Dezhou, an earthquake was also recorded, leading to a devastating tsunami that claimed hundreds of villagers, who vanished into the waves in an instant. In contrast, in our Hongwu County, the epicenter of the quake, the death toll did not exceed 20, with hundreds injured. It is simply implausible. A brave citizen dared to counter, my lord, I saw many people trapped with broken legs. They surely cannot survive. Yes, my lord, while those individuals are still alive, you cannot deceive us. I would never lie, Xiao Guiqing replied with a confident smile. Everyone should take a moment to witness the common folk who were rescued by the physician. Although they have lost their legs, they have managed to preserve their lives. The people were utterly astonished upon hearing this, with the first individual daring to rise and observe those treated in the encampment. They were confronted with the reality that these individuals had indeed lost their limbs. Although in slumber, they were alive and well, some even possessing robust health, now awake and being attended to with medicine and kanji, which even contained brown sugar. Master, how are they able to survive despite having their legs severed? They inquired. It is due to the excellence of the medical skills that can indeed save lives. The court is striving to rescue every commoner, as heaven has bestowed upon us a warning, allowing the national master to foresee the impending earthquake. Thus, upon receiving the news, the emperor personally came to the aid of the people. If anyone still doubts that heaven is punishing the unprincipled court, one must question why it would alert the emperor instead of warning the common folk to save themselves. This statement left the people in a state of bewilderment, as it seemed quite reasonable. After all, if the court and the emperor were truly devoid of virtue, they would not concern themselves with the plight of the commoners. In such a scenario, when the earth trembles, the number of casualties would be unimaginable. Tu did not anticipate that Xiao Guiqing could so swiftly turn the tide of rumors. Consider this carefully. Has the court not saved you? Those who believe in such so-called rumors often find themselves injured or losing their lives, Xiao Guiqing stated, choosing to refrain from further discussion on matter. He then solemnly declared, anyone who persists in spreading unfounded rumors without evidence shall be committing a criminal act, unless they can substantiate their claims. If proof cannot be provided, the laws of the Yin will treat all equally. Just as everyone here is entitled to the court's healing, one must also adhere to the laws of the Yin. This is my first and final reminder, and I hope you all take heed. Many commoners maintained their sense of reason and found no fault in his words. After all, for them, the court's willingness to provide aid was already commendable, while the law was secondary. As the saying goes, one should never casually wander into the magistrate's office. Tu grew increasingly anxious. He realized that in the blink of an eye, the situation had been stabilized by Xiao Guiqing, and those previously influenced by the rumors seemed to have altered their opinions. Tu contemplated causing a disturbance, but just as he was about to speak, he saw Xiao Guiqing wave his hand, and a group of armored soldiers marched past in perfect formation, weapons in hand, exuding a fierce and blood-stained aura. At that moment, Tu's thoughts of rebellion vanished, and he decisively lowered his head, acting as if nothing had transpired. Master, do you mean to say that the national master can now predict where natural disasters will occur?